The scene shifts to the central plane, Miram, home to the heavenly demon divine cult. A sprawling temple complex dominates the landscape, the heart of the heavenly demon divine cult. The first elder stands amidst swirling energy, his expression troubled. The heavenly demon divine cult leader finds himself in a dire situation. A desperate cry echoes, the first elder calling out, Hyungnim. A figure kneels, shrouded in shadow, his head bowed in despair. The first elder, his face etched with frustration, demands, even though the 9 big sects of the orthodox and unorthodox sect are already right under our feet, how are you still doing nothing here? The kneeling figure laments, your reputation as the world's best wouldn't help. What should I do? Accusations fly as the kneeling figure is called cold-hearted, but he denies the charge. The first elder explains, do you think I'm being like this because I want to? While I was practicing my divine arts, I suddenly got separated from my physical body and I can't go back in now. The first elder sobs, lamenting that at first, it was fun since he could even go to the moon, but now. Tears stream down the first elder's face as he laments, you're so cold, Dash. He shouts, his voice echoing with desperation. Hey, you who can't hear me are even more cold-hearted. Stop. A surge of energy crackles around him. The first elder is surrounded by a swirling vortex of power. He reflects on his limitations, since I don't have a physical body. Even if I have the ultimate divine arts, it's useless. His face contorts in frustration and disbelief. The vortex intensifies, pulling at his ethereal form. The pull grows stronger, the energy swirling around him. A dark vortex opens, promising oblivion. He cries out, what is this? The first elder feels himself being consumed. An incredible energy is sucking me in. Defiant to the end, he roars, do you think you can suck me in by force, Dash? He grunts as he uses the weight expansion martial art. The first elder remarks that he doesn't have a physical body. The vortex continues to spin. The vortex is still spinning. Meanwhile, 2 figures discuss someone's lack of support and power. A character states that even a 90-year-old man is an E-rank awakened, questioning the other person's abilities. Elsewhere, Hyunsu gasps. His eyes are wide with shock. He is in bed, breathing heavily. He lay in bed, seemingly asleep. Year 20XX, month N, 2 years ago. Portals began to tear open the sky, unleashing blinding light. Portals that connected this world to an alternate one appeared all over the globe simultaneously. And from those portals, monsters poured forth. The monstrous horde emerged, teeth bared and claws extended. They started to rampage all over the world indiscriminately. Humans equipped themselves with the most advanced weapons and began to counterattack. Targeting systems locked on. Missiles launched, streaking towards the invaders. And so, humans equipped. The battle lines were drawn. However, a surge of raw energy crackled through the atmosphere, unseen yet palpable. The current weapons were useless against the monsters. A blinding light erupted, a beacon of nascent power. As humans were about to be annihilated, they started to awaken abilities. A figure stood silhouetted against the rising tide of power, a spark of defiance in the face of oblivion. And among them, there were S-rank hunters who had awakened high-ranking abilities. Amidst the ruins of a shattered world, hope flickered. Their strength worked effectively. The air shimmered with untold potential, a symphony of raw power waiting to be unleashed. A weapon, now imbued with newfound energy, stood ready to strike back against the encroaching darkness. Against the monsters, a blinding flash of light erupts as the hunters clash with the monstrous horde. After that, the existence of S-rank hunters became known. The S-rank hunters, wielding incredible power, stand as humanity's last line of defense. They grew to be as powerful as a nation, and for the 1% who are powerless. Meanwhile, a sterile hospital hallway stretches into the distance, the linoleum floor gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lights. Park Hyunsu sits on his bed, a powerless supporter. He thinks, I'm one of them. The stark reality of his situation weighs heavily on him. Hyunsu's expression is grim, his eyes shadowed with despair. A text message illuminates his phone screen. Hyunsu SSI, because we are running low on hospital rooms, if you don't make your payment by the end of the month, we would have no choice but to discharge Hyunte SSI. I want to help you as well, but forcefully discharging Hyunte is as good as asking him to die. Hyunsu thinks, I should just die. He kneels on the floor, a rope clutched tightly in his hands, poised to end it all. The coarse fibers dig into his skin as he tightens his grip. Tears stream down his face. Hyunsu croaks, ugh, I'm sorry, Hyunte. I've done. A faint blue aura begins to emanate from him, an ethereal glow surrounding his despair. His eyes widen in confusion, a silent question hanging in the air. A swirling vortex of blue energy erupts around Hyunsu, a chaotic force pulling at him. Pulled by the mysterious energy, he is lifted off the ground, his feet dangling helplessly. Terror grips his face, a silent scream building in his throat. Hyunsu cries out, someone, save me. The blue energy intensifies, crackling with an unknown power. Within the swirling chaos, a figure with stark white hair begins to materialize. The figure stands tall, silhouetted against the dark, swirling vortex, an enigma emerging from the depths. A surge of energy crackles through the air. The first elder descends, his cloak billowing around him. He lands lightly on the floor. The air vibrates with unseen power. The first elder grabs Hyunsu, preventing him from falling. Hyunsu, startled, gasps, "Ugh, who are you?" The first elder leans in, his gaze intense. "You mean? Can you see me?" Hyunsu's eyes widen in disbelief. The first elder takes a step forward. Hyunsu, fear mixing with defiance, warns, If you're here to steal from me, you made a mistake." The first elder seems taken aback. "This?" He stood near the bed, his presence immediately altering the environment. Hyunsu's feet lifted from the mattress. He was floating. The first elder's gaze intensified. "Did you come out of the portal? Are you a hunter?" Hyunsu glanced at the computer monitor. "What's that? Is that food? What an interesting-looking object." The first elder reached out, his hand phasing through Hyunsu's form. "I guess I still can't touch it." Hyunsu, overwhelmed, clutched his head. "You must be a reaper who's here to take me away, but I still have a younger brother that I need to protect." The first elder pointed a finger at Hyunsu. "You called me a thief just now, and now you're calling me a reaper?" Hyunsu screamed in terror. The first elder grabbed Hyunsu's head roughly. "Don't hit me, please," Hyunsu pleaded. The first elder's expression was unreadable. Surrounded by a blue aura, the first elder began to depart. "What?" Hyunsu exclaimed, watching him leave. Hyunsu could only watch as he left. The first elder gazes up at the towering skyscrapers, a stark contrast to the landscapes he knows. He watches as a car speeds by, its tires blurring against the pavement. The first elder observes the vehicle, his expression a mix of wonder and bewilderment. Things faster than horses are carrying. The first elder's thoughts drift, his eyes fixed on the modern cityscape. Humans, strange buildings that I've never seen in my life. This isn't where I came from. The first elder reaches out towards a passerby, a question forming in his mind. He observes the man closely, studying his modern attire and device. He attempts to use his powers, but finds himself unable. "I'm unable." The first elder clenches his fist, frustration evident in his expression. "I have to touch this person. Is that kid the only one I can?" His eyes narrow, a sense of urgency building within him. The first elder focuses his energy, preparing to act. He attempts to interact with the world, but his powers seem limited. He finishes covering up what looks like a glaring black hole, admitting he was quite scared of it. Hyunsu wonders if it could really be a portal. He decides he'll have to report it first. A notification appears on his phone. The phone call connects. Kim Hak-sung introduces himself. Kim Hak-sung receives urgent news. "We have a portal that needs urgent help right now. Could you help in supporting us?" Kim Hak-sung agrees to help, declaring he can do it. He is told it's a B-rank portal and to please be well prepared. A voice echoes, declaring that death is never. Hyunsu wonders if this is the answer. He learns that Kim Hak-sung is a B-rank hunter. An older man with white hair sits in meditation, observing Hyunsu. He thinks that Hyunsu is not really in the right state of mind, seeing as how he's talking to himself. Hyunsu gasps. The voice continues, asking why he is back again. The first elder expresses his displeasure. He asks if Hyunsu thinks he wants to return to this shabby room, lamenting that he tried to get away but was dragged back. The first elder turns to leave, stating he's going to a portal to support people and asking Hyunsu to get out before he returns. Hyunsu asks where he is going. Hyunsu, looking puzzled, remarks that the first elder has been going on and on about hunters and portals since just now, and asks what those are. Hyunsu walks away, saying that if the first elder doesn't get out, he'll call the police on him. The first elder grabs Hyunsu's face, his expression unreadable. Hyunsu is suddenly taken away with what is described as heavenly demon flight. The first elder's face is not visible. Someone remarks on a person. The two people wonder if he isn't awakened. The man being carried begs to be let down, complaining that people are staring at him. A hand grips the man's clothing. Someone shouts that they are over there. The man's face is shown. The face of the person carrying him is shown. The man being carried says, "Bleg," and wonders what is happening. A bus drives down the road. Someone sits on the bus. With a B-rank pay, he could pay off the late hospital bills. A voice calls out, asking where he is going now. The first elder and others react in shock. Gramps wonders where he would go, as he'd get pulled. Hyunsu thinks that he would go back even if he wanted to go away. He wonders what's the deal with this Gramps and thinks that he's now entangled. The fist demon thinks that now that he has someone that he can talk to, he's no longer bored, but he doesn't like it. Hunters are already on their way up, and supporters are asked to take the supplies and equipment that has their name on it and move out. A man walks towards a sign. A man lies on the ground. People carry boxes. People stand around. Kim Hak-sung addresses the crowd, announcing that he is in charge of the portal raid this time. The announcement details the party composition: 1 B-rank hunter for C-rank hunters and 5 supporters. Iron speaks into a megaphone, warning that the B-rank portal will be quite dangerous. She asks experienced raiders to take care of the newbies. Iron, a B-rank hunter, stands beside another figure. A man checks his equipment, stating he came to support so he could see Iron, finding her really pretty. Another man says that she isn't interested in him. The man glances to the side. Someone asks if they are still supporting. Choi Jung-sung stands with his hands on his head, as another man questions him about causing problems the last time. Someone is surprised that Choi Jung-sung is here as well. A flashback shows Choi Jung-sung bullying people, acting like he's joking and laughing around. Someone says they had to rest a whole month because of his fooling around. Choi Jung-sung asks why they are so surprised, saying they should say hello if they haven't met in a while. Someone, off-panel, declares that they won't hit the other, calling them a punk. Hunter Kim Hak-sung asks who called him. Kim Hak-sung stares at Hyunsoo, a puzzled expression on his face. Kim Hak-sung tells Hyunsoo not to make any mistakes today and to try his best. Someone laughs, seemingly amused by the exchange. Hyunsoo thinks that Kim Hak-sung is a rude person. The first elder is even more polite. Hyunsoo is suddenly struck from behind. A voice narrates that he gets into problems himself and puts the blame onto others. Hyunsoo exclaims, seriously asking why he was hit. Someone mutters that he's been mumbling by himself since just now, calling him pathetic. A voice declares that they'll be entering now, as the group stands before a shimmering portal. A foot steps into the swirling portal, surrounded by glowing energy. The group steps through the portal, ready to face whatever lies on the other side. The portal shimmers with intense energy, a gateway to the unknown. Someone falls through the portal, exclaiming that they can't get used to this no matter how many times they enter. The first elder's eyes narrowed, a sense of familiarity washing over him. It was the same feeling he had when he was pulled toward that guy. Hyunsoo sprinted forward, his gaze fixed on something ahead. The first elder observed the landscape, his expression thoughtful. The land was totally dry, making him wonder what this portal was about. The group advanced cautiously, their footsteps echoing on the cracked earth. The group gathered around a pit, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. The concept of this portal, one of them exclaimed. Iron nodded, all right. Iron knelt before a device, her fingers dancing across its surface. The first elder addressed Choi Jung-sung, his voice calm. Stand in front and explore the place. Choi Jung-sung replied, we're not doing that. Choi Jung-sung bristled, his face contorted in annoyance. TSK, you can't go anywhere by yourself, you're basically a servant that's carrying stuff. He stammered, what did you say? A voice agreed, I can't deny that. They might look all dry but the water veins below. Choi Jung-sung looked up at the first elder, his expression sheepish. That you're some kind of fortune teller. A man with green hair spoke, the concept is water. Iron tilted her head, water. Another voice confirmed, yes. It's strange. Iron worked on the machine, her brow furrowed in concentration. Another voice questioned, could it be that you messed up with the machine? Iron responded, I'm sure of it. A voice declares the situation to be ridiculous. A figure stands amidst a surge of blue energy. The blue energy continues to surge, impacting the ground. The hunters find themselves surrounded by the aquatic monsters. One of the monsters cries out, spear raised. The aquatic monster lunges forward, spear aimed to strike. The monster continues its descent, the spear poised to impale. The hunters scream in terror as the monsters close in. Mermans, how are they already here? One of the hunters shouts in panic. Newbies, stick with the hunter closest to you. Choi Jung-sung cries out as one of the monsters attacks. Arg! Another scream echoes through the area. Another aquatic monster descends, spear aimed at the hunters. The hunters are immediately set upon by the mermans, their sharp claws tearing through armor and flesh. One of the hunters cries out in pain as the aquatic beasts descend. A hunter is impaled by a merman's spear, the weapon piercing through their body with brutal force. Blood sprays as the hunter collapses. Lying on the ground, one of the hunters clutches their head in disbelief. This was supposed to be a safe zone, even for B-rank hunters. Another hunter, seeing Hyunsoo in danger, throws a spear towards him, yelling for him to take it. The hunter stumbles, their legs failing them as the battle rages on. Another hunter is set upon by a merman, the creature's attack a blur of motion. The hunter's legs give way beneath them. Another hunter is impaled, the merman's spear finding its mark with deadly precision. One of the hunters screams in frustration, realizing the dire situation they are in. Choi Jung-sung, lying on the ground, is shocked that his bulletproof vest was torn apart like a rag. A hunter lies bleeding on the ground, the rain washing away the blood as their life ebbs away. He grits his teeth, preparing to unleash an attack. The Merman King unleashes a piercing shriek. The Merman King's attack slams into Choi Jung-sung. Choi Jung-sung's eyes widen in disbelief. Ugh, why is it this big? Is that a meat tenderizer? The Merman King continues his assault, roaring with savage glee. Ah! The attack crashes down with devastating force. The force of the blow sends Choi Jung-sung reeling. His eyes bloodshot, Choi Jung-sung is stunned. What happened? The narration explains that the Demon King strike is about 10 times more powerful than Shaolin's ultimate technique, Finger Snap Divine Art. A figure states that the attack is effective against that monster. Choi Jung-sung screams in pain and shock. The Merman King thinks to himself how pathetic it is to think he'd be fighting these mere fish bastards as his opponents. A cacophony of shouts erupts as multiple figures launch themselves at a towering, blue-skinned monster. Energy blasts streak through the air, converging on their target. The monster's face contorts in a furious snarl as the attacks intensify, its red eyes burning with rage. A guttural roar tears from the monster's throat, followed by a chilling, maniacal laughter that echoes through the battlefield. A figure with flowing white hair and blue robes descends, unleashing a torrent of raw energy upon the blue monster. Feet clad in dark shoes blur across the ground, a testament to the incredible speed of the combatants. The white-haired figure stands with arms crossed, a serene expression on their face amidst the chaos. Explosions of energy continue to rip through the air, each blast a testament to the sheer power being unleashed. The white-haired figure intensifies their assault, unleashing another wave of devastating energy. The blue monster's roar echoes once more, a desperate cry against the overwhelming onslaught. The white-haired figure's face hardens with determination, their eyes narrowed in focus. The white-haired figure declares, their voice ringing with authority, "You're still 1,000 years early." The blue monster declares that it's impossible to land a scratch on him. The monster roars, blue energy crackling around him as he prepares his next attack. The blue monster asks if Chuanma is coming after him because his comrade is dead. The monster expresses his disgust at seeing humans acting like humans. A surge of raw power erupts from the blue monster. The blue monster unleashes a devastating blast of energy. The monster makes a guttural sound as he continues his assault. The blue monster prepares to deliver a crushing blow, his fist crackling with blue energy. A cataclysmic explosion of energy engulfs the area. The energy intensifies, a blinding light radiating outwards. The attack connects with devastating force. Chuanma is sent hurtling backwards through the air, the force of the blow staggering him. Golden energy streaks across the scene, a prelude to destruction. The energy intensifies, solidifying into sharp, black shapes that cut through the air. A figure in tactical gear is caught in the blast, his face contorted in a silent scream. Hyunsu stands alongside a hulking, blue-skinned monster, an unlikely alliance forged in the heat of battle. Swirling energy envelopes Hyunsu, his form flickering as he prepares for the next attack. A man watches in disbelief, exclaiming, "Who did that?" Park Hyunsu. "He's just a rankless supporter though." "Impossible." A massive, blue hand bursts from the earth, its claws digging into the ground. He looks down at the emerging hand, a flicker of concern in his eyes. A monstrous figure looms, its silhouette framed against the light as it asks, "Are you the boss?" The monster's feet rest on a jagged, rocky surface, its shadow stretching long and menacing. A figure is engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy, their eyes glowing with power as they declare, "Be honored, I'll be nice and exterminate you." The blue energy explodes outwards, a wave of destructive force unleashed upon the world. The figure unleashes a torrent of blue energy, the air crackling with power. The first elder's expression hardens as he watches the display of raw power. The energy character stands firm, the blue monster looming beside him, both radiating an ominous aura. The blue monster snarls, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, while a smaller, shadowy figure cowers behind it. Hyunsu grits his teeth, bracing himself against the onslaught as the blue monster looms over him. A devastating blow slams into Hyunsu, sending tremors through his body. The energy character's power intensifies, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. Staggering backward, Hyunsu struggles to maintain his footing against the relentless assault. Hyunsu coughs, the force of the impact sending a jolt of pain through his chest. He barely manages to block another attack, the force of the blow threatening to overwhelm him. "I barely blocked that," Hyunsu thinks, coughing. "But I can't take any more than this." The first elder watches Hyunsu struggle, his expression unreadable. "Hey, you might die if you don't do anything," he observes. The energy character unleashes another devastating attack, the blue monster roaring in anticipation as Hyunsu braces for impact. He cries out as the monster's attack connects. The force of the blow sends him reeling. Hyunsu is sent flying through the air, his face contorted in pain. A scream tears from his throat as the impact reverberates through his body. The monster's massive arm looms over him, ready for another strike. The monster stands over Hyunsu, a menacing shadow falling across his face. He needs to get up. The first elder observes the scene. Hyunsu groans, "Ugh, Gramps." The first elder notes the monster's physique. While its muscles seem pretty strong, it has thin legs and jutting bones. The monster's face is revealed, its expression savage. It appears to be weak, especially that collarbone. The first elder commands, "Go and break them." Hyunsu cries out in terror. The monster emits a piercing shriek. The monster looms over Hyunsu, who weakly protests, "I wasn't trying to do anything. That Gramps over there pushed me." A disembodied voice advises that in close range, one should use their elbows to break the bones. The monster lunges, jaws agape, as Hyunsu cries out, wondering how he can possibly do something like that. He clenches his fist, a determined glint in his electric blue eyes. Hyunsu strikes the monster with a powerful blow, declaring that he doesn't care anymore. The force of the blow sends the monster reeling. The monster emits a piercing screech. The impact reverberates through the air. Hyunsu continues his assault, striking the monster again with brutal force. The monster's face contorts in pain and shock. He stands over the defeated merman, victorious but stunned. Hyunsu, wide-eyed, wonders if he just took down a merman with his bare hands. Chuanma looks down at Hyunsu, asking why he is standing there dazed. He stands over the fallen creature, his weapon still raised. An unseen voice barks, demanding that he finish it. Hyunsu's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He wonders how he could bring himself to kill it. Hyunsu remains frozen, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. The monster lies still, its fate hanging in the balance. Another voice urges him to stop hesitating, the impatience palpable. The unseen figure commands him to kill it quickly and assist his colleagues. Sweat beads on Hyunsu's brow, the pressure mounting. Elsewhere, the battle rages on, hunters locked in fierce combat with grotesque beasts. The hunters fight with desperate determination, their faces grim. A hunter's blade cuts through the air, a desperate defense against the monstrous onslaught. The declaration echoes, a chilling promise hanging in the air, this is war. Hyunsu's gaze hardens, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. The screen flickers with a desperate plea. Father, over there, a voice cries out. Another responds, grim and resolute. I know. A monstrous figure erupts from the earth, crushing metal and concrete with terrifying ease. A man's scream tears through the air, a raw expression of agony and despair. A woman's shriek pierces the chaos, a sound of pure terror. The world crumbles, a landscape of devastation and ruin. A voice whispers, laced with sorrow and regret, and Hyuntae lying in the hospital. A single tear traces a path down Hyunsu's cheek, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. Clutching a radiant crystal, a man's voice rises in accusation. It's all because of you guys. A blinding light engulfs everything, a symbol of power and destruction. Hyunsu's expression hardens once more, his grip tightening, a silent vow etched on his face. A massive, scaled tail lies prone amidst the dust and debris. He is startled by something. A surge of energy envelopes Hyunsu, a spectral weapon materializing in his grasp. The ground beneath his feet crackles with nascent power. Hyunsu cries out, realizing what's happening. He's finally awakening. A holographic window materializes before him, displaying the words, S-Skill Window. His blue eyes widen, reflecting the raw power coursing through him. A system message appears, unique ability. Listening to instructions has been awakened. A surge of energy courses through him. Hyunsu wonders if this is his awakening. A window appears before Hyunsu, displaying his S-Skill. Hyunsu takes a step forward, his path illuminated by an ethereal glow. His eye reflects the newfound power, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. A unique ability, listening to instructions, has been awakened within him. Hyunsu clutches his head, a grimace twisting his features. He wonders why he awakened such a useless ability. Hyunsu pants, his breath misting in the air. His feet are illuminated by a mysterious light. Elsewhere, Iron fights against a horde of monsters, her armor stained with their blood. Shuima observes the battle, noting that they can no longer maintain their formation, let alone fight effectively. A voice echoes, questioning the presence of such powerful monsters in a B-rank portal. An order rings out, commanding everyone to retreat, as the portal's rank was misjudged. Another voice declares that this is not a place they can handle. Iron urges the team to retreat quickly, fearing another attack. Iron shouts, instructing everyone to care for the injured first. Someone curses the monsters, blaming them for the situation. Injured soldiers groan in pain, overwhelmed by the situation. It's the first time he's ever been in such a dangerous situation. Tears well in Hyunsu's eyes as he remembers a past event. A spear lies on the ground, a silent reminder of what's to come. A voice echoes, stating that they would have died as well. The voice continues, expressing gratitude for someone's help. He is asked by Gramps to talk with him for a second. Hyunsu wonders what he did wrong, and if he is going to be punished. People are being transported somewhere. Hyunsu thinks that he didn't really do anything wrong to be punished. A portal shimmers with swirling energy. Those who have died in battle today will be rewarded greatly through the association, and a minute of silence will be observed in honor of their colleagues who have died in battle. A group of people stand at attention. A man thinks this is seriously annoying. The association will probably blame this on the high-rank hunters, although they experienced such pain today. Someone says that they have a new awakened. People are asked to congratulate him with a round of applause. Someone wonders how they knew. Hyunsu realizes that this is what Gramps wanted to talk about. A voice orders the workers to wrap up the items properly, stating that they are properties of the association. Red buses stand nearby. Hyunsu tapes up boxes. A close-up shows Hyunsu's face. Hyunsu is being watched. Shuima, looking down at Hyunsu, remarks that the world is really crazy. Someone wonders what Hyunsu is scheming again, noting that there are people who died, and yet there are some who awakened. Shuima asks Hyunsu what his ability is and tells him to talk about it. Meanwhile, Choi Jung-sung is bullying supporters again. Hyunsu wonders if he should tell him. Shuima's face is shown. Someone states that the unique ability is to listen to instructions, as Choi Jung-sung laughs. He smirks, thinking that he would be a laughingstock if he revealed his ability. The first elder asks if Hyunsu wasn't complaining about getting listening to instructions as an ability just now, but Hyunsu asks him to keep quiet. Choi Jung-sung glares menacingly. Choi Jung-sung wonders if Hyunsu has gone crazy just because he's awakened, then declares that he'll see how great his ability is. Roaring, Choi Jung-sung launches a punch at Hyunsu. A system message appears, indicating that listening to instructions has been activated. Hyunsu looks surprised. The first elder calmly tells Hyunsu to take one step back. Following the instruction, Hyunsu counters Choi Jung-sung's attack with a swift kick. The force of the kick sends Choi Jung-sung flying backwards, eliciting surprised reactions from the onlookers. Stunned, Choi Jung-sung curses at Hyunsu. Choi Jung-sung grits his teeth in anger and humiliation. The soles of his feet blur as Hyunsu begins to move, initiating a new technique. The rapid footwork continues, a whirlwind of motion too fast to follow. Choi Jung-sung's eyes widen as he realizes something is happening. Left crouching tiger, right rushing crush, he hears in his mind. The system message confirms, the left crouching tiger, right rushing crush technique has been imprinted. Choi Jung-sung stammers, struggling to comprehend the sudden influx of information. What's happening? He feels time itself grinding to a halt. Time has stopped. Choi Jung-sung grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as the techniques flood his mind. Hyunsu's foot slams down, the first step of the newly acquired technique. Hyunsu executes the left crouching tiger, his body a blur of motion. Following seamlessly, he unleashes the right rushing crush, a devastating follow-up. The technique is completed, a symphony of speed and power. He winds up a devastating right hook, the force coiling in his fist. The punch connects squarely with Choi Jung-sung's jaw, the impact radiating outwards. Choi Jung-sung's eyes widen in disbelief as he's sent flying backwards from the sheer force of the blow. He is sent hurtling through the air, a ragdoll caught in a hurricane. Choi Jung-sung crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The onlookers gasp in astonishment. Holy shit, he took down a B-rank hunter with a punch. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Is he for real? Didn't he just awaken today? Choi Jung-sung lies motionless, his eyes glazed over. He remains prone on the ground, defeated. Someone calls out, seems to be fine. Please call the medical team. Another voice responds, understood. Hyunsu stares at his hands, a mixture of shock and elation on his face. This is crazy. I defeated Choi Jung-sung. A voice calls out, Hyunsu SSI. A warning hangs in the air, violence against a colleague is prohibited and can lead to punishment. A green-haired man stands before Hyunsu, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The green-haired man says he'll talk to the association and asks Hyunsu to get his rank measured. The crowd cheers as Choi Jung-sung is carried away. Hyunsu receives congratulations. Iron hopes to get along well with Hyunsu in the future. Iron is surprised that Hyunsu is talking to her. Chuema asks Hyunsu if he likes Iron. Hyunsu denies it, telling Chuema not to talk nonsense. Chuema tells Hyunsu not to pussyfoot around and to just say it already, as he is about to die from waiting for him to talk. Hyunsu says he'd like to be Chuema's disciple and asks him to teach him martial arts. Hyunsu, tears streaming down his face, begs, please be my master. The first elder hums, lost in thought. Hyunsu cries out, I don't want to. The first elder's face is partially obscured. The first elder states, I don't even have enough time to practice martial arts. How would I take care of some kid? The first elder asks, what use is practicing martial arts when you can't touch anything? The first elder and Hyunsu were extremely bored. The first elder yells, if I die, you wouldn't have any way of going back either, isn't that right? The first elder thinks, he's not wrong. The first elder's face is flushed. The first elder exclaims, you saw it right? How damn weak I was in the portal. The first elder recalls telling Hyunsu that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. He adds that if he teaches Hyunsu and he becomes a hunter, it won't be just any hunter. The first elder continues, asking if Hyunsu became a hunter, would he be able to move about freely? He then asks if he means inside the portal or just anywhere. The first elder thinks to himself that if he's an A rank, then he would be able to go anywhere he wants. He continues that if he's an S rank, he'd be pretty much untouchable, meaning no one can mess with him. The first elder declares that he's untouchable, and Hyunsu learns really fast. The first elder tells Hyunsu to go through the 9 bows of rights. Hyunsu asks what 9 means. The first elder says that he'll be Hyunsu's master, so bow to him 9 times. Hyunsu is shocked. Hyunsu thinks to himself that there are so many people around though, and this opportunity doesn't come often. Hyunsu is hesitant. The people around Hyunsu are confused. One of the people asks what's with that person. In a distant memory, a pink-haired woman wonders if a man has lost his mind. Her companion assures her that everything will be fine. The city sleeps under a blanket of stars. The first elder's piercing gaze bores down. The first elder floats in the air, demanding to be served as master in Hyunsu's dirty house and ordering him to clean it up right away. Hyunsu, lounging on his bed, retorts that he is too tired and asks if he can clean it up tomorrow instead. The first elder looms over Hyunsu, asking how many times he has to hit him before he starts cleaning. Hyunsu, standing in his apartment, wonders what the things stuck onto the wall are. The first elder states that he was scared of the hole that he came out of, adding that it is still there. The first elder hums, looking down at the hole. The first elder floats in front of the hole, which emits a blue glow. Hyunsu stares in disbelief. Hyunsu is shocked. The first elder tells Hyunsu to follow him. Hyunsu wonders where they are going. The first elder flies through the hole, pulling Hyunsu along with him. He finds that he can't feel anything in this bizarre place. The first elder declares that this is the place for Hyunsu to go through life and death. Hyunsu can only respond with a confused huh. Hyunsu stammers, questioning what the first elder just said. The first elder instructs him to take off his shirt and sit down. Hyunsu asks what for. The first elder tells him not to keep talking back to his master. The first elder sits in a meditative pose, blue energy swirling around him as Hyunsu sits shirtless before him. The first elder focuses, blue energy gathering in his hands. Hyunsu cries out in pain as the first elder manipulates his energy flow. Hyunsu questions what the first elder is doing, who simply tells him to sit up properly. The first elder explains that he is going to open Hyunsu's meridian pathways and 8 cultivation flows, stating that if he wants to learn martial arts, his energy and blood flow needs to be opened. The first elder continues to channel energy into Hyunsu. Sweat glistened on his brow. Hyunsu steeled himself. If he couldn't withstand this, he wouldn't be able to learn martial arts. A pained grunt escaped him as the process began. Meanwhile, the first elder channeled energy into Hyunsu's body, opening his meridian pathways. The first elder continued, his hands glowing with power as he manipulated the flow of energy. The pain intensified, a silent scream building within Hyunsu. A choked gasp burst from Hyunsu's lips as the agony reached a new peak. The first elder observed the young man, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Oh, look at this guy, his body is. Unfazed, the first elder pressed on, the energy swirling around Hyunsu's body. The torrent of power intensified, threatening to overwhelm Hyunsu's senses. The first elder's hands glowed brighter, the energy coursing through Hyunsu's veins. With a final, ragged cough, Hyunsu expelled a mouthful of liquid. His body gave out, collapsing to the ground. The first elder observes, noting it has been a while since he has seen a body like Hyunsu's. Energy courses through him, his meridians now open in such a short time. He pants, struggling to catch his breath. He continues to breathe heavily. Sitting up, Hyunsu exclaims that he thought he was going to die. The first elder thinks to himself, what a pity. The first elder muses that Hyunsu has the perfect body to learn martial arts, but he was born in an era where martial arts doesn't exist. The first elder stands. Hyunsu remarks that his body has gotten a lot lighter and that it feels like all his fatigue is gone. The first elder explains that it's natural since Hyunsu's meridian pathways, energy, and blood flow were blocked. Hyunsu exclaims that he feels so light. Hyunsu begins to practice martial arts, testing his newfound lightness. He continues to practice, getting a feel for his body. He hangs suspended in the air, a surge of energy coursing through him as the first elder watches. The first elder adds, and one more thing. A blue aura emanates from the first elder as he explains, I gave you a little of my internal energy. In other words, I've given you the seed of the heavenly demon divine art. Hyunsu, still on the ground, asks, what? Internal energy. He lands heavily on the floor. The first elder crosses his arms, saying, honestly, there was an 80% chance you might have died. Hyunsu responds with a bewildered, huh? Hyunsu, clutching his chest, exclaims, you almost killed me. Are you insane? The first elder's aura intensifies as he retorts, how dare you be rude to your master? Chuanma asks, what would you do if I died? He then adds, but you're alive, aren't you? The first elder explains, if you couldn't absorb the internal energy of my heavenly demon divine art, then you wouldn't have been able to learn my martial arts anyway. Looking out the window, the first elder says, what I taught you yesterday was super powerful though. You can't be my disciple at that level. The towering structure of the Hunter Association looms against the bright sky. The building's glass facade reflects the sunlight, creating a dazzling display. Inside, Hyunsu and Chuanma approach the information desk. Hyunsu speaks to the woman at the desk. Ah yes, I'm Park Hyunsu. I was told by Hunter Kim Hak-sung that an appointment has already been arranged for me. The woman's eyes widen with excitement. She clasps her hands together, a hopeful expression on her face. Can I take a picture with you? Hyunsu hesitates for a moment before replying. Ah, sure. A disembodied voice provides directions. If you go to basement level 5, there's a rank evaluation department. Just look for department head Naksu over there. A voice expresses gratitude. Thank you. Inside the elevator, Hyunsu looks troubled. Chuanma says, what's going to happen? Why else? It's something you must go through since you're my disciple. The elevator doors open. Hyunsu steps out into a brightly lit hallway. He paused, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. What was that sound? Hyunsu wondered, turning towards the source. Through the doorway, a figure stood amidst rising smoke. His eyes widened in disbelief. A digital display flashed a score, 687. Great hit, the system announced. The woman throws a punch, a great hit echoing in the room. The woman stands in the training room, her expression intense. 687. That's incredible. She prepares to strike again. She thinks to herself that she will get even better results and try it one more time. Jean Naksu, the rank evaluation department head, thinks to himself that the number means that she is a B rank. He thinks that she needs to hit above 900 in order to be an A ranker and that it's pointless since the gap is too big. The woman clicks her tongue in annoyance. A close-up of the woman's suit. A weight rack sits in the background. Jean Naksu asks if the man could be Park Hyunsu. Park Hyunsu says hello. Jean Naksu laughs. Jean Naksu announces that Jang Hun SSI and Park Hyunsu SSI are here. Park Hyunsu says that it's an honor to meet them and that he can't believe this is real. Two figures walk down a hallway, their conversation inaudible. John Naksu says that the rumors have already spread around here. It is said that he taught that infamous Choi Jung-sung a lesson. Hyunsu looks shocked. Iron asks if they aren't going to do the next test. Someone responds with an enthusiastic yes. John Naksu says that he'll check Hyunsu SSI's rank while assistant manager Kim continues with Hamil SSI's test. He says understood, let's go then. Hyunsu and Iron stand together. Their eyes met. Someone asks how it is that he's always panicking when he sees women. Hyunsu says that's not true. Hyunsu looks troubled. Someone asks if that person isn't awakened too. Someone responds yes, that's. Someone says that they guess they could meet on the battlefield as colleagues in the future. He trades blows with Iron, the air shimmering with displaced energy as they spar. The intensity of their training is palpable. Hyunsu recoils, a flush of embarrassment creeping up his neck. Ah, how embarrassing tights. He mutters, clutching his head. The training suit clings to his form, highlighting every movement. Chuanma clicks his tongue, unimpressed. Something that exposes your groin, he scolds. Master, Hyunsu cries out. Chuanma floats away, his robes billowing around him. You might as well be naked, he declares, his tone laced with disdain. So shameless. A voice calls out, Hyunsu SSI, are you ready? Hyunsu responds with a determined, yes. The machine glows with a red light, displaying the number 8000. Chuanma instructs, feel the internal energy that's in your dantian. Hyunsu closes his eyes, focusing intently. He murmurs, searching within himself. Hyunsu's brow furrows in concentration, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggles to access his inner power. Chuanma urges, it's letting chi flow through that rushing crush you did yesterday. Put it into practice. Hyunsu stands firm, his feet planted on the ground as he channels his energy. A system message appears. Listening to instructions has been activated. When you execute the instructions successfully, your next attack's attack power will be increased 15%. He grits his teeth, feeling the surge. I can feel it. An incredible energy courses through him, visible as a swirling blue aura. The energy intensifies, crackling around him. He focuses, channeling the power as the blue aura flares brighter. The energy gathers at his feet, coalescing into a visible force. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares to unleash the attack. He shifts his weight, ready to strike. The energy surges forward, a concentrated beam of power. The force intensifies, distorting the space around him. He unleashes the full force of his energy, a blinding explosion of blue light. The energy rips through the air, leaving trails of light in its wake. Elsewhere, a man's eyes widen in terror as he witnesses the raw power on display. The punching machine's display glows with an intense red light, signaling the end of the test. The digital numbers crack as the machine registers an unbelievably high score. His eyes wide with disbelief, Hyunsu stares at the result. An unbelievably high result. Even though he used the same technique, it felt totally different. Hyunsu wonders if this is the power of internal energy. Kim Haksung exclaims, amazing. You're an A rank. He explains that hitting 900-1500 means you're an A ranker, and anything above that would be an S ranker. Hyunsu, eager to test his newfound power, declares, I'd like to try again. The punching machine lies in ruins, a testament to Hyunsu's power. It's totally destroyed. John Naksu observes the destruction with concern. If he had hit Choi Jung-sung with this level of power yesterday, he'd have died. John Naksu, seeing the state of the machine, tells Hyunsu, you want to try again? John Naksu sighs. What to do? We don't have any other punching machines now. It'd be hard for you to try it again. He suggests, let's go. The group decides to move on to the next test. To the next test then. A sign reads, kick power test. A blurry image suggests the next test involves kicking. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source, the energy coalescing into a brilliant display of force. The digital display flashes a score, 1377. John Naksu expresses his disappointment. It's a pity, he says. Hyunsu is almost at S rank. The first elder scolds Hyunsu, saying that if he had used his internal energy faster, he would have hit 1500 already. Hyunsu simply groans. Hyunsu stands amidst the testing equipment, sweat beading on his brow as he catches his breath. Hyunsu looks exhausted but determined. The treadmill whirs to life, its belt a blur beneath Hyunsu's feet as he begins another test. Hyunsu runs on the treadmill, pushing himself to his limits. A surge of energy surrounds the treadmill as Hyunsu continues to run. Hyunsu's form blurs with speed as he pushes past his limits. John Naksu congratulates Hyunsu, telling him that he is pretty much a confirmed A rank already. Hyunsu thanks him. John Naksu tells Hyunsu that he still has the most important test left in the afternoon, a virtual battle. The sign for the canteen hangs above the entrance. A bowl of ramyeon sits steaming, the aroma filling the air. It's been so long since I ate ramyeon. Hyunsu slurps up a mouthful of noodles, his cheeks bulging. The first elder watches him eat. Is that good? He declares. It's the best food you can ever eat. The first elder takes a bite himself. I have eaten all sorts of noodles too. In that case. Hyunsu, grinning, offers the first elder another bite. Please have a mouthful of this. The first elder retorts. Weren't you the one who was teasing me the whole day today? Below, a sign reads, Virtual Battle Room. He spots the sign. There it is, the virtual battle room. Hyunsu heads towards the entrance. He looks determined. Elsewhere, a blonde woman in a tight suit cries out in pain. The woman winces, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. A man supports her, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? He asks. The man assures her, you've done well. They continue down the brightly lit corridor. Hyunsu's expression darkens. The office to get your member card and rank. It looks pretty tough. A man grins widely, welcoming them. Welcome to the virtual battle room. The text describes the creator of this place as a genius engineer and S-rank hunter, Anderson Walker. A figure stands on a circular platform, ready to enter the virtual world. The virtual battle would give you a real-life experience of fighting monsters. If you are injured by the virtual enemy, your movements will also be restricted accordingly. Hyunsu stands in the virtual battle arena, ready to begin. There are a total of 10 levels. He is informed that, as an A rank, he will start from level 4. The announcement echoes, the virtual battle will start now. Hyunsu stands on a circular platform, ready to descend into the virtual arena. He plummets downwards, the virtual world rushing up to meet him. The air crackles with energy as he falls through a hexagonal barrier. Emerging into a lush forest, Hyunsu surveys his surroundings. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, illuminating the virtual foliage. He stands amidst the virtual trees, the air thick with the scent of digital flora. A distant mountain range pierces the horizon, birds circling lazily in the simulated sky. A large, shadowy ape watches from the branches, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. He looks around, noting that they are in the virtual room. Hyunsu observes that it looks like it was made by someone proficient in the mystical dimension technique. First Elder confirms Hyunsu's observation, questioning the mystical dimension technique. The First Elder explains that it's normally used to either confuse one's enemies or to conceal something. The First Elder scoffs, declaring it's nothing but a mere trick in front of someone like him. The First Elder stands tall, his expression confident. The ground trembles slightly. The First Elder's face is shown in close-up, his expression intense. A monstrous beast appears, roaring loudly. The beast's claw descends. Surrounded by a blue aura, the First Elder summons the beast. The beast attacks Hyunsu. The First Elder smirks. The First Elder reflects, a somber expression etched on his face. After that day, he could no longer touch them anymore. Meanwhile, the First Elder stands with Hyunsu, a strange energy emanating from his hands. A monstrous beast materializes, its form crackling with red energy. The First Elder laughs, a hint of madness in his eyes. He asks Hyunsu what he thinks of his abilities. The summoned beast lunges, closing the distance between itself and Hyunsu with terrifying speed. Claws extended, the beast swipes at Hyunsu, the air whistling with the force of its attack. Hyunsu's eyes widen in alarm as the beast closes in, the First Elder watching with a cruel smile. A system message appears, activating listening to instructions. It commands Hyunsu to just roll. The beast's claws tear through the air, a palpable sense of danger filling the space. Reacting instantly, Hyunsu throws himself to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. The summoned beast roars in frustration, its attack missing its mark. The summoned beast snarls, its glowing blue eyes fixed on Hyunsu. The ground trembles as the ogre's massive foot descends, threatening to crush Hyunsu. The ogre's foot continues its descent, a looming threat against the forest floor. Barely dodging the descending foot, Hyunsu exclaims, "Shit! Oh ogre!" The ogre's foot presses onward, a relentless force of destruction. Hyunsu narrowly avoids being crushed, his expression a mix of shock and desperation. The ogre prepares to stomp, its eyes fixed on Hyunsu. The ogre's foot crashes down, sending debris flying in all directions. Once again, Hyunsu narrowly dodges the attack, his heart pounding in his chest. He sprints away from the descending foot, desperate to escape the ogre's wrath. The ogre's foot slams into the ground, and Hyunsu cries out, "Arg!" The ogre looms over him, preparing for another devastating stomp. He thinks to himself, Master. He's too big. What should I do? It's a good opportunity to find out what you're capable of. Try dealing with it by yourself. The ogre seems confused by something. He thinks to himself that he wouldn't be able to get his rank evaluated if he just ran away. Hyunsu declares that the ogre will taste the kick of an A rank. The kick lands, scoring 1377 points. The kick connects with the ogre's face. The ogre's massive arm is shown. Hyunsu lands on the ground, thinking that it worked. The ogre's arm is shown again. He is surprised. The ogre has already recovered. The ogre grabs Hyunsu, who cries out in pain. Hyunsu is grabbed by the ogre and cries out. He grits his teeth, struggling to maintain consciousness. If I lose my consciousness, I'd lose my life in an instant. Get a grip, Hyunsu thinks to himself. A memory surfaces, his master's voice, urging him to steady his breath. The ogre radiates its internal energy throughout its body. Hyunsu focuses, remembering the lesson. He steels himself, thinking, do it. I can feel it, the heavenly demon's internal energy that master gave me. The energy spreads throughout his body quickly. His eyes narrow with determination. With a surge of power, Hyunsu unleashes his attack. The energy crackles around him as he moves. Hyunsu strikes the ogre with a burst of lightning-like energy. He lands on top of the stunned ogre, ready to continue the fight. Streaks of energy tear through the air, the remnants of a devastating attack. A hand emerges from the chaos, fingers clenched, radiating power. He stands amidst the swirling energy, a silhouette of immense strength against the backdrop of destruction. Blinding light erupts, the air crackling with raw energy. The figure remains, a solitary presence in the wake of the cataclysm. A system message appears, level 4 cleared. The option to enter level 5 after a 5-minute break is presented. Meanwhile, Choi Jung-sung watches the monitor, his expression a mix of awe and concern. Choi Jung-sung mutters, astonished, I've never seen anyone destroying the suppression machine while clearing the level. Iron, standing beside him, agrees, he's strong. John Naksu, from across the room, adds, right? He's really worth looking forward to. Lee Mina, an A-rank hunter affiliated with the association, walks into the room. She remarks that the association must know when a person is talented, considering they've already sent someone. Lee Mina couldn't possibly let a rare A-rank get stolen away from them by other guilds. Shivering, Hyunsu notes that they're even able to create weather. He finds it amazing. Even among the people who can use the mystical dimension technique, there aren't many who can do this. A voice cries out, begging for someone to save them. Hyunsu turns, hearing someone shout, hey. A monstrous face snarls, teeth bared. The monster lunges, attacking. A flurry of blows descends, the air crackling with unseen force. He is seized by a monstrous creature, its claws digging into his flesh. A voice booms, revealing the nature of the virtual battle's 5th level, vampires. Hyunsu's eyes widen in terror as the reality of his situation sinks in. One of the observers remarks that he's unique, different from the other awakened she's seen so far. The figure is in an impractical battle posture. It's as if he's watching an ancient martial arts movie. Hyunsu moves with a speed and grace reminiscent of a martial arts film. But that's actually working. Hyunsu continues his assault, his movements a blur of motion. A figure applauds, stating that he applauds him for coming this far. The figure's face is revealed, a sinister grin spreading across his features. The battle continues, the clash of energy echoing through the air. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes stands on a rooftop, its teeth bared in a savage grin. The monster clenches its fist, a swirling mass of red energy coalescing around its hand. An elderly man with a long white beard says, "You're not too bad." A man with long brown hair stands in front of a computer, exclaiming, "You've cleared level 5. Hyunsu is asked, "Shall we move on to level 6? There'll be a 30-minute break." The man in the suit is seen from the waist down, standing in front of a large metal door. Hyunsu thinks to himself, "I think I could have done more." The man in the suit is seen talking to the man with long brown hair. The man in the suit is told, "Please go and register yourself as a member in the office then." He replies, "All right." He bows to a man in a suit, who tells him that he'll see him next time. Hyunsu thanks him for his time. The man in the suit watches as Hyunsu walks away from the elevator. Lee Mina greets Hyunsu with a smile. Hyunsu is surprised by something. Lee Mina offers Hyunsu a handshake, telling him that if he becomes her disciple, women will be lining up to meet him. Lee Mina presents Hyunsu with a contract that the association has come up with. She tells him that it'll be a satisfactory contract for any A-rank hunter and asks him to please take it. Hyunsu wonders if he is finally becoming a hunter too as he looks at the contract. Hyunsu is excited about the fixed salary. He is also excited about getting a bonus for portal expeditions, remembering when he was a supporter and had to give companies a deposit to participate. Lee Mina tells Hyunsu that they came up with this contract especially for him. Lee Mina sits across from Hyunsu, a contract laid out on the table between them. She smiles, awaiting his decision. John Naksu and Gramps watch as Hyunsu reviews the contract. The elder crosses his arms, observing the young man's reaction. Lee Mina leans forward, a slight frown creasing her brow. "This isn't like you. Such a pretty woman is asking you to sign a contract." Hyunsu's expression hardens. He making such a face? Does he not like the contract details? But you shouldn't make a contract easily after all, since you ought to get what you deserve. A system notification appears. Listening to instructions has been activated. Hyunsu thinks to himself, "You need to pay extra attention to the contract." Hyunsu examines the contract, his eyes widening at one particular clause. Period. 10 years. Hyunsu looks up at Lee Mina, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "I would prefer a 5-year contract." Hyunsu continues to read the contract. "And the risk pay is lower than expected, even though I might be required to enter a S-rank portal." Lee Mina's expression shifts to concern. A newbie who just received his rank is playing hard to get, but he's a rookie the association has their eyes on. A disembodied voice speaks, emphasizing the importance of securing Hyunsu's contract. "He's someone who might become a S-rank, and we can't lose him." Lee Mina kicks with a serious expression. "Seriously dash." Another voice expresses frustration with the association. Is the association still making such selfish contractors? The woman's back is turned, her pink hair flowing as she stands confidently. The woman smirks, her eyes glinting with amusement as she surveys the room. Hyunsu's eyes widen in disbelief. "She's here." "Red lions," he stammers, sweat beading on his forehead. A confident voice cuts through the tension. "Yeah, I'm Ha Yurak from the Red Lions." Ha Yurak gazes down at Hyunsu, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. The assistant nervously asks, You're not interrupting anything here, right? Chuanma's eyes widen, a flush rising on his cheeks. Oh, of course not. This woman is an incredible beauty too. Ha Yurak's voice drips with confidence. The red lines will definitely give you more than the association, whatever it is that they're offering. Ha Yurak crosses her legs, her gaze unwavering. The assistant exclaims, this is our building, you know? You shouldn't be here. Hyunsu trembles, thinking, also registered with the association, you know? That woman is strong. She's stronger than anyone I've met after I've come to this world. Chuanma sits back, observing the situation with a knowing look. She is Ha Yurak, a S-rank hunter and the guild leader of the strongest guild in Korea, the Red Lions. One of the women scoffs, saying that if they thought about it a little, a guild would be able to give so much more than the stingy association. The other replies that's because the association has a lot of expenses to pay for. The pink-haired woman exclaims that the association has dibs on the portal raids. The brunette retorts that her information is old, and the Red Lion now possesses the same rights as the association. Hyunsu is surprised, hearing that they're just waiting for an official decision by the committee, and that it's still a secret from the public. The text box states that the Red Lion is now a guild that's at the same level as a national establishment. The pink-haired woman asks if the brunette has any business ethics. The brunette replies, asking if the association should be talking about that after monopolizing everything all this time. The pink-haired woman calls the brunette Uni, noting that she's grown up a lot. Hyunsu decides that he'll be checking it. A hand clenches into a fist. The two women look up, surprised. Mount Ilya is shown. The water swirls with an ominous energy. The team finds themselves in an underwater environment. Monsters lurk in the depths, their eyes glowing with malice. The water shimmers with an unnatural light. Choi Jung-sung's eyes widen behind his mask. This is crazy. This wasn't in the report. It said that we would have to walk on water, but it didn't say that we would be in the sea. The monsters close in, their numbers far greater than anticipated. They have way more numbers than us and are much faster. The realization dawns on one of the team members. There's no way this is a B-rank portal. Another team member, seeing the danger, decides to act. I need to inform the team leader. The team leader exclaims, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The team leader shouts, get out. I'll block them. Everyone get back to land. One of the team members explains, the unique authority that the team leader can use in times of emergency. The team leader activates his special technique, Shadow Clone Technique Dash. He uses an S-rank technique that can last for 10 minutes, creating multiple shadow clones. The clones swarm the monster, attacking in unison. The team owes another debt to the team leader today. Hunter Kim thinks to himself that he will buy his main body drinks after this is over. John Noksu asks where the team leader's main body is. The team leader attacks with a powerful strike. Another team member shouts the team leader's name. The monster unleashes a torrent of water. Choi Jung-sung stands firm against the water attack. The monster roars, its massive jaws snapping shut. The team leader strikes again, moving with incredible speed. The monster is wounded, blood spurting from the fresh gash. He cries out, voice cracking with desperation, Leader Dash. The building loomed against the night sky, its windows reflecting the city lights. The woman with red hair leaned back on the couch, a smirk playing on her lips. We just got sized up, right? She continued, her gaze unwavering. There could be another guild with even better facilities, so I'm going to wait a little longer and see how things go. The man in black stood before them, his expression unreadable. Since both of you know my phone number. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two women. Please contact me again. The woman with red hair threw her head back and laughed. Huh, I'm really speechless. She mused, a hint of calculation in her eyes. He left despite the Red Lions and the association offering him a contract. Flames erupted around her, a visual manifestation of her rising anger. Won't be any other guild that would reach out to him, though. The woman with brown hair recoiled, her eyes wide with shock. The elevator stood silent, a symbol of the choices that lay ahead. The flames intensified, consuming the woman with red hair in a vortex of power. She is engulfed in flames, her expression intense. Lee eyes, stating that Iron is as hot-tempered as always. Meanwhile, the camera pans to an exterior shot of a building under a clear sky. The scene shifts to an interior shot of an office. Hyunsu exclaims, surprised by the mention of a transcendent rank skill. Chuanma explains that there should only be 5 stages of skills, and that he will be teaching Hyunsu the heavenly demon dominating stride from now on. He adds that Hyunsu can only get them when he kills a specific monster or gets it from a treasure. Chuanma questions the existence of a rank other than those, referring to it as a transcendent rank skill. Chuanma emphasizes that footwork is the basic requirement of learning martial arts. Chuanma states that Hyunsu would need to learn the heavenly demon dominating stride before he can start learning his martial arts. Chuanma tells Hyunsu to look carefully, stating that based on what he's capable of, he should be able to grasp this after seeing it once. Hyunsu agrees to listen to Chuanma's instructions. Chuanma demonstrates the first out of the 5 strides of the heavenly demon dominating stride. He begins the heavenly demon emergence, a surge of blue energy erupting around him. Hyunsu's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he tries to grasp the technique. The first elder explains that the first stride should be light and soft. Hyunsu gasps, overwhelmed by the complexity. He's moving while looking like he's not moving, Hyunsu thinks, struggling to understand the paradox. The heavenly demon dominating stride creates a swirling vortex of blue energy around Chuanma. A close-up reveals the intricate footwork required for the heavenly demon emergence. The first elder completes the first stride, now standing behind Hyunsu. Lee Mina and Iron watch from a distance. What's this? How could someone walk like this? Hyunsu wonders, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chuanma explains that even with his ability, Hyunsu wouldn't be able to understand it at once and needs to observe more. He adds that Hyunsu would need to go through a lot of trial and error. The second stride, Heavenly Demon Flight. Chuanma initiates the second stride, a burst of blue energy propelling him forward. He carries Hyunsu through the air, the wind whipping around them as they soar through the sky. Hyunsu's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims that he's flying. The first elder explains that Hyunsu would ride on the wind as if he were flying up to the sky, going into his enemy's blind spot while getting rid of his own. The wind howls as the first elder continues to demonstrate the Heavenly Demon Flight. The first elder continues to soar through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake. The Heavenly Demon Flight technique creates a swirling vortex of energy around the first elder as he moves. Chuanma has landed, the Heavenly Demon Flight complete. He remarks on his own speed, noting that it can't be compared to when he was flying around carrying Hyunsu. Hyunsu's level of understanding has dropped, and he has failed to understand the technique. His comprehension rate is at 31%. If one masters both the Heavenly Demon Emergence and Heavenly Demon Flight, then they'd be able to use up to the first 6 techniques of the cult-exclusive heaven. The first elder demonstrates the heaven-obliterating demonic fists, his fists glowing with red energy. Hyunsu learns of the existence of the transcendent rank skill, heaven-obliterating demonic fists. Hyunsu stares at Chuanma, a mixture of awe and frustration on his face. The first elder's face is stern, his eyes narrowed. He barks, "Don't put on a stupid face and look carefully." Hyunsu looks down, struggling to grasp the technique. A narration box states, since it would be close to impossible to understand from the third stride onwards. Chuanma stands tall, a blue aura emanating from his body. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to demonstrate the next stride. The blue aura intensifies, swirling around him like a vortex of pure energy. The air vibrates with power. A system message appears. Your comprehension rate has dropped off the chart. Sweat beads on Hyunsu's brow as he stares, bewildered. Another system message overlays his vision. You failed to comprehend. Comprehension rate 0%. He thinks, he was definitely just in front of me, but I don't see him at all. Chuanma appears suddenly behind Hyunsu, the speed of his movement leaving afterimages in the air. Hyunsu gasps, his eyes wide with shock. When did you get there? Chuanma's feet glow with blue energy as he explains, specially to kill your enemies stealthily. The first elder stands over Hyunsu, who lies prone on the ground, defeated. Fourth stride, Heavenly Demon Soul Shed. Chuanma unleashes a technique, his movements crackling with blue energy that resembles lightning. The technique manifests as a circular energy field, glowing with orange and white light. Hyunsu, struggling to keep up, can only watch with wide-eyed bewilderment. The first elder demonstrates another stride, releasing a burst of white and blue energy. The display leaves Hyunsu gasping, sweat beading on his brow as he tries to comprehend the sheer power. A voice echoes, explaining that this technique moves so fast that it leaves your soul while taking away your opponent's soul. Hyunsu is completely lost, unable to even see what is happening. The voice continues, stating that if one masters Soul Breakout and Soul Shed, they would be able to use up to the 5th technique of the second half of the heaven-obliterating demonic fists, let alone understand it. Chuanma's expression is stern as he observes Hyunsu's struggle. Hyunsu asks if there are a total of 11 techniques, but Chuanma simply replies, no. The voice explains that in order to use the last technique, the 12th technique, one needs to master the 5th stride of the Heavenly Demon Dominating. Chuanma stands with his back to Hyunsu, his hands glowing with blue energy, emphasizing the stride to meet the basic requirements. The realization dawns on Hyunsu. Even if he masters the Heavenly Demon Dominating stride, he might not be able to use the 12th technique of the heaven-obliterating demonic fists. With a shout, Chuanma unleashes the 5th stride. Heavenly Demon Ruler's Descent. Heavenly Demon Ruler's Descent. Heavenly Demon Ruler's Descent. Hyunsu's eyes widen in shock as the world around him begins to distort. The ground becomes the sky as Hyunsu is sent tumbling upwards, his sense of direction completely inverted. He cries out, his voice echoing in the disorienting space. A single stamp is turning his world upside down. The world continues to spin, the sky and ground blurring into an indistinguishable swirl of light and shadow. The sensation intensifies, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and bend around him. He is thrown through the air, a helpless figure against the backdrop of the swirling chaos, as Chuanma watches on. The world is a blur of white and red. Chuanma declares that to stand above everything, one must make everything kneel. He states that this is the 5th stride, the Heavenly Demon Ruler's Descent. Hyunsu lies on the ground, groaning in pain as Chuanma stands over him. Meanwhile, a tall, modern building stands against a pale sky. In a meeting room, A man states that the survivors are 4 B-rank hunters and 5 supporters. The man in the suit announces that the Triple Circle Mount Ilya portal expedition under the charge of the association has failed. Another man suggests that this must be due to an error in the rank evaluation of the portal, wondering what else it could be. He questions what the evaluation department is doing. One of the people in the meeting exclaims, despite having 5 A ranks and 11 B ranks, they just gave the evaluation based on their equipment, expressing their disbelief. A man at the head of the table asks everyone to please stop. A woman states that even if they fight among themselves, it won't help with anything. A woman declares that she has a solution. Hyunsu wakes with a gasp, his chest heaving. The first elder stands at the foot of his bed, looking down at him. He mutters, "Pathetic bastard. Oh, when did I get back here?" The first elder's expression is stern. "You fainted because you couldn't take the training." Hyunsu, looking determined, thinks to himself, "Right. I was trying out the heavenly demon dominating stride when I..." The first elder explains, the heavenly demon dominating stride is a footwork that allows you to step into the air like you're stepping on clouds. The first elder continues, "If I had gone all out, then you'd have bled out and died instantly." The first elder says, "As I've told you, it's impossible for you to do it right now. You'll need to have at least 120 years worth of internal energy." A close-up shows the first elder's sleeve, embroidered with shimmering blue patterns. Hyunsu looks up, surprised. "Master," he exclaims. The scene shifts to a close-up of Hyunsu's bare chest, then pans up to a view of the night sky. The camera pans up to a modern building at night, its windows reflecting the city lights. Team Leader Lee sits at her desk, lost in thought. A man questions, "Solution? What is it?" Another man states, "I think that it's time for the association to start working with external parties." A man asks, "What exactly do you want to say?" Team Leader Lee declares, "I'm saying I think we need to work with Red Lion." Someone exclaims, "What did you say?" Another adds, "All you have to say?" A third man says, "We already gave them the rights to use the portal first at the committee meeting. Now this?" A man shouts, "If you're going to work like that, then just quit already." Team Leader Lee thinks, do they think that the portal is such an easy place to deal with? They've never even gone by themselves before. A street scene with a sign for steamed seafood rice cake. A man looks at his phone, thinking, the money's in. He stares at his phone, thinking to himself that he'll first pay off Hyundi's hospital bills. Hyunsu, looking dejected, mutters that he'll be left with nothing after that. He grits his teeth, reminding himself that he still has his hunter contract to sign. Hyunsu is surprised to see that every single guild is contacting him desperately. He exclaims in disbelief that they've already contacted him, musing that he's so darn popular. Chuama asks Hyunsu if he's talking about that red noodle. Chuama tells Hyunsu that he should have a mouthful too. Hyunsu and Chuama run together. Chuama, looking angry, is talking to Hyunsu. Hyunsu exclaims that he learned the heavenly demon emergence after all, but Chuama tells him not to get ahead of himself. A convenience store is shown. Hyunsu smiles. He reaches out, perhaps searching for something. Hyunsu wonders if anyone is around. A voice calls out to him, greeting him as Appa. A young woman emerges from behind a refrigerator, greeting Hyunsu warmly. She asks if he has been well. The woman asks if he is still working part-time on weekends. Hyunsu confirms that he is. The woman crouches down, considering her options. Hyunsu stands behind her, holding a selection of items. He thinks about taking care of his younger siblings. A close-up shows Hyunsu's feet as he stands near a box. Hyunsu stands at the counter, telling the woman he will scan the items himself. He thanks her after the transaction. He opens his wallet, revealing a stack of bills. Hyunsu tells the woman he is leaving the money on the counter as he departs, calling out, "Yes, Appa." The woman calls out that he forgot his change. She thinks to herself that it's all right, and he can use it to buy fried chicken for his younger siblings. The woman is touched by his gesture, a soft "ah," escaping her lips. The first elder scoffs, finding it pathetic that someone would try to buy a woman's heart. Hyunsu denies that was his intention. A memory surfaces. Yoon also lost her parents 2 years ago when the portals broke out, just like him. The first elder notes that Yoon has been working to earn money instead of studying, in order to take care of her younger siblings alone. He seems to consider this. Hyunsu flicks his fingers, a determined look on his face. A voice narrates that his disciple doesn't speak praises of himself. Hyunsu exclaims at the taste of the food. The first elder asks if it is that delicious, and Hyunsu replies that of course it is. The ramen in their country is the best. The first elder hums in thought. Hyunsu loudly enjoys the ramen. The first elder watches as Hyunsu eats, a faint glow emanating from the noodles. The first elder is surprised as Hyunsu continues to eat. Hyunsu continues to eat the ramen. He sits on the floor, having just finished the noodles. First elder gives a thumbs up, exclaiming that this is what ramen is like, declaring it one of the world's delicacies. The first elder grabs Hyunsu's head, stating that he can eat things if it's with his hands, calling him useful. First elder demands to be fed one more time. Hyunsu thinks that things have gotten more troublesome. Meanwhile, a street scene unfolds, complete with buildings, buses, and cars. A hand holds a black bag. A woman exclaims how lucky she is. She walks down the street, thinking that the lunchbox that the kids like wasn't sold out. The woman is startled. A scene of chaos unfolds, with debris flying through the air. The woman looks on in shock. The city streets become raging rivers as a torrent of water sweeps through, carrying people and debris in its unforgiving current. Desperate cries for help echo amidst the chaos. The floodwaters surge with relentless power, a destructive force unleashed upon the unsuspecting city. Emerging from the deluge, grotesque monsters wielding crude spears stake their claim amidst the devastation. A monstrous face, teeth bared in a savage grin, embodies the terror unleashed upon the city. The flood continues its relentless assault, submerging everything in its path. A monstrous figure lunges, its massive hand poised to strike a helpless man caught in the swirling waters. The man screams in terror. A booming voice declares, "This area is now our territory. We'll chase away any other races who dirty this land of abundance." Towering over the flood, a monstrous figure stands defiant, a symbol of the invader's dominance. Trapped in the monster's grasp, a man's face contorts in a scream of pure, unadulterated fear. A woman in a red hood proclaims, "And become the owners of this land." The city crumbles, reduced to rubble by the cataclysmic flood and the invader's might. Amidst the devastation, a lone figure stands defiant, a silent testament to the city's resilience. A massive, dragon-like monster with blue scales and glowing red eyes looms, its form radiating an intense, otherworldly energy. The monster roars in pain as shards of ice pierce its hide, the attack causing it to scream in agony. Tears stream down a woman's face, her expression a mask of anguish and despair as she clutches at her clothing. First Elder stands with his arms crossed as Hyunsu sits in a meditative pose, surrounded by a faint blue aura. The First Elder muses that there's nothing there, but he feels a bizarre, overflowing energy. A narration box poses the question, why is time dimension travel possible via this place? Hyunsu exclaims that he feels really refreshed after doing that energy circulation thing, adding that he almost went crazy because he felt so frustrated. The First Elder explains that energy circulation doesn't just increase internal energy, it also purges the impure energy within the body. Hyunsu asks if he does this well, then he won't even have to go to the hospital anymore. The First Elder tells him to stop talking nonsense and go back into the position for Heavenly Demon Emergence and Heavenly Demon Flight. Hyunsu thinks that while his comprehension rate dropped, he was still able to understand some of it thanks to listening to instructions. Hyunsu declares that he'll try to copy it as much as he can. Hyunsu is seen attempting the movements. It is noted that he's indeed talented. Someone thinks that he's able to do this much so quickly. Next up, Heavenly Demon. Meanwhile, a view of a modern city building. A close-up of a control panel with flashing red lights. The office is in a state of emergency. Someone asks if they are able to mobilize. The response is affirmative at Gangdong-gu. The Mount Ilya portal has broken out. A woman thinks she knew this would happen and that they should have joined hands with the Red Lions. She wonders if it's Gangdong-gu. Then it'd be the Isaac Guild. The guild leader is the Panther Human, Choi Hyunwoo. The woman shouts that this won't do. She'll go to the site as well and asks that they gather as many people as they can. Someone responds, all right. Someone thinks that the Isaac Guild won't be able to take care of it. The woman runs. A view of a city street. The First Elder stands with his hands behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Hyunsu looks at the First Elder, a mixture of confusion and curiosity etched on his face. The First Elder calls him disciple. The First Elder asks why he is suddenly calling him in a friendly manner, and then says that now that they're done with training, he should make him one of those Ramian things. Hyunsu thinks he knew it, and then wonders what the news is and asks the First Elder to turn that on, as he needs to study about it. The First Elder says that this world is well, and that Hyunsu is already acting like he's of this world already. Hyunsu reaches out and turns on the TV. The TV displays a news report stating that in the Gangdong-gu area, it's currently like a water hell, and that mermen have appeared and are attacking citizens. Casualties are reported in the area where mermen appeared. Hyunsu is shocked to hear that the Mount Ilya portal broke out, and wonders if the triple circle was not enough to block it. The First Elder asks if Mount Ilya isn't where they were previously. Hyunsu replies, yes, master. Hyunsu suddenly remembers Yun. Hyunsu's eyes widen in horror as he realizes that's where her house is. He bursts out of the building, a sense of urgency driving him forward. His feet pound against the ground as he sprints away. Hyunsu thinks, I need to get there quickly. He continues his desperate sprint through the city streets. Each step is a burst of frantic energy. Panting, Hyunsu surveys the traffic. He thinks, a car would be too slow, but if I run in a straight line, then it's possible to get there within 20 minutes. Although it looks impossible because of the buildings in between, but I now have the Heavenly Demon Flight. Gathering energy, Hyunsu prepares to use his special ability. A burst of power erupts around him. He launches himself into the air, a streak of pure speed. Hyunsu soars through the city, a blue aura trailing behind him as he races towards his destination. He sprinted forward, his feet pounding against the tiled floor, each step echoing with desperate urgency. Leaping from the rooftop, Hyunsu soared through the air, the city sprawling beneath him. He continued his frantic chase, the wind whipping past his face as he cleared another building. Maintaining his momentum, he hurtled through the sky, a determined glint in his eyes. Landing hard on the next rooftop, Hyunsu didn't pause, his focus unwavering. The chase continued, each leap bringing him closer to his unknown destination. Meanwhile, the First Elder watched the spectacle from afar, a faint smile playing on his lips. Not bad. he mused. A monstrous roar shattered the air as the creature unleashed a torrent of water, its attack aimed directly at Hyunsu. Kyak, it screamed. The monster, eyes burning with malice, raised a massive sword, preparing to strike. Die, it bellowed. Lunging forward, the monster closed the distance, its razor-sharp claws extended. Hyunsu met the monster's attack head-on, a fierce battle erupting between them. A nearby building displays a message. It's the Black Panther, Choi Hyunwoo. A message of encouragement is also displayed. A disembodied voice urges everyone not to panic and to fight calmly. The monster leaps towards the building, shattering glass and sending debris flying. Choi Hyunwoo stands ready, gripping a massive sword as he prepares to meet the monster's attack. Choi Hyunwoo, Gangdonggu's busker, Bang Bogum, is here. The monster continues its assault, a blur of green scales and sharp teeth. Choi Hyunwoo prepares to strike, his face grim as he faces the monstrous threat. Sweat beads on Choi Hyunwoo's brow, his expression a mix of determination and concern. The monster lunges forward, its jaws wide and teeth bared in a ferocious attack. Choi Hyunwoo makes a hand gesture, energy crackling around his fingers. A blinding explosion erupts, filling the air with heat and light. A voice wonders if that small boat would work. She rides a yellow vehicle, bow drawn, and declares that the target needs something like hers. The arrow glows with intense energy. A massive, green, fish-like monster opens its jaws, the arrow hurtling towards it. The arrow strikes, triggering a series of fiery explosions. The woman proclaims herself the arrow acid of Gangdong. A man gives a thumbs up. Legs stand on a platform, surrounded by turbulent water. A close-up of a thumb giving a thumbs up. The woman and the monster are now submerged in the water. Bogum exclaims that it's impossible. She, still on her vehicle, prepares to fire another arrow, screaming a curse at her foe. The monster roars in defiance as Bogum prepares to strike again. The monster unleashes a torrent of water, the force of the attack threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. Its single eye glows with malevolent intent as the water surges forward. The monster's watery assault crashes down on Bogum, who is riding a yellow vehicle, sending sprays of water high into the air. The force of the water rips through the city, buildings crumbling under the relentless onslaught. The water continues to explode outwards, a maelstrom of destruction. Debris and water fill the air, obscuring the battlefield in a chaotic haze. The monster looms over Bogum, its massive form a terrifying spectacle amidst the destruction. The monster's attack continues, the water swirling around it like a protective shroud. A new voice echoes, filled with sinister glee. The more strong hunters appear, the more thankful I am. Ahaha. The monster's gaping maw opens wide, ready to swallow Bogum whole. He prepares to unleash a counterattack, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He crouches low, ready to spring forward with the force of a tiger. Left crouching tiger. She raises her leg high, preparing to strike. Although it's just a normal martial art, if she infuses it with internal energy, then the blue energy intensifies as she prepares to strike. The monster's eye glows with anticipation. It would become an incredible martial art. Bogum strikes the monster with a powerful blow. A surge of frigid water erupts, sending shards of ice and debris skyward. Amidst the chaos, a figure speeds through the water on a jet ski, leaving a trail of spray in their wake. Jagged spikes of ice jut out from the ground, creating a treacherous landscape. The ice formations continue to rise, piercing the sky like frozen daggers. From a safe distance, onlookers watch the spectacle unfold. Who was that just now? One asks, while another exclaims, awesome. The jet ski rider is pursued by a hulking, shadowy figure. Louse. Is he S-rank? On a nearby rooftop, a figure with spiky white hair observes the scene. I can still feel that monster's energy. More ice spikes rise from the ground, adding to the already chaotic environment. Hyunsu looks up in alarm at a massive, blue dragon looming overhead. Feet pound against the rooftop as he sprints away from the impending danger. The blue dragon unleashes its power, obliterating everything in its path. He lands hard, the impact jarring his bones. The blue dragon roars, its breath a chilling wind. The monstrous dragon looms, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. He hits the ground again, scrambling to his feet. Hyunsu grits his teeth, pushing himself to run faster. The toll on his legs is immense, but he can't stop now. Chuanma watches as the blue dragon closes in. The blue dragon looms over Hyunsu, a voice booming in his mind, telling him to use internal energy to strengthen his body. The blue dragon's eyes glow with intensity as he demands to know why he wasn't told this sooner. Chuanma grits his teeth, bracing himself. Meanwhile, traffic crawls through the city streets. A woman's lips curl into a grimace. She explodes in frustration, cursing the flooded subways and jammed roads. A news report catches her eye. Someone exclaims in disbelief, wondering who the hunter is. The woman's eyes widen in surprise. The news report confirms that the video was submitted by a viewer, stating that the hunter in question has attacked the monster and is currently fighting it. She voices her disbelief, hearing that the hunter is someone they have no clue about. The woman gets out of her car, recognizing the hunter on the screen. That's Hyunsu SSI. The city street is packed with cars. Hyunsu focuses his energy, forming a swirling sphere of power in his fist. He prepares to unleash the Heavenly Demon Flight, adapted version. The punch connects, the force of the blow erupting in a blinding flash of light as it slams into the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon is sent hurtling backward, the impact creating a shockwave that shatters the surrounding area. A system message appears. Your comprehension rate for Heavenly Demon Flight has increased by 30%. Hyunsu notes that if this were an evaluation, it would be worth 1,300 points or more. The Heavenly Demon reels from the attack, a pained groan escaping its massive form. A disembodied voice explains that the softest part of a snake would be under its chin, urging someone to get closer with the Heavenly Demon Flight and attack it from there. Below, the Heavenly Demon's subordinate leaps into action, a fierce determination burning in her red eyes. Understood, she declares. The subordinate calls out to her master, begging him to respond to her energy. The subordinate prepares to strike, her stance radiating power. Her eyes blazing with fury, the subordinate vows that they must kill that dangerous human. A close-up reveals the Heavenly Demon's eye, a malevolent glint within. He summons a massive, serpentine creature of pure ice, its jaws agape and crackling with blue energy. The ice serpent lunges, its maw closing around Hyunsu as the subordinate shouts, "This is it for you." The attack connects, sending Hyunsu hurtling backward through the air amidst a shower of shattered ice and splintered debris. The ice serpent continues its rampage, its massive form obliterating everything in its path. A cataclysmic explosion of ice and energy erupts, the shockwave rippling outwards with devastating force. The subordinate stands atop the ice serpent's head, his gaze fixed on the destruction below as he snarls, "Devour the strong and grow." Hyunsu crashes through a window, the glass shattering around him as he plummets into the building. The ice serpent's monstrous face fills the frame, its glowing red eyes burning with malevolent intent. From a distance, an unseen figure observes the battle, muttering, "There's a sorceress who's healing them. Things are different then." The subordinate's voice booms, echoing with fanatical zeal, "We'll make this world ours." The subordinate raises his staff, channeling the power of the ice serpent. An unseen character fumes, their thoughts boiling with frustration. To think that it'd be this frustrating to not be able to fight. If I could, I would beat the shit out of them. The ice dragon lunges, jaws agape, determined to catch Hyunsu before he plummets further. The dragon thinks to himself that he needs to save his disciple first. A voice booms out, commanding the dragon to stop. The figure in the red cloak is desperate to prevent whatever is about to happen. Before the ice dragon can react, a surge of raw power erupts, bathing the area in blinding light. The source of the energy reveals herself, a woman with vibrant pink hair, radiating an intense aura. The unleashed energy disperses, creating a shockwave that ripples through the air and water. The sorceress lands gracefully atop a newly formed rock formation, the dust settling around her. The ice dragon, visibly damaged, glares at the sorceress. He tells her that she is in a bad shape, his super rookie. The sorceress stands her ground amidst the chaos, unfazed by the dragon's presence. The ice dragon's expression hardens, his eyes burning with intensity as he thinks to himself that the woman is. A figure with a bandaged face watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. The sorceress stands confidently, a voice echoing that even so, she defended well. If he had known of the existence of the sorceress, then he might have won. A voice declares that she is as expected of their incoming guild member. The figure with red hair grins, declaring that they will handle everything from now on. A burst of raw energy explodes outwards. The figure is sent flying through the air. A person with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile proclaims that they have transcended all expectations. She is enveloped in a swirling vortex of pink energy. The pink energy intensifies, creating a blinding flash. The first elder urges Hyunsu to leave. The figure declares that this isn't running away, but a strategic retreat. Lee Mina cries out, telling someone to go away. The monsters snarl, their eyes glowing menacingly. Lee Mina, terrified, tells the monsters not to come close. The monster stands on the edge of a platform, water swirling below. Lee Mina cries out, begging for someone to save her. The monsters unleash a barrage of attacks. An explosion erupts amidst the chaos. One of the monsters targets Iron, who is speeding across the water on a jet ski. She shouts, questioning if the monster is trying to kill her, while reassuring herself that she knows where she's shooting. Iron stands with another woman, Lee Mina, and a tall, dark figure. The dark figure asks if she is all right, and Lee Mina thanks them. Iron states that she will have to bring Lee Mina to a safe place. The dark figure agrees to look for other survivors in the area. Iron shouts to hold on tight as she speeds away on the jet ski. A silhouette of a figure stands against a bright light. Hyunsu faces a figure with long white hair, thinking to himself. The figure with white hair's robes flow. Hyunsu sits on the ground, wondering what happened. A narration box states that a sorceress was controlling the snake. If not for that, things might have been different. Chuanma states that it was a strategic retreat, but Hyunsu doesn't remember him saying that. Chuanma insists that Hyunsu should listen to what he says, even if he's fainted. Chuanma reassures Hyunsu that there's no need to worry. Chuanma mentions that a woman came to Hyunsu's rescue. Hyunsu exclaims, "No way," and asks what Chuanma means. Chuanma declares that guy is my prey. Chuama states that he will take care of it. The panel indicates, to be continued. He is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The first elder states that Hyunsu won't be able to do anything with that body of his. He needs to recover with energy circulation. It's Hyurak, the Red Lions Guild leader. The first elder believes that if it's her, then she should be more than capable of taking care of those two. Hyunsu declares that he'll see things through to the end. He warns that he'll just break his body if he does that. Hyunsu recalls that he lost his parents because of them. Lying in a hospital bed, Hyunsu is hooked up to medical equipment. He thinks to himself that he got this power because of his master. He stands before the first elder, a silent intensity radiating from him. The first elder looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muses, Hyunsu's eyes glow with an electric blue light. A tear streaks down his face. He thinks, to think he had such eyes all along. The first elder floats above the rocky ground, looking at Hyunsu. He declares, there is a way. Hyunsu responds, really? The first elder looks down at Hyunsu, his expression serious. He warns, but you'll need to bear the consequences later. A figure with pink hair is surrounded by a red aura. The pink-haired figure is engulfed in flames. An explosion of energy. Another explosion of energy. A blinding explosion of light. A character's leg is shown. Iron clicks her tongue, surrounded by a fiery aura. TCH. The water is so troublesome. Water streaks across the battlefield, illuminated by the fiery glow. The fire user grits her teeth, sweat beading on her brow. I can't even see where the sorceress is. Elsewhere, the sorceress manipulates the water, her form silhouetted against the bright light. Iron is engulfed in flames, the heat distorting the air around her. The sorceress stands amidst a swirling vortex of water, her expression obscured. Blazing energy crackles, the air thick with the smell of ozone. Iron raises her hands, gathering the fire around her, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The air shimmers with heat as the fire intensifies, ready to consume everything in its path. A surge of water erupts, a powerful explosion of force and energy. The symbol of the battle glows above the water. She is surrounded by the monster's power, the water swirling around her. The sorceress's face appears, a sinister smile spreading across her lips. I found you, she declares. The monster's eye glows with an eerie light. Iron faces the monster, her expression determined. A foot slams down, kicking up dust and debris. A hand reaches out, submerged in the swirling water. A man cries out in pain, his face contorted in agony. You are okay. Another man's eyes glow with an intense blue light. The monster begins to fall, its massive form crashing towards the ground. A red explosion erupts, the sound echoing through the air. Quick dash. The red energy expands, consuming everything in its path. The explosion from the previous attack continues to erupt, a blinding flash of light and force. From within a dark red hood, a figure declares, to show my master this side of me. It's as if I met my natural enemy. The hooded figure cries out, oh my master. Iron is surrounded by a swirling vortex of red and orange energy. Iron shouts, no, I won't let you. The flames lick around Iron as she faces the hooded figure. The figure thinks, now that snake bastard is in danger, you finally show yourself. A sharp, echoing sound reverberates through the air. Iron smiles, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I've been waiting for you. Iron stands amidst the fiery chaos, gripping a long, ornate spear. A hand clenches tightly, surrounded by swirling energy. Another explosion rips through the scene, the air crackling with power. A figure screams in agony and disbelief. Impossible. A blue serpentine creature clashes with a fiery red beast, the force of their collision shaking the very ground. A pained cry echoes through the ravaged landscape. A surge of blue energy erupts, splintering the earth and illuminating the scene with an eerie glow. Landing amidst the chaos, a figure surveys the devastation. A circular structure shimmers into existence, its purpose unknown. The figure gazes down, a silent observer of the unfolding events. A message flickers into view. You've awakened the heavenly demon body temporarily. A woman's voice cuts through the silence. Looks like you don't have anyone healing you anymore, you snake bastard. The red-haired woman stands amidst the destruction, her expression a mix of triumph and disdain. This is why, she declares, her voice laced with venom. The woman scoffs, I don't wear expensive shoes. Her boot crushes a rock underfoot, a final, decisive act. Bare feet splash down onto the water's surface, the impact sending ripples spreading outwards. The air crackled with unseen energy. An explosion of crimson and gold erupted around Iron, the force of it scattering debris in all directions. Iron's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination blazing within them. Let's not waste any more time. Let's end this, she exclaimed. A colossal, shadowy figure rose from the depths, its massive wings eclipsing the sky. The sheer scale of it dwarfed the red-haired woman. Her gaze hardened, Iron's resolve unwavering in the face of the monstrous presence. A searing beam of energy shot forth from Iron's hand, aimed directly at the heart of the looming darkness. The water around them coalesced, forming a colossal dragon of pure, raging water. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intent. The force of the dragon's counterattack sent Iron hurtling backwards, a trail of displaced water marking her violent retreat. Surrounded by swirling currents and crackling energy, she tumbled through the air, struggling to regain her footing. The ground buckled and shattered under the dragon's immense power, a testament to the sheer destructive force it wielded. The water dragon towered over the city, its presence a harbinger of devastation. Buildings crumbled before its might. Skyscrapers were reduced to rubble as the water dragon unleashed its fury, the city's skyline forever scarred by the onslaught. The water swirls around her as she plummets downwards. A helicopter flies over the devastated city, a grim reminder of the destruction wrought by the water dragon. Inside a secure location, a voice reports, "Guild leader, all of the citizens have evacuated successfully." The water dragon looms, a colossal figure of destruction. The woman falling through the water states, "There's no one in the surrounding buildings anymore." She sighs, a hint of frustration in her expression. Sigh? Seriously? Energy crackles around her, a sign of the power she's about to unleash. The water dragon roars, its power immense. Surrounded by a fiery aura, Hayurak declares, "I'm one of the 9 S ranks in the world. I'm Hayurak." The energy intensifies, swirling around Hayurak as she prepares to fight. Raw power surges, a chaotic display of energy. The water dragon prepares to meet its challenger. A devastating ice attack rips through the city, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The surrounding buildings crumble under the immense power, reduced to rubble and dust. The water dragon, Hayurak, his eyes glowing with power, declares, "There's no longer any place for you to hide." Surrounded by swirling flames, Iron prepares her own counterattack, her expression fierce. Iron's attack explodes outwards, further devastating the already ruined landscape. For you. Elsewhere, a hand crackles with magical energy, preparing to unleash another spell. Iron's eyes narrow with determination, her gaze fixed on the unseen enemy. Iron stands alongside Hyunsu, ready to face whatever comes next. Lee Mina sprints forward, her thoughts consumed by the task ahead. She worries, thinking that Park Hyunsu won't be able to handle things on his own. He's still too inexperienced. Continuing her run, Lee Mina passes by a building with sports emblazoned across its facade. A kettlebell sits on display. Inside the store, Lee Mina hands over her payment. The shopkeeper requests 15,000 won. Lee Mina walks away. Now outside, Lee Mina hefts the kettlebell, preparing to train. The shopkeeper calls out, telling the customer to take their change. Lee Mina holds the kettlebell, ready to begin her workout. She walks, preparing herself. Lee Mina swings the kettlebell with practiced ease. The kettlebell blurs as Lee Mina continues her training. She plummets from the building, the ground rushing up to meet her. Mina summons a dark orb, its surface gleaming ominously. A man gazes upwards, a silent question hanging in the air as he witnesses a blinding light. Lee Mina stands beside a man wreathed in dark energy, the scene around them distorted and surreal. She asks, her expression unreadable, "Why are you here?" A close-up reveals a sinister smile playing on her lips. The man looks down at her, a dark aura swirling around him. That guy. Her pink hair frames a face filled with determination. She smirks, her eyes glinting with malice. That won't do. Because. He responds, his voice low and menacing. "I'm also pretty angry at it. If you join our guild, then I might consider it." She stands beside Hyunsu, a faint glow emanating from her hands as they face their enemy. Hyunsu clenches his fist, a surge of energy gathering around his hand, ready to strike. Unleashing the built-up power, Hyunsu sends a devastating blow towards the monster. Lee Mina watches intently, her expression a mix of concern and anticipation as Hyunsu's attack connects. Lee Mina thinks to herself, "What's with that intense pressure? I knew he was an exceptional talent, but not to this degree." The assault continues, Hyunsu strikes leaving trails of energy as he relentlessly attacks. Lee Mina exclaims, "I couldn't see his movements." A resounding impact echoes as Hyunsu's fist connects with the monster's massive form. The force of the blow creates a massive explosion, engulfing the area in a blinding light. Hyunsu's inner voice declares, "Heaven obliterating demonic fists, first technique." Leaping into the air, Hyunsu prepares to deliver the final, decisive blow. With a final, earth-shattering strike, Hyunsu unleashes the full force of his technique. The force of Hyunsu's attack begins to manifest, energy crackling in the air. The energy intensifies, slamming into the monster with brutal force. The impact sends shards of energy and debris flying in all directions. The monster is bombarded by a relentless barrage of energy. The monster's form flickers as the energy tears into its flesh. The energy continues to bore into the monster, a concentrated beam of destruction. The monster is engulfed in a blinding flash of light. The monster reels from the force of the attack, its eyes glowing with pain. Hyunsu prepares another attack, his eyes burning with determination. Heaven obliterating demonic fists, second technique. The force of the new attack slams into the monster. The attack continues to connect, driving the monster further into the ground. The monster's head snaps back as the full force of the technique explodes. The monster roars in pain as the attack lands. The first elder thinks to himself that he suppressed Hyunsu's fatigue and maximized his vitality. The first elder wonders how the muscle memory of the heavenly demon that has been passed down through generations flows into his disciple. The monster screams. Red and orange energy explodes as the attack continues. The attack hits the monster, causing an explosion of fire. Hyunsu uses heavenly demon flight. Blue and white energy surrounds the attack. Hyunsu attacks the monster with a burst of blue and white energy. He prepares to strike, blue energy emanating from his fists. He flies through the air, ready to deliver the final blow. A cataclysmic force rips through the environment, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The energy expands outward, shattering everything in its path with unstoppable force. Debris and objects are hurled into the air, caught in the maelstrom of destruction. The energy continues its relentless spread, leaving a desolate landscape in its wake. Buildings crumble and collapse, unable to withstand the sheer power unleashed. The energy intensifies, forming a vortex of annihilation that consumes all in its path. The relentless energy continues to spread, leaving a desolate landscape in its wake. The pink-haired woman stares at the devastation, her expression a mask of disbelief. Impossible. From above, the full scope of the destruction becomes horrifyingly clear. Amidst the rubble, the pink-haired woman stands alongside another woman with brown hair, surveying the scene. That's ridiculous. The ground is littered with overturned vehicles and shattered debris, a testament to the sheer force of the attack. The pink-haired woman turns to her companion, a hint of suspicion in her voice. You're only here now? The orange-haired woman looks at the red-haired man, her expression a mix of hope and disbelief. That's really Hyunsu SSI, right? She asks. A system message appears, its stark text a cold counterpoint to the woman's hopeful question. Return will start soon. Please take note. Hyunsu appears, wearing a dark blue hoodie, his brow furrowed with concern. Return, he wonders aloud. His expression twists, morphing into a menacing sneer. A dark rage seems to consume him. Coughing up blood, Hyunsu stumbles, his body battered and bruised. The return has clearly taken a toll. The camera pans up to show the ruined cityscape, debris raining down from the shattered buildings. Falling through the air, Hyunsu plummets towards the ground, the wind whipping through his hair. Park Hyunsu falls, a pink-haired woman visible below him amidst the fiery destruction. An explosion rips through the street, sending shockwaves and debris in all directions. Buildings crumble and collapse, the city reduced to rubble. A torrent of water surges through the streets, carrying debris and further devastating the already ruined landscape. Two children, tears streaming down their faces, run in terror, crying out, Yuni, Nuna. Two children rush into a woman's arms, overcome with emotion. The woman hugs the children tightly, tears streaming down her face. She says, I'm glad that you're safe. A blonde woman in armor stands amidst the wreckage, speaking into a device. Yes, I brought them back home already. How about you? A figure stands amidst the chaos, overlooking the scene. Yeah, we're almost done here too. Our guild leader took care of the sorceress, and the blonde woman speaks into her device, was defeated by that guy who we'd never heard of before. The blonde woman rides a jet ski through the water. The water here is almost all gone, and the rest of the areas should be done soon too. Great. The woman who hugged the children speaks. Guys, it's over. You don't have to worry anymore. A voice calls out, thank you, Yuni. Be careful. The blonde woman continues to ride the jet ski through the water, a determined look on her face. The camera pans up to show a large hospital building. A woman in a white coat walks through a hospital hallway, holding a clipboard. A voice whispers, ugh. He lies in the hospital bed, still unconscious. First elder floats in the air, asking, are you finally up? Hyunsu awakens, muttering, what happened to me? Did I lose again? He clicks his tongue in annoyance. First elder asks, remember anything at all? The first elder explains, you collapsed after using the heaven-obliterating demonic fists. The first elder thinks to himself, I'm thinking about how I should deal with the rude brat who didn't use my heaven-obliterating demonic fists properly. The door creaks open. A woman calls out, yo, super rookie. Hyunsu SSI. Hyunsu looks surprised. A figure with a sword and another in armor stand ready. They vow to leave no one alive. Two blue monsters stand ready to attack. The association and various guilds are searching for the remaining merman. Triple Guild's leader Choi Hyunwoo is asked for his comments. An associate assures him that they are paying extra attention to the search, especially the sewers. A city lies in ruins. A building stands tall. A bathroom is shown. Water drips into a pool. A building with a green cross is shown. A hospital waiting room and a close-up of dumplings are shown. A woman in a hospital gown encourages Hyunsu to eat. Another woman offers him a peeled apple. Oh my, what difference does it make? Lee Mina offers Hyunsu some food. If you don't like it, feed him yourself then, she says. Choi Hyunwoo asks, what? Seriously? Lee Mina continues to offer food to Hyunsu as Choi Hyunwoo looks on. Choi Hyunwoo holds a black box. Okay, I was going to do it without you telling me, he says. The black box glows with a powerful red energy. Hyunsu asks, what is this? Choi Hyunwoo replies, it's a monster heart. Lee Mina adds, your loot. Chuanma exclaims, an elixir. The elixir glows with a golden light. Lee Mina says, I've never seen an elixir that has this much energy. Lee Mina smiles, saying, it possesses strong energy. A close-up shows the legs of the characters. Lee Mina looks down, saying, if you're a low-level hunter, then you'd be able to jump to at least the next rank, someone says. Another person adds, looks like the snake wasn't that large. It's an elixir that has 500 years worth of energy. Lying in bed, he asks why they would give him something so incredible. Choi Hyunwoo tells him to think of it as their present. Lee Mina retorts that it's not even a gift from Choi Hyunwoo, so why is he acting like he's giving it? She reveals that Hyunsoo was the one who killed the snake in the end. Choi Hyunwoo asks what she did then. Lee Mina explains that she had to kill 30 of those mermen in order to get to that snake. She adds that Hyunsoo shouldn't just eat the elixir anyhow, and that she'll let him know how to consume it when he comes to the association after he's discharged. Choi Hyunwoo scoffs, saying that's nonsense and that they have him too. He insists that he, an S-rank hunter, would be way better than the association for this. Choi Hyunwoo claims that his method would allow Hyunsoo to absorb at least 25% of it. Lee Mina retorts, claiming hers is 35%, and asks if he's just going to throw out numbers now, stating it's the truth. Chuanma interjects that if he guides Hyunsoo, it'd be at least 70%. Lee Mina argues that being an S-rank hunter doesn't mean Choi Hyunwoo knows everything. She doesn't think some kid like him, who's not even an S-rank, should. Choi Hyunwoo is shocked that she would say that. Chuanma thinks that they have a lot of nerve. Chuanma asks who of the two Hyunsoo wants to be with. Hyunsoo calls out for his master. He lies in the hospital bed, looking surprised. Lee Mina and Choi Hyunwoo stand on either side of him, their expressions unreadable. The Gwanak University Hospital looms against a vibrant sunset. Lee Mina stands in a hospital hallway, looking thoughtful. Choi Hyunwoo peeks around a corner, a curious expression on her face. Lee Mina hands Hyunsoo a stack of documents as he sits in his hospital bed, his leg in a cast. Lee Mina explains, these options weren't in the earlier contract and probably won't ever appear in future contracts. What do you think? Lee Mina thinks to herself, her expression determined. Who would become an S-rank soon? I must recruit him and recover the reputation of the association. Hyunsoo looks down at the contracts, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He seems to be contemplating the offer. Lee Mina stands in the hallway, saying, it's your turn. Lee Mina walks down the hallway with Choi Hyunwoo, a confident smirk on her face. He lies in his hospital bed as Lee Mina stands near the foot of it, her back to him. Hyunsoo is startled as Lee Mina speaks. Lee Mina smiles. So, do you like the association's proposal? Even I was attracted to their proposal. Hyunsoo thinks, I'm sure that they put out some incredible terms for you. And among them, Lee Mina's expression hardens as she leans in. They gave you the immunity to kill people, am I right? Hyunsoo's eyes widen in shock. He stammers, how do you know that? Lee Mina replies, it's obvious. Sweat beads on Hyunsoo's forehead. He thinks, and things like immunity mean nothing to an S-rank awakened. Lee Mina's eyes gleam with a sinister light. The world runs on who has the most power. That power isn't nuclear or monetary. Lee Mina emphasizes, but the existence of an S-rank hunter. A disembodied voice expresses disbelief at the idea of granting immunity to such beings, calling it a joke. Lying in his hospital bed, Hyunsoo looks up at Lee Mina and the First Elder. Lee Mina muses that it makes sense. Hyunsoo is told that the most important thing is a fence that can protect him until he becomes an S-rank hunter. Lee Mina stands over Hyunsoo, who is still lying in bed, as the First Elder looks on. Lee Mina leans in close to Hyunsoo, her expression intense as she mentions the Red Lion's Hayurak. Meanwhile, Lee Mina is seen talking to an unknown woman in a hallway. The unknown woman tells Lee Mina to take it easy, addressing her as Team Leader Lee. Back in the hospital room, Hyunsoo looks at Lee Mina with a questioning expression as she smiles back. Lying in his hospital bed, Hyunsoo apologizes. Lee Mina states that they can't force him into this. Lee Mina tells Hyunsoo to take care of himself and hopes he has a speedy recovery. Lee Mina asks if she can make a request. Hyunsoo, lying in his hospital bed with a cast on his arm, admits he might be shameless but is unable to move right now. Lee Mina explains that she was thinking she'd like some of the association's help. Chuanma, standing beside Hyunsoo's bed, tells him that although he's his disciple, he has to say he's really shameless. Meanwhile, the sky is blue with scattered clouds. A building stands tall against the sky. A mother cheerfully wakes up her children, telling them to brush their teeth and come have breakfast. The mother thinks to herself that today is the weekend, so she'll have to leave for her part-time job early. One of the children says they want to sleep longer, and the mother replies that they can just sleep after eating breakfast. One of the children, brushing their teeth, asks if they can't eat after sleeping for a while longer. The mother and children are brushing their teeth when the mother thinks to herself that they are powerless individuals. She wonders if they will die as a monster rises from the bathtub. A woman screams in terror. A hand stirs a pot of stew, the savory aroma filling the air. The door splinters as the monster crashes into the room, sending debris flying. A child screams in terror. The woman shouts, "Guys!" The monster snatches the child, its claws digging into her small frame. The child screams, "Kyk." The child cries out, "Uni," as the monster continues to clutch her. The rhythmic thud of a knife chopping vegetables echoes in the kitchen. Lunging forward, the woman attacks the monster with the knife, screaming, "No!" The monster's leg is visible as the story continues. Lee Mina launches a kick at the monster. Her hand glows with power. The monster grunts, "Ah," growling. Lee Mina kicks the monster again. She falls. Her hand glows with power. She falls again. Lee Mina is on the ground with the monster standing over her. Power gathers. Lee Mina holds a glowing orb. She stands in front of the monster. "Stop right there, dash." She is immediately assaulted by a barrage of energy blasts. The air crackles with displaced energy as the monster unleashes its fury, each projectile leaving a trail of shimmering distortion in its wake. The scent of ozone fills the air. The force of the assault sends Lee Mina flying backwards, her body twisting violently as she's thrown through the air. The impact echoes through the chamber, a sharp, deafening crack that reverberates in her bones. The monster presses its advantage, charging forward with terrifying speed. A green aura flares around it, the air shimmering with heat and raw power as it closes the distance. The monster's face contorts in a savage snarl, its orange eyes burning with predatory hunger. Rows of razor-sharp teeth glint in the dim light, promising pain and destruction. The monster gathers another orb of crackling energy, the sphere pulsing with malevolent intent. The air around it grows heavy, charged with an almost unbearable tension. Again, Lee Mina is sent hurtling through the air, surrounded by a cloud of dust and debris. The rough stone floor rushes up to meet her, promising a painful impact. A voice shouts, urging someone to go. The monster prepares to unleash the energy orb, its hands glowing with raw power. The air vibrates with anticipation, a silent promise of devastation. The energy orb slams into Lee Mina, the impact creating a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The force of the explosion sends shockwaves rippling through the chamber. The monster recoils, a guttural sound escaping its throat. Blood trickles from its mouth, a sign that the tide may be turning. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, Lee Mina rises to her feet, her eyes burning with fierce determination. "I'll send you to where your friends are," she declares, her voice resonating with power. Lee Mina focuses her energy, channeling it into a powerful counterattack. The air around her crackles with anticipation, a storm of retribution brewing. She stands ready, facing the hulking monster. Energy crackles around the beast. A woman's voice cries out, "Chayun." Meanwhile, someone asks if they are all right. A woman states that she has arrived. Elsewhere, Hyunsu thinks to himself, at Hyunsu Sesai's request, "I'm glad I wasn't late." A doctor and nurses look shocked, exclaiming, already?" A man wonders how this could be. The first elder scolds, "As my disciple, did you just lose your mind over that amount of money?" Hyunsu replies, "Master, you don't know how sad it is to have no money." The first elder asks about Ramian. The first elder says, "Let's go right away. Heavenly demon flight." Hyunsu asks what's wrong. Hyunsu is being carried. He listens as the first elder explains that 10% of the elixir would grant him around 20 years of energy. Hyunsu's eyes widen in surprise. If he follows the first elder's teachings, he can expect to gain 70%, which equates to 140 years of internal energy. The first elder watches him, a silent observer of Hyunsu's reaction. The first elder speaks of the portal's impact. He wonders aloud when it will occur. The first elder somberly states that Shayun's parents died. Hyunsu listens, his expression unreadable. Now that he is a hunter, Hyunsu vows not to let anyone else experience the sadness that he went through, clenching his fist in determination. Hyunsu wonders if the portal is the great enemy that his ancestors told him about. He questions what the great enemy could be. He is asked if, during the last battle, he used 3 techniques that he had never been shown before. Images flash of the techniques: seed impact, root impact, and leaf impact. The narration explains that heavenly demons would transfer the memory of their martial arts via their bodies to the next generation. Hyunsu looks shocked. The framework that the first heavenly demon made is shown. The narration continues, stating that generations were told it was all for the sake of going up against the great enemy. A monstrous figure appears. Hyunsu's eyes widen in realization. He gasps, "Ah." Back in the present, Hyunsu sits on the floor with the first elder. The first elder looks angry. A voice declares that they now have another reason to get back there quickly. A woman holds a black orb aloft. A woman's feet descend the stairs, her black shoes clicking against the steps. She approaches a door, a faint blue glow emanating from her hand as she reaches for the handle. The woman pauses, consulting a device in her hand. Based on the member information, this is the right place, she thinks. She glances at her phone, a worried expression on her face. "I wonder why he's not picking up my phone even though they said that he's already discharged." A phone vibrates on a desk. The door creaks open. The woman stands before the door, contemplating her next move. "What should I do? I need to tell him about what happened at Yun's place." Meanwhile, the first elder's face contorts in anger, his purple eyes blazing with intensity. Hyunsu clutches a glowing orb, his expression a mixture of fear and reluctance. "How am I supposed to swallow something this big?" The first elder booms, "I said to eat it, not to swallow it." The first elder speaks, saying that if Hyunsu had done this himself, he would have eaten it bit by bit and let it come out as waste. The first elder holds out a glowing orb to Hyunsu, asking why he did it. Hyunsu thinks that the first elder had to say that in this way before chomping down on the orb. Hyunsu looks surprised after eating the orb. Meanwhile, a woman wonders why the door is locked as she tries to open it. She peeks through the slightly open door. The woman asks if someone is not around. She looks surprised. The woman is shocked by what she sees. Hyunsu gags as he swallows the elixir. He sits cross-legged, preparing to meditate. A voice booms, instructing him to steady his heart and listen. The first elder stands with his arms crossed, unable to look Hyunsu in the face. The voice warns that if he doesn't consume the elixir properly, he might become a vegetable for life. The first elder instructs Hyunsu to not think of the elixir as food, but to feel its energy. He is told to proceed by feeling the energy and pulling it slowly from his dantian to his Weilu acupoint. The voice instructs him to slowly pull it from the Weilu acupoint to the Baihui acupoint. The voice tells him not to rush it. Meanwhile, someone is surprised by something. She wonders how long he hasn't cleaned his house for there to be mold that looks like a portal. Someone washes something in a basin. The woman scrubs clothes in a basin, her gloved hands working the fabric. Her expression is unreadable. She speaks into her phone. The woman says, "Hello. The branch deputy general manager is looking for me. I'm working outside now though. I'll come back right away." She peers out the doorway, thinking, I couldn't clean it up for him. The woman flies through the air. Meanwhile, Hyunsu sits in a snowy area as Chuanma stands behind him. A system message reads, "Listening to instructions has been activated." The heavenly demon divine arts surrounds Hyunsu. Hyunsu sits cross-legged, thinking, to think that water snake bastard would have so much hot young energy. Chuanma thinks, the place known as the portal is really something out of my expectations. Energy swirls. The heavenly demon divine arts is an extreme yang martial art. Hyunsu thinks, he'll eventually have to increase his yang energy anyway. Energy continues to swirl. He continues to absorb the elixir, the absorption rate climbing to 32%. The first elder instructs Hyunsu, telling him that when the elixir completely melts, he must condense it and bring it to the microcosmic orbit. He warns him not to let it rampage. The absorption rate of the elixir has increased to 50%. Energy swirls around Hyunsu as he continues his training. Hyunsu pushes forward, the elixir's power coursing through him. A surge of power erupts within him. The fist demon urges his disciple to bear with it. The absorption rate of the elixir has increased to 60%. He now has the seed of the heavenly demon. Hyunsu continues to push himself, enduring the intense training. Another surge of power courses through Hyunsu, causing him to grit his teeth. The first elder watches as Hyunsu perseveres through the trial. The fist demon observes that Hyunsu is in a total trance. The system message indicates that the absorption rate of the elixir has increased to 80%. Hyunsu thinks to himself that he had already expected 70%, but for it to be 80%. He realizes that he can still continue to absorb more. Hyunsu wonders if it is because of this place. First elder assists Hyunsu with the absorption, channeling energy into him. The system message indicates that the absorption rate of the elixir has increased to 90%. Hyunsu is nearing his limit, blood running down his face. The system indicates that only 10% is left. Chuanma continues to assist, his hands glowing with power. The first elder says that he will help Hyunsu finish things up. The system displays origin chi and pressure release. Hyunsu coughs up blood, his eyes wide with strain. Blood splatters across Hyunsu's chest, a testament to the intensity of the training. Energy surges around them, building to a crescendo. A massive explosion of energy erupts, signaling the completion of the absorption. He coughs, a violent expulsion of blood painting the ground. The force of the elixir's absorption is clearly taking a toll. White energy crackles around Hyunsu, the air shimmering with raw power. The transformation is reaching its peak. Dark tendrils of energy writhe around him as Hyunsu achieves the extreme yang physique. His eyes glow with an unnatural intensity. The ground cracks as Hyunsu collapses, the sheer force of his transformation leaving a visible impact on the environment. Hyunsu falls, his body crashing through the remnants of the energy surge. Meanwhile, a green cross marks the exterior of a hospital, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The camera pans down the side of the hospital building, revealing the bustling city below. Medical personnel rush through the hospital entrance, their faces etched with urgency. "We're going to the CPR room," one shouts. "Prepare the defibrillator." The scene inside the hospital is frantic, with doctors and nurses scrambling to respond to the emergency. "Here, nurse, the prescription medicine." Two nurses work feverishly at a medical station. "No, we're too busy now," one exclaims, her voice strained. The hospital hallway is overflowing with patients, many lying on the floor due to the lack of available beds. Lee Mina navigates the crowded hallway, observing the injured and weary. There's barely any space to walk around. Lee Mina's expression is somber as she reflects on the cause of the chaos. The mermen caused too much damage. Lee Mina peeks into a hospital room, her voice gentle as she asks, "How do you feel? Are you better?" Lee Mina sits beside a patient in a hospital bed, her concern evident in her eyes. Lee Mina relays information to the patient. She heard that the patient's siblings are at Saesong Medical Center because there aren't enough beds here. She asks if they're all right. Lee Mina's expression turns distressed as she says, They're they're still not awake yet. What? A voice assures her that this seems to be one of the symptoms people face after running into mermen and tells her not to worry. Lee Mina places a comforting hand on the patient's head, assuring her that the doctors will find the cause and cure them. Lee Mina offers a gentle word of reassurance, saying, "All right." Lee Mina stands in a waiting area, her expression thoughtful as she holds her phone to her ear. Lee Mina listens intently, her face partially obscured. The call goes unanswered. The phone remains silent in the pocket of a dark coat. The speaker wonders what happened, noting that Chayun suffered the most damage. The woman reflects on the situation, understanding why Chayun's sister isn't awake, suggesting she might have fainted out of fear. It's noted that her brother wasn't attacked in any way. The question hangs in the air: why are they both stuck in a coma? A towering skyscraper reflects the bright sunlight. The camera pans down to reveal the base of the building. The man states that they estimate the damage to be around 1 billion won, and the casualties are around 117 deaths and still on the rise. Lee Mina sits at her desk, pondering the fact that the people who ran into the mermen are comatose. She wonders aloud, comatose? The man stands beside Lee Mina's desk, the Red Lion logo visible behind her. Lee Mina states that since they're not medical personnel, there's not much they can do. A man in a suit is dismissed from the office. Lee Mina sits at her desk. She fumes. He's just a newbie that just joined our guild, and he's already ignoring my calls. Lee Mina stares at her phone. She explodes. If I transferred 600 million won to you, then you should come and greet me first. What is this? Meanwhile, the camera pans over a city. The camera continues to pan over the city. The camera focuses on a building. Elsewhere, Haxan Baldur opens a can of beer. The beer can is shown in detail. Haxan Baldur sits in a chair, thinking. In the end, he went along with that woman. Hayurak, huh? Jill Lord Demon says. For a newbie, he's pretty impressive. The first elder's face contorts in anger. Why did she get her hands on him? A close-up reveals a set of teeth. Someone holding a can says to stop talking nonsense and to live a quiet life. The first elder thinks that he'd rather have him destroyed than let Hayurak have him. Hyunsu reclines in a beach chair, soaking up the sun. A gentle hand rests on his head, coaxing him deeper into slumber. Lee Mina stands beside him, a soft smile gracing her lips. I guess you were really tired, she murmurs. Her voice rises in playful exasperation. How long are you going to sleep for? Lee stands with another woman on the beach. The woman with pink hair exclaims, have you forgotten that we came here to play volleyball? A volleyball is held between two sets of hands. The pink-haired woman leaps into the air, declaring, the loser will be buying dinner. The volleyball hurtles toward Hyunsu, striking him squarely in the face. Lee Mina watches in shock. Voices echo from the beach, one taunting, you can't even receive that. Another voice chimes in, suggesting, just go pick up the ball. The girls watch as Hyunsu dives for the ball, thinking to himself, I'm playing volleyball for the first time. Hyunsu dives headfirst into the water, wondering, did the ball go so far? He reaches out, his fingers brushing against the volleyball as he descends deeper into the clear water. The water swirls around him, the sunlight fading as he sinks further. Meanwhile, a monstrous form emerges from the depths, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monster lunges, its massive claws outstretched towards Hyunsu. A voice booms through the water, demanding, give me back my elixir. The monster's attack sends a shockwave through the water, the force of it immense. Hyunsu is sent hurtling backwards, the impact disorienting him. The monster looms over him, its eyes burning with rage. Surrounding Hyunsu, the water begins to boil, and he thinks, is this the ocean floor lava? It's so hot. A burst of raw energy explodes outward. A sphere of blue energy pulses with dark, swirling patterns. Amidst the chaos of explosions, a lone figure stands against a serpentine, dragon-like creature. His eyes wide with shock, Hyunsu's breath hitches in his throat. Lying prone, Hyunsu looks up at the first elder, his face etched with pain. He manages to choke out a single syllable. A disembodied voice echoes, that thing's big needle has already passed by the number 12 5 times. A text bubble reads, I slept for 2.5 days? Below, a building is labeled Association. Meanwhile, the unknown woman shouts into her phone, demanding to know what was said. Her hand rests on the desk, fingers slightly curled. Hyunsu is confronted over the phone. You consumed the elixir by yourself? I already told you that you could die if things went wrong, didn't I? The camera focuses on a building with the words Red Lion Guild emblazoned on its facade. The woman on the phone exclaims, and slept for 2 days? A woman on the phone says she can't do anything about the person she's talking to. He is on the phone, relieved. He thinks to himself that she's much calmer than he thought she'd be. He says into the phone that he's glad she's not dead or something. Hyunsu and First Elder are at a table with food. The First Elder tells him to stand by. The First Elder calls him a brat. A notification appears on a screen. Hyunsu is surprised, exclaiming that his level went up. The name of the ability is displayed, Possessed Ability, Listening to Instructions, LV, 3. The description of the ability is shown. Hyunsu wonders what it is. Hyunsu and First Elder are in a room. Hyunsu exclaims that he got a new ability after leveling up. First Elder asks what he is making such a fuss about, wanting to watch the news in peace. Hyunsu is excited about the ability. He can learn the techniques of a specific person once a day, with the specific instructor being Chongyang. He exclaims that he can imitate one of Master's techniques once a day, calling it awesome. First Elder is standing. Hyunsu and First Elder are talking. First Elder asks what he said, questioning if it isn't cheating if that's the truth, and how such an ability could exist. Hyunsu replies that it does exist. He is told he is a punk as First Elder prepares to strike. First Elder tells him to stop dodging, complaining that his forehead isn't getting better because of him. First Elder expresses his disbelief that Hyunsu can already dodge so well. Meanwhile, an exterior shot shows a tall building with a parking lot. A man and woman sit together in what appears to be a waiting room. The man states, "I see." The woman covers her face with her hands, and the man wonders what he will do if they don't wake up. The man places a hand on the woman's shoulder, reassuring her that they'll wake up. The woman states that they're actually similar in a lot of ways. The camera pans across a hospital hallway. The woman looks at the patient in the bed and says, "Younger brother, Hyuntae." It is revealed that he is also hospitalized here. The man explains that Hyuntae has been comatose ever since they got into that accident. Even the doctors don't know the reason why Hyuntae is in a coma. A woman stands beside his bed, looking concerned. The woman gently holds Hyuntae's hand, her expression filled with worry. A voice speaks, "Hello, I'm Chayun. Hyunsu Appa takes very good care of me." Chayun looks down, her expression unreadable. Chayun continues, "I don't know if you've heard about me, but Hyunsu Appa has been waiting very long for you." Chayun looks at Hyuntae, whispering, "Wake up soon." Meanwhile, First Elder stands next to Hyunsu, a strange look on his face. "I feel a strange energy from your brother." A close-up reveals a strange seal on Hyuntae's heart. There's some sort of a curse seal on his heart. A seal. First Elder states, "There's a way around it, but..." For the skeleton spear? A confident man sits, observing the auction with a slight smile. He seems unfazed by the escalating bids. A bid reaches 70 million, the tension in the room rising with each increment. The auctioneer announces, her voice clear and commanding, that the price is now 80 million won. The confident man's smile deepens, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he watches the proceedings. A soft chuckle escapes the confident man's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the escalating stakes. Jin Si-hyuk raises his hand, boldly bidding 80 million won, entering the fray with a determined expression. The confident man's gaze sharpens, his attention now fully focused on Jin Si-hyuk. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit parking garage, the air hangs heavy with the scent of exhaust fumes. A car door creaks open, breaking the silence of the underground space. A voice calls out, echoing through the garage, "Hey, Jin Si-hyuk." Back at the auction, a man exclaims in disbelief, questioning Jin Si-hyuk's sanity for bidding 200 million won on something worth only 70 million. In the parking garage, two figures stand, their conversation unheard, their purpose unknown. He declared he would buy it, even if it cost 300 million won. Jin Si-hyuk, sitting in the driver's seat, told the man with long black hair to just go back home and eat ramen or something. Enraged, the man with long black hair kicked the car door with brutal force. He continued his assault on the vehicle, each kick further denting the metal. The car door buckled inward, glass shattering and metal groaning under the relentless assault. Standing amidst the wreckage, the man with long black hair glared at Jin Si-hyuk. The car was now a mangled heap of twisted metal and shattered glass. The man with long black hair leaned in, his voice dripping with menace. "Do you want to die?" With a surge of blue energy, the man with long black hair summoned a massive, ethereal sword. He declared, his voice laced with fury, that he would show Jin Si-hyuk why it was only worth 70 million won. Lightning crackled around the man's gauntlet hand as he gripped the hilt of the spectral blade. The man with long black hair prepared to strike, his eyes burning with rage. For someone who's about to die, stop putting on a tough act. He is met with a spear of crackling purple energy. Hyunsu attacks Jin Si-hyuk with a determined expression. The spear continues its assault, the purple energy intensifying as Hyunsu presses his attack. The attack connects, the force of the blow sending Jin Si-hyuk reeling. He is sent tumbling backward, struggling to regain his footing. A blinding explosion erupts, engulfing the area in a searing inferno. Char Monster smirks, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. "I don't think you know this yet, but no one has ever been able to walk out of an auction alive after they won a bid against me." The man asks if someone is going to keep creating trouble like this. He complains that he's been so busy because he had to take care of the complaints that came in because of her. The man says he couldn't help but get angry because someone came in and stole his auction item from him. The woman tells someone to shut up, saying if they keep this up, she won't tolerate it anymore. The man stands with his arm outstretched. The woman threatens that if someone makes trouble one more time, she'll tear their flesh from their bones and burn it all away. She tells someone to get out. A photo of the woman is displayed. But the woman asks what is it again. The woman wonders when she'll be introduced to the newly recruited A-rank hunter, but is told to mind her own business. Someone states that they aren't trying to set up the hierarchy or anything like that. A man smiles with a sinister glint in his eyes. Someone exclaims, frustrated that they can't even say something. The man states that he'll probably meet him soon. Someone walks down a brightly lit hallway. A building with a green cross on it stands against the pastel sky. Lee Mina, surprised, asks if he's a hunter too. Someone says that getting awakened is something that doesn't have a fixed period, and Lee Mina finds it interesting. Lee Mina states that it's no wonder someone who seemed to be in a high position like Mina helped him out. The man tells her that he'll go visit her younger siblings, and that she shouldn't worry, and rest well. Lee Mina says okay. A man with white hair stands in a hallway, his back to the viewer. Footsteps echo down a sterile hallway. She stands beside the hospital bed, concern etched on her face. Master, you said there's a way to help him, right? The first elder replies. It's called the severing heavenly language. Hyunsu's eyes widen as a system message appears before him. Severing heavenly language. The first elder explains, but currently, you aren't able to use it. Hyunsu asks, why can't I use it? A mystical technique invented by one of the heavenly demons is displayed. Hands glow with blue energy, surrounded by arcane symbols. A system message appears, stating that he wouldn't be able to use it since he doesn't have the heavenly demon body. Hyunsu declares, I can do it. Hyunsu explains, because my listening to instructions leveled up, I can now imitate one of your techniques once a day. Hyunsu reaches out towards the patient. He is imitating the transcendent rank skill, severing heavenly language. Energy gathers around Hyunsu's hand as he prepares to use the technique. The energy flows into the patient. It's really working. How can this be? What kind of ability is that? The energy surrounds the patient. The patient is enveloped in a glowing circle of energy. Let's increase the emission of qi. The energy intensifies around the patient. The magical circle glows brighter. The patient's heart begins to glow with a red light. Hyunsu's eyes widen in surprise. The technique is working. He is enveloped in a radiant aura, the light emanating from his hands. The light intensifies, bathing the room in an ethereal glow. Hyunsu watches the patient, sweat beading on his brow as he focuses his energy. Chuanma, observing the scene, senses a powerful presence. He exclaims, I sense the power of an incredibly strong existence. A close-up of the patient reveals a faint glow emanating from their chest. A voice says, is that why? Yes, trust me. Meanwhile, a vehicle is parked on a street lined with buildings. A bald man gestures emphatically, arguing, but what? You want to destroy him? Don't be ridiculous. Another man responds, you won't change my mind no matter how many times you say it. The bald man opens the door, continuing the argument. A figure clad in ornate armor stands tall. Someone calls out, Takashi, you're back. Yamamoto Takashi is identified as an S-rank hunter and the ES Guild's vice-guild leader. Empty cans litter a table. One man reflects on his doubts about working under Haxon, the aroma of coffee filling the air. Another man, seated at the counter, suggests going solo. The man at the counter asks how the fragment was this time, the clinking of glass echoing in the room. He sighs, stating it wasn't the right one, just a desolate desert like last time. The bald man asks if they need to bet their luck on finding a new fragment in Korea then. A voice suggests waiting and seeing, since that place has been entrusted to the Red Lions. Someone mentions that the hunter named Park Hyunsu might pull forward the fragment expedition. Another voice agrees, stating there'll probably be an expedition shortly. If the Paradise's boss, Ancestral Dragon, then the portals that have been spread all over the world would be Paradise's fragment. A disembodied voice warns that if humans think this is the end, they are so wrong, the air crackling with unseen energy. The voice continues, warning that if they don't take care of all the fragments in a year, this world will face a disaster that even S-ranks can't handle. Arcane symbols swirl, the air growing heavy with foreboding. The man from earlier insists they must find all the fragments within a year no matter what, his expression grim. A man emphasizes the need for more high-rank hunters. A fist bump seals an agreement. The exterior of Saesong Medical Center gleams under a bright sky. A doctor stands over two patients in a hospital bed, a nurse standing nearby. Two patients lie unconscious in their beds. A doctor states that they have done everything they can. Putting heat mats for them, a doctor notes that the ward is full of patients like them. A woman asks when her husband will wake up, but the doctor has nothing to tell her. He suggests she ask when he makes his rounds. First Elder Chunma states that the cold energy is the cause. Hyunsu stands beside Chunma as he asks if all these people had an encounter with the mermen. An illustration depicts mermen, with text explaining that things that live in the water fundamentally carry the Yin energy, and those merman bastards possessed especially strong Yin energy. Chunma explains that those with high Yin energy in the body naturally can't take it. When both their Yin energy and the merman's Yin energy meet, the Yin energy combines and becomes cold energy. It's like they go into a state of hibernation, Hyunsu thinks. Hyunsu asks if there is a way to treat them. Then they'll soon wake up, Hyunsu thinks with a smile. Meanwhile, a mother and son look at a patient. The son exclaims that he knows him. Hyunsu checks on the patients, thinking that the kids need to be in a stable condition. The son tells his mother that he knows him, that he is the Amugi killer. The mother wonders. Hyunsu continues to check on the patients. A patient's hands glow with energy. Dark energy swirls. Hyunsu heals a patient. First Elder tells him to burn the Yin energy right now. The young man thinks he is able to absorb this Yin energy. The First Elder watches with concern. The First Elder shouts, calling him a brat and warning that he has an extreme young body and doesn't know what would happen if he absorbs that. The Yin energy continues to flow into him. The young man lies in a hospital bed, unconscious. The first elder is furious, calling him a brat and wondering how he could do this. He clenches his fist, a surge of power emanating from his body. A flower blooms, radiating a soft glow. The young man stands, his expression unreadable. His hand trembles slightly. The first elder's eyes widen as he recognizes the three flowers' peak bloom. It had been a brief moment, but the narrator recalls seeing Hyunsu reach the three flowers' peak bloom while he was in a trance. The first elder questions what a harmonious yin and yang body is. The fist demon wonders how Hyunsu's ability allows him to do something like this. Chuanma mutters that it's cheating, totally cheating. Hyunsu awakens, his eyes fluttering open as he wonders where he is. The first elder smiles, stating that it's good Hyunsu recognizes him. Someone calls out for a doctor and nurse. A doctor and nurse rush to Hyunsu's bedside. The medical staff continues to attend to Hyunsu, surrounded by concerned onlookers. A child cries, clutching at someone's hand. A woman in a hospital gown stands alone, sniffling. Tears stream down a woman's face as she clutches her phone, expressing her gratitude. The narration box states that the number of comatose patients is increasing, straining the hospital's capacity. A woman states that this is a problem, and she will ask the branch manager to increase the number of hospital beds. A woman reacts in shock, exclaiming, "What? Hyunsu SSI did that." Another woman, on the phone, repeats the question in disbelief. "What did you say? Hyunsu did that." A family surrounds a man in a hospital bed, calling him darling and dad. Hyunsu smiles, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A close-up shows Hyunsu's torso and arm in a hospital gown. A woman bows to Hyunsu, expressing her gratitude. She believes God sent him to help. He replies that he only did what he could to help. A doctor suggests they go to the next ward. Hyunsu agrees. Hyunsu walks through a crowded hospital hallway. Someone thinks he's amazing. People marvel at Hyunsu's ability and ask to take a picture with him. Chuanma remarks that this is good. Hyunsu is confused. Chuanma asks if Hyunsu isn't being exalted. As a heavenly demon, he should get used to such treatment. Hyunsu is still confused. Hyunsu attends to an elderly patient in a hospital bed. Hyunsu is on the phone, telling someone that he is now at Saesong Hospital. He apologizes. A woman is on the phone, saying that the association has sent them a request asking them to help take a look at their hospital too. The woman continues, saying that it won't be for free, and they've sent in a quotation with the fees for doing this. She says they can take it all. He held the phone to his ear, a confused expression on his face. Hyunsu wondered how he could be anything more than just a guild member. He thought to himself that if what he was doing was out of his own will and had nothing to do with the guild, then it all belonged to him, and he should have read the contract properly. Lee Mina beamed as she spoke on the phone, assuring the person on the other end that Hunter Park was doing a great job. She added that she would go to the association after she was done here, and that the association would be at their mercy after this. Lee Mina sat at her desk, a confident smirk on her face. She thought to herself that this was a compliment as their guild leader. Under the light of the crescent moon, a building stood tall against the night sky. Jin Si-hyuk reclined on a couch, his eyes closed. Jin Si-hyuk spoke into his phone, his expression serious. He was informed that they had found out where Park Hyunsu lived. Darkness descends, punctuated by streaks of light. Jin Si-hyuk, now standing, spoke into his phone, instructing the person on the other end to text him the location, adding that they had done a great job. A hand reached out to open a door. Jin Si-hyuk stood with his hand on his neck, his expression unreadable. Jin Si-hyuk stood in front of a car, his posture suggesting tension. A close-up of Jin Si-hyuk revealed a sinister smile playing on his lips. A figure descends from the sky, surrounded by a blinding light, towards a sprawling city below. The figure plummets earthward, a trail of energy crackling in their wake. The descent intensifies, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The city looms closer as the figure continues their rapid descent. Meanwhile, a vibrant cityscape stretches under a bright, cloud-dappled sky, a rainbow arcing in the distance. A modern building stands tall, its glass windows reflecting the clear sky. A voice wonders if something is happening again. Hyunsu is asked if he is sick of ramyeon. The first elder reminds him that he praised it as the world's best food. But even so, Hyunsu stands in his kitchen, sighing as he prepares to cook. A phone rings, displaying the words Guild Leader. Hyunsu answers the phone, a pot of water simmering on the stove. The caller demands to know why he is calling at this hour and where he is. Hyunsu replies that he is at home and about to cook, but the caller shouts for him to get out now, quickly, leaving him confused. The first elder states that it's a very powerful force. Hyunsu, looking shocked, questions what could be the reason. He races down the stairs, urgency driving his every step. Bursting through the doorway, Hyunsu continues his frantic escape. Pounding the pavement, he sprints down the street, his breath catching in his throat. He glances upwards, a growing sense of dread washing over him. Streaking through the sky, a massive object plummets towards the city. The street stretches out before him, the falling object growing larger with each passing second. The object slams into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs everything in its path. Debris rains down in the aftermath of the explosion. A deafening roar echoes as the explosion reaches its peak. He is enveloped by a swirling vortex of dark energy. Park Hyunsu's hair turns stark white, his eyes burning with an intense blue light. His hand crackles with raw power, the energy coalescing into a tangible force. Hyunsu's face is illuminated by the otherworldly glow, while a small figure watches in stunned silence. Tendrils of energy arc around his face, a visible manifestation of the power surging within. He stands before a building, now a beacon of otherworldly energy. The energy pulses with an almost sentient light, a chaotic symphony of power. In the area where Hyunsu is living, supersonic speed is rare even among S ranks. It's probably, yeah, I think it's Haxon, since that rascal hates me to the core. Thanks for the information. I'm the only one who's capable of stopping him. I need to get going now too. She rushes forward, a determined look on her face. A voice calls out, Team Leader Lee, don't go. The first elder stands nearby, as someone exclaims, Branch General Manager? The first elder states, it's meaningless for you to be there, for all we know. The first elder continues, they will not be standing by idly either. They've already asked the Azure Dragon team to start preparing the use of the divine item, Mirror World. Lee Minor responds with a soft, Motorcycles speed through the city streets. The motorcycles continue their high-speed pursuit. A motorcyclist is described as an S rank. The motorcyclists race onward, the text reads, it's a whole different world that we've never experienced before. A motorcyclist exclaims, yes, team leader. Another motorcyclist asks, Hawk, you have the mirror world, right? A man with a sinister grin states, yes, I'm departing right now. A man stands on a rooftop, overlooking the city. A figure plummets from a towering skyscraper, the wind screaming past them as they fall. The air rushes around the falling figure, the sound like tearing fabric. Feathers scatter in their wake. Giant wings sprout from the figure's back, catching the wind as they continue their descent. The winged figure continues to fall, the city shrinking beneath them. Someone gasps, their eyes wide with shock. A face contorts in a sinister grin, their eyes burning with an unnatural red light. Crackling energy surrounds a figure, the air thick with ozone. The power of yin and yang coalesces around him, the text proclaiming that he has achieved the evolutionary realm. The speed of his growth is incredible, a voice observes. The first elder stands bathed in a red aura, the text revealing that his power is far stronger than before, having achieved at least the supreme peak realm. Hyunsu demands to know why he was attacked out of nowhere. Energy swirls around Hyunsu, the air crackling with power. The first elder smirks, a sinister glint in his eye. He wonders how an A rank was able to fend against his attack. Hyunsu's eyes widen, startled by a sudden sound. He questions what it was. Blue energy crackles around Hyunsu's back as he wonders if there was an accident nearby. Hyunsu shouts, warning everyone that it's dangerous and urging them to go back inside. He races forward, determined to confront the threat. His feet pound the ground as he sprints towards the source of the disturbance. The first elder's voice booms, commanding Hyunsu to focus because he's in a battle. Hyunsu unleashes a technique, swirling with purple energy. The energy expands, a vortex of power. The technique intensifies, a fusion of purple and blue. The first elder scoffs, questioning if Hyunsu thinks using the same attack will work. The first elder's eyes narrow, calling Hyunsu an idiot. He undergoes a body transmutation, his form shifting and hardening. Hyunsu watches in disbelief. His body is turning into metal? The first elder prepares to strike. He shot energy bullets, just now. How many abilities does he have? The first elder unleashes a supersonic Mach 3 punch. The punch connects with the ground, the force rippling outwards. The impact sends Hyunsu flying backwards. The shockwave distorts the air. Hyunsu crashes through buildings, the structures crumbling around him. Explosions erupt as the force of the punch continues its path of destruction. Hyunsu is battered and bruised, pain etched on his face. The ground explodes, sending rocks and debris flying. The aftermath of the punch leaves a trail of devastation. The first elder winds up a devastating punch, orange energy crackling around his fist. The blow connects, the force of the impact radiating outwards. He is sent hurtling backwards from the sheer power of the strike. He plummets through the air, a cloud of dust rising around him as he falls. He slams into the ground with a heavy thud. Hyunsu thinks, I can't feel anything in my right arm. To think I'd end up in this state even after gathering my internal energy. The impact leaves him reeling, struggling to comprehend the extent of the damage. The first elder follows up with a swift kick, a trail of blue energy marking its path. Supersonic Mach 5 punch. The punch is delivered with devastating force. The first elder thinks, did you learn the heavenly demon footwork for nothing? A system message appears, listening to instructions has been activated. He unleashes the heavenly demon footwork, second technique, a surge of power coursing through him. The first elder prepares his own counterattack, a blue aura crackling around his fist. He declares, it's my turn this time. The force of the blow erupts in a blinding explosion. The shockwave tears through the surroundings. Debris and energy scatter in all directions. The impact pulverizes the nearby structures. The sky glows with the unleashed power. The city below is dwarfed by the scale of the attack. A woman with pink hair worries. I hope they haven't met yet. If the two of them meet, I wonder how long Hyunsu will be able to stand his ground against Haxon. Energy crackles in the aftermath. A beam of intense light pierces the sky, promising a swift end. The beam descends rapidly, targeting the city below. To hurry up, Hyunsu lies amidst the rubble, groaning in pain. Ugh! Someone plummets through the air, falling towards the ruined landscape. How strange. Hyunsu struggles to his feet, his thoughts racing. I thought I'd be done with you in a single strike. Chuanma observes the scene, a hint of surprise in his voice. Even though my disciple's understanding rate isn't that high, for him to be able to hit the real one at once. Chuanma continues to watch, impressed by the display of power. He's really strong. Chuanma reflects on the battle, considering the implications. But if he can't overcome a trial like this, then he probably wouldn't be able to grow as a heavenly demon. A disembodied voice echoes, filled with a strange admiration. I applaud you for being able to last this long. Hyunsu unleashes a furious attack, energy crackling around him. Hyunsu's expression is intense as he speaks. What are you talking about? Another figure, injured and confused, struggles to comprehend the situation. You bastard. I don't understand. The first elder smirks, a predatory glint in his eyes as he prepares his next move. He roars, "What you're blabbering about," as debris begins to float around him. The fist demon gathers energy, forming a bright blue orb in his hands. Surrounded by a blue aura, Hyunsu rushes forward, ready to pierce through any obstacle. The first elder prepares to deliver a devastating punch, declaring, "Seed impact." The force of the attack gathers, energy crackling around his legs. The attack pierces through a nearby building, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. An explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. Surrounded by a corona of blue energy, Hyunsu leaps forward, closing the distance with incredible speed. Focusing the energy, he channels it into his fist, the blue light intensifying. His fist connects with devastating force. The blue energy pulses around Hyunsu, a testament to the power he unleashed. The ground cracks and splinters under the force of the impact. The first elder is sent flying backwards, a dark silhouette against the shattered landscape. The first elder grits his teeth. The impact is bigger than he thought. The force of the blow reverberates outwards, a shockwave of destruction. The first elder stares at his hand, a look of disbelief etched on his face. He thinks, an A-rank destroyed his reinforced arm? Impossible. The first elder prepares a silver pulse. He gathers energy, a shimmering blue aura crackling around his hands. The first elder's rate of recovery is at the level of demonic monsters. The first elder warns himself not to let Hyunsu catch a break, planning to use wood impact to destroy the insides of his body. Listening to instructions has been activated. The first elder unleashes his combat art, a devastating wood impact. The first elder vows to slowly destroy all of Hyunsu's transmutations. The energy intensifies, swirling with destructive power. Hyunsu leaps back, attempting to evade the incoming attack. The wood impact slams into the ground, the force of the blow creating a network of cracks. Is it water? Hyunsu wonders if he vaporized after getting hit by wood impact. Hyunsu cries out in pain, the attack clearly having found its mark. Sweat beads on Hyunsu's brow, his expression a mask of pain. The first elder continues his assault, the blue energy around him crackling with power. The ground continues to buckle and crack under the force of the first elder's relentless assault. A surge of energy crackles in the air. He unleashes a blast of power, the force of it shattering the ground. The first elder presses his advantage, following up with another strike. Hyunsu grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. The young fighter steels himself, preparing to counter the next attack. The first elder descends with a powerful chop, energy crackling around his hand. Hyunsu narrows his eyes, recognizing the technique. The first elder declares that the same moves won't work on him. Hyunsu slices through the air, unleashing a leaf impact attack. The energy surges forward. The first elder prepares to block the incoming attack. The attack connects. The first elder, clutching his wounded chest, spat out, "That brat." He channeled his energy, a pink aura swirling around his hands. He's recovering again. I should have destroyed him with consecutive strikes. Hyunsu, bracing himself, thought. But it's too dangerous here since there are too many people around. He continued, since this area is on higher ground, I should be able to minimize the damage as much as possible. The first elder, still wounded, muttered, I took a big hit. A purple aura surrounded his head as he realized. Even though I healed it with silver pulse, it's still not fully recovered. Gathering speed, Hyunsu decided, today's a public holiday. Let's head towards a school. He sprinted towards his destination. Hyunsu raced through the school hallway. He races down the school hallway, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. Hyunsu notes to himself that fortunately, there isn't anyone around. A figure descends from the ceiling, trailing a violet energy. The figure asks if Hyunsu is trying to protect other people. Hyunsu's eyes widen in shock as the figure attacks. Reacting instantly, Hyunsu punches the figure, sending them crashing through a wall in a shower of debris. The figure is sent flying through the newly created hole. The figure, now sitting amidst the rubble, asks Hyunsu if he is someone who chooses to fight, even when in a residential area. Hyunsu continues his assault, his fist crackling with blue energy. The figure is struck by the attack. Hyunsu prepares for another attack, his stance firm. The figure glares, a sinister grin spreading across their face. The force of the battle rips apart the very foundations of the school. The air crackles with displaced energy. The school building continues to crumble. Explosions of light and debris fill the hallway. The destruction is immense. Desks and chairs are pulverized into splinters. The unnamed antagonist floats amidst the chaos, remarking, "I'm starting to think that it's a pity to kill you off." He continues, "To think that you held on for so long." The battle continues to rage. The destruction is widespread. A dark energy swirls. The antagonist grins, declaring, "Blame this on your." A sphere of purple energy pulsates, tendrils of dark power reaching out like grasping claws. The sphere swells, its violet light intensifying as the energy builds to a critical mass. The energy erupts outward, a shockwave of force obliterating everything in its path. The explosion continues, sending debris flying in all directions as the air crackles with raw power. Structures are ripped apart, reduced to rubble in the face of the overwhelming blast. The heart of the explosion burns with blinding intensity, a maelstrom of fire and destruction. The inferno rages on, consuming everything in its path with relentless fury. The world is engulfed in a sea of fire, the air thick with smoke and the stench of burning matter. Blasted skyward by the force of the explosion, Hyunsu is sent hurtling through the air. He crashes back to Earth, the impact sending tremors through the ravaged landscape. Dust and debris settle around his feet as he struggles to regain his footing. Hyunsu stands amidst the devastation, a lone figure silhouetted against the smoking crater. The landscape is a wasteland of rubble and smoke, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt earth. The first elder observes the scene, his expression thoughtful. He mutters, "This country is really bad at estimating one's abilities." The first elder pauses, considering something. "Shall I head back then?" he wonders aloud. The first elder's eyes narrow, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Hyunsu stands amidst the devastation, his silhouette stark against the ravaged landscape. Blue energy crackles around Hyunsu, a visible manifestation of his power. The ground beneath Hyunsu's feet cracks and splinters, unable to contain the force he exudes. The first elder grins, a predatory glint in his eyes. "Kiki," he chuckles. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around Hyunsu like a protective aura. The first elder's gaze remains fixed on Hyunsu, his expression a mixture of surprise and amusement. "You surprise me yet again," he says. The devastation stretches as far as the eye can see, a testament to the power unleashed. The first elder continues to observe Hyunsu, a silent acknowledgement of his growing strength. The first elder gathers a swirling mass of violet energy in his palm, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. But the energy dissipates into nothing, leaving him momentarily stunned. The first elder's eyes widen in disbelief. This has never happened before. Hyunsu continues to walk away, unfazed by the turn of events. The first elder watches him, a grim determination hardening his features. He clenches his fist, violet energy crackling around it. This is the end. The first elder's fist is now encased in raw power. The first elder closes the distance with blinding speed. He lunges forward, fist aimed at Hyunsu. The first elder's eyes burn with fierce determination. He winds up a devastating punch, a blue aura flaring around his fist as he prepares to strike the first elder. The punch connects, the force of the blow sending the first elder flying backward. Hyunsu's expression hardens, his blue eyes narrowed with determination. Hyunsu unleashes the heaven-obliterating demonic fists, second technique, a blinding flash of power erupting from his hands. An unseen force slams into him, the impact sending tremors through the shattered landscape. He grits his teeth, a silent scream of pain etched on his face as the blow lands. The world explodes in a blinding flash of light and debris. Again, an invisible attack strikes, the force threatening to tear him apart. Another explosion rocks the area, the air thick with the smell of ozone and pulverized stone. Gathering his strength, Hyunsu focuses his energy, a blue aura crackling around his fist. He prepares to unleash another devastating blow, his eyes burning with determination. 5 days ago, the camera pans across a mundane building, a stark contrast to the battle that just unfolded. In the room, a dark orb hangs suspended in the air. An unseen force slams into the first elder, sending him staggering back. A blade of pure energy cuts through the air, striking the first elder. More energy blades follow, tearing at his defenses. The onslaught continues, a relentless barrage of ethereal steel. Feet braced, the first elder struggles to maintain his ground against the relentless assault. The energy tears at his robe, each strike a searing brand. A final, devastating blast of energy slams into him. The force sends the first elder hurtling backwards, a ragdoll against the storm. The impact detonates in a blinding explosion. A man's face, etched with determination. Hyunsu sits in meditation, shirtless, as the first elder floats behind him. The first elder instructs, "Listen while you circulate your energy." The first elder states that Hyunsu possesses both the seed of the heavenly demon and the incredible internal energy of the Amugi. The first elder continues, noting that Hyunsu hasn't been able to use these powers properly. Hyunsu acknowledges this. admitting he obtained more internal energy but doesn't feel any stronger. Tears welling in his eyes, Hyunsu wonders why he only has a high rate of recovery. The first elder tells him to think of it as a deep well. The first elder explains that someone strong would be able to fetch the water 100 times, while a weak person couldn't even fetch it 10 times. Hyunsu is shown struggling to lift a bucket of water from the well. Hyunsu notices that the water in the well doesn't run out. Hyunsu realizes that this means he needs to become stronger. The first elder states that the training will help Hyunsu become stronger and allow him to use his internal energy. Hyunsu thinks that fighting in real battles is important. Hyunsu reflects on the idea that defeating a strong enemy is better than training 100 times. The first elder clenches his fist, ready to continue the training. Hyunsu realizes his first strong opponent is right in front of him. He sprints forward, his eyes fixed on the unfolding chaos ahead. The landscape is devastated, reduced to rubble and dust by the force of the unseen attack. A blinding explosion erupts, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. A monstrous roar echoes through the air. The figure is now wreathed in crackling energy, a sign of a terrifying transformation. The hand clenches, energy coalescing around it like a malevolent aura. The transformation is complete. The figure stands bathed in an unholy light, a being of pure, destructive energy. Hyunsu grits his teeth, surprised. He's still able to get up even after getting hit by the seed impact twice? The transformed figure looms, a silhouette of raw power against the swirling energy. Is he a monster? On the other hand, Hyunsu's whole body feels like it's burning by defending against that attack, just now. The transformed figure speaks, a chilling confidence in his tone. To think you'd be able to push me to this extent. Hyunsu stands on the precipice, the wind whipping around him as he faces his transformed foe. No wonder the red line wants you. Is it not ready yet? The transformed figure gathers energy in his hand, forming a sphere of destructive power. The transformed opponent declares that although he is called the Astral Wizard, he is also capable of close combat. He slams his foot down, the ground trembling from the impact. The transformed opponent prepares an energy attack, his hands glowing with power. The energy attack is unleashed at Mach 5. A massive blast of energy hurtles towards Hyunsu. Hyunsu, eyes wide with alarm, braces himself for the incoming attack. Gathering his own energy, Hyunsu prepares a counterattack, his eyes glowing with determination. He unleashes his own energy blast, meeting the transformed opponent's attack head-on. The transformed opponent is struck by Hyunsu's attack, staggering backward. The energy attack dissipates, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The transformed opponent soars through the air, a blur of motion and raw power. Energy crackles around him, a lethal aura promising devastation. He descends, a force of nature unleashed. The transformed opponent declares, "You can't run away." The transformed opponent descends further, his intent clear, annihilation. He vows, "I'll be taking your head." The transformed opponent roars, "Brat, pull yourself together. Your head's about to fly." Hyunsu activates a skill, a blue glow emanating from his hands as he prepares to counter. A system message appears. Your comprehension rate of Heavenly Demon Soul Shed has increased to 65%. Chuanma urges, "Succeed. You must succeed." Hyunsu thinks, "Master, the Heavenly Demon Soul Shed is too difficult. It's probably hard to understand, but think of it." The first elder instructs, telling someone to take just one step backwards and allow their consciousness to pass through from that spot. Hyunsu repeats the first elder's words, allowing his consciousness to pass through from that spot. A voice declares, "Goodbye." Suddenly, the first elder attacks, a blade of pure energy aimed directly at Hyunsu. In desperation, he activates the Heavenly Demon Soul Shed, a surge of blue energy erupting around him. Hyunsu collapses to the ground, the power of the technique taking its toll. The force of the Heavenly Demon Soul Shed sends the first elder flying backwards. The first elder wonders what that was. The first elder is sure that he was just flying towards him at an accelerated speed. A surge of blue energy erupts, crackling through the air. Chuanma cries out, bracing himself against the unseen force. Hyunsu focuses, channeling energy into his hands as he shouts, "Explode." The first elder's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Chuanma realizes he can't dodge the incoming attack, tree impact. Hyunsu unleashes the tree impact, a torrent of raw power surging forward. The attack slams into its target, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion of force and debris. He pants, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead, the exertion evident in every line of his body. His hands tremble, the lingering energy of the technique still coursing through his veins. The young man faces Chuanma, the air thick with anticipation. Hyunsu's stance remains firm, ready for whatever comes next. He lies on the ground, spent. He thinks that he has completely used up all his strength to fetch water from the well. First elder's eye glows with a malevolent purple energy. Chuanma attacks. Various weapons lay scattered across the battlefield. A body lies motionless amidst the debris. The man with spiky hair vows, "I'll kill you, you demon." Standing atop a rocky precipice, a figure surveys the scene below. A voice booms, "Are you the only one left, Heavenly Demon? You've indeed exceeded my expectations." The figure on the precipice responds, his gaze unwavering. The man with spiky hair declares, I swear upon the honor of my fallen subordinates. A dark entity offers, I'll give you a chance, become my right-hand man and conquer the world with me. The figure prepares to fight. The ground trembles as the battle commences. The man with spiky hair finishes his vow. I'll rip your skin apart, dry it, and use it as snacks to appease the souls of my subordinates. The figure, surrounded by crackling energy, declares that this martial art allows the heavenly demons to fight without using any internal energy. He states that he can borrow power from nature. The man speaks of heavenly demon divine arts. A monstrous figure with multiple glowing eyes looms. The heavenly spiritual body is activated. The aftermath of destruction is visible. Amidst the devastation, people express their fear and confusion, noting that the whole school was blown away. A figure rides a motorcycle through the destroyed landscape. The motorcycle speeds through the debris. The figure on the motorcycle continues to ride through the ruined city. Armored boots step off a motorcycle onto the devastated ground. A man in a black and yellow suit stands next to the motorcycle, helmet in hand. Behind him, a woman stands ready. We've arrived at our destination, he announces. The man's face is grim as he states, area was flattened in just 20 minutes. 2 silver discs rest on the ground. Amidst the rubble, the woman stands with a bald man. A flying vehicle hovers above. The man in the suit peers through binoculars, the woman standing behind him. A close-up shows the man's eye as he looks through the binoculars. An explosion erupts. A figure is struck by beams of energy. The figure is kicked violently. Lying on the ground, the figure looks up and asks, let me ask you one question. Why did you appear out of nowhere and attack me? The attacker scoffs, I don't know what you're talking about. The injured figure shouts, let's talk this out, you bastard. One of the observers notes that Park Hyun-soo is alive and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. He wonders what happened. A sinister chuckle echoes through the air. Hyun-soo is surrounded by crackling blue energy, ready to fight. The unknown woman declares that she is using her energy line. The unknown woman has recovered. Pink energy surrounds the unknown woman. The unknown woman is surrounded by pink energy. A swirl of energy appears. One of the observers looks shocked. Pink energy surrounds the unknown woman. Pink energy surrounds the unknown woman. The unknown woman is surrounded by pink energy. He is struck by a powerful blast, the force of the impact sending him reeling. The attack sends Hyun-soo flying backwards, struggling to regain his footing. A massive explosion erupts, consuming the area in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. Jin Si-hyuk, watching from a distance, exclaims that this is nuts. Another man wonders how they are supposed to stop a monster like him. Hyun-soo, surrounded by a faint aura, wonders what that movement was just now. It felt like something pulled him away. The first elder stands over Hyun-soo, who is lying on the ground. He thinks that in any case, Hyun-soo is done if he takes one more attack. A drone surveys the battlefield, showing the extent of the destruction. Lee Mina shouts for Hyun-soo to get up. The first elder thinks that even though Hyun-soo is his disciple, he can't keep helping him like this. The first elder's face is shown in close-up, revealing his concern. The first elder is called Master by Hyun-soo. That's Masters. He's flowing into my consciousness. The figure's expression is unreadable. The woman urgently declares, you must intercept before Park Hyun-soo dies. A voice commands, Azure Dragon Team, enter. One of the team members grimaces, damn it. In order to go in, he thinks to himself, now that I've seen them in action, I just can't bring myself to. He can escape. Someone urges, do it. Another exclaims, oh, wait a minute. Amidst the debris, Hyun-soo stands, thinking, while it's not right for one to interfere in fights. The first elder declares, I simply can't let him die. I need to help him so that. The first elder is told, stop it. There's nothing more you can do against him. He replies, that's not true. The figure reacts with surprise, thinking, the skill that? A system message appears, stating that he has obtained a new ability from level 3 of listening to instructions. Hyun-soo stands ready. The unknown woman withdraws her orders, telling everyone to be on standby. The first elder asks what she is mumbling about. The system message continues, stating that he can imitate one of their skills once a day. Hyun-soo prepares to use a martial art that he can use without internal energy. Hyun-soo activates heavenly spiritual body. The first elder wonders what he never taught him that though. A powerful sound echoes. Hyun-soo is shown with the skill activated. A close-up shows the skill in action. The unknown woman acknowledges that he is strong, but Hyun-soo continues to use the skill. Engulfed in a vortex of swirling energy, the unknown woman seems to be the source of the portal's power. With a shout, Hyun-soo focuses his energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. A torrent of blue energy erupts from his hands, hurtling towards the shimmering portal. The concentrated beam of energy distorts the very air as it races forward. The energy converges on the portal, its golden frame shimmering with anticipation of the impact. The impact is cataclysmic, a blinding explosion of light and force that threatens to tear the world apart. Hyun-soo watches with bated breath, his expression a mixture of hope and apprehension. A voice echoes, declaring that the mirror world is absorbing both of their energies. Cracks spiderweb across the portal's surface, a sign that Hyunsu's attack is taking its toll. With a final, deafening roar, the portal shatters into a million pieces, its energy dissipating into the void. Landing amidst the debris, Hyunsu surveys the aftermath of his attack. He gazes at the shattered remains of the portal, a grim determination etched on his face. Hyunsu contemplates the situation. He crosses his arms, observing the ruined landscape. He mutters, "I guess they were desperate." A figure in a red jacket watches from a distance, thinking aloud. To think that the mirror world would break after one use. What on earth? Haxan Baldur appears on the scene, his name shouted in large letters. Hyunsu surveys the destruction, a question forming on his lips. Humph. The mirror world, huh? Red energy crackles in the air. The landscape is scarred by the battle, the figures of Haxan and the man in red appearing small against the devastation. More red energy surges. The unknown woman stands amidst the chaos, surrounded by swirling energy. The man in red looks on, a single word escaping his lips. Boss. The unknown woman is wreathed in power, her expression unreadable. The man in red stands beside the unknown woman, a question mark hanging in the air. She smiles, pleased with the progress. A voice muses on the amazing feat of lasting against Haxan for so long. The unknown woman stands amidst the rubble, her hands glowing with power. One of the men expresses his relief, noting that Hyurak has arrived on time. Haxan Baldur, surrounded by crackling energy, challenges someone, asking if they intend to face him alone. Haxan chuckles, a sinister sound echoing in the air. The unknown woman warns Haxan not to overdo things. A shimmering portal opens, its surface swirling with energy. A figure emerges from the portal, diving towards Haxan. Hyurak lands, his expression grim. 1 week prior, the Portal Strategy Committee convened. The meeting was held in a modern, corporate building. The attendees were informed of a decision that had been made. An automatic translation device was activated, and they were instructed to put on their earphones. The portal, spread by the ancestral dragon, was discussed. The guilds possessing S-rank hunters in each country would be in charge of taking care of the paradise. In the event that portals appeared in countries lacking S-rank hunters, the guild chosen for the expedition would be selected according to the situation. One of the attendees questioned the purpose of the meeting if they were simply being informed of a decision. The meeting continued. Someone scoffed at the idea. Another attendee declared that humanity's ability to overcome the catastrophe was purely based on their strength. One of the members stated that they and the E.S guild would be moving by themselves, and everyone should bear that in mind. Haxan states that she doesn't care about working together to overcome the catastrophe. A man declares that if he can stop the thing of the end times, humanity will live on. Otherwise, they'll die. The city is in chaos. A police officer directs traffic amidst the destruction. People discuss the appearance of a portal and monsters at the school, deciding to get as far away as possible. Someone is told to go to their uncle. Rubble and debris litter the landscape. A man looks on in shock at the destruction. People observe the destruction, fearing a national-level disaster if fighting occurs there. 2 men stand side by side. A man apologizes to Hyurak, stating that his guild leader did something crazy again as Yamamoto Takashi is being grabbed. Yamamoto Takashi, standing amidst the destruction, remarks that he's seen someone before in a magazine. He notes that the person is ranked number 8 among the S-rank hunters in the world. Jill Lordemon, accompanied by a bald man, demands to know what someone has done and what they are doing in someone else's country. She identifies herself as the 9th-ranked magician of time and space. Jill realizes that the person who fought with her must be someone of great importance. The bald man accompanying Jill Lordemon expresses his frustration, urging Haxan to stop provoking people. Someone exclaims in disbelief, identifying the attacker as Haxan Baldur, the German, who's ranked number 2. A close-up reveals the character's intense reaction to the revelation. The text explains that Haxan has never appeared in any form of media, so no one knows what he looks like, but people know that he's very violent. The Yes Guild promises to apologize on a national level and also compensate for the damages caused. The woman with Yamamoto Takashi asks to overlook the matter for her sake. Haxan declares that he cannot forgive him. Haxan states that he was attacked the whole time for unknown reasons. Haxan reveals that the school he was attending has also been blown to bits. Haxan says that because of the sudden fight that ensued, the residents here too. He then addresses someone as, "Hey boy." The bald man salutes. "Hunter Hyunsu," he says, "it's nice to meet you." He introduces himself as Jill Lordemon. The ground is littered with debris. Jill Lordemon points to his head, noting that Hyunsu is fluent in Korean. He explains that he can match the wavelengths of brain waves to speak in every single language in the world. Jill Lordemon says that they are not here to fight. They are here to bring that guy away. So he asks Hyunsu to please calm down. A man with white hair kneels on the ground. He introduces himself as Takashi, stating that, as he said to Hyurak, they'll apologize and compensate. A speech bubble reads, "An apology?" Hyunsu clenches his fist, thinking that he needs to see things to the end with that bastard, so everyone should get out of his way. Takashi is Yes Guild's vice guild leader and someone who's trustworthy. Fortunately, there weren't any casualties, so he suggests they just stop here. A woman with red hair stands next to Hyunsu. Haxan, Jill Lordemon says, this is a clear act of invasion. Even if the army is sent here, there's nothing they can do or say against them. Takashi puts his hand on Hakusen's shoulder, suggesting they go back. Hakusen tells Hyunsu to finish this next time, and to make sure to get strong in the meantime. A beam of light pierces the sky. The light seems to emanate from below. Jill Lord Demon looks up, shielding his eyes from the brightness. Jill Lord Demon says that he heard Hyunsu is an A-rank hunter, and that it's a moment worth celebrating whenever a strong hunter is born. Jill Lord Demon tells Hyunsu to get along well in the future. Hyunsu is annoyed, saying he is already in his 20s. Hakusen Baldur stands within a glowing blue square. Hakusen says again, and then says that boy thing again. Lee Mina stands with her arms crossed, looking at Hyunsu. Hyunsu thinks that he was only hoping that he wouldn't die, but to think he was able to fight on par with Hakusen. Hyunsu stands on the battlefield. Hyunsu thinks about how much stronger he has grown. Hyunsu clenches his fist. The city skyline pierces the heavens, a monument to human ambition. A sign indicates this is a recovery room. His wounds seem to be healing much faster than expected. The doctor, holding a file, tells Hyunsu that he should be fine by tomorrow. Lee Mina stands by with her arms crossed. Lee Mina remarks that it looks like he's gotten stronger in various ways after eating the snake. Lee Mina suggests that Hyunsu sleep there before he leaves if he feels tired. He puts on his jacket, stating that he's all right and will sleep in his own house. The click of heels echoes in the sterile hallway. A subway train speeds along the tracks, its metallic shell gleaming under the city lights. On the subway, an unknown woman asks Hyunsu why he is taking this instead of using the heavenly demon flight. It has been a tough day? Hyunsu sighs, thinking to himself that it has been a tough day and he wants to take the subway for today. He reflects that it's too dangerous to fight where normal people are at. He thinks to himself that people almost got hurt today. He thought to himself, what would other people think of him? The city street was quiet under the night sky. Footsteps echoed on the pavement. Hyunsu worried that everyone must be making a fuss since everything must be in tatters. He exclaimed in shock, wondering how this could have happened. A voice called out, Hyunsu SSI, thanks for your hard work. Lee Minus said, I was really worried about you. Another voice asked, Team Leader Lee, why are you here? Lee Mina responded, it's because within the association, there's a team that specializes in restoration. Hyunsu stated, I'm here with them to restore this neighborhood. Lee Mina embraced Hyunsu, saying, thank you. You have no idea how worried I was on my way here. Hyunsu stammered, I am sorry. Someone shouted, Park Hyunsu is over there. Another person exclaimed, oh. Hunter Park Hyunsu is cheered on by the crowd. A woman thanks Hyunsu, saying he saved their neighborhood. Hyunsu smiles, looking relieved. Meanwhile, the man with the pipe is informed that the king is unhappy with how the Merman portal plan went sideways because of the inaccurate estimation of the monster rankings. The man with white hair is told not to worry, as the fragment in the Western Sea of Korea should be enough to defeat them. The man with white hair asks if the parallel plan is progressing smoothly as well. He is told that the progress is at 72%. The man with white hair is told that if need be, he can just join in personally and everything will be over. The man with the pipe says that it's satisfying to see a plan progress accordingly. A figure sits with one foot resting on a raised surface, the shiny black shoe catching the light. A news report reveals that the S-rank hunter, Hakusen Baldur from Germany, was the perpetrator behind the collapse of Dowan High School on the 12th of this month. The news report continues, stating that while Hakusen Baldur attempted to attack Hunter Park Hyunsu from their country and invaded their country illegally, he destroyed a school in the process. The Yes Guild officially announced their apology in the afternoon today and mentioned that they'll be looking to compensate all parties involved in the shortest amount of time possible. A figure, shrouded in shadow, mutters how cool it is. A purple-haired man shouts Park Hyunsu's name. The shadowed figure repeats how cool Hyunsu is. The figure threatens to crush the neck of someone like the person they are admiring. The figure wonders how their no-nim will look at them. The figure says they will be meeting soon. The first elder sits patiently, awaiting his meal. He tells Hyunsu, if you're done washing up, start cooking. Hyunsu emerges from the shower, a towel draped around his neck. How refreshing, he exclaims. Chuanma watches him, a disapproving look on his face. What's the big deal? We're all men here, he says, referring to Hyunsu's nakedness. The first elder thinks to himself, the best thing about living alone is being able to wash up in the most comfortable manner and walking out of the showers naked. Suddenly, Chuanma strikes Hyunsu on the head, causing him to cry out. A hand taps on a phone screen. A voice says, tomorrow's the expedition, so today, I've ordered something special for us to eat. Hyunsu, rubbing his head, asks, special food? What's that? Chuanma sits cross-legged, a serene expression on his face, as Hyunsu clutches his head in pain. He seems a little pathetic, but Hyunsu insists that it can't be helped. Chuanma asks when they're going to eat. That's. Hyunsu points out the spicy pork rice bowl. Chuanma asks if Hyunsu is saying that it's nicer than ramen. Hyunsu replies that it has a different type of deliciousness. The table is laden with bowls of spicy pork and rice. Chuanma offers him a bite. Chuanma is shocked by the taste. Chuanma asks what's with Hyunsu's expression and if it's not to his liking. Chuanma exclaims that Hyunsu has been feeding him ramen all this time when there was something this delicious. He recalls that Hyunsu was just pestering him to cook ramen a moment ago. Meanwhile, the building stands tall against the sky. The interior of the building is shown. Hyunsu's hand hangs at his side, his fingers twitching slightly as he walks through the building. The doors slide open with a mechanical hiss, revealing the sleek, modern interior of the building. He thinks to himself that this is finally his first official expedition. Hyunsu pauses, taking in the scene with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. He thinks to himself that it's like a dream of the Red Lion. Hyunsu's expression is a mixture of awe and disbelief. A man with gray hair and a confident smile approaches. He introduces himself as Sung Myung-jin. Behind Hyunsu, a figure praises Sung Myung-jin as the steel god of death, a hunter, and a fan favorite. Sung Myung-jin chuckles, admitting that this is a little embarrassing. Hyunsu, beaming, shakes Sung Myung-jin's hand, exclaiming, "Yes, sir." Someone asks who Hyunsu is swooning over, and another replies that it's hunter Sung Myung-jin. The narration emphasizes that Sung Myung-jin is someone who possesses the ability to never break down and has saved numerous people from various dangerous situations. He is being carried by a large, armored figure in what appears to be a dangerous situation. Hyunsu admits that he has been a fan of someone for a long time. Hunter Hyo Jun-sung is revealed, his name displayed prominently. Hyo Jun-sung greets Hyunsu, who introduces himself as Park Hyunsu. The two shake hands. The first elder explains that Hyo Jun-sung is someone many people like, and that despite his skinny appearance, he possesses monstrous strength. The first elder's words are emphasized with motion lines. The first elder strikes Hyunsu, who cries out in pain, wondering why he was suddenly hit. The first elder questions if they are servants, asking why they are lowering their heads so much. Hyunsu explains that it's because he's a fan. The first elder tells Hyunsu not to get angry, reminding him that as the successor of the heavenly demon, he mustn't lower his head to any Tom, Dick, or Harry. The first elder continues, stating that even though this place isn't the Murim, Hyunsu is still the heavenly demon's successor, who will lead the heavenly demon divine cult, and must carve that into his mind, and always act accordingly. The words echo in his mind. I'll bear that in mind. Hyunsu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, R sits at her desk, a photo of her and another person displayed prominently. Hyunsu approaches R, who acknowledges his presence. Guild leader, I heard you were looking for me. He says. R replies, yeah. R looks up at Hyunsu. I've got something to ask you. A close-up reveals the intricate details of R's combat armor. Wow, is this the combat outfit for the expedition? Hyunsu looks down, a hint of regret in his eyes. Since we don't have time. He offers a quiet apology. Sorry. R stands, towering over Hyunsu in her armor. Are you going to keep working with me? Hyunsu's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. What? What do you mean? R smiles knowingly. You survived a fight with Haxon. R continues. Even though you might have gotten an A rank in the evaluation. The words hang in the air, they were really A rank at that time. R points forward, declaring that he is now definitely an S rank hunter. He recoils, sweat beading on his brow. An S rank? R's words echo. She promised him that she'd groom him until he became an S rank. He realizes that there's no longer that need, so the contract is as good as void. R looks down at him, asking what he is going to do. A close-up shows his lips pursed in thought. R declares that she is going to stay here. He admits that he still hasn't done anything in this guild, and he's also received a huge sum of money for the contract fees. He insists that he is not such a shameless guy. R claps him on the shoulder, exclaiming, Great, member Park Hyunsu, it's your first. R encourages him to go to the basement, where he'll find a combat outfit with his name on it, and to change into that. She adds, Expedition, let's do our best. A voice booms out, filled with unquestioning obedience. Yes, boss. Hyunsu announces his departure. I'll be taking my leave then. From inside the room, a woman replies, all right. But before he can leave, Chuanma grabs his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Chuanma questions, why are you surprised? Did you do something you're not supposed to? Hyunsu responds, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. No, I had lowered my head without realizing it. Chuanma emphasizes, his voice rising. She's your boss, isn't she? She's not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Chuanma's grip tightens on Hyunsu's shoulder, a silent reminder of his responsibilities. Chuanma continues, and she's a good boss at that. You know what boss means. Chuanma chuckles as they walk down the hallway, the weight of his words hanging in the air. A commanding voice echoes through the halls. All members, attention. A woman in elaborate armor declares, my soldiers, the time to subjugate the fragment of paradise has finally come. The woman declares that they are going after the fragments of paradise. The man states that they will need high-level items. The woman emphasizes the need for courage to protect their comrades. A voice declares that alone is more than enough. One man remarks that she is definitely proving herself to be a heroine today. The woman tells the crowd to look at the comrade beside them. The woman asks if they are confident in protecting that comrade. The crowd responds with a resounding yes. Of course. The group prepares to move out, declaring, let's go. The woman shouts to the fragments. The grand building stood tall, its architecture a testament to a bygone era. Footsteps echoed through the halls, each step deliberate and measured. The first elder sat in his chair, his gaze fixed on the distance. A voice booms. The Red Lion Guild's expedition squad just arrived at the Western Sea, Night Nim. A figure with spiky black hair and a stern expression inquired, "What's their military force like?" The first elder smirked, stating, "Other than the S-rank Hayurak, there are 30 A ranks." The figure with spiky black hair stood before the first elder. He stated, "Looks like we can't let our guard down." The figure with spiky black hair grinned, declaring, "Even so, today will be the end of the Red Lions." Kakik. The figure's coat billowed behind him. The first elder's eyes glowed red as he smirked. The figure with spiky black hair declared, "And Korea will also disappear from the face of the earth." A beam of light shot through the building. The sun shines brightly over the Western Sea. The ocean stretches out to the horizon under a clear sky. Swirling blue energy crackles in the distance. The swirling energy intensifies, a beacon in the vast ocean. A ship sails towards the swirling blue energy, cutting through the waves. A guild member remarks, "It's my first time in the paradise." The first elder states, "In the two-part expedition, the first was a failure. Everyone except the S-rank died." The first elder continues, "Although the second part was a success, more than 20 people died and the majority of the squad was severely injured." The first elder's expression darkens as he recalls the casualties. Another guild member explains, "People go into paradise and die after experiencing it. That's how it got its name, Paradise." The first elder sighs, "Oh man, just coming face to face with one of the Paradise's fragments will make your whole body shiver." Death looms in that portal. If even Master is saying something like that, then this can't be compared to a normal portal. Let's go. The clue to saving humanity lies within that portal. Let's go. A figure dives headfirst into the swirling portal, determined to find the clue to saving humanity. Emerging from the portal, the diver plummets through the air, finding themselves in a desolate desert landscape. She landed, kicking up a cloud of sand as she surveyed the new landscape. Kneeling, the guild leader muttered, "This place is..." The sky above shimmered with unnatural distortions. Meanwhile, the guild leader and another figure walked further into the seemingly endless desert. Chuanma observed, "It's too vast to be an illusion." The guild leader questioned, "Illusion?" A memory surfaced, a younger version of the guild leader surrounded by chaotic energy. "When I was young, I almost died, because of the price I had to pay for the illusion." A massive, dark form loomed, identified as the Heavenly Guardian. A voice echoed, describing a mystical dimension technique. "If this is an illusion, then we..." Chuanma, energy crackling around his fist, declared, "Just need to find the thing that's deploying it and destroy it." The guild leader, gazing at the horizon, exclaimed, "I see." The guild leader stated, "Anyways, everyone seems to be gone." Chuanma added, "Someone's still here." The armored figure's boots crunch on the sand as he walks through the desolate landscape. The portal diver stops, placing a hand to his ear. "Damn it, where did everyone go? No one's here at all." He narrows his eyes, muttering, "Of the only one that's here?" He pauses, tilting his head in confusion. "Huh." The portal diver continues his trek through the sandy expanse. He stops again, spotting something on the ground. "Diamond? That's at least 500 carats though." The portal diver reaches down, his fingers brushing against the massive gem. The ground trembles beneath him. The sand erupts as a monstrous creature bursts forth, jaws agape. "Whoa!" The portal diver's expression hardens. "There's no way there'd be a random diamond, huh?" Red energy crackles around his hand as he prepares to strike. Arcane energy surges around his arm. "Have a taste of the rock breaker." The sand creature unleashes a torrent of fiery breath, the air shimmering with heat as the blast races toward the portal diver. She narrowly avoids the inferno, a blur of motion as she dodges to the side, the ground scorched where she once stood. The sand creature emits a piercing screech, the sound grating against the ears as the earth trembles beneath its might. "Queek!" With a defiant cry, the portal diver retaliates, a spectral blade materializing in her hand as she slashes at the monstrous foe. The sand creature raises a massive shield, its surface shimmering with arcane energy. "Spartan shield." The portal diver gathers her strength, a determined glint in her eyes as she prepares to unleash another attack. She thinks, it's indeed better to carry as many things as possible during an expedition. With a surge of power, she summons a spectral spear, its tip crackling with ethereal energy. Skeleton spear. The skeleton spear slams into the sand creature, a blinding explosion of light and force erupting upon impact. Channeling her energy, she prepares to unleash another devastating technique. Use rock breaker then. The sand creature recoils, its form crumbling as the force of the attack takes its toll. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. She recoils, a visible shock rippling through her as she stares at the unfolding chaos. A guttural roar tears through the air, a sound that promises only destruction. The monster's maw yawns wide, a cavern of razor-sharp teeth and bottomless hunger. Her eyes widen in disbelief. What's this? Why is it so big? Azure energy flares around her, coalescing into a protective barrier. A surge of power reinforces the defense. Double shield. The attack connects, a searing impact against the monster's hide. Staggering, the beast begins to fall, its immense weight pulling it towards the earth. Dust and debris explode outwards as the monster crashes down. Its massive claws scrape against the ground, leaving deep furrows in the sand. A piercing shriek echoes across the battlefield, a sound of pain and fury. The monster plummets through the air, a dark shape against the swirling dust. Sweat beads on its brow, a grimace of pain etched across its face. Meanwhile, a surge of blue energy coalesces, crackling with raw power. The energy spears forward, a voice shouting, "Pierce through." The seed impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The portal diver screams, "Pierce through." She continues, "Seed impact." The piercing attack begins. The attack continues to pierce through. The portal diver is shocked. The piercing attack intensifies. The attack continues to pierce through. The landscape is colorful. A voice echoes, "To think we'd be dispersed all over the place once we entered." The portal diver floats in the portal. She wonders, is there another portal within this portal or something? She continues to fly over the endless sea. The endless sea is all that she sees. She thinks to herself that she can't just keep flying around. She needs to check and see if there's anything in the sea, and declares, "Inferno Night." Energy gathers around her as she prepares to cast the skill. The skill activates, causing a large explosion. The explosion continues to expand, sending debris flying. The sea is illuminated by the explosion. The sea stretches out, calm before the storm. The ocean erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, sending plumes of water and debris skyward. She is caught in the heart of the blast, a lone figure amidst the chaos. The portal diver plummets back towards the churning sea, the inferno raging around her. She falls, a cascade of water and fire engulfing her descent. Her eyes widen in shock as the full force of the explosion bears down. The world is consumed by fire and blinding light. The explosion continues to rage, a maelstrom of destruction. The inferno burns with unrestrained fury. A figure lies prone amidst the wreckage, groaning in pain. Monstrous figures clash, their roars echoing through the air. A man in armored plating shouts, "Don't give up." The armored man stands defiant against a horde of monsters, who snarl, "You will die." A hunter slashes at a monster with a glowing blade, drawing a spray of dark blood. A piercing scream tears through the air. A monster lunges, claws extended, towards a hunter. Sung Myung-jin lies on the ground, injured. Another hunter shouts, "Did we say we're going to give up?" A monster tears at a hunter, blood flying as the claws rip through armor. Another hunter retaliates, striking a monster with a blade, vowing, "I'm going to go back and get a big fat bonus." The hunter and monster clash, their weapons meeting with a shower of sparks. "Of course," the hunter exclaims. A hunter prepares a powerful lightning attack, shouting, "Lightning of annihilation." The hunter unleashes the lightning, striking multiple monsters, declaring, "Don't you dare look down on A-rank hunters." The monster's claws tear into him, drawing a pained grunt from Sung Myung-jin. The beast's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The force of the blow sends the hunter flying, crashing against the rocky terrain. A strangled gasp escapes him as blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. Hyunsu leaps into the fray, a blur of motion against the monstrous foe. Sung Myung-jin's eyes widen in disbelief, a desperate plea escaping his lips. "No, don't come near." With a furious cry, Hyunsu descends upon the monster, his blade a silver streak in the air. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield, dust and debris erupting in a violent cloud. Sung Myung-jin watches with a mixture of awe and concern etched across his face. The monster roars in defiance, its massive form radiating raw power. Hyunsu declares, "I'm the steel god of death, Sung Myung-jin." Hyunsu's voice booms, "I'd lose to the likes of you." He stands victorious, the steel god of death, over the fallen monster. Suddenly, a sword pierces another monster, the blade dripping with dark ichor. A horde of shadowy figures surrounds them, their forms indistinct in the gloom. Sung Myung-jin cries out, his voice filled with desperation, "No, Myung-jin." The sword gleams, its edge radiating a deadly light. A monstrous form rises from the depths, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The monster snarls, "We dash." Another monster is struck down, its body dissolving into ash. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, knuckles white with tension. Sung Myung-jin roars, "Come here to die." Sung Myung-jin lunges forward, his sword raised high, ready to strike. The horde of monsters descends, their claws and teeth bared in a frenzy of violence. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. The blast continues to expand, consuming everything in its path. A man sips from a teacup, remarking that things might end before he finishes his drink. A woman stands tall, declaring that Gulag isn't even out yet, and finds it boring. The man with the teacup agrees, stating that things would be even more boring if Gulag came out. The woman is reminded that the guy who killed the Yamugi and survived his fight with Haxon is named Park Hyunsu. She acknowledges that she's been told this 3 times already. The man with the teacup remains seated, listening to the conversation. The woman doesn't think Park Hyunsu will be able to take on the Sorcerer King, Anthropy, alone. She has matched him up with one of the strongest. Meanwhile, the sun shines brightly through the clouds. A desolate desert landscape stretches out, marked by the remains of a large creature. Two figures walk across the desert, their destination unknown. The two figures express their surprise at meeting each other, believing it must be fate. The first elder says he almost cried because he thought he was the only one who was separated. Aegis Guild leader, Choi Jae-hyuk, asks if he was this talkative. The first elder mentions a fight with the white wolf, Haxon. Choi Jae-hyuk says to slap him once, so he'll shut up. The first elder laughs. Choi Jae-hyuk says he didn't lose to him either, and that he watched all the videos. He adds that he's a fan of his. Choi Jae-hyuk says right now, but the first elder says he can't. The two men continue to walk through the desert. Choi Jae-hyuk notes that while they're talking, the first elder sometimes looks up at the sky and asks what's with him. The unique ability of Park Hyun-soo is listening to instructions. A man looks at a computer screen, wondering what this is. At first, he thought he just wrote random stuff because he wanted to hide his ability, but he wonders what if it's real and what kind of instructions he is listening to. His fighting style feels somewhat like an unrealistic martial art. He stares at his hand, a question forming in his mind. Jin Si-hyuk warns, be careful. Those are eyes that have animosity against you. A thought echoes, questioning if he is listening to instructions regarding martial arts, and from whom. Hyun-soo wonders if it's something like a ghost. He looks away, a troubled expression on his face. Jin Si-hyuk observes, looking at me that way? There. The two stand before a swirling portal of energy. Hyun-soo's face is etched with worry. Two ships bob in the water, dwarfed by the swirling energy of a massive portal overhead. A Coast Guard vessel, number 313, stands vigilant, its sensors trained on the otherworldly phenomenon. The ship's radar sweeps across the sky, searching for anomalies within the portal's energy signature. The unknown portal diver stands before a crowd of uniformed figures, her expression unreadable. Currently, both the Red Lion and the Aegis Guild have entered the portal, their fates unknown. The unknown portal diver declares that they are here just in case their raid fails. A technician works diligently on a complex machine, while the unknown portal diver watches with a concerned expression. The Anderson intensity is 24 right now, a man reports. When it reaches 100, a portal impact would occur. Hyun-soo SSI, please be safe. The unknown portal diver thinks, her worry etched on her face. A portal shimmers in the middle of a desolate desert landscape. The air crackles with energy as the gateway awaits. Hyun-soo and the first elder stand before the portal, contemplating their next move. Hyun-soo speaks, we don't even know where we're at now. Going into the portal is a little. The first elder replies, I guess you have some doubts about entering. He continues, I'll go in first then. A hand clad in armored gauntlets reaches out towards the swirling blue energy of the portal. A voice shouts, wait a minute. The first elder says, forget him. Let's explore this place a little more now that the noisy brat is gone. Hyun-soo's face is shown in close-up, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He thinks to himself, how can I do that? We came here as a team after all. The first elder, towering over Hyun-soo, scolds, how dare you ignore your master's words? A leg clad in armor steps into the portal, disappearing into the swirling blue light. Far below, a lone figure plummets from a dizzying height, their scream echoing in the wind. Arg! A blur of green leaves rushes past, the ground a distant, terrifying prospect. The falling figure is surrounded by a burst of energy, the words heavenly demon flight emblazoned across the sky. The figure continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet them with terrifying speed. Hyun-soo remarks that the portal led to the top of a castle wall. The woman wonders where Choi Jae-hyuk is. The woman recalls the name, Guild Leader Choi. She recalls that he was flying all over the place. Hyun-soo asks how she is so fast. The woman thinks they should go there. She notes that it's a civilization within a portal, something she's never seen before. A sprawling city lies below. The city stretches into the distance. The woman tells Hunter Park that he can head in the opposite direction and enter the castle from there. Hyun-soo acknowledges the information. Hyun-soo looks off into the distance. He accepts the offered item. The woman explains that since wireless communication technology doesn't work here, he should take the signal flare. The woman asks that he use the signal flare to let her know if something happens. Hyun-soo acknowledges her request. The woman states that she will see him later, then. A voice narrates that this is as expected of a veteran. The woman states that one should indeed never be too hasty to judge another. Hyun-soo asks what she just did. Meanwhile, a ruined city stretches beneath a sky, filled with debris. A dilapidated clock tower stands amidst the destruction. The clock tower is overgrown with vines and crumbling. The ground is cracked and littered with rubble. A long corridor is lined with crumbling walls and overgrown vines. A skeleton king sits upon a throne, holding a staff. Sunlight streams through a ruined archway. The skeleton king sits in a grand hall, his skeletal face framed by a crown. A massive, clawed hand descends, its dark scales glinting in the dim light. A voice wonders if the gate of light is opening. The aftermath of a brutal battle is visible, bodies strewn amidst rubble and ruin. A voice chuckles, noting that all the A-rank hunters of Red Lion were totally annihilated. A figure with white hair stands atop a rocky outcrop, overlooking a desolate landscape. Someone complains about waiting around, suggesting they deal with the remaining two. A figure is seen reading, as a voice notes that Park Hyun-soo is approaching Anthropy's ancient castle. A voice laughs, stating they are fighting a lonely battle in Obel's Sea. Sharks swim through a dark, swirling sea. The sharks continue their journey through the strange waters. Ha-yurak, surrounded by intense energy, shouts to bring it on. Armored legs descend amidst a flurry of energy. A surge of power erupts, the air shimmering with heat. He declares his intent to incinerate everything in his path. The inferno roars to life, a vortex of destruction unleashed as Mephisto fire. A barrage of fiery projectiles rains down, each one a miniature explosion of heat and force. The warrior, battered but unbowed, grits his teeth, realizing the sheer number of his adversaries. Just how many of them are there? He knows he can't abandon his allies, but the path to escape has vanished. Falling through the air, he is surrounded by the lingering trails of his own fiery magic. A swirling portal of violet energy materializes before him, a possible escape or a new threat. A gasp escapes him as he witnesses the impossible. Now clad in gleaming armor, he braces himself for the next wave of attacks. Gathering the Inferno's essence, he prepares to unleash a devastating fire fist. Engulfed in flames, Ha-yurak stands defiant, a beacon of fiery resistance against the encroaching darkness. A chilling sound echoes through the battlefield. The explosion of fire and dark energy engulfs the area. The monster roars, its voice echoing through the battlefield. A close-up reveals the monster's menacing jaws, ready to strike. Multiple monsters converge, there forms a nightmarish swarm. The monster looms large, a towering figure of destruction. The monster unleashes its attack, a wave of dark energy surging forward. The force of the attack creates a massive wave, threatening to engulf everything in its path. The unknown woman's eyes widen in horror. Shit, she mutters. The monster's attack crashes down, a cataclysmic event unfolding. The monster looms over the battlefield, its shadow casting a pall over the scene. Footsteps echo, a lone figure walking towards an unknown destination. Cha-yun walks along the rooftop, lost in thought. It seems endless no matter how much I walk. She wonders if she should just head down. Below, a fantasy-like neighborhood stretches out. Sliding down the wall, she prepares to enter the new area. She thinks to herself that she is almost there. Touching down, she surveys the scene. The armored woman remarks on the fantasy-like neighborhood. It feels like something good would come out of this place. She asks that she be guided to where precious things are. A surge of energy emanates from her hand. She recalls obtaining Rockbreaker with this power, wondering what she'll get this time. The energy crackles around her armored hand. She stands on a platform overlooking the fantasy neighborhood. He looks around the desolate landscape. There's no one here. I guess something must have happened here. The first elder raises a hand, pointing forward. Wait. The first elder's eyes widen. I feel something alien and humongous. The wind howls around the first elder as he stands on the precipice. Hyun-soo cautiously advances, his armored boots crunching on the debris-strewn ground. A blinding flash erupts, accompanied by a deafening roar. The explosion sends shockwaves rippling through the air, tearing apart the already ravaged landscape. Hyun-soo and the first elder are caught in the blast, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. A monstrous figure looms before them, its voice booming. Are you guys trying to enter the Gate of Light? A clock tower pierces the sky. Park Hyun-soo observes their surroundings. He thinks it's quite a place. A voice thanks them for accepting the invitation. Park Hyun-soo and first elder stand before a figure seated on a throne. The figure states that he has something to ask them. The figure asks if they came to this place via the gate. The figure is revealed to be a skeleton in armor, who questions if there is light. The skeleton figure asks if they are referring to the portal, and first elder confirms that they did. The skeleton figure thinks it looks like it's able to. Park Hyun-soo asks what is going on. First elder states that of course he can see Park Hyun-soo. A hand is shown, and the skeleton figure says that's not it. The first elder offers tea to Hyun-soo, stating that they are his guests. Hyun-soo wonders since when. The skeleton figure asks if Hyun-soo is the king. Hyun-soo wonders if the skeleton is his master. The skeleton figure says that he is not sure and that his memories are vague. The first elder states that he has counted up to 283 years. The first elder says that it is probably more than 10 times the amount. The first elder states that years he has counted have passed. The skeleton figure asks why they aren't drinking the tea. It's said to increase mana sensitivity. The skeleton figure says that he served that greatly since he hasn't had guests for a while. The first elder offers Hyun-soo the tea. Hyun-soo wonders if mana is something delicious. Hyun-soo wonders if the skeleton figure poisoned it. The skeleton figure says that he might eat it if it was ramyun though. He calls Hyun-soo master. The skeleton figure notes that the castle is a total mess. He apologizes for being rude, stating that it's alright. He is glad to have someone to talk to. The armored figure muses that he was probably a king of this place, adding that he looks like a king no matter what. The country was originally one that everyone was envious of. It was a place where happiness was guaranteed if you worked hard. Fields of wheat sway in the breeze, and villagers worked together to harvest the bounty. But the Gate of Light had started to suddenly appear one day, and all sorts of monsters came out of it. It was too much of a shock. The armored figure doesn't remember if he was king during that time or not, but a voice booms, telling him to just say he's the king. The armored figure seems to hesitate. The figure is told that he must destroy all of them. A battlefield is shown, with soldiers fighting against monstrous creatures. The ground trembles as a colossal foot descends, pulverizing the earth beneath it. Dust and debris explode outwards, obscuring the sky. The monstrous figure looms, its immense size casting a shadow over the ravaged landscape. Its eyes glow with malevolent intent, its tusks bared in a savage snarl. The foot lifts, revealing a figure dangling limply from its grasp. The figure hangs suspended, seemingly lifeless. Blood drips from the monster's maw, staining the ground below. A sinister chuckle echoes through the air. From a distance, the white-haired figure observes the carnage. Gulag is awake, Night Nim. The figure's red eyes gleam with amusement. Ha, lazy bastard. How disappointing. What should we do? A voice whispers, overlap them. A pink-haired figure is engulfed in a swirling vortex of red energy. A swirling vortex of black energy crackles with crimson lightning. A figure, small against the immensity, is caught within the chaotic currents. Clenching her armored fist, the unknown woman grits her teeth. Damn it, it'll be hard to take care of it. Tendrils of fiery energy lick around her pink hair, as if drawn to a magnetic source. Her eyes widen, reflecting the swirling blue energy that surrounds her. The air crackles with unseen power. Bracing herself, the unknown woman is engulfed in a blinding flash of blue light. Her amber eyes narrow with intense focus. Below, the monstrous figure stares up in disbelief. A portal within a portal. Raw magical energy surges from the newly formed gateway. The fabric of reality shatters, sending shards of light scattering across the sky. The winged monster stands on a desolate, rocky landscape, a look of confusion etched on its face. A figure stands silhouetted against a blinding blue light, a question mark hanging in the air. The blue energy intensifies, swirling and expanding. The energy continues to surge outward, a chaotic display of raw power. The blue light fractures and splinters, the energy becoming increasingly volatile. The explosion reaches its peak, the air crackling with unseen force. From the heart of the explosion, the winged monster emerges, its form silhouetted against the fading light. A voice echoes, filled with regret, but I wasn't able to defeat all the monsters even using everything I had. Park Hyun-soo, clad in heavy armor, sits at a table, his expression thoughtful. He asks, what happened next? A skeletal figure responds, I became like this when I woke up. The skeletal figure, adorned with a red cape and ornate armor, stands beside Park Hyun-soo. He continues, to them. Park Hyun-soo, still in his armor, listens intently to the skeletal figure. He says, I don't know what to say, it's really unfortunate. A close-up reveals the skeletal figure's glowing blue eyes, hinting at the power within. The first elder observes, it looks like there's a reason why you guys have come to me. The first elder stands with his back to Hyun-soo. The first elder remains silent. Hyun-soo looks at the first elder, thinking, isn't he already dead? Meanwhile, a surge of water erupts. An unknown woman is submerged in the swirling water. She struggles, gasping for air. The woman is surrounded by swirling water and energy. A portal overlaps with another. The unknown woman's face shows distress as she struggles in the water. She continues to struggle. The woman notices something and exclaims, Am I squad members? The battle rages on, a chaotic swirl of water and figures locked in combat. A colossal figure, silhouetted against the sky, unleashes a deafening roar. A towering wave surges forward, threatening to engulf everything in its path. A figure gazes up in shock at the unfolding events. A dragon-like creature soars through the turbulent skies, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. A voice echoes, filled with anticipation. The two of them have finally met. From atop a rocky outcrop, a figure calls out, Who would you like to bet on, Night Nim? Another voice responds, Of course, I'm going to bet on Gulag. Wake me up when everything's over. A figure reclines, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding chaos. A figure, surrounded by a fiery aura, demands, Is this your doing dash? Energy crackles in the air, a visual testament to the immense power at play. A lone figure plummets from the sky, engulfed in flames. The monster soars through the sky, its shadow falling across the water below. A figure powers up, announcing their shift into Firebird mode. The figure unleashes a furious taunt, commanding their foes to get lost. The monster's eyes glow with an eerie light. The figure's power intensifies, the air crackling with energy. A searing beam of light strikes the monster, forcing it to reel. The monster struggles to maintain its altitude. A blinding explosion erupts, engulfing the area in a wave of heat and light. A surge of blue energy erupts. A blinding white light explodes outward. A figure plummets through the air amidst a cataclysm of fire and light. Tendrils of blue energy crackle and writhe. An explosion rips through the scene. Another explosion detonates, sending shockwaves in all directions. A lone figure is silhouetted against the inferno. A figure soars through the sky, surrounded by a vortex of fire. All the flies are dead. Blue energy crackles. Red energy explodes outward. Yellow energy erupts. Blue energy explodes as a voice booms. Now, it's your turn. A voice echoes through the cathedral. You want us to kill you? Chuanma sits at a table as one asks, can't you just commit suicide? The other responds, master? One asks, are you guys master and disciple? The other responds, to think you've taken a soul to be your master. How ridiculous. It's compel dash. A spear is activated. The spear is swung. The spear continues its swing as one exclaims. The spear destroys a skull as one exclaims. He just destroyed his own skull. The spear continues its attack. The spear continues its attack as one exclaims. A skeletal figure crackles with blue energy. The first elder, Chuanma, stands with a guard. He seems surprised. Chuanma reflects. I don't remember what kind of curse I have anymore. The skeletal figure stands tall, wreathed in blue energy. The skeletal figure vows, all right, I'll kill you. The skeletal figure seems to be addressing someone, asking, Master? Chuanma states, but I've got a condition. A figure leaps through a forest, following a trail of blue light. The figure approaches a large, imposing door, the blue light leading the way. The figure wonders, where am I? Something's inside this place. The figure stands inside, a blue orb floating before them. The figure resolves to take decisive action. In that case, he repeats his intention, a grim determination hardening his features. He just needs to destroy the door and go in. Power gathers in his hand, a swirling vortex of violet energy. The energy erupts, obliterating the door in a blinding explosion of light and force. He strides through the shattered remains of the doorway, a path now open before him. Smoke and dust billow from the destroyed entrance, obscuring the view beyond. The figure walks deeper into the structure, passing between colossal statues that line the path. He pauses, taking in the architecture. This looks like it's an ancient building. The statues are grotesque, their features twisted into expressions of silent menace. He continues his advance, his shadow stretching long before him in the dim light. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He whirls around, his expression a mixture of shock and alarm. What was that? A surge of blue energy crackles through the air. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands surrounded by monstrous, shadowy beasts. A voice declares, that's my only condition. A skeletal figure clad in regal robes asks, to know how to get out of this place. Hyunsu and the first elder stand before a glowing portal. The armored figure cries out in frustration. Arg. What? The first elder retorts, foolish bastard. That is already not around anymore. The first elder advises, always make sure you know where the exit is when you enter a place. A system message appears, listening to instructions has been activated. Hyunsu replies, all right. A voice echoes through the halls. The way to get out of this place. I don't. The skeletal figure sits on a throne, while the first elder stands nearby. The skeletal figure says, know anything about it? I'd have gotten out if I knew about it. A close-up of the skeletal figure reveals its menacing presence. The skeletal figure declares, I know something that might help you guys. Hyunsu and the first elder react with surprise. The skeletal figure stands before the massive door, Hyunsu and the first elder watching from behind. The skeletal figure looms, its skeletal face a mask of determination. The first elder warns, he might be up to something, so be on your guard. Hyunsu stands clad in armor, watching the skeletal figure intently. Hyunsu thinks, I don't think he intends to do anything to us though. The skeletal figure stands before the door, ready to unleash its power. The skeletal figure declares, by the power of mana, open up. The skeletal figure commands, O door, open up. The door begins to open, light streaming through the crack. Hyunsu watches with wide eyes as the door opens. The armor Hyunsu wears gleams in the light. Hyunsu wonders, what was that energy? It seems to be a different kind of power as compared to the chi that Master uses. He admits he's not sure either, having never felt anything like it before. The air crackles with unseen energy. The skeletal figure's words echo with confidence. There's nothing to fear, and he could break through that door without any problems. The skeletal figure explains that the marble is called anthropy, something that nothing in the world can compare to. The skeletal figure urges Hyunsu to place his hand on the orb. Hyunsu wonders aloud if he should place his hand on it. The skeletal figure says he doesn't know what it'll show him. It could be what he does daily or the birth of the universe, but whatever it shows, that'd be what he desires. The skeletal figure tells Hyunsu there's no need to hesitate after coming this far. Hyunsu thinks that's totally different from what he said just now. The orb glows with an ethereal blue light. The skeletal figure concludes, well, in any case. Hyunsu steels himself, resolving to give it a try. The orb pulses with power as Hyunsu reaches for it. Hyunsu places his hand on the orb, and a surge of energy courses through him. Visions of ghostly figures swirl around him, hinting at the possibilities within the orb. He cries out, calling for his master as a strange force pulls him forward. The light intensifies as Hyunsu realizes he's being sucked in. He shouts in disbelief, realizing he's been tricked. The skeleton figure apologizes, admitting he lied. Hyunsu continues to scream, still being pulled by the mysterious force. He struggles to break free, but finds he cannot get his hands off of it. The skeleton figure asks the first elder what his reason is for doing this. The first elder responds that he wants to get out of this place, just like the skeleton figure does. After a long time of research, the skeleton figure found out the way to manifest the Gate of Light. The skeleton figure's blue eye glows intensely. Hyunsu grits his teeth, realizing he doesn't have enough energy. The portal glows with intense energy. The skeleton figure states he had an intuition when they arrived in this world, and that the time has arrived. He laughs maniacally. Still caught in the portal's pull, Hyunsu screams, "You bastard! You deceived me." The swirling vortex of the portal continues to envelop him. The skeleton figure, bathed in a blue glow, declares, "I absorbed all of the souls of my people and defeated the monsters." Shadowy figures lurk within the swirling energy of the portal. Elsewhere, Shuanma stands on a balcony overlooking a city, admitting to himself, "And I no longer have energy that I could gather." Back in the portal, the skeleton figure clutches Hyunsu, continuing, "And that's when you appeared, along with the energy of thousands of lives." Energy crackles around the skeleton figure's hand as he grips Hyunsu. Hyunsu, struggling against the figure's grasp, screams, "Ark! Bastard!" The skeleton figure ignores his captive's struggles, stating, "Monster, I've asked everything I wanted to know about." The skeleton figure stands next to a figure shrouded in blue energy, a question mark hanging in the air. Shuama, seemingly communicating telepathically, tells Hyunsu, "Disciple, calm down. Do you think the martial arts that I've passed to you can't get you out of your current situation?" The skeleton figure, now looming over Hyunsu, declares, "I won't question why you possess so much energy, since it'll become mine anyway. Ahaha, perform the heavenly demon." The system activates, listening to instructions. He thinks to himself that he panicked too much because he couldn't get his hands off. Everything kneels down in the face of the heavenly demon. Heavenly demon dominating stride. An explosion erupts. A tremor runs through the chamber, and the monster cries out, What's happening?" The monster finds himself forced to one knee, his armored form struggling against an unseen force. A heavy foot descends, the sound echoing through the chamber as Hyunsu, now clad in gleaming silver armor, approaches the kneeling figure. Spitting with rage, the monster snarls, "How dare you make me kneel?" Hyunsu stands tall, his armored form radiating an aura of quiet power. From the shadows, the first elder observes, his voice a low rumble. That's how anyone should be when they're in front of the heavenly demon. The first elder's gaze is intense, his eyes narrowed as he watches the confrontation unfold. The monster, still kneeling, spits out a venomous curse. "You insect-like bastards." Hyunsu's voice echoes with newfound power, a power that destroys one's foundation. Hyunsu stands over the kneeling monster, his armored form a symbol of overwhelming dominance. The monster, reeling from the previous blow, wonders aloud. Since when? Channeling energy into his hand, Hyunsu prepares a devastating attack. The force of the blow is immense. Tree impact. The tree-based attack slams into the monster with incredible force. The attack tears through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The monster howls in pain as the attack connects. Its face contorted in agony, the monster's eyes blaze with fury. His dark hair flowing behind him, Hyunsu prepares for the next phase of the battle. Summoning a defensive barrier, the monster cries out, "Spartan shield." The world blurs as the battle intensifies. With a fierce cry, Hyunsu prepares to unleash another attack. He strikes the monster with a burst of energy, the force of the blow rippling outwards. The monster roars, its massive jaws snapping shut as it absorbs the impact. An unseen force slams into Hyunsu, sending him staggering backward. The monster unleashes another deafening roar, the sound echoing through the chamber. Heek, dash. Hyunsu grits his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, they're endless." The monster finds itself surrounded by shadowy figures, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monster bellows, now, leading the charge of its shadowy horde. Kaiwak, Heek. Hyunsu is struck again, the force sending him tumbling backward. He plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. Hyunsu cries out in pain as he falls, his body twisting in the air. Arg! He continues to fall, bracing for impact. Below, sharp spikes jut upwards, promising a painful end. He plummets further into the abyss, the wind screaming past his ears. Hyunsu hits the ground, thinking that he almost died. He grits his teeth, his expression a mix of pain and determination. Hyunsu spots a massive crystal glowing in the distance. The crystal pulses with an otherworldly light, its surface etched with strange symbols. Hyunsu exclaims that he found it. A surge of purple energy erupts from Hyunsu, his eyes blazing with power. The crystal shatters, unleashing a blinding flash of light and energy. Fragments of the crystal scatter in all directions, the air crackling with residual power. A golden bracelet, intricately designed, rests amidst the debris. Hyunsu's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Clutching the bracelet, Hyunsu declares that it is not over yet. He stands ready, facing the first elder. The fist demon unleashes a torrent of magical energy. Even a direct hit from the tree's impact did nothing? For a kid like you, you're pretty good. But you're just mere dust to me. The first elder cackles. Your master might have been able to do something though. The fist demon prepares another attack as Hyunsu watches. The magic intensifies. His eyes widen in disbelief as the heavenly demon's power surges around him. A system message appears. Listening to instructions has been activated. The heavenly demon unleashes a devastating blast of energy. A beam of pure energy streaks toward Hyunsu. The heavenly demon cackles. You're just like a slimy loach. A sweeping arc of power cuts through the air. The heavenly demon focuses his energy into a single, piercing strike. The heavenly demon declares, "Heavenly demon flight," as a wave of energy erupts around him. The ground trembles as the heavenly demon's power manifests. Debris rains down as the heavenly demon continues his assault. The heavenly demon prepares a massive, final attack. A voice echoes. It wouldn't be possible for him to use that infinitely and continuously. Get up. You can do it. He lands heavily, the impact cracking the stone beneath his feet. Dust and debris rain down. Hyunsu crouches low, his gaze fixed on his opponent. The heavenly demon booms. Shut up. The first elder continues. You're the insect here. How dare you think you would be able to fight me at your level? The heavenly demon sneers. You're but an insect. Don't you dare climb up to the heavens, because I'm the heavens. He continues his tirade. A soul who can't do shit. The first elder declares. Arrogant since I'm in the heavens. Hyunsu roars. Karg. Huh. The heavenly demon's power flares as he shouts. How arrogant. You're but just. I'll destroy your disciple and show you that there's always someone more powerful than you in the world. He gathers a massive amount of purple energy. The heavenly demon unleashes his attack. Although he destroyed the ground, the pillars still remained, a testament to their ancient strength. A determined glint shone in Hyunsu's eyes, reflecting the electric blue of his power. With a resounding "Hiya," Hyunsu unleashed a torrent of energy, targeting the massive pillars that surrounded him. His movements blurred as he channeled his energy, each strike carrying the force of a collapsing star. The word "through" echoed as Hyunsu's fist pierced the air, a concentrated beam of power obliterating everything in its path. He channeled his energy into a devastating seed impact, unleashing a wave of destruction that threatened to consume everything. The force of Hyunsu's attack slammed into the monster, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the battlefield. The monster reeled, silent, expressing its shock and disbelief at the sheer power unleashed against it. Hyunsu pressed his advantage, continuing his relentless assault with unwavering determination. The aftermath of the attack left a scene of utter devastation, the once imposing pillars reduced to rubble and dust. The heavenly demon watched with a knowing smirk. You've finally shown yourself, he mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The monster's hand glows with power as it declares, I'll absorb you. The monster stands amidst the destruction, its skeletal face a mask of grim determination. A surge of energy erupts, the monster questioning. With a fragment like this? Hyunsu launches a counterattack, a burst of energy aimed at the monster. The monster's hand, now glowing intensely, seems to pulse with newfound power. Hyunsu grits his teeth, feeling the monster's power surge. How is this possible? I feel a power that's higher than A grade. Another explosion rocks the area, the monster's power reaching new heights. Could it be S grade? The monster recoils, sensing something. Someone's touching my life vessel. Hyunsu prepares his ultimate attack, channeling immense energy. Heaven obliterating demonic fists, second half, sixth technique. Sweat pours down Hyunsu's face as he focuses all his power. The monster unleashes its full power, declaring, heavenly spiritual body. A massive explosion of energy engulfs the battlefield, the outcome uncertain. Sweat beads on his brow as Hyunsu stares up at the monstrous figure looming over him. A figure screams, their voice raw with exertion. A blinding light flares, energy crackling around a crystalline structure. The figure's face contorts in a furious yell. A sphere of pure energy pulses, radiating outward with immense power. Another scream echoes, filled with pain and desperation. The man strains, his muscles bulging as he channels a surge of energy. A wave of force erupts, shattering the air with its intensity. The energy expands, a destructive bloom of power. The man is enveloped in a heavenly spiritual body. A skull-like helmet with sharp protrusions emerges from the light, its expression inscrutable. The armored figure looms, a titan of immense scale and power. A surge of power erupts, tearing through the air with blinding force. The energy coalesces into a spectral blade, poised to strike. The monster thinks, to think someone got to my life vessel. Damn it, if not for that, I wouldn't lose to someone like you. The force of the attack shatters the very foundations of the world around them. A cataclysmic explosion of raw energy obliterates everything in its path. The energy converges, forming a swirling vortex of destruction. The vortex intensifies, drawing in everything around it with irresistible force. Hyunsu, now clad in armor, watches the devastation alongside Chunma, his expression grim. The residual energy crackles and fades, leaving behind a scene of utter ruin. The monster kneels amidst the wreckage, weakened but not defeated. The once grand architecture lies in ruins, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. Rising to his feet, the monster radiates a dark energy, his eyes burning with renewed resolve. His eyes blazing with an ominous light, the monster began to channel a dark energy. The energy coalesced in his hands, crackling with raw power. Clenching his fist, he focused the energy, preparing to unleash it. With a guttural roar, the monster unleashed the pent-up power. The dark energy surged from him, a tangible wave of destruction. Leaping into the air, he prepared to strike Hyunsu. An explosion of raw energy erupted, shaking the very foundations of the world. His fist raised high, the monster reveled in the devastation. Hyunsu stood firm on the platform, seemingly untouched by the blast. Landing with earth-shattering force, the monster unleashed another wave of power. The attack hurtled towards Hyunsu, a concentrated beam of pure destruction. The blast engulfed Hyunsu, the impact threatening to tear him apart. He observes that the situation has changed from just now. Energy crackles around him. The energy manifests in claw-like forms. Hyunsu feels his power surging like crazy. The energy intensifies. Hyunsu screams as the power continues to surge. He focuses the energy into a sphere. A landscape of swirling energy forms around him. A radiant figure descends from above. The energy crackles with greater intensity. The power explodes outward. The transformation reaches its peak. The surge of power continues to manifest, energy crackling around Hyunsu like a chaotic storm. The energy intensifies, solidifying into jagged, violet shards that pierce the air. Standing amidst the swirling chaos, Hyunsu is bathed in an ethereal glow, his form shifting and solidifying. He can feel the power coursing through him, reshaping his very being. I can feel it. The transformation reaches its peak, the energy coalescing around his legs, solidifying into something new. The power resonates within him, a declaration of newfound strength. My body is now the strongest in the world. The transformation continues, the details of his new form still obscured by the intense energy. The energy swirls around him, a vortex of power that seems to defy comprehension. What nonsense is that? You want to go into it? Meanwhile, the first elder stands firm, his gaze fixed on the swirling energy. When I first grabbed onto this marble, I could feel it with my whole body. A subordinate kneels before him, a dark orb hovering between his hands, surrounded by ethereal tendrils. The subordinate looks up, his expression resolute, asking me to save them and to release them. The first elder remains unmoved, his eyes narrowed. I'll go in there alone, master. You stay here. He asks what they will do if they can't come back out after going in. The first elder thinks to himself that Hyunsu is a stubborn rascal. The first elder declares that he will be going in then. Hyunsu, clad in armor, prepares himself, gathering energy in his hands. Hyunsu is startled. The first elder speaks, but his words are obscured. The first elder asks if Hyunsu doesn't think they'll make it back out. Hyunsu responds that they are stuck together, and the first elder retorts that he is being too cheeky. The first elder gathers his own energy, a swirling purple aura forming around his hands. The first elder declares that they are going, and the two combine their power. The first elder cries out. Hyunsu, also shouting, is engulfed in the combined energy as they enter the dangerous field. He plummets downwards, the swirling energy field rushing past him in a dizzying blur. A scream tears from his throat as the light intensifies. The scream continues, echoing in the blinding light. The light fades, revealing a bright blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. The sky stretches endlessly above, a serene contrast to the chaos he just experienced. Meanwhile, a bustling town comes into view, its buildings quaint and colorful. The cobblestone streets are filled with people going about their daily lives. A vendor smiles as she hands a bag of apples to a customer. A voice echoes, laced with confusion. Are we in that skeleton bastard's memories? A swirling vortex of energy pulses in the distance. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The town stretches out before them, bathed in the ethereal glow of the energy source. A gate of light suddenly appears, eliciting shock and awe from the gathered crowd. A voice urgently commands that the king be informed immediately. A monstrous figure descends from above, casting a long shadow over the town. The monster unleashes a devastating attack, scattering the crowd and leaving destruction in its wake. Continuing its rampage, the monster tears through buildings and sends debris flying. A desperate cry for help pierces the air as someone is caught in the monster's assault. A piercing scream erupts as the monster closes in, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Another terrified scream echoes through the town as the monster's assault continues. A final, desperate no is heard as someone is struck down by the monster's attack. Soldiers, their faces grim, fire upon the monstrous attacker, hoping to stem the tide of destruction. A commanding voice urges the soldiers to stand their ground and fight, refusing to let them flee in terror. A declaration rings out. They are the warriors of the Raylord Kingdom. An unseen assailant strikes, the force of the blow eliciting a pained cry. A figure in a flowing red cape stands defiantly amidst the chaos. Stand back, the heavens dash. The monstrous entity roars, its voice echoing across the battlefield. My soldiers. A warrior declares, the king is here. Get away from all the... A voice booms, monsters. A description follows, by the name of Morier and the soul of Bigaparu, the one who reached. A figure stands ready, a complex magic circle glowing beneath their feet. The monstrous entity looms large, its form radiating power. A voice cries out, heaven strike. A bearded warrior prepares to unleash an attack, energy crackling around him. A blinding explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The monster roars, its silhouette outlined in crimson energy. The monster takes flight, soaring away from the battlefield. A mass of soldiers stand shoulder to shoulder, their armor glinting in the dim light. Elsewhere, a grand clock tower rises above the surrounding buildings, its face gleaming under a bright blue sky. Inside a lavish room, the red floor reflects the light filtering through the tall windows. A figure sits in ornate armor, a dark cloak draped over their shoulders. The words, "To be continued," appear below. A pristine wine glass sits on a dark surface, untouched. The unknown woman sits upon her throne, a dark red cloak draped over her armored form. She holds a wine glass, lost in thought. If this continues, she thinks, she will be the one annihilated. She no longer has the strength to handle this matter. What use is this world if she's dead? Her gauntlet gleams with intricate gold filigree. No one else but her can stop the monsters that are coming out from the Gate of Light. Does that mean she is the country itself? The only way left is necromancy, a sorcery that allows her to gather the souls of humans and obtain an enormous amount of power. Damn it, she must have gone crazy. How can a country be called a country if it doesn't have any citizens? No, if she's around, she can just create another country. She contemplates using necromancy, knowing this place is going to disappear. The king thinks to himself that he'll be killing people. The king questions if he must be crazy and what kind of king kills his citizens. An armored figure yells for someone to shut up. A figure lies on the ground, gasping for air. The woman is told that another Gate of Light has appeared at the eastern castle walls. A man exclaims that there's a really huge monster that looks like a dragon. Another man questions his majesty. The armored figure states that the only thing the others are doing is whining. A figure asks how the others are any different from the parasites that are trying to stick onto him to extend their own lives. A man declares that he'll give their lives some value. The sound of a stab echoes. A man questions why. She stands over the fallen man, her spear dripping with his blood. The blood is wasted. The woman declares she will call everyone that's related to him. She will call for everyone that's related to them. In the name of the forbidden god, Gamara, she commands. The spear glows with an eerie light. The woman calls out to all souls. She commands them to come to her. The spear pulses with power. A clock tower materializes within a circle of arcane symbols. The clock tower looms, ancient and imposing. A city appears, surrounded by a glowing circle of runes. The people below gaze upward, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension as a swirling portal shimmers into existence above them. Within the portal's depths, arcane symbols blaze with ethereal light, a testament to the potent magic at play. A monstrous form claws its way through the dimensional rift, its eyes burning with malevolent intent as it enters this world. She stands amidst a swirling vortex of spectral figures, each a soul drawn from beyond, their forms glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. The spectral tide surges, an ethereal army poised to reshape the world. The force of the summoning throws people to the ground, the air thick with dust and displaced energy. Rising from the chaos, the iconic silhouette of Big Ben pierces the sky, a symbol of a city reborn through necromantic power. The souls ascend, their forms coalescing into the very fabric of the resurrected metropolis. A figure stands silhouetted against the crimson sky, a spear clutched in their hand, ready to defend this new dominion. Another warrior lies broken amidst the ruins, a testament to the power unleashed. A figure raises their sword, the blade crackling with arcane energy, prepared to meet any challenge. A voice echoes through the newly formed city, filled with dark satisfaction. How magnificent! The monster unleashes a deafening roar that echoes through the ruined city. Arcane energy crackles around the beast, the air shimmering with raw power. The monster looms, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying display. Destruction surrounds the monster as it towers over the devastated landscape. The monster's shadow falls upon the broken remains of the city. Standing defiant, the man with the red cape clutches a glowing orb, its light a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The monster's massive feet crush the rubble beneath, each step a tremor in the ravaged earth. His eye glows with determination, a silent vow etched in its depths. I won't lose to any monster that comes out of the Gate of Light anymore. The monster's silhouette dominates the skyline, a symbol of overwhelming power. The man with the red cape stands firm, a solitary figure against the monstrous onslaught. The orb pulses with light in his hand, a promise of defiance and a challenge to the encroaching darkness. The monster looms, a terrifying force of nature unleashed upon the world. A sphere of intense, violet light materializes, hovering in the air. The monster clutches the orb with its massive claws, violet energy crackling around its fingertips. The orb pulses with raw power, swirling with contained chaos. The monster opens its maw, a question hanging in the air as it prepares to unleash the energy. The violet energy erupts, a cataclysmic blast obliterating everything in its path. Red light flares in the monster's eyes as it unleashes the full force of its attack. The blast expands outward, a wave of destruction consuming the ruined city. Smaller orbs of energy are released, streaking through the air like crimson comets. The energy orbs scatter, spreading the devastation across a wider area. The energy spreads, distorting the very air with its immense power. The air crackles with the sound of unleashed energy. The world shimmers and wavers under the force of the monster's attack. Ethereal tendrils reach out, their forms shifting and swirling in the strange space. The tendrils converge, their energy coalescing into a vortex of light and shadow. A voice echoes, filled with confusion. Where am I? I'm supposed to get married tomorrow. Why are we here? Another voice cries out, desperation lacing their tone. Help! I want to go back. Legs clad in dark armor stand amidst the swirling energy, a lone figure in the ethereal expanse. A voice resonates, filled with a strange empathy. Master, I can hear each and every one of their pains. A figure wonders, their voice tinged with worry. What can I do about them, Dash? A stern voice rebukes, laced with frustration. That's why I told you not to go in. The armored figure clenches a fist, struggling against an unseen force. Useless bastard. Withstand it. Since I'm here, you'll be able to withstand it. A disembodied voice questions, tinged with curiosity. You come here too. Why are you the only one with a body? An ethereal voice beckons, promising solace. Come and be with us. The ethereal tendrils continue to swirl, their forms shifting and changing in a strange, otherworldly space. A grimace contorts a man's mouth, beads of sweat clinging to his skin. The pain is evident. Heavy armored boots stride forward, each step echoing with a metallic clang. Dust billows around them. The armored figure stands rigid, his body tense. He seems to be enduring something. The armored figure continues to walk forward, their destination unknown. Hyunsu's face is etched with pain, tears welling in his eyes. It looks like you understand my pain, too. A surge of energy crackles around Hyunsu, the air shimmering with an otherworldly light. Hyunsu's brow furrows in confusion. Master, what's that? The armored figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of energy, calling out, Master, where are you? Hyunsu's expression shifts from pain to apprehension as a voice echoes. Come over here. Bathed in radiant light, Hyunsu seems to be undergoing a transformation, his body glowing with ethereal energy. A disembodied voice booms. Park Hyunsu, great job making it here. Hyunsu stands before a massive, ornate structure, bathed in an intense light that seems to emanate from within. The armored figure watches from above. A blinding light erupts, tendrils of blue energy snaking outwards. The blue energy shatters and reforms, its structure crystalline and sharp. You've gotten haggard after having to endure the pain of so many souls. Hyunsu gasps. Hyunsu looks concerned. Hyunsu approaches a man sitting on a bench. Hyunsu exclaims, You're? Skeleton. The skeleton responds, You did a good job of recognizing who I am. Hyunsu yells, Bastard. You're trying to deceive people again. The skeleton says, How can you say that? I've been waiting 3,024 years for this day. The skeleton wasn't the only one who was waiting for a strong person to come from the outside world. The skeleton, however, retorts that the skeleton bastard said it was 2,000 years though. Hyunsu is a fool for believing him, the skeleton thinks, adding that the guy gave up counting halfway. The armored figure reacts, exclaiming, What? The skeleton responds that it is yes in a way, and no in another way. The skeleton explains that the moment he used the necromancy, he abandoned the evil him and got sucked into the inside of Anthropy. Or, he continues, should he say he was chased out of his main body. A swirling vortex of blue energy crackles with dark power. The skeleton continues, saying that this was where he pulled himself together and created a world in another dimension. A figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of magical energy, a spear held at the ready. He wonders if that is possible. The skeleton continues, adding that he was able to save some of the souls that Anthropy absorbed and help them live here. While they've been living the same life every day, they aren't in. The skeleton asks if Hyunsu feels any pain. He then hums. The skeleton sits with his arms crossed, looking at Hyunsu. Listening to instructions, the skeleton thinks that he's lived for more than 3,000 years, but he's never seen such an ability before. He exclaims in surprise. He seems shocked by the skeleton's words. The skeleton asks, how did you know that? The skeleton replies, Don't feel offended because we don't have time. Hyunsu, looking distressed, asks, Master, what should I do? Should I punch him? The skeleton, seemingly unconcerned, says, Oh, Master. Hyunsu is surprised by the skeleton's reaction. He thinks, that's possible. The skeleton says, I feel offended. And what's with? Don't just keep saying things which only you understand. The skeleton continues, My evil self has kept the source of the lives separately within our body in order to live a life that's close to an eternal one. The skeleton explains, But you and that other human that came from the outside world had taken over the life vessel. The skeleton, looking at something in the distance, exclaims, Wait, Choi Jae-hyuk? The skeleton warns, That person is now looking for you. He's become another incarnation of evil. Hyunsu, shocked, asks, What? The skeleton replies, He's no longer the human you know of. The skeleton warns Hyunsu, He'll be trying to kill you. All the times, it had to be happening now. He sits in a meditative pose, armored now. A tall figure in white robes stands before him. The figure states that he understands, and they should get going quickly. The man's attitude makes him the instructor. He wonders how the other person knows that as well. He looks up at a screen. Meanwhile, the Anderson intensity has gone up to 63. To think that the only thing I can do is... The woman says to just wait here. But if a portal impact occurs, then I'm prepared to give my life to stop it. From below, Hyunsu hears a voice urging him to hang in there. The unknown woman is also being encouraged to hold on. She unleashes a torrent of power, screaming the name of her attack, Firebird. The spell manifests as a colossal bird wreathed in crimson flames, its form crackling with raw energy. The Firebird hurtles forward, leaving a trail of searing heat in its wake as it closes the distance to its target. Sweat beads on the woman's brow, her eyes glowing with the intensity of the spell. She is pushing herself to the limit, determined to unleash Inferno Night. The Firebird slams into the monster, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion of fire and force. The monster is engulfed in the inferno, its silhouette barely visible amidst the raging flames. A guttural roar tears through the air, the sound of the monster's agony echoing through the ruined landscape. The flames continue to burn, consuming everything in their path as the monster struggles against the inferno. The woman screams, pouring every last ounce of her strength into the attack. I'll end you with all I have. The monster's pained cries fill the air as it succumbs to the overwhelming power of the Firebird. The force of the Firebird explodes outward. The blast intensifies, consuming everything in its path. Smoke billows across the landscape, obscuring the aftermath. The smoke continues to spread, a testament to the attack's power. Amidst the dissipating smoke, the unknown woman stands, her armor gleaming faintly. The lingering smoke obscures the horizon. The woman remains standing, the air around her still charged with energy. Her hand hangs limp, the armor around her wrist shimmering with residual power. The monster reels from the force of the attack, its form distorted by the impact. The monster struggles to maintain its footing, the attack having clearly taken its toll. The woman grits her teeth, thinking, the attack that I put all my strength into. Just what the hell is with that bastard? She reflects, I've used all of my strength to establish this world. The voice explains that to release the people, one must learn how to use mana. Park Hyunsu sits in a meditative pose, wondering if mana is something like chi. The first elder explains that if the chi he's using is the refined energy of nature, then mana can be thought of as pure, raw energy of nature. The first elder instructs Hyunsu to absorb mana, the energy, in its raw form. Listening to instructions has been activated. Hyunsu focuses, beginning to absorb the mana. The mana flows into Hyunsu. Hyunsu wonders if this is mana. A system message appears, stating that he has grasped what nature mana is like and his experience points have increased. The first elder is shocked, wondering how this is possible. The first elder speaks of mana, considering if Hyunsu is listening to his instructions, even if he has that ability. Hyunsu sits cross-legged, mana swirling around him. Is he just an exceptional genius? Hyunsu can feel mana and wonders what he should do now. The first elder tells him it isn't difficult. Hyunsu thinks that he should just be taught already. He is told to take control of every soul that's within his body. Hyunsu kneels, his hands positioned over a glowing orb of mana. The first elder says that Hyunsu can probably feel each and every single one's pain. Souls plead with him to do something and to come be with them. He is told that he just has to give them back their pain. Looking up, Hyunsu is bathed in a bright light. Mana emanates from Hyunsu's back. Hyunsu's hand rests on the glowing orb, the ground cracking beneath it. Hyunsu kneels before a massive foot, gears turning in the background. A close-up reveals a man's face, his expression unreadable. A figure with long, dark hair and glowing eyes declares, I've been looking for you. A tear streaks down the face of the man from before. A figure plummets downwards through a swirling vortex. Are you sleeping? A voice echoes. Clutching a glowing orb, a figure asks, seriously? Another tear falls. A swirling vortex of energy pulses with dark intent. What a waste, a voice whispers. The figure with glowing eyes grins, revealing sharp teeth. I wanted to see what you are capable of. The vortex intensifies, crackling with power. A surge of power emanates, causing a palpable shift in the atmosphere. A voice wonders if the feeling of their heart exploding is due to mana. A grotesque, pulsating organ hangs suspended in the air. A voice wonders what to do next, followed by a warning to be careful because there's no second chance. An unseen figure is putting mana into every word they say. A gulp is heard. The figure utters the spell incantation. Disappear. The speaker is now surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, the air crackling with power. A symbol glows with an intense, ethereal light. The symbol fades into the background. The spell takes effect, causing figures to fade from existence as the symbol looms large. The figures continue to disappear, consumed by the spell's power. The symbol remains, a silent testament to the spell's completion. A surge of magical energy erupts, its source unseen. The energy expands, forming intricate patterns in the air. A shattering effect ripples outwards, as if glass is breaking. The shattering intensifies, the energy becoming more chaotic. Debris settles as the magical energy dissipates, leaving a sense of aftermath. The first elder watches as the vengeful spirits disappear. He wonders if his disciple had something to do with it. The first elder thinks that Park Hyunsu must be an unprecedented genius. The first elder looks on, his expression thoughtful. The first elder continues to observe. The first elder asks if the speaker is that skeleton. The first elder acknowledges that his disciple has accomplished a great feat. A voice declares that they and their people have finally been destroyed and gained liberation, wondering if it means disappeared altogether. A swirling vortex of blue energy fills the space. The first elder states, "That's right. I would appreciate it if you could just tell Hyunsu that we were liberated." Dark energy crackles around a figure, obscuring their features. The figure floats amidst swirling purple energy, their form indistinct. A figure in blue armor kneels, manipulating a sphere of blinding white energy. The sphere intensifies, radiating power in all directions. Eyes glowing with intense blue light, Hyunsu grits his teeth. A beam of energy strikes a clock tower, sending shards of stone flying. The clock tower explodes in a cataclysmic burst of fire and debris. A figure looks up, their expression obscured by shadow. Hyunsu stands, his chest bare, energy crackling around him. Energy crackles around Choi Jae-hyuk as he prepares to unleash another attack. His eyes gleam with a sinister light. A voice calls out, identifying him, Choi Jae-hyuk. Choi Jae-hyuk launches his attack, declaring, "Goodbye." Suddenly, Choi Jae-hyuk reels back, a look of shock contorting his face. Sweat beads on his brow as Choi Jae-hyuk wonders, "What was it? Did I miss that?" He realizes, the current him couldn't see it. The force of the unseen impact sends debris flying. The environment crumbles under the assault. Choi Jae-hyuk grits his teeth, admitting, "No, it's because I'm not used to this power yet." He plummets from the crumbling tower, a dark silhouette against the fractured sky. A surge of power emanates from him, a silent scream of defiance. Choi Jae-hyuk's voice echoes, a declaration of absolute dominance. "I'm the strongest. I got the S-rank power." A surge of energy crackles in the air. Park Hyunsu's voice booms, filled with righteous fury. "I'll show you the power I've gained, Choi Jae-hyuk." Purple energy explodes from Choi Jae-hyuk, a raw display of newfound strength. He can feel the power of the Sorcerer King. A voice wonders if Choi Jae-hyuk really absorbed that energy. Blue energy crackles around Park Hyunsu, a counterforce to the encroaching darkness. Choi Jae-hyuk declares, "In that case, I can't just let you go." He plummets through a storm of blue lightning, a desperate descent. Choi Jae-hyuk falls amidst the swirling purple energy, a battle against an unseen force. Purple energy crackles around Choi Jae-hyuk's weapon, the air shimmering with barely contained power. He strikes, the energy coalescing into a devastating blow aimed directly at Park Hyunsu. Choi Jae-hyuk grits his teeth, his expression a mix of fury and disbelief. "Shit, that's ridiculous," he snarls. The force of the attack sends Hyunsu hurtling backward, a cloud of dust erupting around him as he struggles to regain his footing. Hyunsu braces himself, muscles tensing as he prepares for the next onslaught. Choi Jae-hyuk presses his advantage, conjuring blades of pure energy that slice through the air towards Hyunsu. The razor-sharp edge of one blade whistles past, a deadly whisper in the chaos of battle. Choi Jae-hyuk recoils, blood splattering as he cries out in surprise. "From the left side too?" Hyunsu smirks, sweat beading on his forehead as he taunts his opponent. "You keep getting distracted during battle." Closing the distance, Hyunsu launches a powerful kick, his leg a blur of motion. The kick connects with brutal force, sending Choi Jae-hyuk reeling from the impact. Choi Jae-hyuk crashes into the ground, a plume of dust and debris marking his violent descent. He struggles to rise, his arm feeling as though it might detach from its socket. Choi Jae-hyuk grits his teeth against the pain. Park Hyunsu prepares his next attack, a surge of energy crackling around his fist. "All right," he shouts. Choi Jae-hyuk strains against the unseen force pinning him, desperate to free his legs. "I just need to pull my legs out." Hyunsu prepares to strike, muttering, "Pierce through." His hand glows with power, ready to deliver the final blow. Unleashing his attack, Park Hyunsu roars, "Seed impact." Choi Jae-hyuk's face contorts in a grimace of pain and desperation. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of light and force. The impact obliterates the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Launched by the force of the blast, Choi Jae-hyuk is sent hurtling through the air. He crashes violently into a nearby tree, the sound of splintering wood echoing through the forest. He is struck by an unseen force, the impact erupting in a cloud of dust and debris. The force sends Choi Jae-hyuk hurtling through the air, a blur against the rocky landscape. Park Hyunsu watches, as First Elder exclaims, "Master, I'm overflowing with energy." First Elder thinks, "I think the power of mana taught by the Sorcerer King is forming a synergy with my internal energy." Park Hyunsu considers, "At this rate, I think I can win even if the Haxan comes looking for me." First Elder's feet glow with power as he stands firm. First Elder acknowledges, "I acknowledge it." Jin Si-hyuk reflects, "The power that I feel from you is comparable to the supreme peak level in the world I was in." Jin Si-hyuk looks up at First Elder, who floats above the ground. He asks, "What's with?" First Elder thinks, "That expression? Why are you complimenting me so much that it's not like you?" First Elder looks down at Jin Si-hyuk, exclaiming, "Are you making a fucking fuss even though I complimented you?" Jin Si-hyuk retorts, you don't have to be so mean. What? Fucking fuss. The first elder floats in the air, looking down at Choi Jae-hyuk. He says, see if I'll ever give you another compliment. Choi Jae-hyuk's hand glows with a blue mana. Choi Jae-hyuk is surprised by the mana. He thinks, huh? Mana is? Choi Jae-hyuk holds the mana in his hands. The first elder looks at Choi Jae-hyuk. He says, you've become weak again, aren't you? Choi Jae-hyuk looks at something in the distance. He thinks, what's this? It seems like that mana thing is not something you can store and use for a long time like chi. Choi Jae-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. He thinks. The first elder stands in front of Choi Jae-hyuk. A burst of energy explodes. The first elder stands in front of Choi Jae-hyuk as the energy explodes. Dust and debris settle on the ground. Choi Jae-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. He thinks, what is that? The monster wonders, G guild leader? The white figure questions, why is she here dash? The first elder reads from a book, asking if the sorcerer king lost and escaped from Anthropy. Night Nim confirms this is true. Night Nim wonders if Gulag losing means this place could be attacked, even though they tried so hard to avoid him. The first elder agrees with Night Nim's assessment. The first elder closes the book. The first elder states there's no way Gulag would lose, even if the good and evil of the sorcerer king combine. The first elder says, in that case. The first elder grabs his sword. The first elder declares he's going to nip the butt off. Night Nim agrees. The first elder and Night Nim stand together. Inside the swirling chaos of a portal, a voice echoes, questioning, guild leader. Silhouetted against the backdrop of another portal, two figures stand observing the unfolding events. One wonders, why is she here? A figure in heavy armor reels back, surprise etched across their face. What's going on? They exclaim. The energy of the converging portals intensifies, crackling with raw power. The overlapping energies warp the very fabric of space. A man's face is filled with concern as he looks on. Gazing at the chaotic scene, one of the figures remarks, it seems we're where we started. From a high vantage point, a figure with white hair observes the multiple portals converging. Many portals are trying to come together in one place. Two figures stand on a precipice, watching the merging of worlds. The man explains, yes, it's called overlapping. Another figure, standing on a high ledge, looks out with concern. Who's there? Night Nim's face is shown as he states, you've disrupted too much of Night Nim's plan. The white-haired figure stands, his hands resting on the hilt of his sword. An armored figure declares, I feel bloodlust. Night Nim makes a heart gesture, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Here you go dash. Spikes erupt from the ground, piercing the earth with brutal force. A hand is pierced, blood splattering against the sky. Night Nim stands on a cliff, overlooking the chaos below. He wonders, afterimage? He was fast enough to leave an afterimage. A figure muses, ho my disciple. Did you use? A character asks, mana to instantly amplify your power? You've begun to use the mana that you absorbed. Another hand is pierced, the pain evident. Night Nim is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. A close-up reveals a character's shocked expression. A violent explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. They dodge the blast, floating serenely through the air with a pink umbrella. An armored figure stands amidst the rubble, bracing for another attack. Hyunsu's expression is one of disbelief. As she dodged the seed impact, Hyunsu continues, with just a mere umbrella, like she's joking around. The armored figure's feet grind against the shattered ground. A silhouette of Hyunsu stands on a ledge. What a dreadful man you are, Hyunsu SSI. To do that to a weak girl like me. Hyunsu's expression hardens. A figure descends rapidly. A white-haired figure with piercing red eyes smirks. What's that unique movement technique? The white-haired figure demands. Why did you attack me? Tell me right now. The white-haired figure continues. Tell you when you were chasing me with such a scary face? You sure don't know how a woman thinks. Spikes erupt from the ground, targeting Night Nim. The crystalline spikes multiply, filling the space. Night Nim deflects the barrage, declaring the attack nonsense. Hyunsu watches the unfolding events. A tree is obliterated by an unseen force. Staggering from the force of the attack, Night Nim plummets downwards, crying out. A voice declares that the attack is not near enough. A figure with white hair and piercing red eyes appears, questioning the situation. More spikes erupt, engulfing Night Nim as she cries out in pain. An explosion rips through the area. Two figures stand together, one holding the other's arm. One of the figures apologizes to Night Nim, admitting they underestimated someone. They stand on the wall, facing an unseen threat. Park Hyunsu is confronted. A figure with white hair asks, who are you? The white-haired figure continues, at least that's what I had planned. According to all the information we've obtained, and what you've shown you're capable of. Park Hyunsu demands, I asked you, who are you? The white-haired figure retorts, you don't have to worry about it, because you're going to die soon. Park Hyunsu moves with incredible speed. The white-haired figure attacks with a burst of red energy. The red energy intensifies as the white-haired figure continues their assault. Park Hyunsu's eyes glow blue as he realizes he's really powerful. A devastating blow lands, sending shockwaves through the air. The white-haired figure seems pleased. Park Hyun-soo is sent flying backward from the force of the attack. A monstrous face fills the space, its features twisted into a grotesque parody of a predator. Hyun-soo coughs, blood spraying from his mouth as the unseen force continues to crush him. The monster unleashes a deafening roar, the sound vibrating through the very air. The creature's massive form is only partially visible, a shadowy behemoth of muscle and malice. The monster roars again, the sound echoing with raw, untamed power. A clawed hand, thick with veins and pulsing with dark energy, clenches into a fist. The white-haired figure watches the transformation with a knowing gaze. Gulag, is that its name? I'm sure you're serious about this fight, too. The monster's form continues to solidify, its power growing with each passing moment. The full monstrosity is revealed, a towering figure wreathed in dark energy. The monster's face contorts in anticipation, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Kurik. The white-haired figure smiles, a hint of sadness in their eyes. No matter who dies, we should at least know each other's name. The figure transforms, a fiery aura erupting around them. So we'd know whose hands we died by. I'm Red Lion's Hyurak. The armored legs of Hyurak stand firm, bracing for the surge of power to come. Hyurak swears, invoking the names of their fallen comrades buried here. A surge of energy emanates from them. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash of red and white. Channeling all their might, Hyurak prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The monster roars, a guttural sound that shakes the very air. Hyurak explains that most of the S-ranks possess techniques they can use in exchange for their own life, techniques that use their life as collateral. A silhouette of Hyurak stands poised, ready to strike. Another burst of energy erupts, illuminating the darkness. Hyurak screams, commanding the plasma to burn everything. The intensity of the moment is etched on Hyurak's face. Elsewhere, a hand types furiously on a laptop, monitoring the situation. The man exclaims that the Anderson density is soaring. Figures stand before a swirling vortex of energy, its power palpable in the air. It feels like it's going to explode. If S-rank can't stop it, then we have no chance. Manager, it's currently at 85. From the perimeter? There is no answer yet. That means, I don't think there will be any reinforcements. Then, what should we do? Is today the day we die? Don't worry, someone is coming to help. They're amazing people, so have hope. Huh, what is it? What's going on? Dark energy gathers, coalescing into sharp, menacing points. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash of light. Far below, two ships navigate the turbulent waters. The concentrated energy slams into the water, creating a massive surge. Her eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. A surge of power emanates from Haxon Baldur, who is surrounded by a swirling aura. H. Haxon. The bald man with a dark beard questions if the white-haired man is going to accept Korea's request, and if he is serious about going personally. The white-haired man is asked if helping Hyurak, who he hates so much, is worth it. The white-haired man states that there is only one reason why he makes a move, and asks if it can be done with or without him. The white-haired man declares that if someone else can do it, he won't make a move. It is stated that the fact that hunters exist to save the people remains unchanged. The bald man and the white-haired man stand together, the bald man looking up at the other. A fierce battle unfolds. The bald man wonders how one cannot fall in love with that side of the white-haired man. He then says, "Let's go." The ship approaches the swirling portal, the Anderson density reading at a critical level. Impact is expected in just 30 minutes. Lee Mina observes the screen, relaying information. 30 A-rank hunters, along with guild leader Hyurak, have been deployed into the portal. The first elder stands with Lee Mina, listening intently to the report. The first elder stares intently at the portal. Someone exclaims, "Isn't that Takashi? Jill Lord Demon is here too." Two figures walk towards the portal. One wonders if there is hope now. The first elder is addressed by a woman, who calls him Park Hyun-soo. He asks her to repeat herself. The woman explains that Hyun-soo went in already, along with Aegis Joy. The first elder states that is enough then. The first elder looks at the portal, thinking that Hyun-soo has something more than just abilities. The first elder stares intently. The woman unleashes her ultimate move, channeling a massive amount of energy. A swirling vortex of power forms around her, cracking the very ground beneath her feet. Focusing the raw power, she shapes it into multiple beams of concentrated light. The air shimmers with the intensity. The beams converge, their speed and power increasing exponentially as they hurtle toward their target. The beams coalesce into a single, massive energy sphere, crackling with untamed force. The sphere is launched forward, a streaking comet of pure destruction that distorts the very fabric of space around it. The energy sphere impacts its unseen target, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that sends shockwaves rippling outwards. A scream of agony pierces the air, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. Lingering flames lick the scorched earth, the aftermath of the devastating attack. That fireworks woman is using her ultimate move, the first elder realizes, his eyes narrowing. He can't believe she's able to handle such powerful fire energy, he thinks, his expression grave. A pained grunt escapes the first elder's lips. I was able to survive thanks to me gathering mana and chi together and increasing my defense power instantaneously. Hyunsu reflects, his gaze hardened. Despite the previous attack, Hyunsu acknowledges that he still received a significant blow. The first elder looks on, questioning why he is covered in blood. Staggering, Hyunsu struggles to maintain his balance. The first elder urges him to take it easy, questioning his actions. Hyunsu grits his teeth, hearing the fireworks girl is trying to conclude the fight. The monster demands to know why he is muttering during a fight. The monster unleashes a flurry of attacks. Hyunsu hears that listening to instructions has been activated and that he should go with the Inyang demon. The monster's power intensifies, entering the evolutionary realm. The monster attacks with the Inyang demon. The monster is shocked that she slipped through his attack. The monster attacks with an unreadable attack. They descend from above, readying another strike. Hyunsu prepares to dodge, knowing he'll use leaf impact after evading. The monster's attack slams into the ground, creating a shockwave of force and splintering the earth. The force of the blast blurs the vision. The monster stands amidst the dust cloud, seemingly unfazed by the destruction. He wonders if Hyunsu read this attack too. Another strike crashes down, the monster unleashing slash through dash. Leaf impact. Hyunsu narrowly dodges the attack, the force of it whipping past him. The monster realizes that's dangerous, thinking he needs to dodge that. The monster descends again, blade aimed at Hyunsu. The monster exclaims that he did it. The monster stands triumphant, energy crackling around him. Crimson energy streams flow, a visual testament to the battle's intensity. The energy intensifies, a vortex of power surrounding the combatants. Hyunsu, sword in hand, prepares to strike a decisive blow. The crimson energy continues to swirl, a chaotic backdrop to the unfolding conflict. A voice whispers, urging for just a little more. Hyunsu grits his teeth, pushing himself to the limit, whispering, just a little more. The monster's vital limit teeters at 95%, a precarious edge. A desperate plea echoes, you have to stop releasing energy. Hyunsu plunges his sword into the monster, a final, desperate act. The monster clutches a glowing orb, its power barely contained. A primal scream tears through the air, the sound of agony and defeat. The monster's face contorts in pain, a mask of anguish as its power wanes. A streak of purple energy tears through the air. He is consumed by a blinding light. The energy radiates outward in a blinding wave. A concentrated blast of energy explodes outward. More energy blasts slam into him. The energy continues to surge, overwhelming him. A final, powerful explosion erupts. The monster is defeated, the light fading. He plummets through the sky, a broken figure amidst the fading light. The ground rushes up to meet him. His armor glints in the dying light as he falls. The thought echoes in his mind. Is this the end for me? A voice calls out, Captain. A car explodes in a burst of fire and debris. The wreckage of the vehicle rains down. The monster looms, its massive form casting a shadow over the scene. The woman blocks the monster's attack with a shimmering energy shield. Another car is sent flying through the air, a twisted wreck. She sprints forward, closing the distance between herself and the monster. The monster retaliates, swinging its energy blades at the woman. Jin Si-hyuk appears, wreathed in crackling red energy. He unleashes a beam of crimson energy. The monster is struck by the blast, smoke billowing around its form. The woman smiles, calling out, Captain. Sung Myung-jin places a hand on the shoulder of the woman beside him. He remarks that he is a little late. The woman is addressed as Captain. Sung Myung-jin tells her that she will soon become S-rank and asks her to protect his back when that time comes. Legs stand on a rocky surface, surrounded by a swirling mist. Sung Myung-jin states that if something happens to him, he asks that someone take care of his son, Jae-hyuk, even though he is still lacking. A view of a city through a window is shown. A voice says that you never know what's going to happen in their line of work. A dark panel shows a character thinking that they couldn't keep their promise. A woman falls through a swirling blue portal, apologizing to the captain. Someone exclaims that the portal with Gulag is overlapping. A wide view of a portal shows a figure standing on a structure. Two men are shown, one telling the other that he knows and not to kick up a fuss. A close-up of a hand holding a weapon is shown. A man is shown with a weapon, surrounded by red energy. The tear in reality widens, a crimson energy bleeding into the world. The portal flares, a blinding light emanating from its core. Hyo Junsung stares in disbelief. He cut a portal with a sword? Sung Myung-jin observes the portal. To think you'd be able to last this long. Honestly, this is quite unexpected. A figure plummets through the swirling portal. A torrent of water rushes upwards. Choi Jae-hyuk, his eyes shadowed, declares, I don't know if you will survive here today, but I promise you this. Choi Jae-hyuk stands with the unknown woman before the portal. If you survive and we meet again. Another figure falls into the churning water below. Choi Jae-hyuk's face contorts in rage. I'll appear in my real form, and not as a human to wring your neck. A close-up reveals Choi Jae-hyuk's menacing glare. He looks up at the sky, where a cross-shaped light formation shines brightly. Choi Jae-hyuk, enraged, yells, Come back. You coward. Someone is running away, their footsteps echoing in the distance. Blood splatters as Choi Jae-hyuk spits it out, his face contorted in pain and fury. Sung Myung-jin says to Hyunsu, Don't push yourself too hard. He's already gone. Choi Jae-hyuk wonders, what should I do? I can't be trapped here like this. Someone exclaims, look over there. There's a sword he left behind. The sword lies abandoned, its blade reflecting the ethereal light. The first elder watches as Hyun-soo grips the sword. He thinks to himself, this is what that bastard used. The first elder declares, this place is about to be locked down. Hyun-soo wonders how to swing the sword like that punk did earlier, questioning what other choice he has. A system message appears, instructing him to infuse the sword with internal energy, mana, or whatever he can. Just do it right now, it commands. The listening to instructions function has been activated. Hyun-soo, with a determined decides to start by infusing internal energy into the sword. He stands firm, attempting to channel the internal energy. Hyun-soo swings the sword, a red glow emanating from the blade. The red energy fades as he continues the swing. Internal energy isn't working, Hyun-soo thinks, resolving to try mana instead. He focuses, a blue aura enveloping the sword. Hyun-soo swings the sword, now infused with blue mana. He is engulfed in a torrent of swirling water, the force threatening to tear him apart. The water slams into Hyun-soo, eliciting a painful cough as blood splatters from his lips. The sheer scale of the water attack becomes apparent as it crashes through the town, buildings crumbling before its might. The relentless water pulverizes everything in its path. The first elder observes the scene, muttering, for someone who's my disciple to get swept away by water. TSK, we're running out of time. Reappearing amidst the chaos, Hyun-soo channels his energy, a vibrant pink aura enveloping his sword. He leaps forward, a trail of red energy blazing in his wake as he prepares to strike. The energy intensifies, swirling around the blade in a dazzling display of power. Hyun-soo's face is etched with determination, sweat beading on his brow as he shouts, appeared. The energy around the sword reaches a fever pitch, crackling with raw power. Leaping higher still, he prepares to unleash the full force of his energy-infused blade. The energy erupts from the sword, a cataclysmic blast tearing through the earth. He stands ready, sword drawn, prepared for whatever comes next. The landscape shifts, revealing a vast, sun-baked desert. Hyun-soo's eyes widen slightly. This place it's like the desert we saw when we first came in. The first elder stands beside him, a questioning look on his face. A flooded city comes into view, the clock tower a solitary sentinel amidst the swirling waters. The first elder observes the scene. Master, those waters. Yeah, it seems to have merged with the place where the firework woman was fighting in. Hyun-soo's expression darkens, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The first elder's gaze sharpens. That means the guild leader is over there. Hyun-soo's voice is firm, resolute. We have to go back there. He grips his sword tightly, ready to face whatever awaits them. The exterior of a grand, multi-story building comes into view, its architecture reminiscent of a European palace. Inside, the building opens into a spacious hall, its high ceiling adorned with intricate designs and a glowing, circular portal. A blue aura surrounds Choi Jae-hyuk and Night Nim as they stand together. Choi Jae-hyuk coughs, staggering slightly. The pair's feet are shown walking on a red carpet. Night Nim calls out, concern etched on her face. Night Nim. Choi Jae-hyuk raises a hand, as if to reassure her. Choi Jae-hyuk's hand clenches into a fist. Night Nim's thoughts race. Asterisk, he didn't evolve, even though he suffered that much damage? Does that mean that his promise with the king is that important? Asterisk. Night Nim continues to muse internally. Asterisk, no. The king is an existence that goes beyond awe and no one would even dare to disobey him. Asterisk. Choi Jae-hyuk lies shirtless, a long scar visible across his abdomen. Someone works with a long strip of paper, stacking it on top of several other piles. The figures in black robes declare that the treatment will begin, assuring Choi Jae-hyuk that he will be fine by tomorrow. Choi Jae-hyuk lies in bed, recovering. Choi Jae-hyuk rests, his expression pained. Choi Jae-hyuk thinks to himself that it is too bad he won't have a chance to fight him again. Choi Jae-hyuk wonders how he possesses power that's far beyond the data they have. Someone approaches. One of the figures in black robes offers Choi Jae-hyuk a recovery potion. Choi Jae-hyuk drinks the potion, thinking that there was no contact, but Rook Nim. An older man with glasses, Rook Nim, is mentioned. Choi Jae-hyuk is told that if the plan goes awry, he will be punished by death. Choi Jae-hyuk holds a golden goblet. Choi Jae-hyuk is attacked, exclaiming about that fucking punk. He seethed, his face contorted with rage. How dare someone speak to him in such a manner? Night Nim stood in the throne room, a figure kneeling before him. Yes, Night Nim, the figure responded. The figure continued, now's the right time. I'm sure everyone's nervous about the fragments. Choi Jae-hyuk's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with determination. A woman with white hair and piercing red eyes spoke. You're talking about searching for it, huh? A figure in a long coat declared. I'll find it first and make Rook bow down to me. Night Nim looked out a window. The figure in the long coat commanded. Tell the pawn to do it. Choi Jae-hyuk, his eyes now glowing with a crimson light, commanded. Find the singularity. A surge of water crashed against the structure. The floodwaters continued to rise, engulfing everything in their path. The landscape was now almost entirely submerged, with only the tops of buildings visible above the churning water. The ruined cityscape stretches towards the sky, the clock tower standing as a silent sentinel amidst the devastation. Debris litters the ground, the remnants of a once great city now reduced to rubble and dust. The blonde woman, standing amidst the ruins, muses that watching fights is truly the most fun. Her sleek, black outfit reflects the desolation around her. She continues, remarking that Park Hyun-soo is pretty strong too. The woman thinks to herself, calling the knight stupid for missing the singularity which was in front of his face. She states that someone might believe that their plan worked, but she asks why someone would ask. The woman giggles, stating that something would be a lot more fun. Someone addresses the blonde woman as Bishop Nim. A man in a suit reports that they found him. The man in the suit stands with his hand over his heart, his expression unreadable. She caresses the lapel of Rook Nim's suit, a predatory smile playing on her lips. Darling, you made me wait too long. Choi Jae-hyuk raises his hand, energy crackling around his fingertips. Bishop Nim claps her hands together, a gleeful expression on her face. Yay, Choi Jae-hyuk, you really found him. I'm so happy. But he's already dead. Bishop Nim glances back at Rook Nim, a question in her eyes. Bishop Nim says, I even gave him the bracelet. I can't believe he still couldn't. But Knight's plans were totally screwed up. Rook Nim wonders, what should I do? Rook Nim says, since he's devoured the life vessel, I'm sure he'll be useful eventually. The woman says to an unseen person, suggesting they bring someone along with them. Someone responds with a simple, understood, as the woman stands beside them. The woman's boots click against the stone floor as she walks. Park Hyun-soo is told that someone believes in him. Someone expresses confidence that they can find the oasis. The woman smiles. A figure is being teleported, surrounded by a bright, pinkish-white light. The First Elder and Park Hyun-soo find themselves in a desert landscape. The First Elder wonders aloud, huh? The desert that we were in before. Park Hyun-soo looks off to the side, sweat dripping down his face. The First Elder says, try it again. Park Hyun-soo thinks, all right, before the First Elder declares, then, here I go again. Park Hyun-soo runs towards a portal. Meanwhile, a hospital building stands tall. A crowd of people stands in a hallway. A man says, what? What happens if it explodes again? Another person says, I can't believe this. A third person says, Red Lion is already there, so let's wait. A person says, isn't he? A woman sits beside Hyun-soo, who is lying in a hospital bed. She thinks to herself how amazing he is, becoming someone who goes into the portal to save others. The woman silently pleads for Hyun-soo to wake up, lamenting that he must be so upset since his brother isn't. She continues to sit by his bedside, her expression filled with worry as she watches him. Two children reach for the woman, wanting her attention. The woman tells the children to be quiet and that they should leave. The woman turns back, promising to return again. Hyun-soo lies still in the hospital bed, his face obscured by a breathing mask. His finger twitches slightly. Meanwhile, a portal shimmers in the middle of a desolate desert landscape. A man stands before the portal, questioning if it's happening again. An elderly man wonders what happened, asking if they are continuously circling this desert. He admits that he doesn't know what's happening either, adding that it's driving him nuts. Park Hyun-soo pauses, a look of confusion washing over his face. The First Elder exclaims in surprise, spotting an oasis in the distance. Hyun-soo approaches the oasis, his pace quickening with curiosity. He observes the oasis, noting that something feels off about it. The First Elder remarks that they can't see their reflections in the water. Hyun-soo steps closer to the water's edge, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He peers into the water, his expression growing more concerned. Hyun-soo realizes that this isn't water at all. The First Elder asks if he's suggesting that this is a portal in the form of an oasis. Hyun-soo replies that he thinks so. He steels himself, resolving to enter the strange water. The water swirls around them as they descend deeper into the unknown. Symbols shimmer in the water. The symbols continue to float around them. The darkness deepens. The darkness is all-encompassing. He stirs in his sleep, sunlight filtering through the curtains. Hyun-soo stretches, a satisfied groan escaping his lips. What a good sleep. He sits up in bed, yawning widely. Hyun-soo glances at the clock. Oh, it's this late already? He leaps out of bed, a look of panic on his face. Hyun-soo's father is reading the newspaper. He glances up. Dad. His mother stands nearby, folding laundry. Honey, aren't you being too harsh on him? His father chuckles. Haha, I'm just kidding. If you've slept for 24 hours, it's more like hibernation. Park Hyun-tae warns. Don't get cheeky with me, Park Hyun-tae. I might not even leave you a single bite if you do that. The man named Park Hyun-tae stands with his arms crossed, looking annoyed. The man named Park Hyun-tae is hit in the face with money. Yesterday, Hyun-soo thanked Park Hyun-tae. Hyun-soo holds a burger. Hyun-soo asks his parents, Mother, Father, what do you want to eat? Meanwhile, traffic is backed up in front of a Starbucks coffee shop. The traffic jam is really bad today. It's so rare for this to happen at this timing. A side road might be better even if we have to take a little roundabout. A white car drives down a street. The woman with short hair comments that there is no traffic jam. Park Hyun-soo is in the back seat. A veteran driver states that he doesn't listen to the navigation system. Park Hyun-soo is seen in the car, looking forward. A blinding light erupts. The car is shown in the city. Park Hyun-soo asks what that was, wondering if it was lightning. The car is struck by a powerful force, sending debris flying. A monstrous creature appears amidst the destruction. The car continues to be destroyed. People scream in terror as the car is destroyed. The car is completely destroyed. A heart monitor displays a steady rhythm. The scene shifts to a hospital room. A doctor informs someone that Dr. Park Hyun-soo has woken up. He stirs in the hospital bed, bandages wrapped around his head and arm. What's going on? Hyun-soo wonders aloud, his voice raspy. Panic begins to set in. Where's my family? Hyun-soo asks, his voice laced with growing fear as he looks around the room. A framed photograph sits on a nearby table, depicting a smiling man and woman. Tears stream down Hyun-soo's face, his expression a mask of anguish. Elsewhere, Hyun-soo stands before a wall of memorial urns, a woman and child standing nearby. The air is thick with grief. His hands tremble as he clenches them, knuckles white with suppressed emotion. A primal scream tears from Hyun-soo's throat, a raw expression of his unbearable pain. His face contorted in agony, Hyun-soo's eyes glow with a faint, eerie light. Get a hold of yourself. He gasps, eyes wide with shock. What? The first elder stands over him, his expression unreadable. Tears stream down his face. Ugh. He struggles to speak, his voice barely a whisper. Master. Park Hyun-soo looks up at the first elder, confusion and grief warring in his eyes. The first elder explains, you weren't waking up, so I used some drastic measures. Hyun-soo's shoulders shake with suppressed emotion. The first elder states, an unexpected variable. A complex pattern glows beneath them. The first elder continues, it's surprising that a transcendental being is the unexpected variable this time. The first elder stands within a complex summoning circle, a look of confusion on his face. He thinks to himself that he only summoned one person. Hyun-soo kneels before the first elder, looking up at him. The first elder berates Hyun-soo, asking what kind of dream he was having to shed tears. Hyun-soo wonders if it was a dream. Hyun-soo and the first elder are shown. Hyun-soo thinks to himself that it was 2 years ago. The first elder shouts at Hyun-soo not to dare cry in his dreams, stating that it is unbecoming of a heavenly demon. Hyun-soo responds, calling him master. The first elder stares intently. Hyun-soo, still kneeling, thinks that if they are ignoring him intentionally. The first elder stands in front of a summoning circle. A sound effect is shown. The first elder stares intently, light shining behind him. The first elder states that he permits them to do so. The first elder sits cross-legged, hands clasped in his lap. He declares he can obliterate someone's existence forever. Behind him, a figure in a suit wonders if the first elder can attack. The figure notes that as soon as he saw the target, it felt like his attack could reach. My attack couldn't reach. The first elder explains that he didn't attack the skeleton because there was no reason to attack him. He adds that the skeleton was a creature that had endured the physical world for a long time. He continues, stating that the good sorcerer king was like him, a pure spirit form. The first elder states that if someone were to destroy him, he'd admit that they actually have power. The first elder smiles, remarking that he never thought he'd meet a transcendent. The first elder acknowledges that someone is very strong, but asks them to excuse his dreams of the past. It's been a year since he's been hurt by humans. The first elder thinks to himself that he can't use his power since he's currently building and maintaining this world right now. The figure in the suit wonders if it was him, the one that made him fall into the... The first elder remarks that it looks like he's touched a pretty sore spot. Hyun-soo wonders if the first elder knows him, and if he can read minds too. He states that he can read it, adding that this place is designed to make you dream like that when you enter into it. A memory surfaces, a couple embraces, seeking to never wake up from the sweetest and most painful dream of life. Another memory flashes, people in distress, their faces etched with despair. The first elder muses, that's how I get. Hyun-soo thinks to himself, the vessel, your body. The first elder explains that he wanted to summon the flame woman, but Hyun-soo was the one who came to the desert. He adds that on top of that, there's the transcendent, nothing's going his way. Hyun-soo's fist clenches, a question forming in his mind. Are you kidding me? Who are you to dash? The first elder's voice booms, questioning if he intends to steal another person's body. Hyun-soo launches himself forward, intent on attack. The first elder effortlessly blocks the attack. The first elder stands firm, his expression unreadable. A magical barrier flares to life, the first elder declaring that Hyun-soo's attack won't work. He raises his hand, a surge of golden energy emanating from his palm. The first elder shouts, his voice filled with urgency. Get away from him. A monstrous entity materializes, its sharp teeth bared and eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The first elder stands firm, the summoned entity's power radiating around him. Hyun-soo's eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat and blood trickling down his face. Energy lines ensnare Hyun-soo, possibly restraining him. The unknown portal diver gazes down, a sinister expression twisting his features. He holds out his hand, blood and dark energy swirling around it like a vortex. The portal diver stands, dark energy swirling around his feet. A close-up reveals a tear in Hyun-soo's eye, reflecting a deep sense of despair. The portal diver smirks, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Kiki. Yeah, and that's not all. The portal diver's voice echoes, laced with contempt. For a weak soul like you. She muses that having such a good body is meaningless. Hyunsu is confused. The disembodied voice continues its assessment. The unknown woman is surrounded by swirling blue energy. Hyunsu's eye reflects his bewilderment. He looks around, trying to understand what's happening. Hyunsu wonders why he is over there. The woman thinks it was worth waiting an entire year. She comments on what an excellent body it is. The woman can feel the traces of mana, sensing incredible energy in Hyunsu's body. She laughs, declaring she will use this body well. Hyunsu screams. His eyes glow with a menacing red light. The First Elder unleashes a torrent of blue energy towards Hyunsu. The First Elder recalls a time when he was in control of the Murim, when people like Hyunsu would be punished at the stake. The blue energy surrounds Hyunsu, trapping him within its magical embrace. The First Elder is forced out, exclaiming in disbelief. The First Elder is shocked, wondering how this could be. A bead of sweat rolls down Hyunsu's face as he stares intently. The First Elder questions how someone can interfere with other people's bodies. Hyunsu stands, facing the First Elder, who floats in the air. The First Elder admits that it's a mystery to him as well, and that this could be what he needed to find out from here. The First Elder states that something else is more important. The First Elder warns Hyunsu to be prepared to perish, for he has defied the warning he gave him. A surge of energy crackles around a clenched fist. The First Elder grabs Hyunsu, his expression grave. He warns, if you get rid of him, we might be trapped here forever. The First Elder continues, his voice laced with concern. Since he built this place will probably disappear along with him. The First Elder's tone sharpens, a hint of desperation creeping in. Then you could die, huh? He asks, his thoughts drifting to simpler pleasures. And I can't eat ramen. A gleaming sword is displayed. A voice narrates, that sword isn't listening to my orders now. Getting rid of him doesn't guarantee that we'll be able to build a portal. The First Elder's expression darkens, a sense of foreboding settling over him. The First Elder turns to Hyunsu, his gaze intense. What's making you so happy, he demands. The First Elder, surrounded by arcane symbols, clutches his head in frustration. This is driving me crazy. The First Elder and Hyunsu stand within a complex magical circle, the weight of their situation pressing down on them. The First Elder's feet are planted firmly on the ground, a sense of resolve in his stance. Intricate patterns of magical runes shimmer with an ethereal glow. The First Elder sits upon a throne, lost in thought. After ruminating, again, he places a hand to his forehead, muttering in disbelief. He can't believe this is happening. A voice booms out, declaring, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Pavlishin. Pavlishin continues, oh, that's what you guys call me. Hyunsu is taken aback by the sudden introduction. Hyunsu thinks to himself, what? The guild leader said that you were subjugated a year ago. Pavlishin sits in a large chair, observing Hyunsu. Pavlishin explains, that's because that's how I made it seem and made them believe it, even using the soul language on them. Pavlishin continues, I was actually being overwhelmed right before the verge of death. I had calculated again and again in that pressing situation. Pavlishin states, I spread fragments of myself and hid here while waiting for the day that someone would find this place. Hyunsu wonders, why is he telling me this? Pavlishin says, because there's no need for me to fool you. Hyunsu realizes, he read my mind again. I'm running out of time. Pavlishin sits upon his throne, a strange light illuminating the room. He declares, tomorrow, I will disappear. A figure surrounded by flames looms, a voice stating, the flame woman would come here. A woman with red hair stands amidst chaos, as a voice declares, then I can take her body and turn the world outside into a world of chaos and destruction. That was the most ideal situation. A disembodied voice echoes, but an incredible existence that was out of my calculations. Pavlishin stands before Hyunsu, the voice continuing, had jumped into all of this. Pavlishin, seated once more, asks, why? Why do you covet other people's worlds? The scene shifts to a desolate landscape. The voice continues, the world I lived in. It was utterly devastated. Pavlishin's face is shown as the voice explains. It became a world where it was hard for mana to exist. Two figures stand in a beam of light, as the voice presents an offer. A desolate landscape is shown again, with the question, they? Hyunsu is shown, as the voice declares, those known as the kings. Hyunsu looks up, questioning, king? What's that? The voice responds, you still don't get what's happening after fighting night? He wonders if their ranks are named after chess pieces. Pavlishin warns that if he looks at them in person, that sneer of his will bring him excruciating pain and disappear. Pavlishin explains that if Knight gets back his original self, he'll become stronger than the Sorcerer King was before his entire body was separated. Pavlishin continues, stating that Hyunsu fought both the Sorcerer King and the Knight while they were at half their power. Hyunsu is shocked by this revelation. The First Elder smiles menacingly. A dark figure looms, its single red eye burning with malevolence. What's more, is that if you meet the king, a voice echoes, promising that he will perish on the spot without a trace. The antagonist reflects on his past, revealing, I learned how to build a portal from them. He was able to connect a part of his world to Earth. A monstrous figure looms over a desolate landscape. The antagonist thought it would be difficult to fully connect his world to Earth as long as humans were there. That's when he made a plan. The moment you guys thought you killed me, I fragmented the portal. The portal shatters, chains breaking apart. Fragments of the portal fall to the ground. The destruction continues, the world around it crumbling. An old man sits on a chair, stating, "Now my time is up. What happened afterward is just as I've said." Another figure stands before him, chains floating around. "It was an honor to meet you, the Transcendent One. I'm Cheon Jiang." Cheon Jiang states that although his plan did not succeed, he has nothing more to say. He is standing over Park Hyun-soo. Park Hyun-soo thinks to himself that there must be a reason why things happen the way they did. Cheon Jiang declares that he left the door open, warning that if they don't get out, the world will collapse. He then asks if they called this a raid. Cheon Jiang stands tall, his expression unreadable as Park Hyun-soo looks on. Cheon Jiang states that he will give Park Hyun-soo a piece of advice. Cheon Jiang tells Park Hyun-soo to breathe mana as he walks out. The world around them continues to crumble and break apart. Park Hyun-soo looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Cheon Jiang tells Park Hyun-soo to think of it as his gift to him. Mana gathers around Park Hyun-soo's legs. Park Hyun-soo is informed that he has breathed in mana. Park Hyun-soo is informed that his mana is growing exponentially. His mana begins to overload, the energy swirling around him like a tempest. The pressure is immense. He can't even open his eyes. Refining mana? There is an urgent need to change it into internal energy. Can he change mana into internal energy? It's being gathered, the mana coalescing around him. His body has begun to change in order to adapt to the enormous power. This is the same reaction as when the Time Master unclogged his meridian point. Cook. No, it's beyond that feeling. It's more like when he achieved a temporary heavenly demon body. It's not his first time experiencing this. He can overcome it. He grits his teeth, his eyes burning with an intense blue light. He can overcome it. The force of the mana overload intensifies, a guttural cry escaping Hyun-soo's lips. Raw energy explodes outward, crackling like lightning around him. He floats, suspended in the torrent of power, his body adapting to the overwhelming surge. Golden flowers bloom around Hyun-soo, a testament to his attainment. 3 flowers peak bloom. Meanwhile, the unknown woman observes the spectacle, a low hum escaping her lips. What kind of trick is this? The first elder, his gaze intense, wonders aloud. The ancestral dragon is definitely gone. Who are you? A lone figure stands silhouetted against a swirling vortex of energy. The first elder's voice booms, echoing through the space. There's no use hiding. A sinister grin spreads across the first elder's face. Since my disciple isn't here, I can run wild. The first elder clenches his fist, energy crackling around him as he prepares to unleash his power. The winged figure calls out, asking the first elder to wait and talk. The first elder stands with his hand glowing with energy. He descends from above. The winged figure asks who he is. The first elder floats in the air, stating that even if he told him, he wouldn't know. The first elder's hand glows with power. He tells the winged figure to hold on. The winged figure demands that he reveal his identity. The winged figure states that he cannot do that, clarifying that he is unable to, not unwilling. The first elder asks who the winged figure is and why he summoned him, but the winged figure says he cannot reveal who he is. The winged figure says he is simply curious and wanted to meet him once. The winged figure wonders if the first elder is just curious about him. A voice cries out in shock, questioning the attacker's identity. A figure is struck by a powerful blow. The attack is identified as the heavenly demon dominating stride. The force of the blow shatters the ground. The figure is sent flying through the air. He grits his teeth, acknowledging the strength of his opponent. Ark, you're a really incredible old man. He commands someone to get out of the way. He stands, arms crossed, seemingly unharmed. The first elder's expression hardens. He speaks, his voice laced with anger. All you bastards, to think you're able to approach me without revealing your presence. His eyes glow red with fury. The first elder's lips curl into a snarl. A voice booms with amusement, declaring the situation interesting. The first elder, arms crossed, finds the situation truly interesting. A system notification appears. Your body has completed the transformation. Another notification. Your unique skill, listening to instructions, has leveled up. Bathed in a blue aura, Hyun-soo stands tall, his back to the viewer. A close-up reveals Hyun-soo's face as a notification declares. The level of Yin-yang body has increased. The system informs him that he can now imitate the skills of a specified target twice a day, and that the acceleration ability allows him to listen to instructions more effectively. The specified target is Cheon Jiang. Another notification, Yin-yang body, LV4. As Yin and Yang harmonize, it has helped your body gain vitality. You now have a high resistance to attacks from all attributes based on Yin and Yang when you use any attacks or skills. Their effect is increased by 30%. The system continues, detailing the effects of the heavenly demon body. Attacks based on it will have 200% increased effects. All knowledge of the heavenly demons will be passed down. Presence alone can intimidate others, and all physical abilities are increased by 300%. Hyun-soo's expression is unreadable as he processes the information. The transformation continues, energy swirling around him. Hyun-soo ascends, enveloped in a column of brilliant light. A massive, armored foot descends onto a jagged rock, the sound echoing across the desolate landscape. Hyunsu stands shirtless, his newly acquired muscles and battle scars testament to his rapid growth in power. The armored foot now stands on a rock surrounded by churning water, the waves crashing against the shore. Hyunsu gazes towards a distant city, its skyline dominated by a towering clock tower. This place is... He muses. Chuanma floats behind him, addressing him. Hey, disciple. Hyunsu turns, a grin spreading across his face. Master. Chuanma exclaims, his eyes wide with surprise. Did you just grow again in such a short amount of time? A disembodied voice echoes with laughter. Aha. Hyunsu looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers his master's words. Chuanma's expression turns serious. We need to find the guild leader. A close-up reveals the scars etched across Hyunsu's muscular torso, each a mark of battles fought and victories won. Hyunsu states, I can't feel the presence of the flame woman in this vicinity. Chuanma replies, let's fly around this area and try looking for her. A memory surfaces. Hyunsu, looking younger and less muscular, stands beside Chuanma. He wonders if he can fly too. Chuanma asks if he didn't already fly when he achieved the heavenly demon body temporarily. A close-up shows Hyunsu's bare feet. Chuanma explains that the heavenly demon flight cuts off the energy output from the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of the feet. Hyunsu, shirtless and determined, thinks that he should be able to do it now. Standing on a rock surrounded by water, Hyunsu wonders if he can fly. He concentrates his energy on his Yongquan acupoint, blue energy gathering around his legs. Exploding with power, Hyunsu shouts to explode it and fly. Currently, the Anderson intensity of the portal above the Western Sea, also known as the Fragment of Paradise, has risen above 90. The roads in the metropolitan area are packed with cars trying to leave the city center. It's said that if the Anderson intensity has risen above 90, it's technically confirmed that a portal impact would be taking place. That's right. It's currently in a critically dangerous state. But we have news that, including the ES Guild leader, there are numerous S-rank hunters that have gathered at the portal. Yes, the person who attacked Park Hyunsu from our country previously. The sky is a swirl of pastel colors. The sky is a swirl of pastel colors. Someone falls into the ocean. The figure plummets through the air. The figure falls into the water. The man with the dark hair scowls. You should have told me this earlier. The first elder floats beside him, his expression calm. You were in a state where you couldn't do this even if I told you about this earlier. The man's gaze hardens. He exclaims in surprise. A voice booms, identifying him as the guild leader. The guild leader looks around, questioning. Land. The first elder instructs. You just need to reduce the amount of energy that's being released. Blue energy crackles around the guild leader's hands as he begins to comply. A voice questions, oh. The guild leader's eyes widen in shock as he struggles. He cries out in pain. Arg. The energy intensifies. The energy is reduced to a manageable level. Two figures are thrown back by a powerful wave of energy. A massive explosion erupts. The wave continues to surge forward. The white-haired figure floats above the scene, observing the guild leader, who is on the ground. He scolds. TSK, did you just become a human skipping stone because you weren't able to control your strength? The guild leader retorts. It's just because I'm still not used to this power. A hand glows with power. The guild leader lies on the ground, exhausted. The white-haired figure looks down at the guild leader, thinking, looks like she had an extreme battle. He mutters, damn. A muscular torso stands silhouetted against the horizon. Meanwhile, two ships float on the water in front of a massive sphere of energy. A figure looks at a laptop, exclaiming, 95. It stopped at 95. A group of figures stands together. One says, it should have exploded by now. The sphere of energy crackles with power. A swirling vortex of blue energy pulsates, crackling with power. A voice booms out, warning, something's coming out. The order rings out. Everyone, prepare for battle. Choi Jae-hyuk stands ready, a determined glint in his eyes. Bishop Nim prepares, her expression grim. Her hands glow with a green energy as she prepares to unleash a barrage of bullets. A figure descends from above, surrounded by the swirling blue energy. The figure's descent continues, the energy intensifying around them. Clad in armor, the figure plunges downward. Choi Jae-hyuk narrows his eyes, his expression hardening. The armored figure is held aloft by a muscular man, his back scarred. A group of people stand ready, their faces obscured in shadow. The portal is disappearing, its swirling energies fading into nothingness. Hunter Park Hyunsu has completed the raid. A woman's expression is unreadable. She sprints forward, calling out, Hyunsu SSI. Park Hyunsu stands firm, carrying Choi Jae-hyuk. She throws her arms around him, embracing him tightly. Tears stream down her face. I'm so relieved. I was so worried something would happen to you. A hand rests on a shoulder. Hyunsu's eyes widen in surprise. The woman stands beside Hyunsu, her expression soft. Someone wonders, isn't this person Ha-yurak? A voice confirms, yes. The woman observes, I could barely recognize her. Her hair color is totally different from before. Someone exclaims, too. Another responds, haha, is that so? A voice declares, Guild leader Ha-yurak is here. He reflects, feeling as though he's gained some depth. It truly feels as if Hyunsu is someone different. Someone comments that he has become stronger. Choi Jae-hyuk demands to know why he is here. Choi Jae-hyuk states that Hyun-soo has become stronger than before, questioning if he knows why he has a restraining order that prevents him from approaching. Someone tells Choi Jae-hyuk to say something to the punk as he greets Hyun-soo. Choi Jae-hyuk declares that he will take care of him. Choi Jae-hyuk asks what happened within the portal. Someone says to understand what he's saying. Hyun-soo states that he's just a normal guild member, so he can't reveal the details, even if he could. Choi Jae-hyuk retorts that Hyun-soo might be a normal guild member, but he's not a normal hunter, is he? He states that it's a different matter, as a view of the ship is shown. Someone responds, questioning if he isn't denying it then. Choi Jae-hyuk flexes, veins bulging in his arms. He says he got to know more about himself. A man comments that it's not bad. Choi Jae-hyuk smirks, stating that it's more than the previous time. From below, someone notes that Hyun-soo has gotten more relaxed too, and that it's more than last time. Choi Jae-hyuk states that he feels like testing Hyun-soo out right away if he could. A woman watches Choi Jae-hyuk. He calls out Hyun-soo's name. A voice responds that it's not right now, and that it's a pity. Choi Jae-hyuk says that they should do this next time then. Choi Jae-hyuk powers up, surrounded by a purple aura. He tells Hyun-soo to brace himself when the time comes. The woman watches as Choi Jae-hyuk powers up. 3 men stand together, one musing that even though he's like that, he's someone who's very centered. A voice declares that he put everything down because a hunter exists to protect humanity and came here. Choi Jae-hyuk wonders if that's why he made such a mess of his neighborhood. Choi Jae-hyuk states he came to keep the promise he made, but it seems he wasn't much help. Hyun-soo's eyes narrow. The man says he'll save that until he really needs it. A man tells someone to just call them anytime, and they'll drop everything and come running. A magic circle appears. A voice says they might be pretty good people. 2 people stand together. 2 people stand together. A voice speaks. The city sprawls beneath a sky streaked with the fading colors of twilight, its towering buildings glittering with countless lights. The camera descends, the urban landscape shrinking into a maze of concrete and steel. Flames erupt from a circular platform etched with arcane symbols, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding stone. The fire intensifies, the heat shimmering in the air above the strange markings. Ethereal energy swirls, coalescing into a vortex of pink and white light above the flames. Bare feet stand within the inferno, seemingly untouched by the searing heat. The energy explodes outward, engulfing the figure in a blinding flash. Emerging from the light, a figure with long, white hair and eyes burning with an inner fire stares upward. The figure's face contorts in a silent scream, red energy radiating from their glowing eyes. The expression hardens, resolving into a mask of cold determination. Power surges around him. The transformed Hyun-soo stands tall, radiating raw strength. A voice whispers, "It's Park Hyun-soo again." The woman reports that the raid was a success. The white-haired man is seen in a reflection as Sherry asks if it's him, confirming that she saw it too. The man confirms Sherry's question. Sherry seems concerned. The man with white hair expresses his regret at showing Sherry his scar. Sherry tells him not to mind it at all. The man and Sherry stand together. Sherry thinks that he is the singularity, and the man agrees. A hand reaches into a drawer and pulls out a watch. Sherry asks the man if red would be all right, holding up a red tie. The man says of course as he puts on the red tie. A narration box says 2 years ago, on the day of the fall. A tall building stands against a bright sky. A statement declares that the citizens have a right to know. A crowd of protesters hold signs, demanding to know what the government is hiding. The narration states that the government simply relies on the awakened and does nothing. The protesters continue to question what the government is doing while hiding things from them. The first elder sits cross-legged in a room, his arms folded. The first elder wonders why they are acting that way and why they are still so unhappy, despite being saved. Park Hyun-soo thinks that each individual has the right to know what's happening. He considers what they can do even if they knew, but more importantly, a thought surfaces, an open field without monsters inside. Park Hyun-soo wonders why he didn't find it strange until now, contemplating whether he should report this to the association. The first elder thinks they still need to use it for a while, so they should just leave it alone. Park Hyun-soo is shocked, wondering if the first elder just read his thoughts, and if that's even possible. The first elder states that he is trying not to meet with someone for the time being. Someone responds, joking that he'll probably sue him. The response is that it's highly possible. R asks that when he comes back, he should buy some Korean fried chicken. The first elder walks away, thinking that if he comes to know that he's trying to replicate him, he'll be sure to bring it back. R asks if Sherry is around too, stating that he knows it too. Someone says that that guy doesn't listen to anyone other than those who are stronger than him. R thinks to himself what a troublesome punk. Someone shouts, asking who's troublesome, and that they said they're coming too. The first elder and R are seen together. A man and woman are seen together. The woman sighs. She apologized, explaining that he had been making a fuss and she suggested that he talk to the first elder again. The first elder was told that it was still too early for him. The first elder and Anderson walked away. The man with yellow hair exclaimed that it was too early, stating that the only person stronger than him would be a high-ranking S-rank hunter. The man with yellow hair asked how strong the first elder was. Anderson asked if it was about that darn etiquette thing again. Anderson asked why they didn't try bringing him along this time. Anderson thought that the first elder might learn things like etiquette when he's out there for real, adding that Korea is also a country known for etiquette. The first elder was told that he had too little trust in him. The man with yellow hair asked if the first elder would trust himself if he were him. The first elder said that of course, he would. Anderson said, all right then, let's go. The first elder walked away. He sits in a meditative pose, his eyes closed as he focuses his energy. A surge of power emanates from below. Hyunsoo remains still, a faint white aura surrounding him as he continues his meditation. Suddenly, blue energy erupts around Hyunsoo, crackling with raw power. His eyes snap open, now glowing with an intense blue light, strange black markings appearing on his face. A voice wonders what on earth just happened. The first elder observes Hyunsoo, noting that he's totally different from before. The first elder mutters the word, disciple. A figure wonders if he thinks a heavenly demon is. Hyunsoo kneels on the ground, his expression unreadable. Someone wonders why he is suddenly asking that. A voice says that they're not sure as per how it's written, the demon in the heavens? A demon that descended from the heavens? You're half right and half wrong. A heavenly demon is. He stares up, a swirling vortex of darkness opening above him. Chuama shouts, warning that something is coming from outside. A voice echoes, disbelief laced with awe. It got through the portal and reached them, carrying incredible energy. The portal shimmers with iridescent light, a gateway to the unknown. Chuanma watches with narrowed eyes as a man with orange hair looks on, both observing the unfolding event. A business card with the name Robin is displayed. Robin sits across from Park Hyunsoo. Robin wonders if Park Hyunsoo was awakened only a month ago. Robin Ordman is the person who has reached the climax of Hunters and is the chairman of the Portal Strategy Committee. Park Hyunsoo says it's nice to meet Robin. Robin can't believe Park Hyunsoo is so calm despite knowing who he is. Robin apologizes for the sudden visit and thinks that Park Hyunsoo gets surprised at unexpected things. Robin admits that he doesn't know how to speak Korean and is using the communication device. Park Hyunsoo explains that the communication device was made by Mr. Anderson and is based on the technology that Jill Lord Demon uses. Park Hyunsoo realizes something smells like. Someone yells shit as flames erupt in the room. He crosses his arms, looking off to the side. Didn't I tell you that actions like that are impolite? Robin asks, then turns his head back, questioning, what? A voice responds, I'm sure I told you that you shouldn't act like this though. Another voice adds, I can't understand your words. A man with long white hair states, I'm currently using Korean mode. Park Hyunsoo looks on, a question mark floating near his head. The white-haired man holds up a small device. You should use the communication device too. Robin clicks his tongue, looking away. A close-up shows Robin's arm. Robin instructs, Isaac, introduce yourself politely. Isaac thinks to himself, he's a rude bastard, huh? Park Hyunsoo waves his hand, introducing himself. Yeah, I'm Park Hyunsoo. Nice to meet you. Isaac thinks, he's still immature. Park Hyunsoo stands. Well, everyone's like that at that age. Huh. Robin clenches his fist, thinking, fucking bullshit. He complains about being hit, mentioning Gandhi. The man with black hair wonders why he feels like he's looking at his interactions with his master. He then wonders why he is here, thinking what a polite and amazing disciple he is. The first elder decides to keep quiet and observe for today. The first elder states he won't beat around the bush, and as the chairman of the Portal Strategy Committee, he'd like the other to become one of the members of the committee. Heavy rain falls. The rain continues to fall. A figure stands in the rain, tears streaming down their face. The rain continues to fall. An explosion occurs. A figure stands in the rain, surrounded by energy. King said. Rain lashes down, obscuring the scene. A desperate cry rings out. Stop. Muscles coiled, a figure prepares to strike. The blow lands with brutal force. A pained grunt escapes the victim's lips. KUGH. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy. A surge of power erupts, tearing through the air. The attacker roars, demanding, what are you going to do from now dash? A fist clenches, ready to deliver another devastating strike. Energy crackles around a figure, poised for battle. Blades of light slice through the darkness. An explosion of power sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Meanwhile, a figure stands in the rain, their expression unreadable. Hyunsoo's eyes widen in disbelief. The cup is filled with water again. The water shimmers within the glass. The first elder's expression is unreadable as he is asked if this is a time machine. Park Hyunsoo looks at the first elder, awaiting an answer. The first elder says it's a little different, but it's similar. The first elder states that he has seen all of Park Hyunsoo's fights, including those against Amugi, Haxon, and even the Sorcerer King. The first elder says he guesses Park Hyunsoo would feel offended at it. Park Hyunsoo is surprised by the first elder's statement. He exclaims, of course. The first elder apologizes for that, but assures him that he doesn't peek at one's private life, so he shouldn't worry about that. An unseen person accepts the apology. The first elder thinks that Park Hyunsoo kept the dignity of the heavenly demon's successor, and that's not bad. The first elder says that after watching all of those battles, he is sure that Park Hyunsoo is a singularity. It is revealed that Isaac is one of the 3 singularities that the Portal Strategy Committee has found. He looks at his phone, an exclamation mark appearing in a speech bubble. A voice pleads with Park Hyun-soo to join the Portal Strategy Committee and save humanity. Someone mentions hearing what he had to say, but that he still belongs to the Red Lions. The man asks if that means Park Hyun-soo has to discuss it with guild leader Ha Yurak first. A voice declares that it should be that way after all. Park Hyun-soo states that he'd like to have more time before giving an answer. The response is simply, understood. A voice expresses hope that he'll join them. Park Hyun-soo is told, let's go, Isaac. The pair walks toward a portal. Someone thinks, relieved that they almost didn't close up the black hole because they forgot about it. First Elder says, not yet. A man asks, pardon. The voice declares that there's nothing that can be done, as the punishment comes directly from the king. Fist Demon snarls, threatening to kill the other figure right then and there. The blonde-haired figure remains unfazed. A voice commands the other to stop talking nonsense and leave. The voice retorts that their big sister is a busy person and they didn't come here for fun. Fist Demon explodes, asking if the other is not interested in what he has to say, threatening to rip their mouth apart. The voice states that it's something that will be of great help to him though. Fist Demon stares intently. The voice declares that they have a condition before they tell him what it is. The blonde-haired figure smiles slyly. Fist Demon sits, listening to the blonde-haired figure who stands before him. She asks if he agrees to a condition. The blonde-haired figure states that if he succeeds in his mission because of her advice, then he'll fulfill one request of hers in the future. The blonde-haired figure emphasizes that he must fulfill it unconditionally. The speaker thinks that the woman is unfathomable, and not even king or queen know what she's thinking. Fist Demon swears it upon his name as he puts on a jacket. The dark spirit has started to move. Someone asks if they are talking about that small group of awakened who's opposing the hunter world that is centered around the Portal Strategy Committee. They heard that most of their group is made up of normal people. The speaker agrees, stating that there are a lot of people who don't like the world that's changed by the hunters. Since the Portal Strategy Committee has set up regulations on firearms, the hunters truly have the ultimate power on Earth now. They're basically ruling over humans who don't have the power to resist. Someone heard they're committing terror attacks, but even if they do that, it doesn't have much of an effect. The blonde woman states that for now, that is the case, and asks what the item is. They've chosen Black Thunder as their official leader, and this is his contact. Fist Demon holds a card. The card reads, Black Thunder, Henry. The card continues, stating that he is one of the higher levels among the A rank. He's said to be the next generation of S rank, someone who's turned his back on the Portal Strategy Committee. The blonde woman tells someone to listen to her plans carefully. The building's windows are shattered, the glass sparkling like malevolent stars scattered across the ground. A small crowd gathers amidst the wreckage, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. What on earth is happening? One wonders aloud. The windows are all broken. Was there an oversurge? Another voice whispers, oh no. The murmurs of the crowd grow louder, a mix of fear and confusion hanging in the air. Hyun-soo runs a hand through his hair, his expression a mask of guilt and frustration. I screwed up while training, he mutters. The camera pans across the scene, highlighting the extent of the damage. A woman, her voice laced with exasperation, pleads, can we please live in peace? An older man, his face etched with worry, adds, you messed up the neighborhood before too, didn't you? The crowd's discontent grows. What's all this mess that came out of nowhere? One asks. Another voice concedes, you might be a hero, but this is a little. Another woman, her eyes wide with concern, says, Hunter Hyun-soo saved so many people though. A disembodied voice, presumably from Hyun-soo, apologizes profusely. I'm sorry. I'll fix the windows right away. And I'll also compensate everyone affected. I'm really sorry. A woman, her arms crossed, retorts, you'll compensate us? Let's go in then. Another voice, filled with lingering fear, whispers, ugh, that really scared us. Hyun-soo clutches his head, his face contorted in frustration. This mess is because of that bastard. Hyun-soo's thoughts drift to his current predicament. Since I can't go anywhere because of the black hole. A new S-rank hunter is born, something that will be celebrated by the world. He has officially become an S-rank hunter. He didn't believe that such a day would come. Someone is told to stop goofing around and come back quickly, as it's time to train. The 6 moves in the second half of the Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts are meant to destroy the heavens. The Heavenly Demon exists to kill the gods. How is it possible to kill the gods? The man looks on. The first elder reflects on the difficulty of killing gods, admitting he once thought it impossible. He continues, acknowledging that gods are powerful enemies the Heavenly Demon would have to face. The first elder states that fighting them would require all of the martial arts, internal energy, and the knowledge of all the heavenly demons that have come before. Hyun-soo realizes that this is what it means to be the Heavenly Demon. The first elder prepares heaven-obliterating demonic fists 6 moves in the second half. He focuses energy into his hands, preparing for the technique. The first elder prepares the first technique, Cloud Scattered Heavens. Energy crackles and builds around him. The first elder releases the built-up energy, lightning arcing from his hands. The energy surges, filling the space with raw power. Hyun-soo feels the intense pressure of the technique. He grits his teeth, exerting himself against the overwhelming force. He begins to gather energy, a swirling vortex of blue coalescing around him. The air crackles with unseen power. The energy intensifies, forming sharp, jagged lines that cut through the air. The gathered power explodes outward in a burst of red and yellow, the force palpable even from a distance. The energy condenses, focusing into a single, brilliant point that shimmers with untold potential. Sweat beads on his brow as the pressure mounts, a silent testament to the strain he endures. The force pushes him back, his feet scraping against the ground as he struggles to maintain his footing. The first elder announces the technique, his voice resonating with power. The second technique, Black Crow Heavens. He explains the technique, the energy around him swirling faster. You release old crows into the heavens to mock them. The first elder executes the technique, his movements precise and deliberate, channeling the gathered energy. The energy intensifies once more, the air shimmering with heat and anticipation. The technique reaches its apex, the first elder's form radiating with an almost blinding light. The energy explodes outward again, a shockwave of pure power rippling through the air. He declares, his voice resonating with power, make the heavens cry. The third technique, falling heavens. The force of the technique erupts, a blinding explosion of energy. Streaks of pure energy tear through the air, leaving trails of light in their wake. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, distorting the very air around them. Streams of energy converge, focusing the technique's destructive potential. Park Hyun-soo watches in awe, whispering, what incredible movements. A man observes, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. He thinks, if someone like him becomes an enemy of hunters. He continues, his voice laced with dread, it'd be a terrible nightmare. A voice explains, change the static that's created with the falling heavens. The first elder prepares to unleash the next stage of the technique, declaring, into electricity and strike the heavens with lightning. Raw lightning energy crackles and surges, ready to be unleashed. The voice declares, the fourth technique, lightning heavens. He forms a hand seal as a voice echoes, describing a connecting technique that combines falling heavens and lightning heavens. The first elder prepares to strike, a sphere of crackling blue energy coalescing in his hands. He declares, strike down the worn-out heavens. The energy erupts, forming multiple sharp, blue blades that pierce the sky. The energy blades streak forward, leaving trails of light in their wake. A voice booms, announcing, the fifth technique, exploding heavens. The first elder plummets from above, a dark silhouette against the bright sky. He unleashes a cataclysmic explosion of red and orange energy. The force of the blast sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The first elder's eyes glow red as he vows, carve death into the heavens that have fallen. He prepares for the next technique, his hands crackling with blue energy. A voice declares, the sixth technique, heavenly spiritual body. The final technique unleashes a surge of chaotic energy. The woman with long, dark hair stands with her back to the viewer, lamenting her perceived inadequacy. She thinks to herself, I'm such a useless leader. Tears well in her eye, reflecting the weight of her self-doubt. The woman with auburn hair peeks into the room, calling out, Yuni. Yuni stands before the other woman, who says, I'm your Yuni, huh? The woman with auburn hair apologizes. I'm sorry, I was just so happy to meet you again. Yuni reassures her, it's okay, I didn't dislike it. The view from inside the building looks out onto the street. A voice wonders, is everything okay outside? Another voice responds, yes, since we've taken care of the fragment for now, Hyun-soo SSI has become a national hero. The woman with auburn hair says, that little punk, his boss is awake, but he's nowhere in sight. The woman with auburn hair informs Yuni, there's been no movements from Hyun-soo SSI for a week after Robin SSI visited him. Yuni reacts with shock, exclaiming, Robin visited him. An exterior shot shows a building with a car parked outside. Hyun-soo lies in bed, seemingly unconscious, while a figure with spiky white hair stands over him. The world spins back into focus. That master, I've improved a lot, haven't I? Hyun-soo asks, a smug grin on his face. The first elder floats upside down, retorting, improved my ass. You sure have gotten arrogant, huh? Ah, seriously, can't you just praise me a little? The first elder continues, although it's a little unstable, he achieved lightning heavens in a week. Hyun-soo, still in bed, hears Yuni's voice from his phone. Oh, she's awake. Are you talking about the flame woman? It's been 2 days since she woke up. The first elder, still upside down, clicks his tongue. If you knew about it, couldn't you have told me about it? TSK tisk. Sitting up, Hyun-soo thinks, I need to get going. The first elder remarks, I can smell your sweat from here. Elsewhere, the camera pans to a bathhouse. A thought bubble reads, what's this place? A place to wash up. Hyun-soo pulls off his shirt, revealing his toned physique. A thought bubble reads, just wash up at home? You can really scrub the dirt off on your body off in this place. The S-rank hunters have split views on singularities, Hyun-soo notes. The woman across from him simply responds with a soft ah. Robin Ordman believes that the singularities should be found even if that means sacrificing the majority. Armand joined him, and Anderson liked the research environment, so he joined them too. That's how the Portal Strategy Committee started. And Haxon was on the side, which didn't want to rely on singularities and focused on becoming stronger. The two men stand side by side, observing the scene. Takashi and Jill Lord Demon joined him in creating the E.S Guild. China's Qing Lan and America's Alexander each made their own guilds for their own reasons. The woman in the hospital bed asks Hyunsu if it sounds like much. Hyunsu asks her what she thinks. The man with the bandages thinks he never thought much about all this. She simply wanted to protect her comrades with her own hands. Hyunsu says it doesn't sound like much, but it's really cool. She thanks him for saying that. The woman's face is cast in shadow as she reflects on her failures. She wasn't able to save anyone this time around, and feels she is no longer qualified to do so. Park Hyunsu looks down, his expression somber. While they head into dangerous places to save people, the losses incurred because of a war are never the leader's fault. The weight of responsibility settles heavily. Fault. The woman, bandaged and weary, can't believe a kid's comforting her with words. Hyunsu stands before the first elder, who asks what he intends to do. Is he going to continue with them? He has become certain after listening to her talk. Hyunsu pauses, considering his response. He will become stronger. The woman's eyes are downcast, a bandage wrapped around her head. She tells him that he's going to walk his own path. Hyunsu acknowledges that it's to be expected, since he's S rank after all. The woman thinks of the people he met, vaguely sensing their presence too. The woman warns that their presence is something Hyunsu needs to be careful of, adding that they're after him, a singularity. Hyunsu states that he has no intentions of letting them get him. The woman retorts that if she could, she'd trap him on a remote island. Hyunsu confidently declares that there's no one in this world that can keep him trapped. Hyunsu adjusts his dark blue hoodie. The woman in the hospital gown tells Hyunsu to come there, offering him a hug. The woman embraces Hyunsu, warning him that he must not let his guard down at all times, adding that it takes only an instant to become a villain as a hunter. The woman looks forward to working with Hyunsu from now on. The woman rests her hand on Hyunsu's shoulder. The sky is a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. A cityscape is seen through a barbed wire fence. The city buildings stand silhouetted against the bright sky. A group of figures walks down a street lined with brick buildings. A man with spiky black hair and a red jacket stands next to a clown with a red afro and heavy makeup. The man with spiky hair demands, "Who the hell are you?" The clown is identified as Henrik Abrohi Miwich, also known as Black Thunder, a lightning user on the level of an S-rank hunter. The man with spiky hair declares, "Despite being an awakened, you stood against hunters." He became the leader of USERP, a terrorist organization, and united the dark spirits. The man with spiky hair repeats, "Bastard, I asked you who the hell are you?" The clown responds, "I'm a PRO." The man with spiky hair prepares a lightning-based attack, snarling, "Die." A close-up of the clown's face. The man unleashes the lightning attack. The attack results in a massive explosion. He declares that petty tricks won't work on him. Looking at Henry Black. Henry Black remarks that lightning did the right thing in coming here. The man who attacked Pierrot stares intently. Henry Black asks if it was an illusion, adding that the man has good eyes. A hand holds a small, ornate object. Henry Black wonders why he would talk to someone who isn't even here in person. The man who attacked Pierrot stands with his hand inside his jacket. A brick wall with graffiti is shown. Henry Black asks what the man wants. The man who attacked Pierrot stares intently. Henry Black questions why he would partner with some unknown guy for no good reason. Hunter Park Hyunsu is now S rank. That was how South Korea became one of the most powerful nations that has 2 hunters of S rank and above, along with America. The woman looks at her phone, clearly impressed. Wow, isn't he amazing? Hyunsu Appa is now an international hunter. It'll be hard to contact him now. But since I promised that I'll come here often, I intend on keeping my promise. Yoon, you kept your promise, huh? Thank you so much. Hyunsu Appa. It's been so long since we last met. Park Hyunsu smiles. But something about you feels. The man in the navy hoodie pats Yoon on the head. There's no such thing. You know, previously. The man's fingers moved? Yeah, I saw it happen clearly, Yoon says, holding up a peace sign. The man in the navy hoodie stands next to the first elder. I guess the severing heavenly language was a little effective. Yoon smiles. Of course. Yoon walks down a brightly lit hallway. Yoon thinks to herself, a lunchbox. I guess he still eats the same things even though he's become an S rank. The first elder says, severing heavenly language. The man in the navy hoodie places his hand over the person in the bed. A text box reads, "You're imitating instructor Cheon Jayong's severing heavenly language." The person in the bed is shown with a breathing tube. The energy gathers, forming a complex pattern of light and power. He focuses intently, pushing the technique further. A little more. Hyunsu mutters through gritted teeth. The energy intensifies, filling the room with a blinding light. His hand glows with raw power as he channels the energy, streams of light dancing around his fingers. Hyunsu's eyes widen as he realizes, it's way stronger than the last time. The energy surges uncontrollably, shattering glass and sending debris flying. Water and debris are scattered by the sheer force of the expanding energy. The energy continues to expand, creating a destructive pattern that threatens to consume everything in its path. The first elder's voice cuts through the chaos. Stop, just a little more. Ignoring the warning, Hyunsu continues to focus, his eyes burning with determination as he pushes the technique even further. The first elder expresses his concern. It'll be too much. Do you intend to destroy your brother's body? A close-up reveals Hyunsu's unwavering focus, the energy coursing through him with increasing intensity. He extends his hand, a vibrant green energy swirling around it. Lying in the hospital bed, the patient wonders who could have done this to them. The patient's eyes glow with an unnatural green light. A close-up reveals the breathing mask covering the patient's face. Park Hyunsu stands beside the hospital bed, observing the patient. Hyunsu's eyes widen in shock. Meanwhile, a serene sky stretches out. A tall building rises into the sky. A figure screams in rage, preparing an attack. The attacker unleashes a screw punch. The attack explodes with fiery energy. The figure follows up with a leg axe. A massive explosion rips through the city street, sending debris flying in all directions. From a nearby rooftop, a sniper unleashes a hail of bullets, casings scattering across the concrete. The sniper continues to fire, each shot echoing through the urban battlefield. A woman with long brown hair is caught in the blast radius, her face contorted in a scream of terror. A figure in red and black charges forward, fist cocked back for a devastating blow. Another warrior braces for impact, summoning a shimmering energy shield to deflect the incoming attack. The clash of energy and force sends shockwaves rippling through the air. With a furious yell, the warrior swings their blade, leaving a crimson arc in their wake. A soldier in dark armor coughs up blood, the force of the blow staggering him. A voice booms across the battlefield. The hunters are here. Rip them apart. The battle intensifies as combatants clash amidst a rain of bullets and sword strikes. Gathering energy, a figure prepares a powerful magical attack, a swirling aura emanating from their hands. Clutching the shattered ground, Yoon vows that she won't die like this. The hooded figure snarls, commanding her to die already as they attack. The hooded figure expresses surprise. A figure shouts a greeting as they leap into the fray. The buildings loom overhead. A fist slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the area. The hooded figure cries out, wondering what that was. A man with spiky gray hair and a white robe appears. His name is Armand. A figure stands tall, their legs clad in dark pants. Another figure exclaims that he's finally here. People lay scattered amidst the rubble. Firefighters desperately battle the raging inferno, their hoses struggling against the overwhelming flames. The city burns, consumed by an unstoppable blaze. First Elder stands atop a ruined building, surveying the devastation below. The inferno roars, its heat intense enough to melt steel. Energy begins to coalesce, a swirling vortex of raw power. Raising his hands to the heavens, the First Elder channels the chaotic energy, black tendrils swirling around his arms. His fingers twitch, the air crackling with unseen force. A primal scream tears from his throat, his eyes burning with an electric blue light. Power surges through his veins, an unstoppable tide of destruction. The unleashed energy explodes outwards, obliterating everything in its path. The world is consumed by blinding light. The world is consumed by a blinding white. Buildings tilt and crumble, the very architecture of the city warped by an unseen force. Figures clad in black stand amidst the chaos, their faces obscured by helmets. A lone figure plummets from the sky. It's Armand, someone shouts, their voice echoing through the ruined streets. Armand extends a hand, bracing for impact. He wonders, was that all of them? The city lies in ruins below. Armand falls, the ground rushing up to meet him. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts around Armand, bathing him in a vibrant, crackling aura. The energy intensifies, lightning dancing in the air. Armand grits his teeth, his face contorted in effort as he channels the raw power. The energy spirals upward, a beacon of defiance against the devastation. The air crackles with residual energy. As expected of Armand, someone remarks, marveling at his ability to extinguish such a huge fire in an instant. A voice calls out, Miwich. The figure, seemingly unharmed after being struck by lightning, finds it amazing. The figure warns, don't look down on S ranks. Miwich taunts, don't you know that you won't be able to use the same attack against an S rank twice? I already know that you're only capable of using that darn lightning. The figure stands amidst the rubble. Miwich smirks, his eyes gleaming with malice. A small, glowing orb rolls to a stop at the figure's feet. The figure prepares to strike. He launches a blast of energy, bidding farewell to Armand. Miwich realizes that his opponent's tactic is a diversion, but it's too late. He erects a psychic shield. The psychic shield flares with power. Armand grimaces, realizing he is unable to use it. A figure with spiky red hair appears, surrounded by crackling energy. Miwich screams in pain. He coughs up blood. Miwich is sent flying backwards, engulfed in energy. The red-haired figure stands over the fallen Miwich. The figure taunts Miwich, calling him an arrogant bastard and asking if he didn't think this would happen. The figure reveals that they used a tool that temporarily seals off abilities, vowing to kill Miwich and spread the name of the dark spirit's existence. Magical energy gathers. Henrik declares, that's it for you, Anderson. The attack is launched. The magical energy surges forward. Anderson is struck by the attack. Henrik grunts as he falls. He is sent sliding backwards. Henrik curses, bastard. Anderson teleports away, remarking, "Humph, it's you, Anderson. You can teleport with coordinates? That's cheating." Anderson states, "Kiki, this is good enough since all the hunters in the world are warned with this." Henrik laughs maniacally. A crimson energy source descends upon the city, its ominous glow casting long shadows over the buildings below. The air crackles with unseen power, a silent promise of devastation. The source hovers directly above a hospital, its malevolent energy poised to strike. The building stands in stark contrast to the impending doom, a beacon of hope about to be extinguished. A face contorted in rage, teeth bared and eyes narrowed, reflects the encroaching darkness. A bead of sweat traces a path down his temple, betraying the strain within. An evil darkness will spread rampantly. The eyes glow with an unnatural green light. The air grows heavy with the stench of decay. A chilling proclamation echoes through the air. Where the darkness lands, there will be no life, and all living things will die. The words hang like a death sentence, heavy with despair. A patient lies still in a hospital bed, their face pale and lifeless. The monitors flatline, a stark testament to the darkness's deadly touch. The scent of antiseptic does little to mask the encroaching smell of death. Gasping for air, a figure struggles against the encroaching darkness. It'll eat away at life. The words are a desperate plea against the inevitable. The patient's eyes are vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling. The room is filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of the machines that can no longer help. Medical staff swarm around the patient, their movements frantic and desperate. The air is thick with tension, the unspoken fear of failure hanging heavy in the room. One of the medical staff stares in disbelief, his face etched with worry. What was that? The question hangs in the air, unanswered and unsettling. The patient lies motionless, their body pale and cold. The sheets are stained with sweat, a testament to their final struggle. The faint scent of ozone lingers in the air, a sign of the dark energy's presence. A desperate attempt to revive the patient, but it's too late. The cry of anguish echoes through the room, a lament for the life that has been lost. Hyunsu exhales, the weight of recent events heavy on his mind. He looks down at the patient in the hospital bed, a troubled expression on his face. Who was that? That person even borrowed Hyun's body to tell me that. Chuanma crosses his arms, his gaze thoughtful. I don't know, but it's probably the person who put that seal on Hyuntae. Hyunsu's eyes widen in surprise. What? Chuanma continues, recalling a past event. After we split up with the ancestral dragon, we were also apart for a short while, right? A flashback shows Chuanma being dragged away by an unknown force. He cries out, "What?" He recalls, "At that time, I was dragged somewhere by an unknown power." Chuanma reflects on the event. With a method that was unknown even to me. Chuanma closes his eyes, sensing something. Never appeared in front of me, but I could feel that person's presence. Chuanma's expression is serious as he asks, "Who are you?" He thinks, "You won't know even if I told you dash." Hyunsu looks shocked. Chuanma reflects, "I didn't feel any evil intentions from it, but I could feel that he could rival me." Hyunsu is surprised by this revelation. That person's that strong. The first elder states that he can't think of anyone else capable of casting a seal that even the severing heavenly language is useless against. Hyunsu asks why he is only being told this now. He looks up, confused. The first elder continues, imagining if someone like him came to conquer this world with a physical body. Chuanma wonders who would even be able to stop that person. A figure stands amidst swirling red energy. A voice questions being seen as the enemy, amidst a scene of skulls. Hyunsu's eyes widen as he repeats the question. Who would even be able to stop that person? He clenches his fist, the thought horrifying him. Terror manifests in Hyunsu's eyes. Chuanma explains that the kind of existence that person has is probably what king is like, according to the ancestral dragon. Someone lies in a hospital bed. A voice echoes, declaring that if one wishes to protect a place, they must work hard and become even stronger. The scene outside is a total mess, with windows broken everywhere. A woman arrives, aghast at the sight. She exclaims in disbelief that the damage has reached even here. The woman asks if he is hurt anywhere. Hyunsu thinks to himself, surprised that she's worried about him, an S rank. His eyes narrow with determination. He thinks, I will. Hyunsu clenches his fist, a silent vow made. Hyunsu winds up a devastating right hook, his knuckles white as he prepares to strike. The punch connects with Miwich's jaw, the force of the blow threatening to shatter bone. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The force of Hyunsu's punch sends Miwich flying backwards. The impact echoes through the chamber. Miwich reels from the blow, his face contorted in pain. He crashes to the ground, defeated. Meanwhile, a hand reaches for a cup. A woman asks if the man has heard about the terrorist attack in France. Someone mentions that team leader Lee Mina told them about it, adding that it's a total mess over there. A woman in a white robe takes a sip from her mug, the steam curling gently around her face. She seems to be waiting for something to happen now. A somber announcement echoes, an S rank has fallen. Raw energy crackles and writhes, a chaotic display of power unleashed. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding surge of light and force. Lightning heavens erupts, a cataclysmic burst of celestial energy. A figure wreathed in crimson energy plummets through the sky, a desperate descent. The air shimmers with heat, distorted by the sheer force of the falling figure. A blinding flash consumes everything, the epicenter of unimaginable power. A man's eyes widen in disbelief, his expression a silent question. The figure continues to fall, a lone silhouette against a swirling vortex of energy. The voice observes that at that speed, it's basically like a fly. Park Hyun-soo's face contorts in a silent scream, his eyes wide with horror. He sits in the hospital room, a frown etched on his face. But my abilities still aren't back, even after 2 weeks. Yoon offers a comforting smile. Don't be too worried. I'm around. He looks up at her, a hint of relief in his eyes. Yeah, I'm glad you're around. Yoon reassures him, her voice gentle. I'm sure you'll get better soon. Meanwhile, a figure stands amidst a scene of utter devastation, the ground cracked and broken beneath their feet. The white-haired figure surveys the destruction, their back turned to the viewer. The figure observes the space, thinking, this space, it'll restore quickly even if it's totally destroyed. Turning their head slightly, the figure wonders, is that guy the one who's behind teleporting me here? Who are you and why have you called me here? A smaller thought bubble reveals, I really can't tell you. The figure's face is partially obscured, but their expression seems grim. Who I am. A close-up reveals the figure's intense gaze, their eyes narrowed with determination. Clenching their fist, the figure vows, I'll definitely beat him up the next time I see him. A multi-story building stands tall against a partly cloudy sky. Having bought the whole building, Park Hyun-soo finds his shower to be much better. Hyun-soo exits the shower, still wearing his white robe. A phone displays a notification. Hyun-soo wonders about Mina. He adjusts his robe. The building stands tall. The branch manager greets Park Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo shakes hands with the branch manager. Mina asks Hyun-soo to sit. Someone requests tea. The branch manager begins, stating the reason for the meeting. The branch manager explains that they would like Hyun-soo to become the leader of the special terrorism squad. The branch manager takes a sip of his tea. The branch manager waits for Hyun-soo's response. The branch manager asks if Hyun-soo has heard about Francis Armand. Mina confirms that she has. The branch manager sets down his cup of tea. The branch manager explains that there's no guarantee that terrorist attacks won't happen in their country, which is why the association is trying to form a team in advance. The branch manager pleads with Hyun-soo to help them. Hyun-soo apologizes. Hyun-soo respectfully declines the offer. Mina expresses her surprise that he declined, mentioning that she thought he'd help. She adds that she heard he's now independent from the Red Lions. Hyun-soo clarifies that he can help as an individual, just not as the leader. The branch manager expresses his understanding. A long hallway stretches into the distance, illuminated by bright, artificial lights. The branch manager shakes Hyun-soo's hand, stating that they look forward to working with him. Hyun-soo replies with a nonchalant, haha, sure, while Lee Mina stands nearby. Lee Mina and Hyun-soo walk down the hallway, their figures receding into the distance. Lee Mina looks up, thinking that if it's not official business, he won't even talk to her. A close-up of Lee Mina reveals a thoughtful expression. A voice questions why he didn't agree to be the leader, adding that one shouldn't serve another when they have the power. Hyun-soo stands before a taller figure, who remarks, not bad. The taller figure is revealed to be a demon's successor, as Hyun-soo thinks to himself, Hyun-soo thinks that he should visit them from time to time, but a voice retorts that he only wants to get information. Hyun-soo runs towards the taller figure, who states that he sees everything, while Hyun-soo thinks that he is not such a person. A group of people cross a city street at night. A group of people stroll along a city street, the sounds of the city echoing around them. Two figures jog down a street, their breath misting in the cool air. Boots stand firmly on the ground, the hashtag APCFULNGHD hashtag beer, floating nearby. A figure in a red coat stands with another figure behind them, the city lights reflecting in their eyes. A finger taps on a smartphone screen, the light illuminating the hand. A man with a sinister grin holds a phone to his ear. Captain, we've arrived safely. We're in Seoul, he says. The city stretches upwards, a red-coated figure standing amidst the towering buildings. Worth lighting this place up, a voice echoes. A man sits on a chair, a phone pressed to his ear. I guess that item works well, he remarks. A spray can paint graffiti on a wall. Just who is that Pierrot bastard? The text reads. The spray can continues its work, leaving a trail of purple paint. The red-coated figure stands before the graffiti. For him to give us such a fascinating item, a voice muses. The graffiti is complete, a figure standing before it. You're not allowed to draw on the wall, the text declares. A man states that they will return shortly. Another man yells, saying that they are not allowed to draw there. Two figures in red coats stand near a glowing portal. One of them points at the ground. A man reacts in shock, exclaiming a question. A man lies on the ground, injured and confused. A figure in a red coat asks how noisy they are and why they are so desperate to die. A man lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. Someone expresses amazement that just a spray could create a portal. A speech bubble states that they will be back, Seoul. Two figures in red coats stand near a glowing portal, overlooking a defeated man. The scene is set in Seoul, South Korea. The exterior of a building is cordoned off with police tape. Investigators work behind the police line. At the crime scene, there are no fingerprints or any traces. The floor is marked with body outlines. One of the investigators expresses his frustration. It's as if a ghost did this. Another investigator notes that there are no traces, but the energy of an awakened is present. Lee Mina arrives at the scene, kneeling to examine the crime scene. Lee Mina looks up, her expression serious. Lee Mina announces that she is the team leader from the Hunter Association. Because the suspect is an awakened, the association will be taking over the case from this point forward. One of the investigators asks what's happening as the others begin to pack up. Elsewhere, a figure stands on a rooftop, observing the scene below. She greets the newcomer. Lee Mina acknowledges. You're here, Jan. He responds. Yes, Mina. Mina questions, why did you come from above instead of just walking in? Jane replies, I was taking. A voice reports, a look at the roof area just now. Another voice adds, Eagle, anything abnormal with the... A voice wonders, reconnaissance in this area? Another voice states, Ant, nothing wrong. Jane continues, yes, there are no suspicious movements so far. A voice reports, everything's good here. Another voice confirms, Cheetah, all clear. The man sighs, sigh, to think I'd meet you like this. It seems those guys who appear here. But I heard there'll be countermeasures after the Paris terrorist attack. Would our current members be enough? Aren't you guys being too obvious about trying to freeload off me? Of course, my amulet technique is worth 100 men's work. We're not the only squad for the countermeasures. There are a total of 5 squads including us. And we have an incredible person who'll be our control tower. Oh, who's that? I guess that control tower is Armand from the Portal Strategy Committee. Lee Mina listens intently. Park Hyunsoo stands silently. He'll be in this together with us. An S rank will be working with us. Oh, I guess you're the captain, huh? Hyunsoo states that he is not the captain and is moving individually, only sharing information. Lee Mina observes that he is different from when she saw him in the incident with Haxon, and she can feel that he is definitely S rank. Monk Lim gasps, seemingly in pain or surprise. Lee Mina and Hyunsoo stand nearby, observing him. Monk Lim exclaims, questioning if the great spirit or deity is beside him. Monk Lim is identified by name as he is called out as a demon god. A figure observes that Monk Lim is someone who can see spirits. A hand reaches down to help Monk Lim. Hyunsoo and another man help Monk Lim to his feet. The man asks him to get up. Hyunsoo expresses disbelief that Monk Lim is so friendly despite being with such a great deity. It's noted that it has only been 1 hour since Armand returned to the association, and the speaker wonders how someone knew that. After a thorough investigation of the Paris terrorist attack, the situation is being assessed. It seems the murder case that occurred within Seoul was the doing of the Dark Spirit. They are considering them scouting the area in advance. They'll soon charge into Seoul. Unfortunately, they are unable to provide any help personally. Be there. I hope that everyone will work with them. Their invasion has just been confirmed. An explosion rips through the scene, sending shards of debris scattering in all directions. The force of the blast throws a figure back, the air thick with smoke and the scent of ozone. Hashtag gotta hell is scrawled across the sky. Another explosion rocks the area, the ground trembling beneath the unseen force. A figure emerges from the chaos, leveling a weapon and unleashing a hail of gunfire. The scene erupts in another explosion, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. A blinding explosion rips through the city, sending debris flying in all directions. The declaration echoes, a terrorist attack. The force of the blast sends civilians reeling, their hands clamped over their ears as they scream in terror. Lightning crackles around the city's skyscrapers, a dark omen hanging in the air. A maniacal laugh pierces the chaos. This is a city that'll be worth destroying. A figure emerges from the shadows, a weapon raised amidst the falling debris. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee fills the air as it's poured into a pristine white mug. The branch manager expresses his gratitude. He is truly grateful that they are participating in such an important matter with him. A hand adorned with a ring gestures, indicating a relaxed atmosphere. The branch manager assures them that there's no need to be so formal, reminding them that he is the Portal Strategy Committee vice chairman after all. The first elder takes a sip of his coffee, his expression unreadable. The branch manager chuckles, admitting that what happened was something no one could foresee. He adds that he's sure anybody else would have lost too. A pregnant pause hangs in the air, followed by a statement of prior action. The branch manager reveals that he told the squad members to make sure they're on their highest alert. The cup is placed down with a soft thud. The branch manager raises his hand, his expression serious. The first elder's eyes widen in surprise, a silent question hanging in the air. The branch manager sits across from the first elder, stating the obvious, nothing can be done. He continues, explaining that the reflexes of S ranks are fundamentally more exceptional than normal people, and with the information they have, the S ranks will be able to do something about it. The branch manager wonders what they should do about the A ranks, stating that they won't be able to dodge the attacks even if they know it's coming. The branch manager suggests that the A ranks must observe the situation before making their move. The first elder expresses concern about the citizens getting hurt. The branch manager responds that the S ranks will be the first responders, but right now, the only S rank who's capable of fighting. The branch manager declares that Hunter Park Hyunsoo is in Korea, adding that he doesn't have the slightest intention of just sitting around and doing nothing. Lee Mina announces that they're here. Anderson reports that there's also a reaction in Dongdaemun, pinpointing the location as Samseong Station. The branch manager observes that they're moving in teams. The branch manager wonders if they are using a different attack strategy this time. A vehicle collision erupts in a shower of sparks and twisted metal. A building is engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion. Energy beams tear through the air, striking innocent bystanders with lethal force. The smell of ozone fills the air as the attack begins. An assassin, cloaked in shadow, unleashes a barrage of energy beams upon the unsuspecting crowd. The air crackles with destructive power. Screams of terror pierce the air as people desperately cry out for help, their pleas lost in the chaos of the attack. The relentless assault continues, the energy beams cutting through the street, leaving a trail of destruction and despair in their wake. A massive explosion erupts, sending bodies flying through the air amidst a shower of debris and searing heat. The ground trembles from the force. The assassin pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He's out of explosives. With a surge of power, the assassin conjures a glowing orb of energy in his hand, preparing for another wave of destruction. A woman's scream echoes through the carnage, a raw expression of the terror gripping the city. A man lies motionless on the ground, his body soaked in blood, a grim testament to the brutality of the attack. The metallic tang of blood hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, two figures stand before a news report, the headline screaming of a terrorist attack in the heart of Seoul. What the hell? People are dying all over the place. In the middle of Seoul? The ground shatters as feet descend upon the unsuspecting crowd, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the city. A figure hovers above the destruction, crackling with crimson energy. The right to protect one's dignity, the right to protect oneself. Livestock who have given up those rights and grovel at the feet of hunters. You can no longer be called humans. The crowd below stares up in terror. What's with that person? Is he a hunter? One asks. I think he's speaking Russian. Another replies, fear lacing their voice. Two figures watch the unfolding chaos, their expressions grim. Red lightning crackles ominously. Panic consumes the streets as people scramble to escape the destruction. A man roughly grabs a woman's face, his expression desperate. Standing atop a building, a figure surveys the carnage below. Yeah, run even more wildly. Anger flares in Park Hyunsu. Anger Park Hyunsu even more. Park Hyunsu stands with another figure, their faces obscured by shadow. Park Hyunsu grits his teeth. Damn it. They say that physiognomy is a type of science, Knight. The sign reads, Situation Room. Bastards. The man spat, his eyes fixed on the monitors displaying the unfolding catastrophe. To think they would split up and attack. In that case, we'll also fight on various fronts. The electronic display is being held up. My goodness. We're saved. Are the hunters here to save us? Attention, all members. Don't engage the enemy when you spot them. Armand will soon take care of the situation and head over to you guys. Hunter Park Hyunsu. This is Anderson. Henrik has appeared in Myeongdong. He's a powerful lightning user. I'm here already. Henrik's eyes glow with malevolent intent. He vows to kill his opponent and spread the name of Dark Spirit throughout the world. Crimson energy crackles around the antagonist's hands, the air thick with anticipation. The crimson energy coalesces into a concentrated beam, aimed with deadly precision. The beam slams into a nearby building, the impact shaking the very foundations of the city. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, sending shards of debris and shockwaves rippling outwards. The cityscape is scarred by the blast, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Henrik's expression twists in confusion, his brow furrowed as he searches for his target. The first elder's eyes widen in disbelief. He's gone. Where is he looking? A chilling realization dawns on Henrik as he glances downward. Since when? Hyunsu's voice echoes with deadly calm. Too slow. Seat impact. The force of Hyunsu's kick sends Henrik hurtling through the air, smashing into a parked car with devastating force. A-rank hunters and below are ordered to simply stand by and watch. One of the hunters questions the order, clearly frustrated. The monster's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Choi Hyunwoo declares that his justice isn't cowardly as he launches his attack. A hunter's eyes widen in shock as the monster moves. Another hunter prepares to counterattack, energy crackling around his hands. Two more hunters aim their weapons, identifying the attacker as a hunter. Choi Hyunwoo's attack lands, and a hunter cries out in pain. The monster continues his assault, red energy radiating from his form. One of the hunters laughs, finding the situation amusing. A hunter holds a glowing orb, declaring that someone will die first. Choi Hyunwoo stares intently, his blue eyes glowing. He holds a glowing blue orb, a sinister grin spreading across his face. So I have a few prepared. A blinding explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. A man with spiky purple hair and glowing blue eyes clenches his fist, rage contorting his features. How dare a vermin like you speak of my name? The city skyline stretches out, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a group is caught in a sudden, violent assault. Energy crackles around them as they are thrown back by an unseen force. The hooded figure sneers, his eyes glinting in the shadows. Cowards. They're nowhere in sight. A dark orb pulsates with an eerie green energy. A hand grips the dark orb, the green energy intensifying around it. Another figure is struck, the impact sending them crashing through the air. KUGH. A woman with long brown hair speaks, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Who's the coward here? We were simply a little late. The woman stands amidst swirling green energy, her expression unreadable. The group of figures points towards the source of the attack. Over there. A weapon crackles with crimson energy, poised to strike. The force of the blow sends Choi Hyunwoo staggering back, a pained cry escaping his lips. Lee Mina stands with Jaein, who states that headquarters asked them to refrain from doing anything. Jaein's expression hardens. Even if he were to die, he won't simply stand by and watch them commit evil. Choi Hyunwoo grits his teeth, pain etched on his face. He snarls, daring his attacker to try and act up after this. Lee Mina drops the neutralization marble. She declares it to be the neutralization marble. The marble activates, swirling with golden energy. Lee Mina looks on in panic as Jaein watches. Choi Hyunwoo declares that he is controlling that marble right now. The neutralization marble shatters, becoming useless, a pressure that's so high that it can turn coal into diamond. His hand reaches out, grasping for the fading blue light of the neutralization marble as it begins to dissipate. The orb vanishes completely, leaving only empty space where it once floated. Lee Mina and Jaein stand in the background, observing the scene with concern. Damn it. Fucking S ranks, she exclaims. Choi Hyunwoo stands with his hands open, a look of frustration on his face. He stands amidst the destruction, the aftermath of the battle evident all around him. Jaein's eyes narrow as he observes the scene. He took out an A rank with just a swing. S rank's powers are beyond our imagination. Choi Hyunwoo turns to Jaein and Lee Mina, instructing them. I'll entrust you guys with the cleanup in this vicinity then. Figures walk away, presumably to carry out Choi Hyunwoo's orders. The camera pans up to show the extent of the destruction, a building tilted precariously. Meanwhile, Park Hyun-soo clenches his fist, his expression grim as he witnesses the devastation from afar. Jaein speaks to Choi Hyunwoo, his tone questioning. Are you taken aback? You're nothing great, huh? In that case. Choi Hyunwoo's eyes narrow, energy crackling around his hand as he prepares to unleash another attack. I'll kill you now. He prepares to strike, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as electrical energy crackles around his hand. Hyun-soo, however, is too quick. He dodges the incoming attack with blinding speed. Choi Hyunwoo thinks to himself, confident in his superior speed, that you're way too slow. But before the words can fully form in his mind, Park Hyun-soo counters with a devastating kick. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the air. Hyun-soo continues his relentless assault, pressing his advantage. Choi Hyunwoo's face contorts in pain as the kick connects. The impact sends Choi Hyunwoo hurtling through the air, smashing through the walls of a nearby building. Dust and debris explode outwards, obscuring the scene in a cloud of destruction. Jaein, observing the fight with a critical eye, wonders aloud, is it because he's a singularity? Lee Mina replies, it seems it's time for you to appear. The command rings out, a chilling order delivered with absolute certainty, bring that along. The speaker's gaze is intense, a promise of violence etched into his features. A demonic sword pulses with dark energy, a voice echoing the sentiment. Do you think that I, whose seal has been released, would lose to that brat? A swirling vortex of power crackles with anticipation. And no, we're just preparing for unexpected situations. Choi Hyunwoo lies defeated amidst the shattered earth, his body a testament to the brutal exchange. Coughing, Choi Hyunwoo spits blood, his voice a strangled rasp. Damn it. Blood pools around him, staining the cracked ground a deeper crimson. A ragged cough echoes in the air. While headquarters asked me to capture. Hyun-soo's foot descends, pressing down on Choi Hyunwoo's chest, a symbol of absolute dominance. The air crackles with building energy, a prelude to another devastating attack. Hyun-soo unleashes a torrent of power, his fist a blur of motion as he prepares to deliver the final blow. The impact explodes in a cataclysmic burst, sending shockwaves through the training room. He reaches out, trying to stop the advance. Hold up. Wait a minute. Park Hyun-soo's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. Armand watches the scene unfold, a question forming on his lips. Armand. Choi Hyunwoo grits his teeth, his voice strained. I came running here so I could take care of him myself. Choi Hyunwoo lies on the ground, defeated. He thinks, he's still alive? I'll let you finish him off. That's not what I meant. Armand observes Park Hyun-soo. He thinks, he's definitely one of humanity's hopes, a singularity. Park Hyun-soo's name echoes in the air. Armand watches Park Hyun-soo, a question mark appearing above his head. Choi Hyunwoo looks up at Park Hyun-soo, fear etched on his face. What the hell? Park Hyun-soo's name is called out. Park Hyun-soo prepares to unleash his power, energy swirling around him. A monstrous form materializes, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The creature booms. You haven't forgotten, have you? I told you that I'll appear in my true form to break your neck when we meet again. Park Hyun-soo's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the figure. Hyun-soo mutters, Knight? Could it be? Armand stands beside him, a concerned expression on his face. A voice echoes, stating that he's already met with people that Robin couldn't even find out anything about. The man in the white jacket wonders if the figure behind him could be the Knight. Someone has already met the people that Robin couldn't find anything about. A voice declares that they will not forgive the bastards. The man in the white jacket clenches his fist, a look of grim determination etched on his face. A burst of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. Red eyes gleam from the shadows, belonging to a monstrous beast. The man in the white jacket tells someone to wait a while. A massive foot slams down, shaking the ground. The man's eyes widen in shock. So quickly, he thinks. A figure stands within a protective barrier, facing the monstrous beast. Raw energy crackles in the air, coalescing into a destructive force. The energy intensifies, forming sharp, jagged edges that promise devastation. The gathered power explodes outward in a blinding flash of light. Armin's eyes widen in disbelief as the attack descends. The energy slams into the surroundings, unleashing a cataclysm of fire and lightning. The explosion continues to spread, consuming everything in its path. Buildings crumble and shatter as the force of the attack devastates the city. Meanwhile, Armand grits his teeth, his expression hardening with resolve. "Armand," someone shouts. He leaps into the air, a furious cry escaping his lips. "Bastard!" Landing with a heavy thud, Armand prepares to face his unseen enemy. A crimson aura flares around Armand as he vows, "Bring it on, let's finish what we couldn't the last time." The sound of footsteps echoes as someone lands heavily. Armand grits his teeth, pain etched on his face. Armand, his expression hardening, declares, "I can't let them get the singularity." In the background, Hyunsu is visible. He floats into the air, surrounded by a swirling vortex of rocks. Hyunsu watches from a distance, his expression unreadable. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes appears, radiating malevolent energy. The monster figure, preparing to unleash its power, shouts, "To just stay quiet." A blinding orb of energy forms in its grasp. A devastating Gatling shower attack is unleashed. The Gatling shower tears through the air, a barrage of destructive energy. The energy beams slam into the floating rocks, shattering them into fragments. The Gatling shower continues its relentless assault, the air thick with dust and debris. The attack finally impacts the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. A skill, similar to the Sorcerer King's, erupts with devastating force. But it's way stronger, the energy intensifying. The monstrous figure unleashes a torrent of power. Blasts of energy tear through the environment. The attack reaches a crescendo, obliterating everything in its path. A figure warns, "Knight, it'd be best if you refrained from unnecessary destruction. King might not be comfortable with this." The monstrous figure continues to emanate power. The aftermath reveals a landscape scarred by craters. The ground is shattered, a testament to the attack's intensity. Amidst the destruction, a massive, rocky sphere rests. A figure emerges from hiding, exclaiming, "He stopped." He went into hiding because of the unexpected flurry of attacks. The monstrous figure scoffs, "I thought it was some powerful attack, but it's nothing great." The monstrous figure plummets from above, closing in on Park Hyunsu. The narration explains that the heavenly demon soul pursuit is meant to help one catch the enemy from behind, and that it is finally being used correctly. Hyunsu declares it's his turn now, gathering energy around his fist. A surge of power crackles through the air. Hyunsu unleashes a devastating attack, a blinding flash erupting as it connects. The words "tree impact" appear in a jagged speech bubble. The monstrous figure remains standing, unfazed by the attack. Hyunsu is shocked that the tree impact didn't work. The narration states that he will be dealt with by an evolutionary realm martial artist. In that case, Hyunsu prepares another attack. Hyunsu declares that he'll face him head-on. Hyunsu unleashes another attack. The knight stands, his back to the viewer, radiating an ominous power. With a burst of speed, he launches himself through the air, a dark silhouette against the cityscape. A devastating impact rocks the area as the knight's attack lands. The surrounding buildings blur as the force of the blow reverberates outwards. Hyunsu clenches his fist, his expression a mask of fury. The knight's fist glows with dark energy as he thinks, "He's able to take on my punch." The knight is shocked, thinking, "That's crazy." The knight's red eyes burn with intensity as he roars in disbelief. Staggering backward, Hyunsu loses his footing. He crashes into the ground, the impact sending debris flying. Dust and rubble fill the air, obscuring the scene of the devastating blow. Hyunsu, lying amidst the wreckage, stares up in stunned disbelief. He plummets from above, the ground rushing up to meet him. A voice booms, declaring him Hunter Park. A disembodied voice warns, "I'll put pressure on him that's able to create a black hole, so be careful." Golden energy crackles around an unseen figure, power coalescing. A massive rock formation looms, a testament to the raw power at play. Hyunsu continues to fall, bracing for impact. Suddenly, a searing pain erupts as an unseen force slams into him, the air crackling with red energy. Blood splatters as a foot comes down with crushing force. A figure stands over Hyunsu, who is sprawled on the ground, defeated. In the distance, others watch the scene unfold. A scream of anguish tears through the air. The attacker lands with earth-shattering force. The unseen assailant prepares to strike again, golden energy swirling around their hands. Their foot slams down, the ground cracking under the immense pressure. The world erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, the force of which sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The blast tears through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. An umbrella is deployed, attempting to shield against the onslaught of debris. A figure is silhouetted against the sky, a lone survivor amidst the chaos. Buildings crumble and crack, the infrastructure of the city unable to withstand the devastation. A sign is ripped from its moorings, sent flying through the air by the sheer force of the explosion. Another figure is caught in the blast, struggling to maintain their footing amidst the destruction. The city lies in ruins, the once proud structures now reduced to rubble and debris. Standing amidst the wreckage, a figure surveys the scene with a grim expression. He struggles to comprehend the bizarre movements that led to this devastation. What bizarre movements? Clutching at his injuries, he wonders how she could have injured him when bullets could not pierce his body. And how did she injure me when not even bullets can pierce through my body? He knows that he needs to recover if he is to survive this ordeal. I need to recover. The knight descends from the sky, using a large, ornate umbrella to control their fall. The camera pans up to a modern building, its glass windows reflecting the sky. Knight shouts, "I'll open the portal. Feel free to fight all you want," as they activate a swirling, blue portal beneath them. A figure stands silhouetted before a massive, glowing portal, beckoning. "One over there." A hulking, purple-furred monster with glowing red eyes commands, "Follow me." Meanwhile, Hyunsu, looking up at Chuanma, asks, "What will you do?" "That could be a trap." Chuanma responds, "If it's a trap, then I'll just destroy him along with the trap altogether." Hyunsu sprints forward, determined. Elsewhere, the branch manager, alongside Chuanma, exclaims, "They disappeared?" A figure, kneeling on the ground, slams a fist into the earth in frustration, muttering, "Damn it." The sun shines brightly on a wooden structure, possibly a building or a fort. He finds himself in a strange location. Where are they? Park Hyunsu stands in the desolate landscape, the wind whipping around him. A voice booms, relaying information from the ancestral dragon. A group has come to connect Earth with a world facing doom. Hyunsu retorts that it's none of their business. The voice questions what he said. Hyunsu recognizes something, declaring that it's none of their business. A surge of red energy erupts. Hyunsu prepares to unleash a skill, red energy crackling around him. The same patterns appear as Hyunsu activates Heavenly Demon Flight. The attack intensifies, the red energy swirling with destructive force. A monstrous visage looms behind Hyunsu, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Hyunsu prepares a different skill, his arm glowing with power. The red energy continues to surge, ready to be unleashed. A towering skyscraper pierces the bright sky. The man with slicked-back hair asks about the whereabouts of Hunter Park Hyunsu. It seems he followed them into the portal. The man with glasses can't believe there's an ability that not even the neutralization marble works against. Did Henrik die? Someone doesn't think so. The remnants at Samseong Station have been arrested. The situation at Dongdaemun has also been taken care of. Two figures lie prone on the ground, their hands bound. A figure stands over another, who is lying on the ground. Two figures lie prone on the ground, their feet visible. The man can't believe he's still alive after getting beaten up so much. Two figures lie on the ground, one with red hair. The first elder holds up two magic cards, muttering, "He looks totally messed up. Well, we were told to capture him alive anyways." Chuama chants, "Inyong, 5 elements." The first elder casts the spell, declaring, "Restraint." Henrik plummets downwards. The antagonist continues to fall. Meanwhile, Armand says, "All right, thanks for the hard work." He grits his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it." Henrik falls from the building. Lee Mina stands near a portal. Armand asks, "Where did Hyunsu go?" Lee points, explaining, "Over there." He followed them into the portal. Lee Mina states, "I tried a few times to enter, but we aren't able to enter it now." The first elder stands with a woman, a blue orb floating above her hand. The woman smiles. The first elder says, "I guess you still don't know how to use your own ability." A voice says, "I'll update you if there's anything." "Thank you." A strange object floats in the sky. A building stands tall. A demon-like creature appears, surrounded by a swirling aura. The creature exclaims, "He's not there." The landscape stretches out. The creature is alerted. "Knight, behind you." A man runs, a determined look on his face. Heavenly Demon's sole pursuit. The knight is ready to attack, but Hyunsu prepares a seed impact kick. Hyunsu's kick connects. The force of the blow is evident on Hyunsu's face. The knight is sent flying back from the impact. The knight grunts in pain as the kick lands. Hyunsu's expression hardens, a demonic aura flickering around him. The knight sheds something, a desperate act to escape the onslaught, shouting "Shed." Hyunsu is now on the ground. The knight wonders how Hyunsu escaped. The knight prepares an attack. An explosion erupts. The knight exclaims, "Kahaha, how bizarre, truly bizarre. I've never seen such movements in my life." The young man grits his teeth, determination etched on his face as he prepares for the next attack. The knight roars, "You won't be able to understand it." Hyunsu answers with a swift punch, connecting squarely with the knight's jaw. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The impact creates a blinding flash of light. An explosion of energy erupts from the point of contact. The knight's face contorts in pain and rage. Hyunsu presses his advantage, launching another attack. Sweat beads on Hyunsu's brow as he focuses his power. Work. He unleashes a devastating crescent cut. The energy blade slices through the air, aimed directly at the knight. Hyunsu's legs propel him forward, delivering the full force of the attack. The knight counters with a sweeping crescent of crimson energy. The force of the blow obliterates the surrounding structures. The knight spots an opening. A surge of blue energy emanates from the knight as he prepares to strike. The knight's fist connects, sending a shockwave through Hyunsu. Your techniques no longer work on me, the knight declares. The knight seizes Hyunsu. With a brutal heave, the knight hurls Hyunsu away. Hyunsu is sent flying through the air, a helpless silhouette against the ravaged sky. He crashes through buildings, each impact triggering a violent explosion of debris. Hyunsu slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. He groans, struggling to push himself up. Coughing, Hyunsu realizes he's fast. He is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending him hurtling through the air. The knight's face is visible, a sinister grin spreading across his features. Checkmate, he declares. The unseen force strikes again, propelling Hyunsu further away. The air crackles with energy as the knight's attacks continue to pummel the landscape. The force of the blows shatters the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Hyunsu slams into the ground, the impact creating a crater. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the devastation. Hyunsu groans, struggling to rise from the rubble. Ugh, cook. The first elder's voice echoes in his mind. Pull yourself together. He grits his teeth, the first elder's words resonating within him. Asterisk, he's basically on the level of a god for you right now. How are you going to win against him? Have you forgotten that the second half of the heaven-obliterating demonic fists used to kill gods? Asterisk. The knight stands tall, radiating power. But he's too fast. The first elder's voice is firm. I told you this before, didn't I? No matter how much internal energy one has, it's useless if they aren't able to use it. He has already experienced the three flowers peak bloom twice. That means Park Hyunsu is able to bring forth internal energy endlessly. The first elder instructs Hyunsu to gather energy in his energy core and rotate it at a high speed, from his Baihui acupoint until his Yongquan acupoint. The first elder declares that's acceleration. A system message appears, confirming that listening to instructions has been activated. The first elder says it's something that can only. The first elder tells Hyunsu to work when he's desperate. The first elder tells the knight, seriously, to use the time he's going to argue to deal with him instead. The knight asks what the hell Hyunsu is mumbling about. Time. Acceleration has been activated. Acceleration. The knight declares he'll end Hyunsu for sure this time. The first elder says, there you go, disciple. Hyunsu throws a punch at the knight. The knight shouts, you bastard. The knight is shocked by the punch. The first elder says, you sure are following everything I taught you well. Hyunsu screams. Hyunsu throws a punch at the knight. A punch that scatters clouds, clouds scattered heavens. Hyunsu throws a punch at the knight. The impact of the punch. The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The monster's voice booms. He's totally different from the last time. Hyunsu leaps into the air, a surge of power coursing through him. Release the old crows to mock the heavens. Rising above the monstrous figure, Hyunsu prepares to unleash his new technique. His eyes blazing with determination, Hyunsu focuses his energy. Heaven-obliterating demonic fists, second half, second technique. Black and blue energy erupts around Hyunsu as he shouts, Black Crow Heavens. The monstrous figure is engulfed in a torrent of dark energy, its features contorted in a silent scream. The force of the attack slams into the monster, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene. The landscape is illuminated by the sheer power of the Black Crow Heavens technique, the air crackling with residual energy. Elsewhere, a figure with white hair stands on a cliff overlooking the battle, their expression unreadable. A voice whispers, I might actually get in the way if I try to join in the fight. A sword is held aloft, ready for battle. It's a good thing it was brought. A figure with spiky white hair stands, a determined look on their face. A monstrous hand clenches, its owner roaring, bastard. The monster declares that Hyunsu's attacks won't work anymore. He leaps forward, initiating his attack. The monster snarls, you're like a fucking snail. The monster's face contorts in rage. The monster is struck by an unseen force, recoiling in pain. The first elder observes, noting that the Black Crow Heavens is more of a mystic technique than a fist technique. The first elder reflects on his initial assessment of the technique. The first elder now understands the technique after seeing Hyunsu fight that kind of monster. A towering castle pierces the sky, its dark stone a stark contrast to the swirling, star-dusted cosmos behind it. The castle looms, a crescent moon hanging ominously above its spires. A desolate, rocky landscape stretches out, the ground cracked and barren under a blood-red sky. The castle stands tall against the backdrop of a star-filled sky, its windows like vacant eyes staring into the void. A narration box states that the knight has successfully drawn the singularity into this world, the words echoing through a long, arched corridor. A stern-faced man remarks that it's probably because of the knight's orders to minimize unnecessary destruction. The man crosses his arms, his expression unreadable. The first elder observes how the knight risked being cursed to fight in his original form, deducing that the person he brought here is definitely the singularity. The knight, his back to the viewer, tells someone that they can get up. The knight stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture suggesting a quiet intensity. Hands press against a shimmering, translucent barrier, the energy crackling around them. The knight stands guard as the stern-faced man looks on, the shimmering barrier behind them hinting at the power contained within. The vassal states that serving the knight is his duty. A view of the room. The knight stands. The vassal's face is shown as he speaks of the energy of death. The knight looks down. The knight apologizes for not being considerate. The vassal says it's okay and apologizes. The knight thinks that death is something that's tough on him too. The vassal says that he has inconvenienced the knight and will gladly receive punishment. The knight tells the vassal that he may leave now, as he needs to rest. A view of the room. The vassal says, "Oh right." He stands silently, his expression unreadable. The vassal speaks, "My apologies, but Bishop isn't under me. I'll find her for you if you were to give the order." A hand gestures dismissively. "It's okay, you may leave." The knight turns and walks away. The vassal watches him go. A close-up reveals the vassal's intense gaze. Meanwhile, a figure, surrounded by fiery energy, shouts, "Bastard!" A surge of red energy explodes outward. A voice cries out, "Die!" A monstrous figure crackles with power, its eyes glowing red. A figure stands amidst the destruction, silhouetted against the sky. Clawed hands reach upward, as if grasping for the sky. A surge of crimson energy erupts. The energy coalesces into a concentrated burst. The crimson tendrils reach towards the sky. First Elder Chuanma, observing Hyunsu, wonders what he is going to do. He mutters that Hyunsu has reached that level. Hyunsu declares that this is nothing at all. Hyunsu leaps forward, initiating his attack. The technique is identified as Heaven Obliterating Demonic Fists, second half, third technique. The attack manifests as a series of powerful strikes. Each strike carries immense force. The strikes explode with devastating power. Chuanma's eyes widen as he realizes he cannot read Hyunsu's movements. Chuanma wonders if Hyunsu was this strong. A change of plans is declared. The first elder decides, with a growl, that he'll give up on bringing him back alive. He vows to destroy this whole area along with him. Hyunsu begins to gather energy, forming a dark red aura around himself. Focusing the energy, he concentrates it into a sphere. He senses an ominous power, realizing that the first elder intends to cause that to explode. Declaring that he is faster than him, Hyunsu prepares to strike. His eyes blazing with determination, Hyunsu prepares to launch his attack. He unleashes the Heaven Obliterating Demonic Fists, second half, fourth technique. The attack surges forward. Continuing the assault, Hyunsu shouts, "Lightning heavens!" Blue energy coalesces, forming a sharp, blade-like construct around Hyunsu's fist. The air crackles with power. He becomes a vessel for the surging power, lightning dancing across his form as the technique takes hold. Propelled forward by the force of the gathering energy, Hyunsu launches himself at Chuanma, a trail of blue light marking his passage. Heaven Obliterating Demonic Fists, second half, fifth technique. His feet barely touch the ground as he closes the distance, each step a burst of speed. Chuanma's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the attack bears down on him. Exploding heavens. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, shattering the ground and scattering debris. The air shimmers with displaced energy, the raw power of the technique distorting the very space around them. Chuanma is engulfed in a maelstrom of red and orange energy, struggling against the overwhelming force. The ground beneath Chuanma cracks and splinters, unable to withstand the pressure of the assault. The first elder grits his teeth, realizing the tide has turned. "I'm being pushed back." Hyunsu, bathed in blue light, prepares to deliver the final blow. "I'm going to finish this." He focuses his energy, preparing to unleash a devastating technique. The air crackles with blue energy as he mutters, "Heaven Obliterating Demonic Fists, second half, sixth technique." The energy coalesces around Hyunsu, forming a concentrated blast of power, ready to be unleashed. The first elder braces himself, his eyes glowing red as he prepares to withstand the incoming assault. A dark, ominous energy erupts from the fist demon, a counterattack promising absolute death. The dark energy surges forward, tendrils of shadow reaching out to engulf Hyunsu. Chuanma's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. That feeling is. The dark energy continues to spread, taking on a bizarre and ominous form. The tendrils of darkness lash out, ensnaring Hyunsu in their grasp. The first elder's eyes narrow, realizing the nature of Hyunsu's technique. Damn it, to think she'd use that. The dark energy constricts around Chuanma, his expression shifting to one of pain and confusion. What's happening? The fist demon struggles against the binding force, his body refusing to obey his commands. "I can't move my body." Hyunsu stands firm, his eyes burning with determination as he prepares to deliver the final blow. He looks on, a question forming on his face. His consciousness fading, Hyunsu struggles against the encroaching darkness. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he grits his teeth. He refuses to yield, his fist clenching with desperate resolve. He won't go down like this. Hyunsu declares himself the successor of the heavenly demon, a surge of power coursing through him. Channeling his energy, he unleashes a powerful kick. The heavenly demon ruler's descent begins, a torrent of energy erupting around him. The force of the descent explodes outwards, shaking the very foundations of the world. He stands silhouetted against a massive sphere of swirling energy, a testament to his growing power. Streaks of crimson energy tear through the air, signs of the transformation taking hold. A voice acknowledges that he is a singularity, a being beyond comprehension. The question lingers, how is he able to move within absolute death's territory? The first elder observes the barrier. What is it, he wonders, that even the heavenly demon ruler's descent cannot escape? A voice echoes from within. No matter how hard you struggle, death is the only thing you'll be facing. The barrier pulses with energy, declaring itself a disciple. The first elder attempts to enter the barrier, but it repels him. The barrier's power intensifies, preventing any entry. Even in his spiritual form, the first elder cannot get inside. Damn it! He screams in agony, dark energy swirling around him. The sound of his pain echoes. A swirling vortex of smoke and shadow fills the air. The swirling smoke coalesces into a strange, ethereal landscape. Mountains of skulls and broken terrain stretch into the distance. Meanwhile, Hyunsu lies prone, blue energy flowing around him. He murmurs in confusion. Hyunsu wonders where he is, recalling a dagger flying towards him. A voice echoes, noting the mountains of corpses in this place. Hyunsu stands amidst the desolate landscape, surrounded by the remnants of death. His expression is one of dawning realization and unease. A dagger, suspended by chains, hangs ominously in the air. A figure stands in the distance, the chains a constant reminder of this strange place. It looks like that dagger just now. The chains stretch down into the darkness, disappearing into the unknown. Hyunsu wonders, what is it? A hand reaches out, drawn to the cold metal of the chain. The touch is hesitant, as if testing the danger. Hyunsu is startled by a sudden presence. A gruff voice commands, leave me alone. The dagger gleams, a silent witness to the unfolding mystery. He asks, why is that you? Red eyes narrow, a chilling question echoing in the air. How did you come here without dying? The woman with red eyes and intricate tattoos stares intently at Hyunsu, her expression unreadable. She wonders if this is a place where only the dead can come. It doesn't make sense to her, as Hyunsu should have been dead. The woman with red eyes muses that there has only been one person who was able to come to her without dying. Hyunsu grips his own arm, thinking he should forget about it and just look for a way to get out with her. Hyunsu is shocked by something. The woman with red eyes wonders what's happening. A swirl of energy emanates from Hyunsu. The scene fades to black, with faint lights scattered across the void. Meanwhile, a prison gate looms, the bars casting long shadows. A prison cell is shown. The woman with red eyes stands over Hyunsu, who is chained to a bench in the prison cell. She says that she'll look after him, and that he now belongs to her. She declares that she doesn't want Hyunsu to harm anyone in the world. Tears stream down Hyunsu's face as he hears her words. The woman with red eyes states that he was born to be a demonic weapon, and his purpose in life has already been decided. She continues, saying that what she's doing is ultimately for the sake of the world. Hyunsu, overwhelmed, begs her to stop. The woman with red eyes commands him to become her hidden fangs and help her, stating that it is his fate too. Hyunsu's body glows with an eerie light as tears continue to fall. His face is contorted with anguish, the transformation taking its toll. A sword materializes, bathed in an ethereal glow, signifying the completion of his transformation. A tremendous power lies hidden within the sword, radiating a deep sadness. A voice echoes, commanding one to no longer run away and to accept their fate. Long white hair frames a face obscured by shadow, chains hanging ominously nearby. The sword, once a beacon of light, is now ensnared within a cage of heavy chains. Streaks of energy converge, as if drawn to a single, unseen point. The chain sword flares with blinding light, discharging raw power. A crimson, gem-like object now adorns the sword, held captive by the unyielding chains. A face contorts in silent agony, sweat beading on their brow as unseen forces tighten their grip. A voice whispers, filled with a detached pity, he's so pitiful. Standing over a skull, the tattooed figure seems both powerful and vulnerable. Energy once again converges, a silent storm gathering strength. Red eyes blaze with a mixture of pain and defiance as the figure clutches the heavy chains binding them. The woman demands to know what he thinks he's doing, ordering him not to touch her. A voice echoes, questioning if he truly wants to be there. The woman states that no one can cut these chains, a seal cast upon her by the strongest person in the world. Hyunsu wonders aloud if he came in here alive. The woman expresses surprise. Hyunsu declares that he knows the person who's truly the strongest in this world. The woman insists that as long as the bastard who did this to her is around, he can never be the strongest. Close up on the chains. Hyunsu vows to focus all his internal energy into his hands and destroy the chains. Energy crackles around his hands as he grips the chains. The chains glow red as Hyunsu strains against them. He's strong, she thinks. How could this be? The woman realizes it's a power that's on a totally different level from that person. He thinks to himself, and I'm that strongest person's disciple. Hyunsu continues his internal monologue, which is why I'll eventually. His eyes intensify, iris is glowing red as strange markings appear around them. He thinks he's causing an incredible vibration, but using the pressure from his internal energy. Red energy surges from his mouth, a visible manifestation of his building power. The internal monologue continues, I'll eventually. He grits his teeth, the word accelerate dash, echoing in his mind. Blue energy crackles around him, a visual representation of his accelerating power. Hyunsu is now enveloped in a torrent of blue energy, his grip tightening on the chains. His internal voice roars, surpass that person and become the strongest. Red energy flares around his hands as he clenches the chains, the metal groaning under the immense pressure. With a final surge of power, Hyunsu shatters the chains, blue energy exploding outwards. He really destroyed these chains? A surge of energy erupts. A sword pierces the ground. A hand reaches out, seeking connection. A man offers his hand, urging, come with me and get out of this place. A man vows, I'll punish that bastard who did this to you. Desperation etched on his face, the man pleads, help me. A realization dawns. If it's him, this might really be possible. Two figures stand together, bathed in ethereal light. Red eyes glow with fury. The first elder stands on a rock. The first elder vows that he can't lose his disciple over a strange turn of fate. The first elder declares that how the opponent lasted this long, this is it for them. Someone remarks that they've never seen anyone last this long. The first elder shouts the word disciple. Glowing eyes stare. A massive explosion of blood fills the air. A monstrous figure declares, it's over. Lee Mina exclaims, wait a minute, that's... Another voice cries out, what? A swirling vortex of energy crackles in the air. The vortex intensifies, the air shimmering with heat. Hyunsu stands shirtless, his body marked with cuts and bruises. Energy crackles around Hyunsu's hands. Hyunsu grimaces, muttering, if I was a bit late, I could have just gone to the afterlife. Close up on Hyunsu's torso, revealing the extent of his injuries. Lee Mina shouts, rascal, how the hell did you get yourself covered in blood? He stands before the first elder, looking apologetic. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Hyunsu offers an apology. He insists that he is in good condition, despite his injuries. The first elder scoffs, his eyes narrowing. He declares that Hyunsu deserves a beating for causing him worry. From a distance, Hyunsu offers another, more subdued apology. The unknown woman, perched atop a monstrous beast, wonders aloud what is going on with Hyunsu. The first elder crosses his arms, his expression hardening. He states that he has a score to settle with them. The first elder's voice booms, demanding to know what Hyunsu is mumbling about to himself. The unknown woman and her beast hurtle towards Hyunsu, closing the distance with alarming speed. Hyunsu steels himself, preparing to accelerate his power. He inhales mana, the energy swirling around him in a vibrant blue vortex. Hyunsu moves, a blur of motion as he prepares to face the oncoming threat. The wolf-like creature's eyes glow with an eerie red light. He is surprised by the sudden increase in speed, his fangs bared in a snarl. A hand, adorned with a distinctive ring, clenches into a fist, ready to strike. The wolf-like creature's expression contorts in a mix of shock and fury, his red eyes burning intensely. A leg, wreathed in crackling blue energy, lashes out with incredible speed. Blades of pure energy tear through the air, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. An explosion of raw power erupts, bathing the battlefield in a blinding red glow. The explosive power of the mana penetrates the tree impact. Hyunsu, his body radiating power, declares, you won't be able to block that. The wolf-like creature, now with gray hair, is caught off guard. Don't get cocky, he roars. Jagged spikes of energy erupt from the ground, poised to impale. Hyunsu lunges forward, his eyes blazing with determination, ready to deliver the final blow. A barrage of energy spikes rains down, threatening to overwhelm the gray-haired creature. The hallway stretches into the distance, a silent witness to the unfolding battle. Hyunsu, recovering from the previous attack, grins menacingly. He shouts, back at you. The woman with white hair retaliates, swinging a blade of solidified pink energy. The force of the blow sends Hyunsu flying backwards. The woman with white hair watches him go, muttering, damn it, he's even faster than Knight. Fast, are not. She holds her energy blade at the ready, her expression grim. Her red eyes narrow, focused on her opponent. Hyunsu, now back on his feet, holds up his hand, a ring glinting on his finger. He asks, you recognize this? The ring pulses with a faint, ethereal light. A voice booms, seemingly from nowhere. It's from a kid that you guys tortured. Pay for your sins. The woman with white hair lunges forward, unleashing another blast of energy. Her face contorts with rage, her eyes burning with a fierce intensity. Cracking energy explodes outward. A figure stands silhouetted against the blinding light. Dark energy spikes erupt from the center of the blast. The beast snarls, cook, that bastard. Red eyes glare from within a cloud of swirling smoke. The beast acknowledges. Now that things have turned out like this. The beast holds a glowing, crimson elixir, its eyes burning with determination. Immortal transcendent. If I eat this elixir, then I'll be able to possess strength that transcends my body's limits by 3 times. Clenching its fist, the beast continues. But I won't be able to move for a year as an after effect. The beast tenses, muscles bulging as it prepares to unleash its newfound power. Its eyes widen in shock as the elixir takes effect. A tortured scream rips through the air as the beast's body is racked with unimaginable pain. Gah! Energy explodes from the beast, shattering the ground beneath its feet. She resolves to go to any length necessary. A dark aura surrounds her as she stands amidst swirling clouds. The intensity of her focus sharpens, her eyes burning with a fierce determination. She must win this fight. The beast roars, a guttural challenge echoing through the air. Bring it on. The transformation completes, revealing the beast's identity, Park Hyunsu. Razor-sharp claws extend, ready to tear through anything in their path. Hyunsu's face contorts into a monstrous visage, teeth bared in a predatory snarl. Hyunsu strikes, a blur of motion aimed at an unseen target. The transformed Hyunsu thinks to himself, frustrated. He is still not fast enough, even after consuming the immortal transcendent. A devastating strike descends, promising destruction. A figure plummets through the air, caught in the wake of the attack. Falling heavens. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the world. The final blow lands, a decisive strike that seals the battle's outcome. His fist, glowing with power, slams into the monster's face. The monster's face contorts in agony as the force of the blow ripples through its massive frame. A surge of blue energy crackles around Hyunsu's fist, intensifying the impact. Reeling from the attack, the monster stumbles backward, its massive form momentarily unbalanced. A close-up reveals the monster's thick, jagged horn, a testament to its brutal power. The monster's eyes blaze with fury as it manages to choke out. Hold up. The words seed, impact, explode from Hyunsu's fist as the energy reaches its peak. The impact detonates in a blinding flash of light, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Staggering, the monster gasps, Kook. That's impossible. The monster's fangs are bared in a snarl of pain and disbelief. Hyunsu declares, apologize. This belongs to someone you've tortured. The monster coughs up blood, sputtering, Kook. The monster's face is a bloody mess, its fangs bared in a silent snarl of defeat. Tendrils of dark energy recede from him, the battle's residue fading as Hyunsu stands victorious. The tension bleeds from his shoulders, his expression softening as the adrenaline fades. A voice echoes, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Hyunsu. I feel much better now. The monster's face, contorted in pain and rage, is a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Scars crisscross his arm, a testament to battles fought, now adorned with the dark metal of the ego ring. The ego ring gleams, its surface etched with arcane symbols, a source of immense power. Standing behind Hyunsu, the first elder watches with a knowing gaze, his presence a silent reassurance. The ego ring pulses with a faint, ethereal light, a subtle display of its latent energy. The first elder murmurs, his voice laced with awe. That's so overpowered. A voice chuckles, musing if martial artists often gain such opportunities. The first elder states that Hyunsu has way too many opportunities. First elder asks if Hyunsu didn't kill him. He thinks that he still has a lot of questions for him. He wonders why portals were made and why they connected them to Earth, and what is their final goal. First elder asks if Hyunsu wants him to teach him some torture techniques. First elder says that he needs to introduce Hyunsu to someone. Hyunsu responds with a yeah. First elder calls out to Hallie. A figure with gray hair and red eyes stands amidst crackling energy. The figure's legs are covered in intricate tattoos. First elder looks down at Hallie. Hallie stands before Hyunsu, covered in glowing energy. First elder tells Hallie that he should introduce himself, but Hallie thinks that he's scary though. He introduces himself. Hello, I'm Hallie. First elder chuckles, replying, ho ho, you sure are polite, huh? The first elder speaks of the short sword. The first elder is surprised. The first elder explains that this is the short sword's true form. The first elder exclaims that the short sword was death itself, questioning what Hallie is thinking. The first elder stares intently. The first elder says they don't. The first elder knows what he might do, stating that he's just a pitiful child that's been made use of all his life. A close-up of Hallie's arm. The first elder looks down. The first elder tells him to come over here. Hallie looks down, seemingly sad. He reassures the man with black hair that it's okay, he's not a scary person, although there are times when he's scary. First elder stands tall before Hallie. Magic crackles from first elder's hand. Markings appear on Hallie's body. First elder stands before the man with black hair, the air shimmering with arcane energy. The magic intensifies around first elder's feet. The magic flows from first elder's hand. First elder's white hair billows. Hallie exclaims that the scribblings on his body disappeared, marveling that he's like a magician. First elder states that he only erased a very small part. The man with black hair asks pardon. A skeletal figure in a cloak declares that's a body that has killed as many lives as the grains of sand in a desert, adding that all he did was remove the dirt on his skin. A pile of skulls looms. Hallie stands with a worried expression. Hyunsu states that he will help him be completely free of it. First Elder looks down at Hyunsu, thinking that he has matured so much. Hallie asks Hyunsu if there is a way to get out of this place. There's that. A pink umbrella is shown. First Elder looks up at a portal in the sky. Someone stands on top of a building. Someone says that they can't believe it. Someone says that they'd be feeling so powerless. An emergency room sign is shown. A woman in a suit states that she returned after taking care of the situation, and that there wasn't anything wrong. The others discuss that Hunter Hyunsu is still not back. They decide to wait and observe the situation, as Armand is still looking after that place. First Elder watches with a stern expression. A portal begins to open. Armand looks on, concerned. Bare feet emerge from the shimmering portal. A figure carries another person out of the portal. The figure's spiky hair is visible. An exclamation mark punctuates the tension. Hunter Park is back, and safe. Someone wonders who that person is. The figure is identified as that weird guy from just now night. A voice echoes, marveling at the fact that he was able to defeat that incredible monster and come back alive. Hyunsu lies shirtless, his muscular physique now marred with numerous scars. Anderson stands over Hyunsu, suggesting it would be best to bring him back to the Portal Strategy Committee. Chuanma agrees, adding that it's for investigation. Anderson believes the Portal Strategy Committee would be more suited for the various kinds of research they'll need to do. Chuanma questions what this is. The narration box states that it is an item that makes portals. The narrator states that this could be pretty useful once Anderson researches it. Chuanma begins to speak, but is cut off. Anderson observes that Hyunsu's clothes are all gone, implying it must have been quite an intense fight. Hyunsu is shocked. Hyunsu lies shirtless, covered in scars. Chuanma looks on. He seems to be saying that it's not that he didn't want to cover up, but that he has nothing to be ashamed of. Armand hands Hyunsu a towel. Armand tells Hyunsu that he knows he's proud of it, but people will be there soon, and they need to protect the lower body of their hero. Hyunsu thanks him. Hunter Park's name is shouted. Hunter Park's name is shouted again as the media surrounds him. The media asks Hyunsu if he was the one who defeated Henrik, and that based on what they heard, a monster appeared too. Armand and Hyunsu are not interested in them at all. Hyunsu is surrounded by the media. Hunter Park surprised South Korea as he appeared half naked. Someone thinks that if Armand didn't do something so unnecessary, this wouldn't have happened. The First Elder expresses his disappointment, remarking on how Hunter Park could have shown off a little more fully naked. What a pity. Hyunsu stirs in bed, thinking it's already afternoon. A voice tells him to quickly tidy up his bed. The First Elder refuses to wear anything, as Hallie tells him not to imitate such things. The First Elder says that he simply zonked out the moment he came back. The First Elder laments that the cloth was covering Hyunsu, saying it would have been more fun if he had shown everything. Hyunsu groans in annoyance. Hallie asks Park Hyunsu if he is angry. The First Elder laughs, saying that time cures all things. The First Elder gets hit with a blanket. He tells someone to stop it. A voice says that they're so familiar with each other already, that he can feel free to walk naked at home if he wants. The First Elder says that no one is there to see that, so he'll look at it for his sake. Hallie says he can look at it too. A voice tells him to wear some pants, you brat. Lying in bed, Hyunsu looks at his phone. First Elder calls out to him. The sheets are rumpled around him as he shifts. Hyunsu's expression is troubled as he looks up. First Elder declares that he has something to tell him. Hyunsu sits up in bed, responding with a yes, master. First Elder's hand gestures as he speaks. Hyunsu wonders why he is hesitating to say it, thinking that he really wants to eat. First Elder demands ramen, ordering him to cook some for him. Hyunsu explodes in frustration, wondering what ramen is. A phone displays a message. All right, since we have a new family member. Hyunsu declares he'll show them a whole new world, displaying a food delivery app on his phone. First Elder asks if he wants to eat so much, suggesting they try everything, including sweet and sour pork, grilled dumplings, fried chicken, and jampong. It's only possible because they have food delivery apps in Korea. Let's dig in. A hand reaches out and grabs a breast. First Elder asks what Hyunsu thinks of the Mayak fried chicken that has been really popular recently. First Elder exclaims that it's truly a whole new world with the juices flowing out of the soft and sticky marinade along with the aged meat. Hyunsu asks if First Elder does not like it. Bibimbap noodles this time. First Elder is silent. Hyunsu wonders how on earth. First Elder asks if such delicious food exists and demands to be fed more of those. Jaein is kneeling on the floor. First Elder asks Jaein why he isn't eating. First Elder says he'll feed him instead. The First Elder's lesson continues, but Jaein seems to have a question. Jaein exclaims that he can't eat the food here. The First Elder sits across from Jaein and Hyunsu. Jaein accuses the First Elder of teasing him, saying he should have said that earlier. The First Elder asks what Jaein is talking about, explaining that he was able to move something without using his hands like Armand. Hyunsu asks if he's talking about material shift. The First Elder tells them that they ask some obvious questions from time to time, and asks if he didn't teach them this last time. Jaein asks pardon. It's to create virtual hands to hold things. You should be able to do it at your level. Hyunsu realizes there's some difference between the ability that Armand used since it's just holding and moving something. Meanwhile, a building stands tall against a blue sky. The building continues. The First Elder is tickled by something. He chuckles in response. The first elder thinks to himself that this is probably the most peaceful part of Hallie's life. Hallie is also present. Hyun-soo is seen in a close-up. The first elder thinks that if Hyun-soo becomes S rank, he needs to start looking for a way to get back. Hyun-soo is standing in a bright, open area. Someone thinks that they became S rank, but they haven't found anything yet. Someone thinks that he must be. Hyun-soo is trusting in someone. He thanks his master and promises to keep his promise. The first elder asks what someone is doing. He then says, "Ah, there." Someone thinks it was a bug and that it's boring. A symbol is seen in space. A grand castle stands silhouetted against a starry night sky, its windows glowing with warm light. Inside the castle, a figure sits perched on a window ledge, gazing out at the night. First elder sits in his ornate chair, his expression unreadable. A figure in a military-style uniform stands at attention. The figure in the uniform sits on the stairs, his posture suggesting a moment of contemplation. The camera focuses on the figure's boots as he sits on the stairs. The figure in the uniform wonders if First Elder is sleeping. The First Elder thinks to himself, The figure in the uniform is told, "You're here." First Elder says, "It's okay for you to stay in your original form though. No need to change into a human." First Elder wonders, "How could I do that?" The figure in the uniform is told, "You must be here because you're wondering how things went." The figure in the uniform responds, "I see." He muses that it's probably the first time something has been taken from him. It seems these things known as singularities have pretty mysterious talents. A vision shows Hallie escaping. The internal monologue states that while he didn't restrain him, he didn't think he'd run away. The vision continues, the internal monologue stating that the fear he's planted in him can't be easily gotten rid of though. The vision concludes with the question of what on earth happened. He asks how the other feels about their subordinate dying, adding that they sure are curious about a lot of things. The other responds that when people like them become this old, they feel like they become more and more like kids, getting more and more curious about things. The other states that the singularity didn't kill Knight. The question is posed, was Knight captured alive? A figure with glowing blue eyes says that wouldn't put them in a pickle, confirming that Knight was captured. The figure continues, stating that's if they can even make him speak. The humans might be able to find out a lot of things about Knight when they capture him alive, but a close-up of Knight shows him injured, the internal monologue stating that they won't be able to make him talk easily. He responds that the other is calmer than he had imagined. A voice declares that there are plenty of alternatives to replace someone. The voice continues, stating that someone is truly boring and won't be sent off. The woman replies with a simple sure, as she stands before Knight, who is seated in the background. The woman offers her assistance to Knight if he needs any help. The doors open. Knight's expression is unreadable. The woman thinks that Knight is a troubling person. Knight looks out the window. The doors continue to open. Knight thinks about Hallie leaving him. Knight says the name Park Hyun-soo. Knight thinks this will be interesting. The sky stretches wide, a canvas of pale blue and scattered clouds. A towering skyscraper pierces the heavens, its glass facade reflecting the sunlight. A voice echoes from the depths of the facility. You're truly persistent. The voice continues, laced with curiosity. What's there in life for you to hold on so tightly to? A figure stands before the seated man, his presence imposing. The seated man remains bound, his expression unreadable from this angle. Blood trickles from the seated man's brow, a testament to his suffering. I guess you still have the strength to talk, huh? His face is bruised and battered, yet a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. The standing figure leans forward, his voice laced with anticipation. Kid. Despite his injuries, the seated man speaks, his voice raspy but resolute. Let's make a deal. The standing figure exclaims, Whoa dash. He spoke. The standing figure towers over the seated man, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. The seated man's eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity. Everything you've dreamed of. I can give you more. A voice echoes, dismissive. Whatever. The structure looms, a testament to advanced technology. The voice continues, stating that a king is someone who's able to do what the other wants. A scarred face, etched with determination, asks if the other can make him the strongest person in the world. The unseen figure responds that it's the easiest thing to do. He then asks if the scarred man would become king then. The scarred man's face contorts in rage. He snarls, questioning the other's audacity to fool around with him. The blonde-haired man presses a button on a nearby console. He mutters, calling the other pathetic. A glowing orb pulses with energy, crackling with power. The scarred man is engulfed in electrical energy, his body transforming, becoming something more. The blonde-haired man raises his hand, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. He questions how the other dares to try such bullshit on such an innocent person like him. The transformed man declares that he is already on his way to becoming the strongest in this world. Close-up of the transformed man's torso, showing the scars and the power coursing through his veins. The transformed man states with conviction that he is a singularity after all. The blonde-haired man exclaims in shock, questioning if the other is a singularity. He stands with his hands on his hips, observing the injured man. The man's face is bruised and bloodied, a tear streaks down his cheek. His eyes widen, bloodshot, and filled with disbelief. He thinks, they already have two singularities? His hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with rage. A low chuckle rumbles in his chest. Strapped to a chair, The man's face is contorted in a maniacal grin. He repeats, "Coo-coo-coo-coo." The man in the orange jacket recoils, his expression one of utter shock. He wonders, did he go crazy? The blonde man, wearing an orange jacket, turns to the seated figure. He demands, "You're laughing?" The dark-haired man throws his head back, cackling. "Kahaha, how could I not laugh? You're telling me that someone like you is a singularity." The blonde man stands, his expression hardening. A thought bubble reveals. A singularity should be someone on a similar level to Park Hyun-soo. The blonde man clenches his fist, muttering, "I." A thought bubble declares, "We'll surpass that bastard." The blonde man grits his teeth, vowing, "Someday, I'll definitely surpass him." The dark-haired man muses, "Really? He's probably growing while we're speaking, though. He grew continuously even during his fight with me." The dark-haired man smirks, thinking, "Someone like you won't even be able to get close to him." The dark-haired man's red eyes gleam with amusement as he looks down. The blonde man glares up, his face contorted with rage. "You." The camera pans up to the sky. A hand reaches out, palm open, towards a glowing red surface. The hand is seized, a firm grip preventing any further movement. The blonde man in the orange jacket looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Master," he exclaims, his voice laced with fear. The white-haired man in the suit glares down at him, his expression cold and unforgiving. He demands, "How many times did I tell you not to come here?" A disembodied voice booms, "Get out." The blonde man, looking downcast, replies, "Yes, master." He cries out, his voice filled with desperation. "I can't do this. I can't do that. There's nothing I can do." Footsteps echo down a sterile corridor. The white-haired man stands over a battered figure. He questions, "Why did you stop him? You should have let him do as he pleased." "Well, have you finally realized that you can't get anything out of me through torture?" The battered figure replies, "My people will come for me. It'll be best for you to let me go now." A close-up reveals the battered figure's face, scarred and defiant, a grim smile playing on his lips. The white-haired man looks down, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "They'll come to save you?" he asks. "Yeah," he answers himself. A disembodied voice echoes, demanding to know what is so funny. It declares that no one will come. The spiky-haired man is told that he has been abandoned. The voice questions what a mere human would know. The spiky-haired man grits his teeth, enraged. A hand presses a button. The spiky-haired man is surrounded by crackling energy. The spiky-haired man is shown again. The spiky-haired man refuses to believe that King would do such a thing. A voice responds, "You know." A man with long black hair states that he has the ability to see the numerous versions of time. The man with long black hair continues, saying he has seen the numerous situations that could take place. A white-haired man declares that none of them had King coming to save him. The man with long black hair stands with his arms crossed. The man with spiky hair grits his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his chest. His voice cracks as he utters a name, "Newman." Elsewhere, the white-haired man watches with a cold, calculating gaze. He speaks, his tone laced with amusement. "You?" Newman's face contorts in rage as he bellows, "You're Newman, huh?" A figure seated in the shadows erupts in maniacal laughter. The white-haired man's eyes narrow, a sinister glint in their depths. "Has he?" Newman's voice is strained, desperation creeping in. "If you're Newman, then yeah, King will." The white-haired man's expression hardens. "Yeah, King will probably not come. Who is Newman, and why are you calling me by that name?" A swirl of colors fills the void. Newman's eyes widen, a flicker of subservience in their depths. "Oh, King, I'll follow your wishes, whatever they are." King's face is a mask of fury as he shouts, "Hey!" He commands Newman to keep up the good work. From behind, Newman is seen carrying out King's orders. Energy crackles as Newman continues his task. King suddenly shouts for Newman to stop. A surge of power erupts. Newman is taken aback by the sudden command. King extends his hands, his expression intense. He stands firm, his intent unwavering. The energy continues to build. Newman faces forward, the power swirling around him. A set of doors looms ahead. King stands in a hallway, his gaze fixed. He walked down a long hallway, his footsteps echoing in the sterile environment. Newman paused, his gaze fixed ahead. A gleaming sword rested at his side, its blade reflecting the ambient light. A clock ticked ominously in the background, its hands frozen at an unknown hour. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted, bathing the hallway in intense heat and blinding light. Newman stood amidst the chaos, the inferno raging behind him. A voice echoed, urging, "Keep up the good work, Newman." His body was scarred and marked, a testament to battles fought and survived. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. Newman gripped the sword tightly, ready to face whatever came next. A spray of dark blood splattered against the wall, painting a grim picture. Newman's face contorted in surprise and pain. He offers a final farewell as he stands in a modern, sterile hallway. His foot comes down hard on the floor, the sound echoing in the empty space. The first elder clutches his head, frustration etched on his face. None of the futures showed him exploding. He acknowledges that he has created a future that couldn't be foreseen. That means he needs to find the rest of them, even if it means he has to turn the world upside down. No matter the cost. The fist demon recognizes this place, but wonders where he is. This place. A vision of a battlefield from 50 years ago flashes before his eyes. The place he retreated to after he fell into the Orthodox Miram Alliance's trap. Why is he back here? A voice cries out, addressing someone as my lord. Kong Coil is questioned. Coil is alive, someone exclaims. A figure plummets through the sky. The spear demon, Kong Coil, is remembered as the closest subordinate among the 10 demons. A voice declares, I'm dead. Someone pleads for their lord to escape quickly. The narration states that those who deployed the 108 Arhat formation are Miram's elite martial masters. A desperate plea echoes. A figure stands resolute, eyes glowing red. A close-up reveals a weathered face. Someone urgently asks what is happening now. A man in a wide-brimmed hat stands before another, stating that he ripped apart the Miram Alliance leader's limbs and avenged him. The man in the hat is told by someone off-panel that they don't have much time. Chuanma demands to know what the other is talking about, his expression fierce. The man in the hat looks down, telling someone that when that day comes, they mustn't hesitate no matter what, and to explain themselves properly. Chuanma looks up, his expression intense. A figure shrouded in blue energy insists that someone must never. The figure calls out to Coil. Chuanma's eyes widen, his gaze sharp. A voice wonders, Chuanma wonders if he just dreamt. After his soul was separated from his body, the first elder hasn't even been able to sleep or dream at all. The first elder thinks to himself that when that day comes, he mustn't hesitate. The first elder is determined. A man in bed asks Kong Coil what exactly he was trying to say. A building stands tall. A building in China stands tall. A modern building is shown. The premier is told that they shouldn't be leaving the Black Dragon Society alone right now. The premier asks what they want him to do, as neither the army nor the Public Security Bureau could do anything. The premier is told that the world needs to have yin and yang, but the Black Dragon Society is holding on to both the yin and the yang of China, and they need to do something about them. Another man agrees with what the vice premier said. The meeting continues, the participants seated around a large table. A door slides open with a mechanical hiss. A man is back to the viewer, speaks into a phone. He says, I'm in the middle of a meeting, tell the person to call back. Another man raises his hand, seemingly in protest or to make a point. The man exclaims, it's Qing Lan from the Black Dragon Society. Black Dragon Society's chairwoman. A close-up shows the man who spoke and another man in the meeting. The man on the phone states, yes, chairwoman. I'm Premier Shi Xiaodong. The premier continues his phone call. Back at the meeting, one of the men sighs, sigh. With this, no one can say anything even if others say that Black Dragon Society is above us. Another man clicks his tongue and asks, do you have any good ideas then? The man from the meeting is shown in a close-up. Another man says, you're saying it's almost at the level of a portal impact? Premier Shi Xiaodong, still on the phone, says, yes, it's the Tibet Plateau. I'm telling you this first, because I thought you should know about it. A woman stands before a map, stating, I'll need you to keep this a secret from others for now. The woman in the red dress is asked, you're really going? The woman in the red dress responds, aren't I already on my way? The man in the suit says, there's a terrorist attack in Korea right now. The woman in the red dress replies, the Portal Strategy Committee has already declared that they've already taken care of the terrorists. The woman thinks to herself, but we still don't know what kind of other dangers there could be, like with the fragment of paradise before. The man in the suit pleads, please reconsider your decision. The woman in the red dress signals for silence. The woman in the red dress says, let's go. The city skyline stretches into the distance, a mix of modern skyscrapers and older, low-rise buildings. A brick building rises, its windows reflecting the blue sky and scattered clouds. A dark, swirling orb hangs suspended, its depths hinting at untold power. An explosion rips through the air, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. Flames engulf the scene, consuming everything in a fiery inferno. The aftermath of the explosion leaves a scene of devastation, with debris scattered across the ground. King's voice echoes, declaring himself the leader of their enemies. He possessed an immense presence, even when perceived within Hallie's subconscious. The question hangs in the air, to defeat him? The air crackles with residual energy, the landscape scarred by the recent explosion. Debris rains down, illuminated by the fading light of the blast. The echoes of the explosion still reverberate through the shattered terrain. Amidst the devastation, a lone figure stands atop a rocky outcrop, surveying the scene. Hyunsu's chest heaves as he catches his breath, his expression grim. Hyunsu, standing amidst the rubble, remarks, not bad. A flicker of a smile plays on Hyunsu's lips, though his eyes remain serious. The first elder asks, what's with that face of yours? Hyunsu retorts, what did you just say? Chuanma says, good job, you rascal. Hyunsu's expression shifts to one of disbelief and slight annoyance. Chuanma continues, you're usually. Hyunsu stands defiantly, facing Chuanma, ready for whatever comes next. He lay on the ground, his arm outstretched. Chuanma boomed. Did you become a pervert after all my scolding? Chuanma chuckled. Aha, you're finally back to normal. You deserve some hits. Meanwhile, a modern office building stood tall against the sky. The building's glass facade reflected the bright daylight. A nameplate read, Korea branch manager, Baek Chun-ho. Baek Chun-ho sat at his desk, reviewing documents. A knock echoed through the office. A woman's voice called, "Come on in. What's the matter? Branch manager, you have a guest." Baek Chun-ho looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The woman continued, "Notice? She's not someone we can turn away." The woman in the doorway announced, "You're done, right? I'll be going in now." Baek Chun-ho's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What? Qinglan?" A voice echoes, stating, "Long time no see." Qinglan smiles, remarking, "You've gotten even younger." A close-up shows Qinglan's legs crossed. Kong Coil responds, "The side effects of using my abilities cause me to become younger." Qinglan asks, "Are you not going to offer tea to a friend you haven't seen in a while?" Kong Coil instructs, "Secretary Kim, please prepare some tea." He then asks, "Is pure tea fine?" Qinglan replies, "Nah, just give me coffee." 2 cups of steaming beverages sit on the table. Qinglan inquires, "What caused you to suddenly visit me?" Kong Coil reveals, "There's a portal in Tibet Plateau." A close-up of an eye shows the density is at 82 right now. Shouldn't there? Premier Shi Xiaodong is asked if they should be evacuating at that danger level. She explains that it's a small village, so she told them to move to another place first. The woman adds that she also asked them to proceed without letting others know. Shi Xiaodong replies that if she's getting involved personally, then it must be a really dangerous situation. He urges her to determine it. The woman states that only one person can go in, and it must be a man. No one knows what's inside. Shi Xiaodong looks concerned. She continues, saying that no one who went in came back out. The woman's expression hardens. Shi Xiaodong remains concerned. The woman says that this brings her to say something. Shi Xiaodong looks shocked by what he's hearing. A woman in a red dress sits across from Premier Shi Xiaodong. He states that if it's just a simple portal, there's no need to send Park Hyun-soo. The woman replies that it's not just a simple portal. Premier Shi Xiaodong exclaims that it's estimated to be S rank. The sky is a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Cars line the street in front of a traditional Chinese building. A traditional Japanese building is surrounded by lush greenery. A tranquil pool reflects the surrounding architecture. Premier Shi Xiaodong, picking up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, thinks how ridiculous this is. The premier doesn't have any intentions of doing anything about the Black Dragon Society now. He's just like a tame dog now. Premier Shi Xiaodong continues to eat. Qinglan offers someone a drink. Qinglan tells the other man that a portal has appeared in the Tibet Plateau. The man with glasses knows that's why Qinglan has gone to Korea as well. Chan, King's subordinate, is one of the pawns. A building welcomes Hunter Park. A man in a suit tells someone to go this way. A close-up of a face shows a reaction. A close-up of a man shows an intense expression. A fight scene unfolds. Someone is suffocating and wonders what she is doing. 2 pairs of feet stand on a surface with a strange pattern. A man places his hand on another man's back, with a glowing effect. Someone gasps for air. Park Hyun-soo observes Qinglan, noting, "It seems she's fooling around." Chuan-ma stands with another man. Someone gasps, "I can breathe now." Qinglan sits, remarking, "As expected of an S rank." Park Hyun-soo is offered a seat. Park Hyun-soo is told, "Your greetings are pretty rough, don't you think?" Park Hyun-soo looks down. Qinglan smiles. Qinglan introduces herself. "I'm Qinglan, Black Dragon Society chairwoman." Park Hyun-soo responds, "I'm Park Hyun-soo." Park Hyun-soo thinks, "The more I use my power, the younger I become. That's the penalty for my abilities." He expresses surprise. Qinglan explains that she is in her current form for a reason, hoping Hyun-soo won't think she's being rude by speaking casually. The camera pans down a sterile hallway. Hyun-soo states that he sees an S-rank portal. The scene focuses on Qinglan's arm resting on a surface. Qinglan asks if he wants to give it a try, as Premier Shi Xiaodong looks on. A close-up shows Hyun-soo's mouth, his expression unreadable. Hyun-soo's eyes narrow, a hint of determination flickering within them. Qinglan explains that it's a portal only one man can go in, adding that Hyun-soo is the most famous hunter nowadays. A monstrous entity is shown, its form radiating raw power. Qinglan states that it is because Hyun-soo is a singularity. Hyun-soo is shown again, the text stating that he is humanity's last defense against the Annihilation Dragon. Qinglan's eyes are shown, with the words, "my own eyes," in a speech bubble. An unseen figure emphasizes the need to confirm if the singularity can truly save humanity. The woman in the red dress warns Hyun-soo that the one-man dungeon is S rank, and he might die if he goes in. She adds that if he makes it out alive. The woman looks down, a slight smile playing on her lips. She states that she will put everything she has on the line to support him. Hyun-soo acknowledges her statement, recognizing that the S-rank portal is a dangerous existence to all humanity. The woman continues, mentioning the benefits she's promising. Hyun-soo says that he can't possibly reject her. A close-up shows the woman's hand gripping Hyun-soo's. The older man asks what Hyun-soo's schedule is like. He responds that he's going back today. The woman advises Hyun-soo that since he doesn't know if he'll survive, he should go meet his friends and family before he comes. The woman continues to hold Hyun-soo's hand. He admits that he might not survive. An older man with a long white beard stands beside him, listening intently. The camera focuses on Park Hyun-soo and the first elder, their expressions serious. Hyun-soo states that he knows. He continues, his words hanging in the air. The protagonist's expression is unreadable. Hyunsu declares that he has gotten much stronger now too. Elsewhere, a grand building stands tall against a bright sky. The news arrives, Knight is dead. A figure states that he chose to self-destruct instead of giving in to the tortures. A cloaked figure stands with their hands clasped behind their back. Saldin chuckles, remarking that for an idiot, Knight made the right decision. From above, a voice declares that their comrade has died, and they better mind their words. Sheldon, standing at the table, listens intently. Sheldon is called out by name as he asks if he is wrong. Bishop raises a hand, stating that they shouldn't fight among themselves. Bishop continues, saying that since the Knight position is empty, he'll need someone to fill the gap for the time being. Sheldon responds, saying all right. The camera pans across the table. Sheldon asks who the next Knight is, wondering if it could be him. Katrina, one of King's subordinates, points a finger and prepares to speak. Katrina is interrupted as someone asks if someone can shut her up. Bordeaux, another of King's subordinates, tells both of them to be quiet. The group sits around the table in silence. A meeting is underway, but the atmosphere is tense. One of the men declares that it's none of your business. A voice from above states that King has already decided on the next Knight. One of the men at the table responds with a simple, well. Chan is asked how things are in China. He replies that he's thinking of using their greed. The man with glasses is told that Bishop will be taking care of the portal, so he should focus on his mission. He acknowledges the order. The man with glasses declares that he'll definitely destroy the Black Dragon Society along with Qing Lan. A voice orders everyone except Bishop to leave the room. A subordinate confirms the order. A woman with white hair and a man in black stand in a room. She notes that it's been a while since they've talked like this, and he responds that they've both been busy after all. A man with dark skin says that he heard Park Hyunsu agreed to raid the portal. A voice responds, I see. I already saw that coming. An airplane takes off. A woman walks with her luggage. The sound of footsteps echoes on the polished floor. Someone was supposed to pick him up, Hyunsu thinks to himself. A man with spiky white hair stands nearby. Hunter Park Hyunsu? A man approaches, smiling. It's an honor to meet you, he says, introducing himself as Hang. 3 days ago. A traditional Chinese building stands under a clear sky. The camera pans down to a street in China. The camera continues to pan down the street. A man in a red suit stands with his hands clasped behind his back, a stern expression on his face. The man is surrounded by other men in suits. One of them states that the Trio Alliance Association has dominated the markets of China and the world for generations. The camera focuses on the back of the man in the red suit's head. Chang Wufei declares that their association disappeared completely because of their oppression. The leader of the organization, Greed, tells everyone to look at their new name. The word greed is displayed prominently. They will continue to covet and desire until they destroy the Black Dragon Society and get back their former glory. Chang Wufei raises his arm and yells. A chorus of voices declares their covetous desires, fists raised in unison. Chang Wufei adjusts his glasses, his expression serious. You guys just need to trust and follow me, he says. Chang Wufei sits at his desk, a determined look on his face. We'll now usher in a new age. The sterile facade of Guanik University Hospital rises against the sky. A nondescript door in the hospital hallway waits silently. A patient lies in a hospital bed, hooked up to medical equipment. The doctor said there weren't any changes, a voice reports. The first elder speaks, his expression thoughtful. It must have been hard on Yoon to look after him so far. It's thanks to her that I was able to do what I needed to with a peace of heart. Hyunsu stands with the first elder, listening intently. The first elder gestures, continuing the conversation. I heard that a thankful heart can be expressed with a transfer of money. Let's go. The first elder asks Hyunsu. Are you looking for the firewoman next? A modern skyscraper reflects the sky. A woman with newly red hair is told. Your hair has gotten much redder. The woman holds a red can, her expression unreadable behind her mask. Hyunsu sits across from her at a polished table. He nods, acknowledging something unspoken. Yes. The woman leans back, a slight smile playing on her lips. Bad timing and things you need as well. Hyunsu looks at the woman, a hint of concern in his eyes. It seems you're close with her, she replies. Well, even though we have a huge age gap, we're. The woman's expression turns serious as she looks at Hyunsu. You must come back alive. Her voice is soft, yet firm. Of course I will. The woman's eyes meet Hyunsu's. She says, I've even survived the fragment of paradise. Hyunsu responds, yeah, you did. Hyunsu turns to leave, his hand on the doorknob. I'll see you again then. The woman watches him go. All right, see you. The door clicks open. The woman sits at her desk, arms crossed, lost in thought. Her fist clenches tightly. Flames dance in the palm of Char Unknown's hand, her expression intense. The woman sits, her legs crossed. Char Unknown thinks, I need to quickly. Meanwhile, an airplane takes off from the airport runway. The man in the suit gestures towards the airport terminal. The man in the suit says, you're quite fluent in Chinese. Hyunsu replies, I actually don't know how to speak Chinese. Hyunsu adjusts his earbud, thinking, it's thanks to this. The older man with white hair says, a true man doesn't explain details like this. The man in the suit says, here, please get on. A woman whispers, "Oh my, look at that car." The limousine speeds down the highway. Hyunsu asks when they will arrive. The driver responds that it will take around 4 hours. Hyunsu thinks to himself that it would be much faster if he flew, and that taking a car is actually more inconvenient now. Hyunsu sits back in his seat. The driver shouts for the car to stop, mentioning that accidents do happen from time to time. The driver explains that he was told to focus on just bringing Hyunsu to the destination today. The driver looks to the side. The driver assures Hyunsu that someone else will take care of that, so he shouldn't worry. The limousine speeds through a large gate. The driver announces that this is the Black Dragon Society headquarters. Hyunsu thinks to himself that he's only seen it in pictures, and it looks really incredible. The limousine continues down the road. The driver thinks that's not too bad. The driver thinks that the place is the one that's exclusively used by the chairwoman. A car is parked outside a building. A voice states that they were told to bring Hyunsu there. A woman runs towards Hyunsu, arms outstretched. Hyunsu remains silent. Hyunsu's expression is unreadable. The woman asks if her clothes are a little cute, adding that she wouldn't wear them at any other time. 2 cups sit on a table. Hyunsu, holding a cup, states that there was an explosion on their way there. The woman explains that the explosion was caused by an organization known as Greed, the remnant forces of the Black Dragon Society. She wonders if they were terrorists and what they are after. The woman states that it was the destruction of the Black Dragon Society. Hyunsu says as he is told that they were the ones who destroyed the black market, drug businesses, and gambling dens they owned. Hyunsu says that he should have done something then. The woman replies that it's okay, as this is China matters after all. The woman tells Hyunsu that since he is there for the portal, he should please focus on that. The chairwoman states that she has something for him before he heads in, placing a tray with an item on the table. Hyunsu asks what it is. The first elder explains that it's an elixir. It's an elixir. The first elder explains that it's an A-rank item that they got half a year ago when they raided an A-rank portal. Hyunsu asks if he's giving this to him. The first elder says that he needs to increase the position he's in. The first elder says that it will increase his survival rates as much as possible. The chairwoman says it's okay. The chairwoman explains that it's because he's one of the people who must protect humanity, and he's the one who's closest to becoming the savior among those people. Hyunsu looks at the elixir. Hyunsu looks determined. The first elder tells him to take it, saying that he mustn't reject a gift of a thankful heart. The chairwoman tells a man in a suit to bring him to the accommodations. The man replies, acknowledging her instruction. The chairwoman looks on. The woman with the double buns asks Hunter Park if he knows how to use psychokinesis. He focuses, and the box begins to float, a shift in material. The first elder observes, thinking it felt like carrying it like this might be safer. The woman watches Hunter Park as he manipulates the box. The first elder warns, hey, if you do that at your current level. Hyunsu looks confused. A building stands silhouetted against the night sky. A voice calls out, requesting a call if needed. A voice demands that something be opened quickly. Hyunsu, looking surprised, asks for clarification. Chuanma explains that they are in an urgent situation because Hyunsu activated his thoughts without permission. Hyunsu asks what he is talking about. A hand opens a black box lined with red velvet. A voice asks if he felt it too. A silhouette of a head reveals a glowing brain. A voice says it felt like having 2 brains. Chuanma explains that it's not that his brain has become 2, but that he's simply awakened a part of it that was previously unused. He adds that if he's able to use it well, he could become a supreme peak level and break into. Hyunsu looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A voice wonders if eating the elixir will increase the level of his thoughts. Another voice responds that it just allows him to maintain it better. A voice urges Hyunsu to eat it quickly, explaining that since thoughts consume internal energy quickly, he needs to use that to increase his internal energy. He held the glowing elixir in his hand, its warmth radiating through his fingers. The liquid pulsed with a faint, golden light, promising power and change. Hyunsu brought the elixir to his lips, tilting his head back as he swallowed the substance. A surge of energy, like a lightning strike, coursed through his veins. His eyes widened as the elixir took effect. A faint, blue glow began to emanate from within, a sign of the power now awakening within him. The glow intensified, and strange markings began to appear on his face, swirling patterns of light that hinted at the forces now reshaping his very being. The markings burned brighter, the blue light now almost blinding. The power of the elixir was undeniable, a raw, untamed force surging through him. He clenched his fist, the surge of energy almost overwhelming. Power crackled around him, visible arcs of blue light dancing in the air. The first elder watched with anticipation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's go, he urged, sensing the critical moment approaching. White and black energy swirled around Hyunsu, a chaotic dance of opposing forces. The yin and yang energies within him were reacting violently to the new power. The first elder shifted his stance, preparing to intervene if necessary. His ancient knowledge and power would be needed to guide Hyunsu through this trial. The first elder placed his hand on Hyunsu's back, channeling his own energy to help stabilize the volatile forces within. A surge of power flowed between them, a bridge of ancient wisdom and nascent potential. The first elder tells Hyunsu to make sure he stays focused. The heavenly demon's internal energy is trying to control the yang energy within him. The yang energy is resisting control. A fierce clash is happening. Chunma shouts Hyunsu's name. The energies clash violently. The clash intensifies. Meanwhile, a traditional building stands under a bright sky. The man in the suit says he has brought the meal here. A plain wall stretches into the distance. The man in the suit touches the wall, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He thinks he doesn't sense his presence. The man in the suit holds a gun, his expression grim. A hand reaches for a door handle, entering a room. He levels his pistol, eyes narrowed, scanning the room. The man in the suit lowers his weapon, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. What? He mutters. The camera pans down to the floor, showing bullet casings and a damaged chair. His brow furrows in confusion. Wait, what on earth? The man in the suit continues to survey the room, gun still in hand. He glances to the side, his expression one of shock. Meanwhile, Hyunsu clutches his head, shirtless and disoriented. What happened here? I was absorbing the elixir given by the chairwoman. He grits his teeth, a wave of intensity washing over him. That was so intense. Hyunsu glances at a status window. I need to look at the status window. The status window reads, as the balance of Yin-Yang has been broken, Yin-Yang body, level 4, has been erased. The heavenly demon mystic art's internal energy is attempting to awaken. Another status window appears. The heavenly demon body, level 0, that was dormant, has awakened. Heavenly demon body, level 0, is observing your body. The heavenly demon body, level 0, is not pleased with Hyunsu's current body, but judges that it's not bad. He has obtained the heavenly demon body, level 0. The effects of martial arts that use the heavenly demon mystic arts as a base will be increased by 150%. A part of the knowledge that every heavenly demon has had is passed down to Hyunsu. He's able to put pressure on others just with his existence alone. All physical abilities have been increased by 150%. First Elder says that he couldn't check it just now because he fainted the moment they were done. He adds that they barely succeeded. First Elder says that Hyunsu would probably be half paralyzed or dead if they failed. A man asks if he is okay. Hyunsu says that he feels awesome. The man wonders if he is talking alone and if it is an effect of the elixir. The man smiles at Hyunsu. The man says that he will just leave Hyunsu's meal here and leave then. The man looks like he's really looking forward to it. First Elder is cooking something in a pot. The food is Beijing duck. The Beijing duck is plated. Hyunsu says that it looks less tasty than fried chicken, though. First Elder asks how he could say that. He is told that he is talking too much and is instructed to be fed quickly. Chuanma asks how. Chuanma's face is shown. Chuanma is told to just cook the ramyun. Hyunsu says that he brought it here. Someone wonders what on earth he did. Hyunsu is told that he feels like a totally different person compared to yesterday, even if he did eat the elixir. Someone wonders if they should have eaten it instead. Meanwhile, someone asks if they are here and says that they have got a request to make. The sound of something opening. A hand presses a large red button. A door opens. He and Chuanma descend into the depths, the elevator carrying them to a hidden training ground. Chuanma remarks on Hyunsu's eagerness, noting that he's already going into training. Hyunsu thinks to himself that he needs to test out the elixir he's consumed. The elevator doors open, revealing a vast underground space. Chuanma observes that this place is quite deep underground. The narrator explains that the facility needs to be a place that won't collapse even if a nuclear weapon explodes there. Chuanma tells Hyunsu that he should be able to train to his heart's content here. The narrator states that this is his own personal training ground. The pair stand in the vast training ground. A disembodied voice asks if it's okay to break everything here. The voice identifies himself as the Black Dragon Society leader. Hyunsu and Chuanma stand in the training ground, the scale of the facility dwarfing them. Hyunsu gathers his energy, preparing to unleash his power. He lets out a shout as the ground around him begins to crack. Hyunsu unleashes his power, causing a massive explosion of energy that rips through the training ground. A surge of power explodes outwards, the force of it shaking the very foundations of the training facility. Debris and raw energy scatter in all directions, a testament to the sheer magnitude of the unleashed power. Amidst the chaos, Hyunsu stands firm, the epicenter of the cataclysmic display. The unknown woman watches with a mixture of awe and concern etched on her face. A disembodied voice echoes, marveling at the abilities that have increased by 150%. He focuses, gathering energy in his palm, the air around him crackling with anticipation. The energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex as he mutters, "Whole then." With a decisive gesture, Hyunsu unleashes the gathered power, sending a concentrated blast towards the ground. The impact is immediate and devastating, the ground cracking and splintering under the force of the blow. Debris is pulled inwards, swirling around the point of impact as if caught in a miniature vortex. The training facility is transformed, a testament to the destructive potential now at Hyunsu's command. He grits his teeth, struggling to contain the surge of power within. I couldn't control it. The First Elder observes him intently. The heavenly demon body has yet to acknowledge you. Chuanma crosses his arms, his gaze unwavering. What are you going to do? Hyunsu clenches his fist, knuckles white with tension. The heavenly demon body possesses all the memories, martial arts, cultivation techniques, and skills of all the 33 heavenly demons before him. The heavenly demon body itself is like a living organism. And what do I need to do then? Become worthy. I'm unable to explain their memories to you. You need to experience them yourself. Look into those memories and find the way to become worthy. Did something go wrong? Hyunsu's expression hardens. The first heavenly demon, Jiam Sung. It's a memory that isn't revealed to a level 0. He stares at the digital interface. The words second heavenly demon, Tae Guan, displayed prominently. A text box indicates that this memory isn't revealed to a level 0. Hyunsu thinks to himself that he can't look at memories that are too far in the past. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek as Hyunsu realizes he can't see the third, fourth, or fifth memories either. He grits his teeth, unable to open them up. It's finally opened. A glimpse of the 10th heavenly demon's martial arts flashes before his eyes. The past heavenly demon mystic arts are very different from the present ones, huh? The 11th heavenly demon. It seems he's very interested in medical techniques. The 21st heavenly demon, despite his cold appearance, uses an explosive martial art. Is he the one that completed the exploding heavens technique? There's a huge change for the 27th. The 27th heavenly demon, Ryu Jang. His energy techniques were of an unprecedented standard. But there was also a time when he wasn't able to control his own internal energy like Hyunsu. Ryu Jang was able to find a way to control his internal energy with his exceptional energy techniques. And that's the heavenly demon mystic circulation, the strongest internal energy circulation technique in history. Every single cell of his body would interact with his energy. Ryu Jang focused, his mind a still pond reflecting the cosmos. He steeled himself. Let's focus. He needed to push it up to the Baihui acupoint in one go, then push it down to the Weilu acupoint. Meanwhile, the city of Shanghai sprawled beneath a hazy sky. Skyscrapers pierced the clouds, monuments to ambition and progress. A voice spoke, recalling recent events. I saw the terrorist attack that happened in the vicinity of the airport. Another voice responded, the words laced with gratitude. That's thanks to your help. She asks if it's the Qin sect this time. The man in the suit confirms that they are going to show the whole. The man in the suit wonders what would happen if the Black Dragon Association interferes, resolving to put his life on the line to fight, even as an A rank. The man in the suit states they have a chance to win as long as Qing Lan doesn't get involved. The chairwoman wonders how about becoming an S rank, asking the man in the suit to repeat himself. The man in the suit presents a red box to the chairwoman. The box is labeled Immortal Transcendent. The chairwoman is shown a visual representation of the item's effect. It's able to draw out the dormant strength within a human to its extremes to fight for 10 minutes, but they'll experience pain down to their bones after that. The man in the suit asks if she is saying that an A rank like her can become an S rank with this. The chairwoman drinks from a cup. The man in the suit says it depends on the individual, but she might even be able to obtain strength above that of an S rank. The chairwoman thinks that she can't simply just eat this because of what he said. The man in the suit tells someone to come here. He holds a crimson orb in his hand, its dark energy swirling within. A shadowy figure lunges, grabbing him. A gulping sound echoes. A pained groan escapes as the transformation begins. The change intensifies, bones cracking and reforming. His body contorts, growing larger and more grotesque. Clawed hands emerge, ripping through his suit. The transformation continues, his face twisting into a monstrous visage. That's, he gasps, feeling the surge of power. He was just a C rank though. He feels power overflowing from within. The man in the suit, now a hulking monster, roars, "What just happened to me, boss?" The transformed man stands beside a student, who calmly sips from a cup. He takes a sip from his cup, musing that the time has come to get rid of them, once they're done with the Qin sect. With this power, the transformation begins. A legendary rank skill, Heavenly Demon Mystic Circulation, has been obtained. The Heavenly Demon Body, level 0, has started to acknowledge him a little. The Heavenly Demon Body's level has increased. Power surges through him. Heavenly Demon Body, level 1. The effects of martial arts that use the Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts as a base will be increased by 170%. A part of the knowledge that every Heavenly Demon has had is passed down to him. He's able to put pressure on others just with his existence alone. All physical abilities have been increased by 170%. Hyunsu observes, finding it not bad. He clenches his fist, feeling the power. His eyes widen, glowing with newfound energy. The Heavenly Demon Mystic Circulation is gathering the internal energy that he couldn't control. He began to gather energy in his fist, a faint blue aura crackling around his knuckles. Unleashing the technique, he roared, heaven obliterating demonic fists, first technique. A vortex of dark energy swirled around his arm. The force of the blow compressed the air, creating a visible shockwave that distorted the space around it. The impact resonated with a deafening boom, the force of the strike threatening to tear the very fabric of reality. The energy unleashed by the technique continued to surge outward, a destructive wave of power. The residual energy carved a path through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The energy continued to dissipate, leaving behind a faint glow in the air. The last vestiges of the technique faded, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The lingering energy formed a tunnel-like vortex, a testament to the raw power that had been unleashed. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. I did it. This was what I was expecting. The man in the suit's fist pulsed with residual energy, a tangible manifestation of the technique's potency. The unknown woman watched with wide eyes, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched on her face as Hyunsu stood beside her, equally stunned by the display of power. The first elder exclaims that Hyunsu's performance was amazing. Hyunsu looks up at him. The control is a success. Hyunsu thinks to himself that he still has one more thing to try out. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the Tibetan plateau. The landscape stretches out before them. The man in the suit and the unknown woman stand before a swirling blue portal. The woman states that it's only 92% complete and is taking a long time. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals a man's face, his expression strained as he recalls going through so much to catch that in this portal. A woman with long green hair smiles, thinking that she's getting excited at the thought of torturing Park Hyunsu. The green-haired woman asks if he passed on what she gave him. The man in glasses confirms that he used it on a C-rank awakened first, and it lasted for around 11 minutes. The voice mused that he died because he couldn't bear the after-effects. Another voice scoffed, calling them weak bastards, but acknowledging they still passed the 11-minute mark. A gloved hand is shown. The voice explained that it's a remote that will allow them to detonate the person who eats the immortal transcendent, ordering them to be killed once they're useless. The woman responded, "Yes, Bishop." Lightning crackled around the lower half of a figure. The man in the suit remarked, "Oh right, one more thing." The woman repeated, "Yes, Bishop." The voice ordered them to go and prepare Choi Jae-hyuk in advance. Under a bright sky, people stroll casually near a traditional building. A couple walks arm in arm, enjoying the day. A woman checks her phone as she walks along the sidewalk. Suddenly, a blinding explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions. The world is engulfed in fire and smoke. People scream in terror as they witness the devastation. Amidst the chaos, a cry of terror pierces the air, a terrorist attack. Panicked citizens flee for their lives, desperately trying to escape the carnage. On a nearby rooftop, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the smoke. A banner unfurls, revealing a single, chilling word: greed. Abstract energy swirls and crackles. A man laughs maniacally. A traditional building stands serenely. Energy crackles intensely. Hunter Park is surrounded by swirling energy. The man with red eyes exclaims, "Whoa." Chuima watches, saying, "So cool." A voice explains, "Black energy is the unique color of the heavenly demon body. That means that azure energy is." Hyunsu manipulates the energy, thinking, "Are you using the thing known as mana?" "That's right. I'm using the heavenly demon mystic circulation together with mana." Hands manipulate the swirling energy. Chuima watches Hyunsu, saying, "That's amazing." Hyunsu thinks, "He just praised me." His brow furrows in discomfort, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Hyunsu rubs at his eye. Something just flew into it, he mutters. He glances down at his phone, his expression still troubled. The woman's voice comes through the phone. "Did something happen?" Heaven obliterating demonic fists energy detection activates. Domain detection. A surge of energy pulses outwards, revealing a complex pattern. The woman speaks to Hunter Park, stating she thinks she has to do something. Hyunsu offers to go with her. It's because of those greed, she thinks. As a hunter, Hyunsu says, he can't stand by and watch that happen. That's certainly like him to say that, the woman thinks. She'll get going first, then. The woman dashes off, a blue aura flaring around her as she moves. A woman with her hair in buns, tied with red ribbons, finds something to be really cool. A close-up shot focuses on a woman's lower back. A building is adorned with a large red banner displaying the word greed. Masked figures, armed with weapons, demand silence. A phone displays the Black Dragon Association's complaint center, urging the user to provide their identity. A man shouts into his phone, demanding that Qing Lan be told something. A man in a suit, on the phone, threatens to kill all the civilians if she refuses to send him 100 billion yuan within 30 minutes, or if she's late, by even a second. A gun fires, casings ejecting. A gunman, surrounded by the fallen, continues his assault. A man yells, questioning if the Black Dragon Association can save them. A figure is spotted in the distance. A silhouetted figure wonders aloud. Gunfire erupts as masked figures unleash a hail of bullets, their shouts echoing amidst the chaos. "Rip him up," one yells. The aftermath of the brutal assault leaves a scene of devastation, the air thick with smoke and the stench of gunpowder. Spent bullet casings litter the ground, silent witnesses to the recent violence. Two masked figures exchange worried glances. "Who was that, though? Is he from the Black Dragon Association?" one asks. "Well, he's probably," the other replies. Park Hyunsu's eyes widen in disbelief, a surge of blue energy emanating from him. "He's still alive?" he exclaims. Hyunsu clenches his fists, the blue energy intensifying around him. "Is he a hunter?" he wonders. A body lies motionless amidst rubble. "Who gave them the right to kill civilians like that?" someone asks. Chuima's eyes blaze with fury. "If I had a physical body, I'd cut them all down. Don't go easy on them. Make sure you." A system message appears. "Punish them all. Listening to instructions has been activated." A figure responds, their face partially obscured. "Yes, master." The masked figures from earlier are shown again. "He's a fucking lunatic. He's mumbling to himself," one exclaims. Hands are shown holding several bullets. Amidst shattered glass and splintered wood, a figure plummets through the air. A masked figure recoils, a guttural cry escaping their lips as they are struck by an unseen force. A glint of cold steel reflects the dim light as a hand grips a pistol, its purpose unknown. From atop a weathered rooftop, a figure observes the unfolding chaos below. Looks like the Black Dragon Association sent someone. On a call, a man in a suit speaks with urgency, his brow furrowed in concern. That thing that I gave you guys just now. The masked figure receives orders, the single word echoing with grim intent. Proceed. A group of masked figures stands ready, their dark attire blending into the shadows. Meanwhile, Hyunsu looks on with a questioning gaze as Chuanma stands beside him. A monstrous dragon-like creature unleashes a terrifying roar, its form radiating raw power. Two figures recoil in horror, their faces etched with fear as they witness the creature's arrival. What are those? Power surges through a figure, their eyes glowing with newfound energy. I'm feeling my power surging. I'll kill them. Hyunsu's gaze is drawn downward, a storm brewing in his electric blue eyes as he contemplates the unfolding events. One of the creatures, its form vaguely reminiscent of what Night had consumed, is surrounded by a faint red aura. That looks like what Night ate, it observes. They might be connected to King too. Elsewhere, an elder with a long white beard muses, there was someone in my world that made drugs like that too. The monstrous figure lunges forward, claws extended and wreathed in dark energy, initiating a brutal assault. The creature exclaims, "There's 7 of them." The monsters continue their relentless advance, their forms blurring with speed as they press the attack. A shimmering, dark-edged barrier erupts into existence, a desperate defense against the onslaught. The barrier clashes violently with the monster's assault, sparks flying as the two forces collide. Caught in the explosion, a figure is sent hurtling backwards, a testament to the raw power unleashed. One of the monsters, its fangs bared, screams, "Die," as it lunges forward, intent on ending the fight. A blinding flash of energy erupts, engulfing the monsters in a devastating counterattack. He unleashes a devastating punch, the force of which sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The man watches in disbelief. He thinks he took him out in one hit. The man continues, "I've never heard of someone that powerful in the Black Dragon Association though." He mutters, "At that level, he's definitely an S rank." To think there was another S rank besides Qinglan. Clenching his fist, the man vows, "In that case, I'll become an S rank and kill him myself." Streaks of energy tear through the air. A concentrated blast of blue energy explodes outward. More streaks of energy continue to rip through the sky. A lone figure stands amidst the chaotic energy. The energy streaks intensify. The man with glasses muses, to be able to fight against 7 A ranks together at the same time. At that level, he's among the top S ranks. He thinks to himself, all this to gather information, but at this rate. The man with glasses turns, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He shouts, "Qinglan, why are you here?" Qinglan falls through the air, asking, "You know me, huh?" The man with glasses narrows his eyes, thinking, "Looks like your king's subordinate, right?" He wonders, how was she able to approach me without any presence? She questions the man in the suit, asking if he was helping greet. The man stands before her, as Qinglan states that she'll be able to get a lot of information if she captures him. The man in the suit stands his ground. A man with glasses asks if someone will be all right, wondering what happened. Qinglan warns that things would be harder for him in the future if he gets any younger than this. Qinglan seems surprised. A fist clenches, energy swirling around it. The word bubble reads, "Impertinent." Qinglan warns that he better give up all thoughts of dying an easy death. Energy streaks through the air. The energy continues to build. A figure is surrounded by energy. A burst of white energy explodes. She is surging with power, a fiery aura engulfing her form. The energy crackles around her, a raw and untamed force. The man in the suit offers a simple, "Thank you," before muttering, "Whatever." The power is because she has obtained true power, thanks to them. The fiery aura intensifies, a vortex of raw energy. Civilians gasp in shock and fear, their faces etched with terror. A figure with dark hair and piercing blue eyes declares that they need to evacuate the civilians first. A material shift occurs, a blue energy enveloping the civilians. The civilians cry out in alarm as they are lifted into the air. A collective voice cries out, "We're floating." A strange technique is displayed, a monstrous face of fire. A voice declares, "But do you think I'll just let them leave like that?" The fiery figure, engulfed in flames, declares, "I won't let such a good opportunity get away." Crimson energy gathers, coalescing into a destructive force. The figure roars, "Die," as the fiery energy intensifies. The attack descends, a blazing inferno hurtling towards the earth. A sinister smirk plays across Hyunsu's face as he observes the approaching threat. Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts Conceptualization. Hyunsu's eyes glow with an electric blue light as he prepares to counter the incoming attack. The fiery figure prepares to unleash the full force of Falling Heavens. The Falling Heavens technique descends upon a building, casting long shadows and an oppressive heat. The fiery mass continues its descent, an unstoppable force of destruction. The attack slams into the building, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The fiery figure recoils slightly, exclaiming, what the hell is this? The air crackles with residual energy as the shockwaves dissipate. He is sent hurtling backwards by an unseen force, the air crackling with blue energy. The attack tears through the air, leaving trails of fractured energy in its wake. Still airborne, Sung is surrounded by the swirling blue energy of the attack. The onslaught continues, multiple blasts of energy pummeling him from all sides. Hyunsu's eyes glow with crimson intensity as he prepares his next assault, a dark purple aura enveloping him. Clenching his fist, Sung realizes the tide of battle is turning against him. Damn it, I'm losing. He shouts a warning, his voice strained. Impact wave. Another blast of blue energy slams into him, the force of the impact visible in his distorted features. Surrounded by swirling shadows, Hyunsu prepares to unleash another devastating attack. The energy coalesces, forming a vortex of destructive power. With a final surge of power, Hyunsu unleashes the attack. The attack connects, engulfing Sung in a cataclysmic explosion of fire. Sung declares that nothing can work against him, as he has become one with nature. Roots erupt from the ground with tremendous force. The roots continue their relentless assault. The roots converge, forming a deadly vortex. More roots surge forward, seeking to overwhelm their target. Silhouetted figures scream in terror, witnessing the devastating power. Hyunsu prepares a defensive barrier, bracing himself against the onslaught. Domain. A shimmering barrier materializes, deflecting the incoming roots. Standing amidst the clouds, he surveys the scene. The ground below is cracked and scarred from the battle. Onlookers express their relief at being saved. Someone recognizes him as Hunter Park Hyunsu from Korea. He stands with the first elder, who observes, "That's your own technique, huh?" Hyunsu replies, "I used mana. This is thanks to the heavenly demon mystic circulation." Hyunsu maintains a composed expression. A voice asks, "Realize it?" A smaller bubble responds, "Yes." The first elder says, "I was about to be disappointed if you didn't realize it." The first elder stands with his arms spread. Suddenly, a barrage of energy blades erupts, hurtling towards Hyunsu. The energy blades strike, sending a dark silhouette flying through the air. Spinning rapidly, Hyunsu creates a swirling vortex of defensive energy. A figure with a bowl cut and glasses observes, "I can't feel their energy. Did they lose already?" All of them were A ranks though. Hyunsu stands amidst swirling energy. Choi Jae-hyuk adjusts his glasses, a grim thought clouding his features. If he were captured alive, he'd be abandoned by the organization. He understands how Night felt back then. A surge of energy erupts. The energy coalesces, forming sharp, chaotic tendrils. The energy intensifies, blurring the surrounding space. A hand emerges from the swirling energy, reaching out. An immense power radiates from the figure, its silhouette becoming more defined. He was hiding his true form this whole time. The transformation completes, revealing a monstrous entity. Choi Jae-hyuk utters a chilling farewell, "Goodbye." An unknown woman speaks, her expression a mix of determination and resignation. She wants to become younger, but she doesn't have a choice at this point. Do that. The technique is called Heaven Obliterating Demonic Fists, third technique. The attack is unleashed, leaf impact. A figure moves with incredible speed. Sung roars, his face contorted in rage. Hunter Park activates the gauntlet, blue energy crackling around his fist. The gauntlet pulses with power. The gauntlet is ready to strike. Sung's rage intensifies, his mouth agape in a furious scream. Sung finds himself unable to move. My body can't move, he thinks. Xinglan watches, demanding to know what Hunter Park did. Hunter Park's fist connects with Sung's face. I'm right here. Hunter Park prepares to strike with lightning. I'll end you in one clean hit. Sung cries out, wait a minute. Xinglan watches as Hunter Park prepares to strike Sung with lightning. What, she exclaims. He thinks to himself that someone is related to King. The sky is visible. A building stands tall. Men in suits rush forward. Feet pound the ground as they sprint. A door bursts open. The men in suits point their guns, shouting that the vice premier is being arrested for treason. One of the men in suits declares that Chang Wu-wei's subordinates have already confessed everything. The vice premier remains silent. The vice premier sits dead in a chair, a gun clutched in his hand. A serene landscape stretches out, mountains piercing the sky. The news arrives. Chang has been captured alive. The armored figure finds this surprising, but also notes that if they had the item, they would have revised it to be more useful. Calculations are being made. The man in the suit states that it's fine since they got data on the immortal transcendence. The woman muses on Night keeping such an incredible item to himself. The armored figure is surprised. The plan is revealed. If they capture Park Hyunsu with the portal this time around, they'll need to research several things. The man in the suit wonders if Albiza will be able to get Chang to speak. It seems. Anderson's abilities are already needed for Albiza. The woman states that it seems. Newman, Albiza. The war that happened on planet Ares. The strong warriors of Ares that we fought. We did win eventually, but Ares' will was succeeded on Earth. I don't know how that was possible, but... Scared? Well, since the singularity did appear. We have King on our side. King believes in you. King believes in me. We've secured the gene sample, and... This is much more effective as compared to interrogation. The man in the suit sits, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He muses that when the subject wakes, he will be shocked to see a clone that looks exactly like him. The first elder stands in the background, observing. The man in the suit guesses that Hyunsu made another great contribution this time around. The woman in the red dress stands beside the first elder, her arms crossed. The man in the suit notes that Hyunsu seemed to have defeated them with ease, though he wonders if it weren't for him. The woman in the red dress states that he would have probably suffered a little more. She adds that he's already stronger than Haxon. The first elder, his eyes glowing yellow, thinks to himself that compared to Hyunsu, Isaac has hit a rut. He wonders if it is time for him to surpass that. A swirling vortex of energy fills the panel. A voice from within states that they need to be more careful. The man in the suit asks if they are done with the analysis of the immortal transcendence umbrella. The woman in the red dress stands silently by. A disembodied voice states that the immortal transcendent seems to be taking longer than they thought. The first elder asks what about the umbrella. The man in the suit responds that they are done with that. He adds that although it's quite a surprising piece of technology, a disembodied voice states that it has the same functions as the portal generator that they've made. The woman in the red dress exclaims, surprised, that technological developments sure are amazing. A voice declares that they will take their leave. The chairwoman instructs someone to tell Armand she said hi, while the man in the suit suggests Armand would be disappointed if she left without meeting him. The chairwoman stands with her hand raised, facing the man in the suit. The man in the suit states that it's because she has a lot of things to tend to. The chairwoman asks if it's tomorrow, right? The man in the suit asks if she can stop peeking into his future. The man in the suit asks if he would know, as the chairwoman walks away, chuckling. Elsewhere, a vast, mountainous landscape stretches under a cloudy sky. A swirling portal of blue energy opens in the mountains. The chairwoman and the man in the suit stand before the newly opened portal. She steps into the swirling vortex. A hand, adorned with rings, activates a shield. A rank reflection and A+ rank clear, the man activates a B rank invisible shield. The chairwoman asks if it's alright for her to go in there while taking those items with her. She says she'll see him later, then. Hunter Park, Hyunsu protects the chairwoman. The portal shimmers with energy. In the situation room, the man in the suit asks where the chairwoman is. The man on the phone reports that she's gone into the area near the portal with Hunter Park Hyunsu, and that they can't go any nearer because of the portal's pressure. Hunter Park, Hyunsu continues to protect the chairwoman. The chairwoman thinks that she doesn't need any protection. The man in the suit exclaims, "Chairwoman." The man in the suit looks at his phone and exclaims that he just went in. Qinglan states that the only thing they can do now is wait. Meanwhile, the chairwoman stands with the man in the suit, her arms crossed. A tall structure pierces the sky. Leaves sway gently in the breeze. Hyunsu stands in a forest, looking ahead. The forest rises tall and imposing. The forest doesn't feel as ominous as the paradise of Fragment. Hyunsu stands with Chuanma in the forest. But he can feel something powerful here. Chuanma and Hyunsu stand side by side, sensing the shift in the air. Hyunsu's eyes narrow, a sense of unease washing over him. A surge of energy erupts around Hyunsu, the air crackling with power. He wonders what that was. The forest seems to react to the surge, the trees rustling, as if disturbed. He leaps through the air, sensing something. The forest crackles with dangerous energy. Chuanma observes, that's some dangerous enhanced energy. The energy manifests as intersecting red beams. Hyunsu thinks, I definitely felt something, but I couldn't see it. Activating his defense, Hyunsu deploys Invisible Shield, B. The invisible shield shimmers into existence around him. The energy surges forward. The landscape is lush and green. Hyunsu exclaims, it cut through a B-rank barrier just like that. His eyes widen in shock. Chuanma grunts in response. He bellows, demanding his hidden opponent reveal themselves. Hyunsu gazes out over the forest, his expression hardening. He wonders if they intend to continue attacking while remaining hidden. In that case, Hyunsu declares he has no choice but to force them to appear. The Black Dragon Cannon, A, is activated, a surge of blue energy coursing through Hyunsu's hand. He unleashes a concentrated beam of energy, a circular wave rippling outwards. The beam slams into its unseen target, erupting in a blinding explosion of blue light. More energy spears are launched, streaking through the air like bolts of lightning. The spears converge, their blue trails illuminating the forest canopy. More spears follow, each one carrying the force of a thunderclap. The combined assault detonates in a cataclysmic explosion, a shockwave of pink and red energy obliterating everything in its path. The barrage continues, the forest ablaze with the cannon's relentless fury. He observes the power emanating from his hands. Chuanma stands beside him, arms crossed. Hyunsu remarks that it's pretty powerful. A fist clenches, surrounded by a faint glow. It seems its power differs depending on the user. Hyunsu, his face contorted in anger, declares that if they're still not coming out, he'll destroy the whole forest. Dark energy swirls around Hyunsu's fist, crackling with destructive potential. A voice cries out in desperation, a single word echoing through the trees. No. Hyunsu's expression softens, a flicker of concern crossing his face. A figure plummets from the sky, shouting that this is their forest. The sound of rushing wind fills the air. Chuanma, his brow furrowed, asks what that is. A fox spirit with multiple tails descends, thinking that it is a mystical creature. The fox spirit lands gracefully on the forest floor. Her voice rings out, laced with fury. Why are you destroying my forest? The sound intensifies. Hyunsu braces himself against the sonic assault. The fox spirit's roar intensifies. Leave my forest alone. The air vibrates with raw power. The force of her voice shatters the surrounding air. Blasted backward, Hyunsu is sent flying. He struggles to comprehend the spirit's strength. It's possible for someone to create such a huge impact with just their voice? The spirit's power is overwhelming. The fox spirit stands firm, her tail swaying. Her presence radiates immense power. Hyunsu realizes the gravity of the situation. She's too strong. He narrowly avoids a sweeping attack, the air crackling with displaced energy. Qinglan observes, acknowledging his speed. She's fast. Hyunsu grits his teeth, pushing himself further. Accelerate. A barrage of crimson energy blades erupts from Qinglan, tearing through the air. The energy intensifies, leaving trails of searing light in its wake. He leaps away, narrowly avoiding the deadly barrage. Qinglan clicks her tongue in annoyance. Umph. More energy blades streak toward Hyunsu, leaving trails of red and orange in their wake. The air shimmers with the intensity of the attack, the red energy crackling with destructive power. Hyunsu gathers energy in his hands, a blue aura flaring around him as he prepares his own attack. Clouds scattered heavens. He leaps into the air, surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy. A massive explosion engulfs the area, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. Blades of energy streak toward Hyunsu. Qinglan grits her teeth, acknowledging, he's really strong. Hyunsu grits his teeth. I can't believe I'm losing in speed as well. Qinglan wonders, there's someone this strong among humans? But still, Qinglan's eyes glow as she declares, nothing has changed. Hyunsu prepares to defend with energy arts. Hyunsu shouts, defend with energy arts. A system message appears. Listening to instructions has been activated. Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts, Conceptualization. Qinglan exclaims, heavens, in shock. Dark energy surges. The energy intensifies. The energy attacks continue to collide, a blinding light erupting between them. The clash intensifies, explosions of energy rippling outwards. He prepares his next attack, announcing, consecutive lightning heavens. Blue lightning crackles around his hand, energy surging through his veins. The lightning expands, a wave of raw power radiating from him. Hyunsu unleashes the technique, a torrent of blue lightning cascading towards his opponent. The lightning streaks across the landscape, leaving trails of scorched earth in its wake. The attack slams into the ground, creating a massive explosion and a deep crater. The lightning continues its destructive path, carving a path through the forest. Qinglan's eyes widen in shock as the devastating attack approaches. She braces herself, preparing to defend against the onslaught. Her eyes glow with determination, ready to meet the challenge head-on. The forest spirit roars, her voice filled with rage. You stole my forest, and now you are trying to kill me. Hyunsu's eyes widen in surprise. What? Qinglan's voice echoes with lethal intent. You'll be the one who dies. Qinglan braces herself, channeling a surge of power as she prepares to strike. A barrage of lightning descends from the sky, each bolt crackling with destructive energy. Her hand glows with an intense light, the source of the devastating lightning attack. Hyunsu grits his teeth, realizing the danger. Damn it, I can see her attack coming. His eyes widen in desperation, but I can't dodge it. He braces himself, preparing to withstand the full force of the attack. Qinglan launches herself forward, determined to finish the fight. An explosion rips through the forest, sending splinters and debris flying. A fox spirit, wreathed in fury, declares, serves you right. That's punishment for messing with my forest. The fox spirit launches itself into the sky, a streak of orange against the blue. A body lies broken amidst shattered earth and splintered bamboo. An old man with a long white beard calls out, hey, wake up. A beam of pure energy pierces the sky, promising annihilation. I'll end your life. The fox spirit plummets from above, its descent a prelude to destruction. Right now, the sky stretches endlessly above. A hand crackles with raw power, a swirling vortex of energy contained within its grasp. Eyes, burning with an intense blue light, focus with deadly intent. The fox spirit is struck by a powerful blow, energy crackling around it. A beam of pure energy descends from above, illuminating the world in a blinding flash. The energy explodes upon impact, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The raw power dissipates, leaving trails of residual energy hanging in the air. Amidst the fading light, a figure can be seen standing tall, seemingly unharmed by the cataclysmic event. The fox spirit, upside down, exclaims in disbelief, what? She looks up, her expression shifting to shock. He's gone. A man throws his arms up in the air, shouting, This is awesome. He plummets from the sky. The fox spirit's face is contorted in anger. Park Hyunsu stands, a white-haired figure behind him. Did you recover already? A voice asks. Hyunsu replies, yes, I feel super refreshed. A man smirks, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. And the additional effect of this item is... The fox spirit's eyes widen in shock. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring the ability to reflect damage dealt by an enemy. A figure is struck with tremendous force, blood erupting from their mouth in a violent spray. Staggering, the figure spits blood, questioning what has been done. The injured figure plummets through the dense foliage below. The impact sends the figure reeling. A surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with power. The energy intensifies, illuminating the surrounding forest. The energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex of power. Hyunsu's body radiates with an intense, blue light, muscles bulging as the transformation takes hold. Sweat beads on his brow. Hyunsu grits his teeth, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. A voice declares surprise, admitting they didn't expect him to be able to draw out this form. The transformation complete, a figure with long white hair, tiger-like markings, and piercing red eyes stands with a predatory grin. He is engulfed in a blinding light, his form shifting and contorting. Choi Jae-hyuk turns, confusion etched on his face. Who's she? Where's that kid from just now? Chuanma observes the transformation with a knowing gaze. It seems she's the mystical creature. The transformed Hyunsu faces Choi Jae-hyuk, a sinister smile playing on her lips. Do you not recognize me? Her hand glows with an otherworldly energy. 7 tails sway behind her, each one radiating power. Hyunsu's eyes gleam with a dangerous light. I can't stay in this form for very long, but it's more than enough to rip you apart. Choi Jae-hyuk clutches his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. And my body isn't listening to me. Chuanma watches with concern. Pull yourself together. With a burst of speed, she closes the distance, her foot connecting with Choi Jae-hyuk's face. The force of the blow sends him reeling. Hyunsu crosses her arms, a predatory glint in her eyes. Well, whatever. I'll just crush you with raw power. He crackles with raw energy, the air around Hyunsu shimmering with barely contained power. The force of the attack slams into Choi Jae-hyuk, his face contorting in a grimace of pain. There is 19 minutes left until reflect damage, A, is recharged. Clear, A+, has been activated. Choi Jae-hyuk plummets downwards, the impact sending tremors through his body. In that case, clear, A+, has been activated. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, Choi Jae-hyuk continues his descent. The energy intensifies around Choi Jae-hyuk, a beacon against the backdrop of the arena. Qinglan's expression twists in fury, her eyes narrowed. Her fist clenches, knuckles white with suppressed rage. Chuanma declares, that's totally cheating. Choi Jae-hyuk smirks, thinking to himself, well, there are only a handful of A items in the world, after all. While I can't return the damage, I can hasten the recharge time. The man instructs to distract her and pour in a barrage of attacks. Dark energy orbs rain down as the falling heavens attack commences. She braces herself, preparing to defend against the onslaught. The air crackles with energy as the attacks intensify. She continues to hold her ground, deflecting the incoming projectiles. The forest floor is torn apart by the force of the battle. Qinglan declares, you think something like that would stop me? With a final burst of power, she blocks the falling heavens attack. Choi Jae-hyuk observes, it is conceptualization, but I can't believe she blocked the falling heavens. He reveals, however, that's just a distraction. Hyunsu prepares his next attack, the 6th technique of the second half of Heaven obliterating demonic fists. The ground trembles as Hyunsu unleashes his power. A surge of power emanates from Hyunsu as he calls forth the heavenly spiritual body. The summoned entity descends, a vortex of dark energy and raw power. The heavenly spiritual body hurtles towards the ground, threatening to shatter the earth upon impact. Qinglan, bracing herself against the oncoming assault, declares that his tricks won't work. He watches her, a flicker of calculation in his eyes, wondering if she caught on to his strategy. Qinglan, mouth agape, prepares to unleash a torrent of energy. A blinding blast erupts from her, a desperate attempt to halt the descent of the heavenly spiritual body. But Hyunsu is already preparing his next move, a swirling vortex of power gathering in his hand. Seen from behind, Qinglan remains focused, unaware of the impending counterattack. He clenches his fist, the energy intensifying, ready to unleash his final strike. With a guttural cry, he unleashes the accumulated power. He plummets through the air, surrounded by streaks of blue energy. The energy coalesces around Hyunsu, forming a swirling vortex. A blinding explosion erupts, shaking the very air. Debris rains down amidst the dissipating energy. Qinglan, bloodied and disheveled, exclaims in shock, "Cook!" Hyunsu grits his teeth, cursing under his breath, "Damn it!" Hyunsu's eyes narrow, a grim realization dawning on him. To think the heavenly spiritual body didn't work. Qinglan's expression twists in disbelief. I can't believe this. The two warriors stand amidst the wreckage, the air thick with tension. A strange energy permeates the air. The figure with the animal ears questions how someone managed to draw out their eighth tail. The white-haired figure's red eyes glow with intensity. A voice declares that this is the end. Hyunsu yells, preparing for the final attack. He steels himself, affirming that he's ready. Hyunsu wonders what he'll do if his heavenly spiritual body doesn't work. He decides to use his master's version. The words heavenly spiritual body appear. Azure energy coalesces, forming sharp, blade-like projections that pierce the air. The concentrated energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of white light trailing blue tendrils. A grid-like barrier shimmers into existence, its purple lines glowing with an ethereal white light. A voice booms out, declaring, "That's useless." Eyes burning with yellow light, the figure prepares to unleash a devastating attack, a sphere of raw energy forming in their open maw. A beam of crimson energy erupts, tearing through the air with violent force. The figure stands defiant, their glowing eyes fixed on their target as they continue to channel the destructive energy. A voice echoes, the words laced with contempt. Once more, azure energy gathers, forming sharp, blade-like projections that threaten to rend the very fabric of reality. A beam of pure energy streaks forward, crackling with the raw power of lightning. The energy explodes outward in a cataclysmic burst, a swirling vortex of purple and blue light consuming all in its path. A new surge of power gathers, strange symbols swirling within the violet energy. A swirling vortex of dark energy pulses with ominous power. A desolate landscape stretches beneath the sky dominated by a colossal, fractured planet. Blades of pure energy slice through the air, leaving trails of shimmering light. The energy blades continue their descent, streaking across a pale blue sky. Streaks of violet energy carve paths through the ethereal sky. The sun bleeds light into a sky streaked with wispy clouds. A figure plummets from the sky, their descent marked by trails of dark energy. A forest of towering trees pierces the sky, their silhouettes stark against the horizon. A voice declares, she has no chance against Master's technique. Hyunsu, shirtless and bearing numerous scars, clenches his fist, his expression unreadable. A voice responds, of course. The first elder watches Hyunsu, his gaze intense and knowing. Someone is horrified at the thought that someone like that might have been released into the world. Chuema states that she was strong and that Hyunsu should kill her in one hit. Hyunsu says all right. Hyunsu prepares to attack. Someone says don't steal it. Hyunsu is surprised. Hyunsu stands over someone. Someone says that this forest belongs to them and Ryan. Someone is on the ground. Two people stand on a cliff. Someone says that those scary humans are here, humans of another world. Tears welling in her eyes, Hyunsu wonders what will happen if they all die at this rate. A fox spirit reassures her, promising to protect them. The fox spirit declares that tonight's dinner will be mushroom soup. Someone shouts that they found a fox. A voice calls out, telling them to come over there. The fox spirit is surrounded by several figures wielding spears. The fox spirit roars, declaring that the forest is theirs and that the figures are being absurd. The fox spirit's eyes glow with rage. The fox spirit unleashes a flurry of attacks. The figures cry out as they are struck by the fox spirit's power. The fox spirit demands to know what they are trying to take from their forest. The fox spirit declares, her voice laced with a predatory hunger, what I want is you. A blonde woman with purple eyes urges, Iris, run away. A figure stands with a sheathed sword. A surge of energy pulses as someone is healed. Rhine lies prone, a faint glow emanating from her hands. Another surge of healing energy flows. Chuema, standing over Hyunsu, observes, that item looks like it can't be used anymore after this. Rhine whispers her own name. Hyunsu, shirtless and sitting on the ground, looks at Rhine with a questioning expression. Hyunsu asks, did you heal me? A close-up reveals Hyunsu's muscular torso. Hyunsu looks on, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The camera focuses on Hyunsu's face, his expression unreadable. He stands with Rhine in the forest. The fox spirit explains that she came through the portal. Rhine's expression hardens. She warns that she is not here to have her forest taken away. A bead of sweat trickles down Rhine's face as she stares intently. Hyunsu stands opposite Rhine, listening intently. He explains that this place is known as a portal, and that they are trapped here. Hyunsu continues, stating that the place is similar to the one Rhine used to live in and imprison her. It's connected to the outside world. Rhine stares intently, her expression unreadable. A circular pattern glows with energy. The text explains that once the power of this place weakens, everything that lives here will be forced out into the outside world and endanger it. The circular pattern continues to glow. The text explains that this is why the people from the outside came here to kill Hyunsu. Rhine looks concerned, questioning if it is dangerous. Hyunsu stands shirtless, explaining that things are different now that they can communicate. Rhine looks off to the side, deep in thought. She urges Hyunsu to leave. The domain is revealed to be a conceptualization of heavenly demon mystic arts. Hyunsu is surrounded by swirling blue energy. The word domain is emblazoned across the panel, showcasing the extent of the heavenly demon's power. Hyunsu states that the domain is about 800 football fields in size. Rhine retorts that it's not that big, adding, don't mock my forest. Hyunsu asks how they are going to get out. and Ryan responds that they need to destroy this place. Ryan asks who Hyunsu is talking to. She asks what is over there. Hyunsu asks if Ryan is scared of things like ghosts. Hyunsu remarks on what a funny mystical creature Ryan is, and she responds with a confused what? She reels back, her eyes wide with shock. Hyunsu stares, a concerned expression etched on his face. A vast landscape stretches out, mountains meeting a clear sky. A lone house sits on an island, surrounded by swirling waters. In a room, a floating object glows softly. A voice wonders if he is not done yet, musing that he should have been out by now if he won. Meanwhile, Numan Albiza sits at a table, the man in the suit standing beside her. She states that it was designed to be destroyed once Park Hyunsu loses. Numan Albiza continues, noting that it has been 20 days since he went in. The man in the suit says that around 2 hours have passed inside the portal. Numan Albiza says that an S-ranks fight should be 20 minutes at most. Close up on Numan Albiza's hands, she wonders what's happening. Numan Albiza rises, stating she thinks she'll need to go in and check. The man in the suit looks on, his expression unreadable. Ryan smirks, her eyes narrowed. Of course, we're exceptions. The blonde-haired woman raises her hand, energy swirling around her fingertips. A surge of power emanates outward, the air crackling with energy. A figure clad in full armor stands tall, his voice echoing from within the helmet. Jaehyuk, follow me as well. Ryan and the man in the suit stand before a swirling portal of energy. Meanwhile, a voice questions, how long can you last with 8 tails? Hyunsu, standing in a lush forest, looks up in surprise. Half a gak, what's that? An older man with a long white beard stands behind Hyunsu, his gaze steady. That's about 7 to 8 minutes in your time. It's a different unit of measurement for time. He nods, adding, I see. A voice echoes, explaining the next step. I'm going to gather all the internal energy, conceptualization, and mana, then use the mystic circulation to break this place. Hyunsu clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. In that case, the voice continues, providing guidance. What you are aiming for shouldn't be a wide area, it must. The older man emphasizes, be very focused. You mustn't lose control of the energy, you must focus it in one direction. A system message appears, confirming that listening to instructions has been activated. He lets out a yell as dark energy begins to swirl around him, tendrils snaking across his skin. Gathering power, Hyunsu clenches his fist, the ground beneath him beginning to crack under the strain. The dark energy intensifies, completely enveloping him. I'll focus everything in one direction, Hyunsu vows, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Another system message appears, detailing the gathering of power for the heavenly demon mystic circulation. The internal energy condenses, preparing for the heavenly demon body, level 0. His hair turns stark white, and his eyes burn with an intense blue light as the transformation reaches its peak. Sweat pours down his face, every muscle strained as he pushes his power to its limit. A final system message declares the activation of the true heavenly spiritual body. A blinding beam of light erupts from him, piercing the sky. A surge of power emanates from the earth, a raw, untamed energy crackling in the air. The energy intensifies, focusing into a concentrated beam of pure force. The beam disperses, the raw power spreading outwards in a wave of shimmering light. Hyunsu stands at the epicenter, the unleashed energy swirling around him like a tempestuous aura. Hyunsu looks up, a tear tracing a path down his cheek as he grapples with the immensity of his newfound power. A unique conceptualization? Reality itself seems to crack and splinter, a fissure forming in the very fabric of the sky. A voice echoes in his mind, a whisper of unimaginable potential, mind destruction. Raw power surges around Hyunsu, the air itself shimmering with the force of his awakening. An old man watches, his expression a mixture of awe and amusement. Disciple, when did you create a unique conceptualization? You really do some pretty ridiculous things. The fissure in the sky widens, a stark reminder of the power that has been unleashed. He stares up at the sky, a crack marring its serene blue. Was he really trapped in here all this time? Ron advises Hyunsu that they don't know what might be out there, so she should go with her 8 tails form. A surge of power erupts from Rhine as her transformation begins. Her tails begin to manifest, swirling with ethereal energy. The transformation continues, her legs shifting as the tails grow larger. Her feet transform, becoming more beast-like as the power intensifies. Rhine asks Hyunsu if he likes this form better. Hyunsu stammers, telling her to stand a little further away when talking to him. Hyunsu's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He tells himself there's no need to be scared. Rhine grins, her yellow eyes gleaming with anticipation. She says that they should get going quickly. Rhine prepares for battle, drawing a blade as an energy circle forms around her feet. The landscape stretches before them, the ominous crack in the sky a stark reminder of the danger ahead. She had been preparing for battle, but Hyunsu is suddenly falling through a sky fractured with swirling energy. The sky above is a chaotic vortex of light and shadow, the very fabric of reality seemingly torn asunder. He plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him with alarming speed. Rhine's eyes widen in disbelief, her expression a mask of shock. Hyunsu is covered in scratches and bruises, a testament to his rough descent. His feet touch down, a faint surge of pink energy rippling outwards from the point of impact. Ryan catches him, her arms wrapping around him protectively, her face etched with concern. Her voice rising in anger, Ryan demands, "What are you doing all of a sudden?" Hyunsu's expression shifts, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he says, "A present." Ryan's eyes widen once more, her face a picture of utter shock and dawning horror. A sharp, brutal sound echoes through the air. Blood splatters across Ryan's chest, painting a grim tableau of betrayal and violence. She grits her teeth, a pained expression contorting her face. A blast of energy slams into Ryan, sending her reeling. An arrogant demon's helmet is shown. Iris screams Ryan's name in anguish. Another blast hits Ryan, the force of the impact visible. A swirling vortex of energy crackles with power. Streaks of energy lance through the air. Ryan's expression shifts, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Hyunsu and Ryan stand together, an ominous presence filling the air. A voice wonders what just happened, noting that only one person can enter this place. Ryan's bare feet hover near a glowing magic circle. A voice chuckles. An angry voice curses, calling someone that son of a bitch. Hyunsu and Ryan are seen together, their expressions unreadable. A voice calls out, "Wait up!" She plummets from the sky. The ground rushes up to meet her. A magical barrier shimmers around Ryan. A barrage of swords materializes around her, pointing downwards. The swords close in. The swords pierce through her defenses, drawing blood. Ryan continues to fall, battered and bleeding. Hyunsu's face is contorted in a scream. His expression is filled with anguish. The impact of her fall sends a shockwave through the forest. Hyunsu races towards the impact zone, shouting, "Are you all right?" She remains unconscious. Hyunsu grips her face, desperately calling out, "Iris, wake up!" A massive, armored foot descends nearby, kicking up dust and debris as Hyunsu cradles the injured Ryan. The armored figure stands tall, a glowing blade held at its side. Purple energy crackles around its form. Hyunsu, looking up at the armored figure, demands, "Who the hell are you?" Hyunsu urges Ryan to calm down, noting that he feels like he's seen the armored figure before. The armored figure wonders if they've met Hyunsu before. A blonde woman watches the scene unfold, murmuring, "Amazing." The blonde woman thinks to herself that she thought Hyunsu would be able to bring Iris over to her side. The armored figure stands between Hyunsu and the blonde woman. The blonde woman walks away. Hyunsu glares at the armored figure, who asks, "Doing, huh?" A hand adjusts a ring, its surface gleaming. The ring glints as a voice declares that this means the wearer is also King's subordinate. A blonde woman with long hair poses, introducing herself as Bishop. A sinister voice states that it's only manners to let someone know who killed them. A voice scoffs, calling the situation a joke. Bishop stands in a forest clearing, expressing surprise at something. A sword is drawn with incredible speed. A figure sprints forward, sword in hand. A fox-eared woman announces the activation of damage reflection. Hands activate a damage reflection ability. A figure is surrounded by a red, star-like energy. Bishop is struck by the reflected damage. The scene is filled with tension. The armored figure grunts in pain. The armored figure threatens to kill. The armored figure demands silence. A figure launches a powerful kick. The kick connects with tremendous force. The armored figure is sent flying backwards from the impact. An older man asks if he is not remembered. A shirtless man is shown. The shirtless man is identified as Choi Jae-hyuk. The armored figure vows revenge, declaring himself the strongest and promising execution. Choi Jae-hyuk shouts for silence. He is struck by a sudden, unseen force, the impact sending a shockwave through the forest. The leaf impact slams into him, the force of the blow threatening to tear him apart. He is sent hurtling through the air, a broken figure against the backdrop of shattered trees. The energy discharge continues to rip through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Another strike lands, the impact reverberating through his body as he is slammed into the earth. Impossible, he thinks, blood trickling from his lips as he struggles to comprehend the sheer power arrayed against him. A close-up reveals the pain etched on his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. Choi Jae-hyuk struggles to his feet, his body battered and bruised, as Ryan watches him with concern. "What?" Ryan exclaims, her two heads turning towards him in shock. "Did you heal me?" he asks, his gaze fixed on the glowing ring on his hand. "Yeah, let's hurry up," Choi Jae-hyuk says, a faint smile playing on his lips despite his injuries. Ryan supports Choi Jae-hyuk, her expression a mix of worry and determination as they prepare to move forward. A swirling vortex of energy crackles on the ground, promising passage to another realm. Hyunsu states that they need to go in quickly before they are followed. Ryan agrees. The structure above them begins to crumble, as if reality itself is tearing apart. Ryan leaps forward, ready to enter the portal. Bishop Nim's name is called out. Hyunsu curses, realizing the danger. Hyunsu tells Ryan to go in first. Ryan looks back, a question in her eyes. Ryan reaches out, her expression filled with desperation as Hyunsu plummets downward. "Please survive this," she cries out. Her voice cracking with fear, Ryan shouts, "Hyunsu." Hyunsu falls through a swirling vortex of ethereal swords. The swords converge, their points aimed directly at Hyunsu. His eyes wide with terror, Hyunsu looks up at the impending doom. A close-up reveals the sheer panic in Hyunsu's eyes. The vortex of swords continues to spin around Hyunsu as he falls deeper. The swords pierce through him. Root impact. A blinding flash of light erupts as the swords find their mark. A burst of energy explodes outward. Hyunsu stands, his back to the viewer, energy crackling around him. Bishop Nim wonders how he blocked her attack so easily. Chuama calls Hyunsu a brat. Chuama laughs, asking if that is Hyunsu's conceptualization. Hyunsu walks forward, his expression unreadable. A voice explains that Hyunsu used the root impact that shakes up foundation with conceptualization that digs up the root. Chuama thinks this must be why people take in disciples. Bishop Nim thinks that Hyunsu has gotten even stronger than when he fought Knight, wondering if a singularity would be this strong. Hyunsu states that things won't go according to her plan. Hyunsu's torso is shown, covered in scars. Bishop Nim calls out Park Hyunsu's name. He narrows his eyes, a cold fury hardening his gaze. Don't say my name so casually. Bishop Nim retorts, her voice laced with disdain. I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman. She unleashes a rapid barrage of strikes, each movement a blur of speed and power. The air crackles with energy as Bishop Nim continues her relentless assault. Her attacks intensify, a swirling vortex of force aimed at Hyunsu. Hyunsu counters, his fist glowing with an intense energy as he throws a punch. The punch connects with explosive force. Bishop Nim is sent reeling from the impact, a visible shock registering on her face. Hyunsu activates his domain, a surge of power emanating from him. He launches himself forward, utilizing heavenly demon flight. Closing the distance with incredible speed, Hyunsu hurtles towards his target. A smirk plays on Bishop Nim's lips, betraying a hidden confidence. She smirks, but Hyunsu is undeterred, channeling his energy. Conceptualization, mind destruction dash. Focusing his power, Hyunsu transforms into a blinding beam of light, hurtling towards his opponent. The attack connects with Bishop Nim. Seed impact. The force of the blow distorts the air around them. Bishop Nim grits her teeth, feeling the full force of the attack. The impact sends her plummeting downwards. The attack explodes with blinding intensity. Bishop Nim cries out in pain. Her eyes narrow, a dangerous glint returning to them. Hyunsu plummets from the sky, vulnerable. Bishop Nim prepares her counterattack, a look of grim determination on her face. A swirling vortex of purple energy gathers in her hand. She commands the vengeful spirits to grind the body and soul of her opponent. The vengeful spirits materialize, their forms twisted and menacing. Bishop Nim reveals that she has collected all the vengeful spirits that died within portals during this whole time. The woman taunts Hyunsu, wanting to see if he can last against the vengeful spirits of darkness. Hyunsu's name is called out as he raises his hand, summoning a weapon. Hyunsu declares that he will take care of them. The vengeful spirits rush towards Hyunsu, eager to attack. The spirits converge on Hyunsu, their dark energy swirling around him. Hyunsu commands the vengeful spirits to return. A sword materializes, glowing with a bright light. Hyunsu prepares to use the sword, its power radiating outwards. Hyunsu commands the spirits to go back and find their freedom, as the sword will free them all from their shackles. A massive structure rises, a swirling vortex of energy crackling above its peak. He clenches his fist, a surge of blue energy engulfing his arm, transforming it into a weapon of immense power. Hyunsu stares ahead, the blue energy radiating from his arm. It's done, he mutters, then questions, What? What? A voice booms out, filled with awe. Little brat, you're incredible. A voice echoes, filled with dark power. Absolute death is an ego that was born from death, and that power holds absolute power over the dead. A voice filled with frustration shouts, Damn it. A figure yells, Hey. A voice declares, Heavenly demon mystic arts, falling heavens. Hyunsu roars, the blue energy around his arm intensifying. A figure plummets from the sky, surrounded by streaks of dark energy. Streaks of blue energy tear through the air. Bishop Nim prepares to unleash her power, a pink aura flaring around her. An unseen force slams into Bishop Nim, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. Energy crackles around her, the air itself warping from the intensity of the blow. Staggering from the assault, she spits out a defiant challenge. You're not that strong, compared to Iris or Knight. Surrounded by crackling violet energy, Bishop Nim declares, You're weak. Lightning heavens. Another blast of lightning engulfs her, the force sending her plummeting from the sky. She falls, a rapidly shrinking figure against the vast expanse of the sky. Dark energy swirls around Bishop Nim as she plummets, a shroud of shadows gathering around her. The ground rushes up to meet her, the wind screaming past her ears. Her hair whips around her face, obscuring her expression as she hurtles towards the forest below. Suddenly, a figure in a suit appears, intercepting her fall with impossible speed. The man in the suit catches her, the impact jarring even as he cushions the blow. The man in the suit stands beside Numan Albiza, who asks why he arrived so late. He replies that he waited until she called for him, as she requested. Newman Albiza explodes, calling him inflexible and demanding that he get rid of that bastard. An explosion erupts in the distance. Meanwhile, Park Hyun-soo, standing on a platform high above, demands to know who the hell someone is. Hyun-soo throws a punch. The man in the suit blocks the blow with his bare hand, energy crackling around them. The man's expression is unreadable. Hyun-soo's eyes widen in shock. The man in the suit retaliates with a punch of his own. The force of the blow sends Hyun-soo flying backwards, blood spraying from his mouth. Despite the injury, Hyun-soo smirks, noting that his opponent is a close combat type. The man in the suit is enveloped in a swirling purple aura, energy crackling around him as he prepares to strike. Hyun-soo braces himself for the impending attack. A hospital building stands against a backdrop of a bright blue sky. A woman inhales deeply, savoring the fragrance of a bouquet of purple flowers. The woman, carrying the flowers, walks down a sterile hospital corridor. She peeks into a room, offering a cheerful greeting. She explains that she stopped by because she doesn't have part-time work scheduled today. The woman carefully arranges the flowers in a vase. She glances to the side, a hopeful expression on her face, and thinks it would be great if he did. The woman stares at an empty hospital bed, her voice laced with concern as she wonders if Hyuntae isn't here. Meanwhile, a swirling portal of dark energy opens. Bare feet step into dark, rippling water. A fox spirit, surrounded by its tails, expresses its confusion, unsure of which direction to go. The fox-like Rhine snarls, her eyes narrowed. You can't get away from us. The hulking figure of the man is taken aback by her words. Why you? The man's face contorts in frustration. Nothing's going well, they just keep appearing one after another. The man extends his hand, purple energy swirling around him. Rhine's expression hardens, her teeth bared. Like hell I'd die. The man unleashes a torrent of purple energy towards Rhine. The man's eyes widen in surprise as something unexpected occurs. His physical form begins to disintegrate, revealing a strange, ethereal energy. Is that not his real body? Rhine leaps forward, unleashing her own energy. It's useless. Her attack connects, sending the man's dissolving form flying backward. Rhine grits her teeth, determined to end the fight. The man's spirit escapes, transferring to another body in the shadows. Her expression strained. Rhine hears that her friend is still alive. Elsewhere, a man states that they are keeping her under surveillance though. Rinna's name is spoken. A disembodied voice asks, what will you do? A figure looms, urging someone to think carefully. A surge of power emanates from the figure. The figure declares they will kill Rhine in one strike. A man commands them to stop. A man stands tall, emanating power. The man questions how someone came in there. The man declares forced teleportation, ordering them to go back to where they came from. The man expresses his shock. A surge of raw energy erupts, the air crackling with displaced power. She watches as Hyun-soo is enveloped in a blinding light, his form flickering as if caught between worlds. A voice muses, noting subtle differences. The scents are similar, yet distinct. He reaches out, his hand glowing with the same ethereal energy that surrounds him. Run towards that light, he urges. If you do that, you'll arrive at where? Hyun-soo's words echo, promising arrival at their destination. Rhine's expression hardens with suspicion. Who are you? Someone from Hyun-soo's family, she demands. The figure responds. I'm not, but this body is. But that is not what's important now. She offers a soft, thanks. Her thoughts drift to the place she stayed originally, the place where Rinna is. Clenching her fist, Rhine vows. I'll definitely repay the help you've given me. Elsewhere, a fist clenches, ready for action. Hyun-soo winds up a punch, a blue aura crackling around his fist as he prepares to strike. The punch connects with Choi Jae-hyuk's face, the force of the blow distorting his features. Choi Jae-hyuk is sent flying backward, a cloud of dust erupting around him as he's launched through the air. He sails through the air, completely helpless against the momentum. The air rushes past him as he continues his uncontrolled flight. Spinning wildly, Choi Jae-hyuk struggles to regain his bearings. His vision blurs, the world a chaotic swirl of colors and shapes. The ground rushes up to meet him, the impact inevitable. He braces for the pain, knowing there's no escape. Choi Jae-hyuk slams into the ground, the force of the impact sending tremors through his body. Choi Jae-hyuk grits his teeth, realizing the hunter is strong at close combat. He thinks to himself that he can't use his conceptualization techniques. He prepares a mana bomb, determined to turn the tide of the battle. Take this mana bomb. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts, obscuring everything within its radius. The forest stretches out, a dense tapestry of green. Looking up through the trees, the sky is a brilliant expanse of blue and white. Choi Jae-hyuk stands amidst swirling pink energy, his long blonde hair flowing around him. His armored legs stand firm, ready to unleash more power. Choi Jae-hyuk's expression is grim, focused on the task ahead. He mutters, once I'm back to normal and join the fight, we'll be able to win. A voice commands, don't bother with this guy, go for the other one. Chuanma and Hyun-soo float in the air, ready for battle. Chuanma observes, this fellow isn't attacking you with the intent to kill. The man in the suit stands with a damaged arm, his expression unreadable. Hyun-soo clenches his fist, thinking, in that case. A barrage of energy attacks rains down, each blast threatening to tear the heavens asunder. The air crackles with raw power, a symphony of destruction echoing through the battlefield. The onslaught continues, the sky ablaze with swirling orbs of azure energy and razor-sharp blades of pure force. The scent of ozone hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the sheer magical intensity. Amidst the chaos, Choi Jae-hyuk stands firm, the energy attacks swirling around him like a tempest. His eyes narrow, a storm of determination brewing within. The barrage intensifies, the energy blades multiplying into a deadly thicket. The ground trembles under the relentless assault, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. Gathering the ambient energy, Choi Jae-hyuk clenches his fists, a surge of power coursing through his veins. The air around him shimmers, distorting the light with its intensity. The energy coalesces into a blinding sphere, a miniature sun held within his grasp. The heat radiates outwards, scorching the very air itself. With a roar, Choi Jae-hyuk launches himself forward, a human missile propelled by pure energy. The wind screams past him, a howling testament to his speed. The energy attacks continue to fall, but Choi Jae-hyuk is a blur, weaving through the deadly rain with impossible speed. His determination burns brighter than any star. More energy attacks streak down, each one a potential death sentence. The air vibrates with the force of their passage, a constant reminder of the danger. The energy orbs explode outwards, a cataclysmic display of raw power. The shockwave rips through the air, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. Bishop Nim's eyes widen in disbelief. Ron Bell is getting further away from me, she wonders, a flicker of panic crossing her face. A surge of purple energy erupts around Bishop Nim as she screams, "Ron Bell, that bastard!" Her fury shakes the very foundations of the world. Enraged, she shouts for someone to stop looking for the treacherous jerk. A surge of power emanates from her. Unleashing her fury, Bishop Nim launches a devastating energy attack. High above, a lone figure plummets from the sky. The falling figure descends rapidly. Gathering energy in her hands, Bishop Nim vows to kill. Bishop Nim strikes the falling figure with a powerful blast. The figure's face is revealed, contorted in pain and rage. Spikes erupt from the ground. A counterattack is launched with incredible force. A voice calls out, "Our dear Isaac." A chorus of voices erupts, wishing Isaac a happy birthday. Someone urges Isaac to come and blow out the candles. Isaac looks surprised. Chuanma chuckles, taking a sip from his mug. The man asks, "Isaac, do you believe in God?" Isaac replies, "Why are you suddenly talking about God? I don't believe in things like that." Chuanma says, "I, too, had denied the existence of God like you." He states that God really exists. Isaac, standing nearby, asks what he means. Chuanma says he has seen God once before he met Isaac, but Isaac accuses him of lying. A hand hovers over a control panel. The panel activates, and a large pillar begins to rise. Isaac asks what is happening. A voice says that he was told to pass this to Isaac when the time is right. A sword rises from the pillar, glowing with power. Chuanma thinks that now is the time. Isaac is shocked by the appearance of the sword. Meanwhile, an unknown figure observes the scene, noting that someone doesn't intend to get involved. The words echo, speaking of the immortal transcendent. Bishop Nim holds a crimson orb in her gloved hand. She releases the orb, sending it hurtling forward. Reaching out, Bishop Nim curses her failure. Hyunsu stands shirtless, his expression unreadable, as Chuanma watches from behind. Bishop Nim prepares the heavenly demon mystic arts, latter half, fifth technique, realizing she needs to wait a minute. The technique erupts, exploding heavens. The explosion rips through the landscape. The force of the blast obliterates everything in its path. Choi Jae-hyuk observes, noting that someone is really strong. He ascends, declaring that he doesn't intend to throw his life away unnecessarily. Hyunsu stands amidst the dissipating smoke, Chuanma watching over him. Hyunsu stands over Rhine, showing no sympathy. He doesn't feel even an ounce of sympathy for her. A unique ability, listening to instructions, has leveled up. The efficiency has increased. You can only designate one person as the instructor. You can imitate the techniques of the designated instructor 4 times a day. Unique Constitution, Heavenly Demon Body, Level 1. The effects of martial arts that use the Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts as a base will be increased by 170%. You are able to put pressure on others with just your existence alone. All physical abilities have been increased by 170%. Hyunsu exclaims that he leveled up. Hyunsu, looking down at his feet, excitedly tells his master that he leveled up and the efficiency has increased. The first elder's eyes narrow. The first elder crosses his arms. Hyunsu looks up, wondering about his master. Instructor, Cheon Jaeong, has been given a special ability. You can use possession. For just one time, you will be able to possess the target with all the abilities you have. Once the possession ends, your existence will disappear in this place. The first elder's expression is unreadable. He wondered if this world would grant him an ability as well. Cheon Jaeong realized he was able to possess Hyunsu. He recalled the day that COIL had told him about. When that day comes, he knew he mustn't hesitate. He needed to know the details. Cheon Jaeong thought to himself that he needed to disappear from this place. Meanwhile, Rhine asked her master what he was thinking about. Hyunsu dismissed her concerns, saying it was nothing. Hyunsu knew that the gaps in the skies were filling up again. He wondered what about Iris. Hyunsu moved quickly. Rai knew that Fox wasn't dead. She felt happy, and nothing felt uneasy. Cheon Jiang considered Hyunsu as offerings. Then, Hyunsu declared he would open up the hole again. A hand grips a stylized knife, the blade gleaming in the light. A voice wonders if they have that thing those bastards left behind. Boots stride forward, the sound echoing on the ground. Neutral Man's suit stands alongside Qinglan, surrounded by a group of men in suits. They watch with anticipation. More footsteps approach, the tension building. Neutral Man's suit and Qinglan stand side by side. Neutral Man's suit states that he can't feel any power from the portal. Qinglan replies, seeing as how the Anderson index dropped so rapidly, Hyunsu must have succeeded. Two portals shimmer into existence, crackling with blue energy. A voice booms out, declaring, "I'm back." Hyunsu emerges from the portal, his body scarred and partially exposed, wreathed in residual energy. Hyunsu, addressing Qinglan, says that he would have died if not for the items she gave him. Qinglan embraces Hyunsu, telling him that he did great. The twin portals shimmer with fading energy, their swirling blue cores dissolving into the air. Hyunsu says, I wasn't able to kill the existence within the portal. Qinglan looks at him, a question forming in her mind. The portal is disappearing as the men in suits watch. Qinglan says, "In any case, you succeeded." Hyunsu replies, "I didn't think it'd take you a month, though." Qinglan is shocked. 1 month? I was only there for 2 hours, though. Hyunsu says, "Looks like the flow of time is different inside and outside the portal." Qinglan says, "Goodness. Anyway, I need to tell you something." Hyunsu is surprised. "What?" Qinglan's words hang in the air. A close-up of a man's mouth. Robin from the PSC died yesterday. A church stands tall against a bright blue sky. Inside, sunlight streams through stained glass windows, illuminating the altar. A portrait of Char Chuanma sits on a table, surrounded by white flowers. The portrait captures Char Chuanma's stern gaze. A man sits before the portrait, his back to the viewer, a sword resting beside him. Tears stream down his face as he whispers, "Master." The pier stretches out into the calm sea, where 2 figures are visible. The first elder sits cross-legged, fishing. Another man stands behind him. The first elder asks, "Young man, what are you doing here at this time?" The fisherman replies, "Because life has gotten too tough." The first elder says, "Never easy. Do you come here often?" "Today's my first time." "Don't come here often either." The fisherman replies, "I guess you like fishing." The first elder replies, "It's my first time fishing as well." The first elder says, "You look like an expert holding that rod, so I thought you fished often." The first elder asks, "Why aren't you asking who I am?" The fisherman thinks, "Come to think of it, I can't tell who he is." The fisherman asks, "Who are you?" He thinks, "Who am I, huh?" The first elder's gaze pierces through the shadows beneath his hat, his crimson eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. His expression hardens, a grim resolve etching itself onto his weathered features. The first elder's voice booms, resonating with absolute authority. "I'm king." Standing tall, the first elder emanates an aura of raw power, his long white hair flowing around him like a spectral waterfall. A pair of wide, yellow eyes reflect shock and disbelief. The first elder extends his hand, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Fall by my hands here as well, huh?" The first elder's smile widens, a chilling premonition hanging in the air. "Goodbye." Lightning crackles around the first elder's outstretched hand, the air thick with ozone. The first elder is engulfed in a storm of violet energy, his power reaching its zenith. Elsewhere, a towering skyscraper pierces the sky, a silent sentinel of the modern world. He lay in bed, seemingly at peace, a sword resting beside him. A voice echoed, calling out, "Isaac." The first elder's face appeared, his expression unreadable. Hyunsu, shielding his eyes, questioned, "Master, why are you here?" A figure sat on the edge of a bed, their face obscured by shadow. The first elder's voice resonated, "I can no longer be by your side." "Pardon," a disembodied voice declared, "You have infinite." The first elder's image intensified, his words carrying weight. "Potential, so don't doubt yourself and keep running forward." Hyunsu's eyes snapped open, confusion etched on his face. "What are you talking about?" A voice, calm and reassuring, advised, "Don't be consumed by anger and always maintain your calmness." A figure cried out, "Master, Master." Hyunsu gasped, as he seemingly awoke from the vision. Yellow caution tape flutters in the wind, bearing the stark warning, "Caution, keep out." The tape is torn, leading into a desolate landscape where figures stand silhouetted against a hazy backdrop. Figures in gas masks stand amidst the devastation. One observes, "Everything here is in shambles." The hazmat team surveys the cracked earth. One comments, "Not even water can come in." Another wonders, "What on earth happened here?" One of the figures in hazmat suits asks, "What's that?" A skeletal figure stands amidst swirling energy. The scene is filled with debris and destruction. Meanwhile, a modern hospital rises against a bright sky, a green cross marking its purpose. Hyunsu bursts into a hospital room, his expression a mix of urgency and concern. A man sits on a hospital bed, wearing a patient's gown, his head bowed. Hyunsu asks, "All right." The man on the bed looks up, a wry smile on his face. To think we'd meet like this? He demands to know what the other man just said. The man apologizes, stating that he is not Hyuntae. A voice speaks of an evil darkness that will run rampant, consuming all life in its path. Hyunsu grabs the man by the collar, demanding to know who he is. Don't be too rough, that's still your brother's body. The man gasps, recoiling from Hyunsu's grip. He points a finger, asking if the man was the one who put his brother into this state. A voice explains that the culprit is King, who caused the portal impact, and that he is the one helping Hyunsu's brother stay in suspended animation so he won't die. Hyunsu shouts, demanding to know who the hell the man is. The man declares that he is Mare, the god of planet Ares. Mare sits calmly, radiating an otherworldly aura. Hyunsu is shocked to hear the name Ares, as a voice explains that Ares is a planet about 700 million light-years away. Mare comments on their current location. Hyunsu stands with Mare in what appears to be a room. Hyunsu questions why Mare is present. Mare declares that he is the one who brought the transcendent to this place. Mare states that he was dragged to this place. Mare confirms his previous statement. Mare threatens to rip someone's limbs apart if he were in his body. Mare suggests that there is a positive side to the situation, as he is able to experience the fun of raising a disciple. Hyunsu and Mare are standing together as they discuss being stuck in this place due to a contract with the will of the dead people of Ares. Mare mentions the existence of the internet and the need for a server to use it. Mare describes himself as a server-like existence for the people of Ares. Hyunsu asks Mare what he wants to say, suggesting that Mare can kill him after this is all over. Newman manipulates a holographic globe, his expression grim. He declares, "I'll show it to you." Hyunsu stands in a digitally rendered environment, observing the unfolding events. The fourth defense line crumbles, reduced to shattered fragments of energy and debris. Amidst the chaos of open portals, Newman urgently asks, "Where's Karak?" A voice reports that an annihilation rank monster has appeared in Area D. Newman exclaims, "Newman, Knight's army has advanced all the way to the 5th defense line. We need to turn back time." A disembodied voice wonders, "Where is this place?" "The past of Ares." Someone asks about Area D, while another shouts that Karak is fighting there, followed by an exclamation of frustration. A desperate plea echoes, "Newman, please help to turn back time. It doesn't matter if we can't go too far back." Newman is shown holding 2 glowing orbs, energy crackling around him. A voice observes that time travel is similar to what Robin has. Hyunsu, observing the scene, questions if something has stopped. He startles, exclaiming that he was scared. An unnamed character states that the person has the same ability as Robin. Hyunsu asks if he stopped it, so that he can give an easy explanation. An unnamed character asks what he just said. He then states that his name is Newman, the former owner of Robin Ordman's ability. The unnamed character says that it's not just a similar ability. An unnamed character asks if it's the same one. He then states that an Earthling inherited the abilities of someone from Ares. Hyunsu and the unnamed character from Panel 1 are shown. The unnamed character states that all the awakened other than Robin. The text states that the people of Ares possessed all sorts of special powers. It was impossible to unite them because of those powers. The text states that at that time, Newman appeared and succeeded in uniting the people of Ares. 11 kings were gathered and Newman was at the head of the table. An unnamed character states that it's obviously Haxon. Karak was the one who claimed to be the strongest in strength. Among the 11 of them, he was the most specialized in combat. An unnamed character states that the red-haired woman is Hyurak, Marin. She possesses the power of a dragon, the flame of a dragon. The text states that even though they did have a common enemy, it was hard to unite everyone who used to be enemies with each other. An unnamed character states that, however, Newman, the voice explains that someone succeeded with the unification. In that process, the person who helped the most is Paul. The chief commander that led the S-rank hunters on Earth is Choi Sang-go. The man with the white mask states that the person in question is Choi Sung-ho, Hyurak's boss. With Paul's help, Newman was able to unite Ares successfully. They started to fight back against King with all they had. At first, they did well, because a united Ares army was as strong as the enemy. The 11 of them were already strong to begin with, and once they were gathered together, they were a formidable force. But that only lasted temporarily. Queen started to move. I did think that since there's a bishop and a king, there would also be a queen. But Queen is the strongest living weapon made from the cells of the 4 ancient kings and the current king with science and magic. The Queen's strength completely surpassed everyone's imagination. She clenches her fist, red energy swirling around it. Her power was unmatched. She was stronger than any attack available. A blinding light erupts, a silhouette standing at its heart. A figure with crimson hair stands amidst the chaos. The people of Ares were no match for her. A voice echoes, declaring that someone must match her. A figure crackles with blue energy, snarling, "Don't fuck around with us." The figure's face is contorted in a fierce snarl, energy surging around them. Even Karak, who was the most specialized in fighting. A red-haired figure prepares to strike, dark energy gathering around their fists. The attack lands, the force of it leaving the victim battered and broken. It was just child's play for the queen. The figure unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike carrying immense power. The remaining fighters are overwhelmed. We're done for. Run away now. Against just knight and bishop, they were able to hold their ground. However, the appearance of the queen turned the tides completely against them. A voice echoes, explaining, "That's why he had no choice but to look for me." An elderly figure emerges from a rocky cave. The flaming figure declares, "Newman." The camera focuses on the flaming figure's legs. Hyunsu looks on in shock. "That's you." A spectral figure stands before Hyunsu. "Yes, but now I'm in this pathetic form." A figure with horns asks, "Are you the god of Ares?" The figure responds, "More accurately, I'm the god of your abilities. Why aren't you doing anything when Ares is in such danger?" The horned figure insists, "You ought to do something to protect Ares." Newman states, "I can only help you guys manifest your abilities," and he states that there is a transcendent behind those people. The first elder explains that is why he is unable to help them. That means they perish. The first elder screams, calling out for King. The first elder vows that he will never forgive that bastard. Is there no way for Ares' will to be continued? It can be done if he passes it over to the people of another planet. Someone asks if he is serious. The first elder states if they can't do this, then they will let those who will inherit their will stop King. If they can't do it either, then someone else will inherit their will. You guys might suffer for all eternity, deprived of happiness. The first elder declares he doesn't care as long as he can put a blade through their hearts. Perish. They stand in a light blue space, the floor shimmering like water. The first elder begins, "Singularities are." Hyunsu asks, "Variables?" He continues, questioning, "Variables? A power that didn't exist in Ares and something King didn't know about." The first elder says, "It was the price I had to pay for making you guys." Hyunsu stares intently, a look of shock on his face. The first elder states, "I traversed through numerous dimensions." A sword is shown, its blade glowing with power. A voice says, "To find your master, Cheonjiang, for the sake of giving Isaac the sword." The first elder continues, "And soon, he'll probably appear before you guys." Hyunsu asks, "I'll ask you one last question. What is it?" He asks, "Is the prophecy about singularities saving the world true?" The first elder simply says, A desire echoes in the air. Hyunsu's expression hardens, a spark of resolve igniting in his eyes. The first elder affirms, his gaze unwavering. "That's right." A voice recounts a past victory. "You've killed both knight and bishop." A figure bathed in purple energy stands defiant. That wasn't something unimaginable on Ares. A monstrous being, wreathed in lightning, roars, because they were very strong. The monstrous figure continues, its voice laced with disbelief. "However, you were able to kill them, and even captured Pawn alive." A smaller voice gasps, "Kook, I am possible." A collage of images flashes by, voices echoing fragments of regret and defiance. "Apologize, he's someone who suffered because of you all. Don't pity them at all. Of course, my desire is becoming a somber reflection hangs in the air. Reality. I do feel sorry for the earthlings who suddenly got abilities that they." Hyunsu contemplates the weight of those words. A voice declares, its tone resolute, "As King is after Earth, it's a fact that power will be of help to you." Hyunsu's gaze sharpens, a silent vow etched on his face. That's impossible as long as he's involved. Even though he might have lost his powers, it's impossible for someone with the ability to look into the future to climb above him. Hyunsu asks who that transcendent is, then. He wonders why he suddenly changed his appearance. That guy isn't helping King? He simply stopped him from helping on Ares, and he didn't do anything other than that. The first elder asks what he means. "There's hope for all of you, since you have his desires, Ares' will, and the singularities." Hyunsu says he doesn't know. The first elder says that his desires will be realized. It's comforting to hear him say that. The fiery figure shouts to shut up. He says that Hyunsu is making a fuss despite him saving him. He's the only one he needs, right? So why? Because he would have committed suicide. Me from the start, didn't he feel it as well? The fact that he was talented? He should have been born in the Murim. He would have ruled the world with me. You, Isaac, and the third singularity were the hopes that I chose and groomed painstakingly. Do you want power? Sweat beads on his brow as the question hangs in the air. I'm asking you a question. Do you want power? A voice echoed from beyond the grave, a spectral question hanging in the air. Do you want power? The blond man, standing in a Gothic chamber, stared at the sword. Why is the sword talking? The voice persisted, a dark promise whispered on the wind. Don't you want to seek revenge against the one who killed your master? The voice continued, offering a dark bargain. I could give you the power to do that. The man, eyes wide, questioned the sword. Really? The sword responded, of course. I can do it all. Driven by grief and rage, the man roared. I want to kill the bastard who killed master. His hands outstretched, the man prepared to accept the dark gift. He screamed, that's right. Give me power. The voice questioned, are you able to deal with whatever will happen next? The man, now bathed in unholy light, declared, I can. A voice echoes, commanding him to seal the pact, sign with his blood. Crimson liquid flows, tracing arcane symbols onto the waiting contract. A sharp prick, a bead of blood wells on his fingertip, ready to seal his fate. He presses his bloodied finger to the parchment, completing the dark bargain. A surge of dark energy erupts from the contract, washing over him in a wave of power. His hand is now slick with blood, the transformation taking hold with shocking speed. The dark energy creeps up his torso, twisting and reshaping his flesh. Tendrils of shadow engulf his feet, solidifying into armored boots. His face contorts in a silent scream as the transformation reaches its peak. Hyunsoo stands reborn, clad in dark armor, a warrior forged in blood and shadow. He grips the hilt of a newly formed sword, its blade pulsing with dark power. A chilling laugh echoes, a promise of vengeance finally within reach. Baha, you've finally gotten there. The dark power surges within him, a weapon ready to be unleashed. The shadows writhe, eager to serve their new master. Meanwhile, a church bell tower stands tall against the clear sky. Outside the church, a priest speaks with Isaac. The priest confirms that the official funeral is tomorrow. He adds that he will pray for the eternal sleep of the dead. Isaac walks away, his expression grim. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. A distorted voice echoes, demanding to know who he is. Isaac points a finger, confronting the shadowy figure. His eyes widen in shock. Isaac, he exclaims. A tense silence hangs in the air. He demands, his voice laced with fury. What the hell did you do to Isaac? The figure responds, Armand, it's me. Isaac's expression shifts to shock and disbelief. The transformed figure stands tall, a dark aura emanating from his body. Isaac questions, his voice barely a whisper. You're Isaac? The transformed Hyunsoo is surrounded by dark energy. Isaac watches as the dark energy swirls around Hyunsoo. Isaac's face is filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, a figure stands in a cave, silent. A voice promises, I'll be beating you up once all of this is settled. I'll be waiting for you quietly. A hand glows with an intense, otherworldly light. A voice echoes, declaring the need for rest. Park Hyuntae lies in a hospital bed, still unconscious. A voice asks, filled with concern, what happened to my brother? Park Hyuntae has completely recovered, a voice declares. The voice continues, explaining that he's not waking up due to psychological issues, but will wake up naturally very soon. Park Hyuntae remains still, a strong seal having been cast upon him to save him. The voice explains that Hyuntae can't be allowed to receive any external impact or have anything happen to him, but thanks to someone using a strange technique to loosen the seal. Park Hyunsoo states that he was able to get out easily. The voice demands that whatever it is, it needs to get out of Park Hyuntae's body as soon as possible. Hyunsoo replies that he'll do his best. The figure with white hair says that after hearing what he said, most of the questions are now resolved, and Hyunsoo agrees that he needs to tell the rest about this as well. An apology hangs in the air, directed at someone named Peak. Hyuntae lies in bed, seemingly still unconscious. A voice notes that he has a role to play as well. A towering skyscraper pierces the sky, its glass facade reflecting the daylight. Hyunsoo stands in a doorway, talking to Ryan. Ryan leans on a desk, remarking that it has been a while. It's noted that her hair color is back to normal. Ryan confirms that her powers are back as well. A question is posed about whether PSC made that portal. Hyunsoo and Ryan stand before the portal. Ryan says that everyone is waiting for them, and Hyunsoo agrees. Another view of a tall building under a bright sky. A group of people sit around a table, their expressions unreadable. Hyunsoo, now in a different location, remarks that it has been a long time. Several figures stand around a table, their expressions unreadable. Maud Alexander extends a hand. He greets an unseen guest, introducing himself. A woman explains that the reason they've gathered before the funeral is because Hunter Park Hyunsoo eradicated Bishop, one of King's subordinates. The name Bishop echoes in the room. Someone questions how even Bishop could be defeated. Two figures react to the information, processing the implications of Bishop's demise. Additionally, he just heard information from a transcendental existence that they don't know about. A man wonders how someone got this strong. A voice promises to tell the most important parts. King's group could simply be seen as pirates of a universe. Hyunsoo looks on. They'd launch a surprise attack on any planets they see and plunder them. The method they use the most would be to create portals, summon monsters, and raise everything to the ground. And among those monsters, those that are pretty strong would be used on the next planet. A monstrous figure with bone-like armor and glowing eyes appears, seemingly surprised. The reason for their actions is about to be revealed. The transcendent being that the speaker met is unknown even to Mare. Qinglan questions the name. Hyunsoo explains that Mare is the god of Ares, managing the abilities of the people of Ares. The people of Ares were lost in their war with King. Their abilities have migrated over to Earth, awakening in everyone here. The group listens intently to the explanation. One of the men states that their abilities had an original owner, confirming the information. A long hallway stretches into the distance. The man with spiky hair finds it hard to believe and expresses his desire to meet the owner. He wonders if they would be stronger than him. Hyunsoo explains that based on Mare's memories, their abilities are similar to those of Earth's hunters, but were stronger. Newman states that this is the most important part. Hyunsoo wonders why King has come to Earth. Hyunsoo begins to explain. First, he will tell why King and his group have come to Earth. Second, he will explain why they aren't using their full power to completely take over. There was a war between gods that has been passed down as a long-time legend on Earth. That's the battle between God and Satan. Satan lost that war and was sealed in the deep recesses of Earth. That sounds like some kind of Bible story. The war between God and Satan? Hyunsu continues, explaining that the existence known as the Annihilation Dragon, King, came to Earth to wake Satan up. Earth was already decided to be the next place after Ares was conquered. He continues, stating that not even Mare knows what they want to do with the Annihilation Dragon, but it's certain that they're trying to revive the Annihilation Dragon. The man states that it'll probably become a great fighting force for King. As for why they haven't gone all out to conquer Earth, it's because of the contract with Hunter Choi Sungo. Choi Sungo, the chief commander, he had a special ability, the strengthening of seals. What? Hunter Choi found out about the Annihilation Dragon that was sealed and started to prepare the spell to strengthen its seal. However, King found out about it and offered to negotiate, because if Hunter Choi strengthens the seal, that seal will last for more than 500 years. Paul, if you strengthen the seal on Satan, then I'll destroy the Earth right away. Your real objective is Satan, huh? Yes, what I need is Satan. But, even without Satan, I'm more than capable enough of destroying Earth. So, tell me what you want in return for not strengthening the seal. What Mare said, singularities will soon appear. Promise me you won't destroy Earth for 5 years. How ridiculous. Do you think you can raise a force to defeat me within 5 years? If you break that condition, come in your original body and attack Earth. Then, as a penalty, your life will be reduced and your power will be weakened. If you agree to this verbal oath, I'll stop the seal strengthening right away. Will you agree? The first elder scoffs, finding it audacious that a mere human knows about the verbal oath. He adds that the deal isn't totally balanced, so he'll also add a condition, since they might do this again in years. The condition is that they must commit suicide. That's why Hunter Choi sacrificed his life for Earth. King, along with his group, had to follow the oath. Someone wonders if Knight reverted to his original body to fight them, but it seems it didn't matter because he died right away. To think something like that happened. Someone states that they finally understand the things that have happened so far, but it gives them a headache. Without Captain Choi's sacrifice, all of them would have been. A woman expresses her respect for Hunter Park, who's been working endlessly for mankind. She continues, stating that she and the Black Dragon Society have decided that they'll be following him. With the enemy's objective now exposed, any further reason for division seems to have vanished. The woman with light red hair states that there is no reason for them to be divided. A close-up reveals a character's determination to unite and fight against their common foe. Voices rise in agreement, declaring the need to join hands and unite with Hunter Park as their core. A figure stands firm, declaring, I can't agree. The man in the suit refuses to work for someone who isn't stronger than him. A voice declares that strength no longer matters, and guilds are no longer required. The man in the suit reiterates that strength is more important than anything. An elder figure states that it is time to set the pecking order. The man in the suit asks if Anderson has the coordinates of his house. The man with glasses recalls that Robin and Isaac went there back then. The camera focuses on a building exterior. A towering building looms over a strange, glowing formation. The glowing formation takes the shape of a portal, shimmering with an otherworldly energy. A dark, swirling mass hangs in the air, its form indistinct and ominous. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. There's a portal in the house. The bespectacled man observes the scene, noting, it seems to be really vast. A figure kneels, hand outstretched, declaring, I don't sense any life forms here at all. This place is good enough, right? It's my personal training ground. Another figure responds, his tone aggressive. Great, I'll beat the shit out of you. The man with dark hair states, Haxon, you're an important fighting force in this war. Even the point of fighting now is to. Haxon is cut off by the other figure, who shouts, shut up. The figure clenches his fist, rage contorting his face. Don't you dare lecture me. A surge of energy crackles around the enraged figure, the air shimmering with power. Unleashing his fury, the figure launches a devastating attack. He gathers energy, preparing to strike. Haxon moves with blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant. Mach 5. Hyunsu prepares to meet the attack head-on, his fist glowing with power. Heaven obliterating demonic fists, first half, first technique. Hyunsu launches himself forward, meeting Haxon's speed with his own. The blow lands with devastating force. Seed impact. Haxon raises his arms, attempting to brace for the impact. That's dangerous. Since I don't have time to dodge it, I'll put up my guard. The force of Hyunsu's attack slams into Haxon's guard. The impact explodes outwards, a shockwave of pure energy. Haxon grits his teeth, struggling to maintain his defense. He prepares to unleash his own counterattack, energy crackling around his hands. Haxon's eyes widen in shock. Silver pulse. Damn it, what monstrous power. He glares at Hyunsu, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Should you be healing yourself right now? He unleashes a barrage of energy, the spheres swirling around Haxon as the technique, Falling Heavens, is initiated. Hyunsu descends from above, the energy spheres intensifying their assault. The spheres converge, detonating in a blinding explosion that engulfs Haxon. Tendrils of energy lash out, continuing to batter the first heavenly demon. Haxon is left battered and bleeding, struggling to remain standing amidst the devastation. A voice echoes in Haxon's mind, noting that this is a completely new technique that Hyunsu didn't possess just a few months ago. Hyunsu prepares for another attack, energy crackling around his hand. He charges forward, enveloped in a blue aura, ready to deliver the final blow. Haxin coughs up blood, the force of the attack overwhelming him. Raw power surges around Hyunsu, lightning-like energy illuminating the battlefield. The attack culminates in a devastating explosion, the ground cracking under the immense pressure. Two observers watch the battle unfold. One remarks that they're on completely different levels. The man in the suit observes, stating he can't believe Haxin is no match for him at all. Haxin lies on the ground, defeated. Haxin, struggling, declares that it's impossible, that he is the strongest. Haxin yells not to get cheeky. Hyunsu forms a ball of energy in his hands. Haxin screams. Haxin's back is shown, covered in scars. The words, exploding heavens appear. Hyunsu unleashes his attack. Hyunsu stands tall. Haxin lies defeated on the ground. A man with a long white beard speaks. It seems that the pecking order has been set. Another voice adds, that's our leader. The first elder tells Haxin Baldur, you should have taught him a fiercer lesson. Haxin thinks to himself, when crushing someone, you need to make sure they're completely crushed. Haxin continues to think, he'll die if I do that. Haxin shouts, Park Hyunsu. Haxin struggles to his feet, thinking, I. Haxin grits his teeth. Haxin's expression is pained. Haxin's body is covered in cuts and bruises. Hyunsu extends a hand to Haxin, stating, you lost today. A close-up of Haxin's face shows his anger and frustration. Hyunsu smiles, grabbing Haxin's arm. In return, I want you to go somewhere nice with me. Haxin exclaims, what are you doing? A voice observes that they seem to be getting along well. Another voice states that he is indeed their leader. One of the fighters asks if the other is coming with him or not. The other fighter responds to let him go first, and they'll talk. Hyunsu wondered aloud what this place was. Chuema stated that it was for bathing, suggesting they take a bath since they fought so much just now. Hyunsu began to take off his clothes. Chuema told him to take off his clothes so they could go in. Hyunsu said that he doesn't bathe with people he doesn't know. Chuema explained that he'd rented out this place, so there's only him and Hyunsu here today. Chuema asked why Hyunsu was acting like a stranger, adding that the water is going to get cold. Chuema demanded that he take it off. Hyunsu exclaimed that he lost control of his strength. Chuema asked if Hyunsu was out of his mind, telling him to come on in quickly. Chuema gestured impatiently, urging him to hurry. The bath water ripples gently. Chuema and Hyunsu relax in the bath. Chuema states that he doesn't really want to be the leader, since being strong and leading are different. Hyunsu agrees that there are problems that can only be resolved if one is strong. Chuema says that the power Hyunsu has is extremely important, since the unification of all the awakened are needed in order to win against King. A close-up shows Chuema's muscular physique. Chuema tells Hyunsu in advance that he is cooperating with him, not working under him. Chuema says that he is only working with Hyunsu so that they can get rid of King and those under him. Hyunsu replies, sure. Whatever you say is all correct. It's bigger than I thought. Hyunsu looks shocked and asks, what? Chuema asks when the portal in Hyunsu's house appeared. Chuema says, the portal. Well, monsters don't come out of it. No comment for other things, as a small figure jumps in the background. Hyunsu sits in the pool with Chuema, who states that he will be leaving now. Chuema responds, surprised that he's leaving so soon. Hyunsu tells someone that they need to scrub their back. Someone asks if they want to get out and get German beer and sausage, then yells, hey. The exterior of a building is shown. Hyunsu stands before a memorial, gazing at a framed photograph. Someone walks on a patterned floor. Hyunsu looks at a picture of Robin and says that he has come to visit him. Hyunsu looks off into the distance. A close-up of Hyunsu's torso is shown. A news report reveals that the perpetrator behind the portals that threaten Earth's safety is an organization led by a man known as King. And so, the world sees all the guilds merging into one organization. The existence of guilds will now disappear. All the awakened are now under an organization known as New World. New World, formerly Hunter Association, Korea branch. Is Hunter Ha Yurak becoming the captain of New World what Hunter Park Hyunsu wanted? Why didn't he take up the position of captain? As all of you already know, Hunter Park is the strongest hunter that's really good at running away from people. He's currently in the midst of doing personal training and can't take on any other tasks at the moment. A woman stands at a podium, addressing the crowd. The woman sighs, thinking about the reporter's questions. Those reporters sure have a lot of questions. The woman in the suit tells the woman in the red dress, great job. A woman asks, all the pressing needs have been resolved, right? A woman states, yes, 80% of the portals on Earth have been taken care of. Someone asks, what about the A-rank portal that appeared in Ethiopia? One woman mentions that Haxin volunteered to take care of that portal. She adds that since he's S-rank, an A-rank portal shouldn't be a problem for him, even if he went in alone. A woman sits at a table, seemingly in deep thought. One of the women states that she never expected Haxin to be so cooperative. Another woman replies that something about him has changed after that fight, adding that this is what men are like. Two women stand before a circular portal, its surface swirling with energy. A voice calls out, Armand. A muscular man with spiky brown hair stands with an intense expression. One of the women asks if it's a sudden visit. Another woman states that an S-rank portal has appeared above the Pacific Ocean. A castle looms against a dark, swirling sky, a single light shining from its highest tower. A view of a portal, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. A close-up of a portal, revealing its intricate and alien structure. One person states that there's not much time left, so they should hurry up. Another person replies that this is something that King has found with great effort. A view of a lab, its equipment bathed in a cool, blue light. A close-up of equipment in a lab, its purpose unknown. Rook is greeted by an unknown figure. Rook wonders if that is it. A corpse wrapped in bandages floats in a blue-lit space. The wrapped corpse continues to float. An unknown character thinks that they can't believe they are sensing such great energy despite it being just a corpse. Rook looks on with a serious expression. Rook walks through a doorway. A voice calls out a greeting. Pawn asks why they didn't greet him. Another character wonders if there is a need to do that among themselves. Pawn introduces himself and Rook. Pawn says it's nice to meet Rook, and that it's their first time meeting in person. Kayvon introduces himself. Kayvon is told that he is a famous mage in the East universe and can be trusted since King personally chose him. Armand asks how their movements are looking. Charchuama holds a glowing cube, stating that they've discovered the portal and have finished forming a team for it. He adds that there are 30 A ranks and 1 S rank, but there's still no movement from Park Hyunsu. 90% of the linkage between 7 portals has been completed. The pink-haired figure states that there are only 4 of them. Armand wonders if they will be at all 7 portals. Armand says that the remaining 2 portals. Armand states that they already have someone helping with the 5th portal, the 6th portal. The pink-haired figure wonders how they can, since they've been given permission to fight in their original forms. They add that all of them must fight with all their strength in their own portals. Armand asks about the restriction that was previously made in the contract with Paul. Someone says that they'll take on all the restrictions by using the Watch of Causality. The person says that will be entered by the person who will be dealing with Park Hyunsu. Someone shouts, "But Rook!" A disembodied voice commands everyone to fight with their full power and to bring back Park Hyunsu's head. A swirling vortex of blue energy dominates the scene. The swirling blue energy forms a massive portal, dwarfing the ships nearby. Ryan observes the portal. She remarks on its immense size, stating that it's the biggest portal she's ever seen. Ryan states that she doesn't sense any ominous feeling like with the fragment of paradise. Hyunsu shouts his own name. Iris asks if that is so. She wonders why it feels like he's still the same, questioning if he didn't go for personal training. It is explained that since he attained the level of origin reversal, they aren't able to sense his power. Someone notes that the barrier surrounds the portal, so no one can approach it. Hyunsu confirms that's why they've prepared this. A voice declares that something is the strongest weapon that humanity has. A massive submarine is revealed. The question hangs in the air: if nuclear weapons are used, what about the radioactive after-effects? Such actions would eventually come back to haunt mankind. Beneath the waves, a submarine lurks, its presence a silent threat. A gruff voice declares that at least 1 missile will be fired. A figure stands bathed in an ominous red glow, energy crackling around them. The portal shimmers, now covered by a strange energy. Preparations are complete. Once the missile explodes, its connection with the outside world will be severed immediately. A stern order rings out. They will not remain silent. The command to fire is given. With a deafening roar, the missile launches, tearing through the sky. The missile detonates, a cataclysmic explosion engulfing the submarine. The force of the blast slams into the portal, distorting its form and unleashing a surge of raw energy. The nuclear missile detonates, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of fire and energy. The missile's energy tears through the portal's barrier, distorting the very fabric of space. A figure screams in agony as the portal begins to destabilize, energy crackling around his outstretched hands. The portal implodes, its swirling energies collapsing inward with devastating force. The remaining energy dissipates into the ocean, leaving only turbulent waters in its wake. The figure grits his teeth, feeling the backlash of the portal's destruction. His eyes widen in realization. The power unleashed was far greater than he anticipated. He acknowledges the strength of the attack, a grim determination settling on his face. The portal vanishes without a trace, leaving only a swirling vortex in the water. One of the figures remarks on how awesome the portal's destruction was. Another asks if they should go in. The figures stand ready, prepared to face whatever lies beyond the vanished portal. Ancient stone pillars, weathered by time and overgrown with vines, stand as silent sentinels against the sky. The explorer remarks that it seems to be some kind of ruin, and it feels pretty creepy. Monsters are detected. A tablet displays a map with numerous red dots, indicating a large number of monsters. Razor-sharp appendages lash out, tearing through the air with deadly speed. Someone shouts for everyone to get ready to fight. The explorers charge forward, ready to engage the monstrous threat. A piercing scream echoes through the ruins as the battle begins. An explorer strikes out, a burst of energy illuminating the clash. Another scream pierces the air as the monsters swarm. With a fierce cry, an explorer delivers a crushing blow against a monstrous foe. Razor-sharp claws extend, ready to strike. Monstrous insectoid creatures fill the sky, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Rhine is surrounded by a white aura. She scoffs. Compared to the monsters I saw in the fragment of paradise, these guys look cute. The swarm descends, blotting out the sun. Flames erupt around her. Rhine vows, I'll burn all of you to a crisp. Standing atop a ruined pillar, Rhine observes the fiery sky. She's gotten stronger again. The whole sky's on fire. Blue energy crackles around her. A voice shouts, "Lose to her." Blades of pure energy materialize, poised to strike. The energy blades unleash a devastating barrage. A monstrous face contorts in pain and rage. A woman with a sinister smile wonders, "Is there anyone who can make me even younger?" A blinding white light fills the area. Hyunsu floats in the air, a faint aura surrounding him as he prepares for the task ahead. The analysis is complete. One portal sits in the middle, surrounded by 6 others. Multiple portals shimmer in the sky. A monstrous figure looms, its form grotesque and menacing. 6 portals are linked, and there's falling heavens. Another monstrous figure emerges, its body wreathed in dark energy. Hyunsu looks up, marveling at the sight. "Oh, incredible. That's Hunter Park." A figure observes the scene. He's worth 100 men. A figure is engulfed in pink energy, their power surging. 2 figures stand together, observing the unfolding events. The woman with pink hair stands with another figure. The man in the suit says she should have done that from the start. Hyunsu replies that she was doing some reconnaissance. The man in the suit expresses disbelief that there are 6 portals linked when it looks like just one. Hyunsu notes that their technique has improved compared to back in the Fragment of Paradise. The narration states that the difficulty isn't high. Normal monsters can be left to the normal team members, and the S ranks will each take a portal boss monster. The man in the suit says he understands and will pass that message along. He tells Hyunsu to stay safe. She says she'll get moving now. Hyunsu says all right. The man in the suit smiles. Hyunsu stands on a platform, ready to move out. Hyunsu looks determined, surrounded by a fiery aura. He takes a step forward, entering the unknown. The portal opens into an amusement park. He wonders aloud if this is the place. He finds himself on a roller coaster, the wind whipping past his face as it climbs the first hill. A voice echoes, questioning if this is really inside the portal. Hyunsu nods, steeling himself for what's to come. A disembodied voice declares that this is great, and recalls that Park Hyunsu would be the first to come in. The voice continues, stating that this is an opportunity to get rid of him and gain acknowledgement from King. Hyunsu, still on the roller coaster, hums in thought. The roller coaster picks up speed. Other riders scream as the roller coaster plunges downward. One of them wonders if they are really on a roller coaster. The roller coaster continues its wild descent. Hyunsu wonders to himself why he is riding this. The roller coaster car ascends, and Chuanma grins, declaring that this is fun. Hyunsu retorts that this isn't the time to be enjoying this. The roller coaster continues its ascent. The roller coaster approaches the top of the track. Hyunsu, looking ahead, asks why the path is like that. The roller coaster track is cut off. Passengers scream for help. A question mark hangs in the air as the roller coaster hurtles forward. The roller coaster car flies off the end of the broken track. The roller coaster car crashes into the ground, sending debris flying. The roller coaster car explodes in a burst of fire and shrapnel. Hyunsu is thrown from the wreckage. The roller coaster has exploded. Hyunsu cries out for his mom. He stands in what appears to be an amusement park. A child tugs at a woman's coat, asking to buy cotton candy. The woman replies, "All right." Suddenly, Hyunsu finds himself on a roller coaster, the wind whipping past him as it ascends a steep incline. A scream echoes in the air. A disembodied voice declares that the events are repeating. He is now standing next to Chuanma, who simply says, "Yes." Hyunsu wonders if he's trapped in a space where time repeats itself, like in the Anthropy Kingdom. A voice informs him that he's lost in the first game, the roller coaster. He looks up, startled. Hyunsu declares that he doesn't like fighting. A voice explains that it reconstructed various dimension spaces the moment he stepped in here. A speaker introduces itself as Bordeaux, stating that it is his ability. A figure states that it's a little scary to fight him since he defeated Knight and Bishop, but he finds himself in a new, strange space. A voice declares that this space is exclusive to him, and even Hyunsu would be helpless here. He spoke from the shadows, his voice laced with sarcasm. "You sure talk big for someone who's hiding while talking." Hyunsu continued, a smirk playing on his lips. "Sounds like you're weaker than Knight and Bishop." Bordeaux's voice echoed, cold and menacing. "It's futile to provoke me. You'll lose to me and be stuck in here for eternity." The camera zoomed in on Bordeaux's face, revealing a sinister grin and glowing red eyes. The man refuses to play the game. A voice declares that in that case, the other cannot get out of here, stating that this is his space. The question hangs in the air. His space? The man in the green hoodie demands that someone stop with the nonsense, saying there's no way they'd be that competent if they have to hide while acting up. A voice declares it to be an illusion. If it's an illusion, that's straightforward. Hyunsu's eyes glow as the system message appears, detailing the ability, Conceptualization, Mind Destruction LV.1. Conceptualization, Mind Destruction, LV.1, has been activated. Electrical energy crackles around Hyunsu. Hyunsu moves forward, his feet kicking up dust and energy. Hyunsu's blue eyes shine with power. A figure is seen inside a giant blue eye, questioning what is happening. The words Seed Impact appear as energy surges. Hyunsu throws a punch, surrounded by crackling energy. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. The force of the blast cracks the ground, fissures spider-webbing across the ravaged earth. Piercing through the smoke, jagged spikes of pure energy impale the First Elder. The spikes glow with malevolent energy, their crimson light reflecting in the First Elder's wide, pain-filled eyes. The First Elder is slammed into the ground, the impact cratering the earth and sending tremors through the air. Coughing, the First Elder wonders, "How did you notice it? My illusion was perfect." Hyunsu declares, "Because I've met a mage that was way more powerful than you." The First Elder stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Surrounded by crackling energy, Hyunsu charges forward, a storm of power building around him. Exploding heavens. Another explosion rips through the air, the force of it threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. The First Elder lies defeated, blood trickling from his mouth as he thinks, "He's strong." Hyunsu raises his foot, preparing to deliver the final, crushing blow. Die. Deep beneath the waves, a colossal structure looms in the darkness. Meanwhile, the First Elder crosses his arms, his expression calm. He remarks that it ended so easily. Hyunsu stands nearby, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate aftermath. The First Elder's words are met with a simple, "That's right." Elsewhere, a hand wearing a ring rests on a surface. A voice muses, "I guess Hallie is still asleep." Another voice observes, That's how it is when he's going through a growth phase." Meanwhile, a beam of light pierces the sky, reaching from the earth to the heavens. Elsewhere, a soldier stands guard near a portal. He exclaims, "One of the portals has been cleared." He then questions, "Is that Hunter Park?" Another soldier shouts, "Focus or you'll die." A third voice responds, "Okay." Returning to the depths, the colossal structure is shown in greater detail, its surface scarred and marked. The structure looms, its scale dwarfing any known creation. The surface is covered in strange markings and what appears to be dried blood. A figure stands before the structure, a sword drawn, ready to face whatever lies within. The First Elder exclaims in surprise, spotting a snake in the waters. A sword flashes, cutting through the water with immense speed. The blade continues its descent, slicing through the massive snake. The divine sword of space-time cleaves the snake in two. The First Elder prepares for the next attack. The severed head of the giant snake floats in the water. The snake's massive body sinks beneath the surface. The First Elder remains vigilant, ready for more. He wonders where the boss monster is. The First Elder stands on the grassy shore, his sword at his side. The First Elder contemplates the situation. One of the soldiers grimaces, sweat beading on his brow. These zombies are weak, but there's too many of them. Another soldier, his face etched with concern, asks, "How long are they going to keep coming for?" A voice, laced with impatience, retorts, "How can you be flustered at this level?" From below, a soldier shouts, "Captain." Someone says thank you. Another person says they were at another place and found themselves here when they pulled themselves together. The zombies are coming again. The zombies are walking towards the viewer. A zombie roars. Someone is welcomed to the parasite kingdom. Someone says they will turn all of you into loyal subordinates as well. Someone is asked to put down the heavy stuff. Someone says let's go quickly. A woman with brown hair leans close to a gray-haired man. She says she likes guys who are manly, giggling. The woman feeds the man something. Someone yells at the white-haired man to wake up. The man with the white hair is told that he must always be wary of illusions. Someone is told to use something. The white-haired man wonders if the butterflies are dispersing illusion powder. Someone asks what kind of illusion it was to make that kind of face, saying the other looked like they were about to. The bald man tells the white-haired man to shut up. The white-haired man says, "To climax, LOL." The bald man says what a pity. Someone says that if the other had come just a little later, he would have died after they sucked all his yang energy dry. A figure descends amidst a flurry of butterflies. Someone asks if the descending figure is the boss, and says how clumsy. They can't believe they exposed themselves. A voice declares that they already know their opponent's abilities very well, having experienced them on Ares. Chuama is seen from a low angle, looking down. A voice proclaims that the fate of dying by their hands is the future. A masked figure states that something won't work on them again, as they hold a swirling ball of energy. The masked figure expresses confusion. A figure is told they worked hard today and are asked to take off their clothes. A woman offers to help someone lie down and relieve their fatigue. The masked figure is seen again. A voice states that their powder is so minute that things like gas masks won't be able to stop it. A voice expresses shock. A figure holds a sword. Chuama states that with their energy arts, they are able to survive without breathing for 10 hours, and that they let their guard down earlier, but it's different now, before saying goodbye. He raises his sword, preparing to strike. The air crackles with anticipation. His eyes glow with a fierce red intensity, a silent promise of the destruction to come. Another light pillar has appeared. A woman with long pink hair surmises that Takashi and Jill succeeded. A close-up reveals a character with pink hair. A figure looks down at the undead, muttering to himself. A man with blonde hair states that it would be better to use others instead of controlling the idiotic undead. A man with blonde hair declares that he designates them as new hosts in the name of the Parasite King, Selden Parasite. Massive tentacles writhe. Bodies lie scattered on the ground. Two armored figures react in shock as the undead suddenly drop to the ground. Worms with clawed ends litter the ground. Two armored figures express their shock at the sudden appearance of so many insects. The first elder observes the scene, a question hanging in the air as the undead collapse around them. A figure is engulfed in flames, the source of the inferno unknown. Dark tendrils writhe around a man's face, his expression one of horror. A voice calls out, "Hey, what's happening here?" Surrounded by a fiery aura, the first elder leaps into action. Energy coalesces in her hand, a surge of power ready to be unleashed. Blurring with speed, she closes the distance. The first elder strikes, a burst of energy erupting from her hand. Her eyes narrow with fierce determination. A voice cries out, "Were those parasites?" The first elder declares, "I'll burn them all away." A voice booms, "Since you guys are A-rank warriors, you should be able to handle this much." A figure plummets from above, engulfed in flames. Two others brace themselves below, the heat already intense. The flames consume the falling figure, obscuring their features in a searing inferno. A wave of heat explodes outward, the air shimmering with intense energy. A figure cries out, their face contorted in agony as the heat washes over them. The group huddles together, shielding themselves from the oppressive heat. "Ah, it's so hot," one of them exclaims. Amidst the chaos, a voice calls out, filled with concern. "See, Captain?" Two figures stand atop a towering rock formation, surveying the devastation below. Below, a figure addresses a crowd, their words grim. "You guys were just being controlled by parasites like those zombies below." A woman's face fills the frame, her expression twisted with rage. "Guys up here. That bastard." A lone figure stands at the top of a grand staircase, overlooking a multitude of people below. On a rocky precipice, two figures watch as something plummets from the sky. A figure looks up, their face a mask of shock and pain as the object hurtles towards them. Ugh. The woman with pink hair descends, a determined look on her face. She thinks to herself that the antagonist is a bad match for her. The antagonist, his blonde hair wild, declares himself the king of parasites. He vows to take her body. Amidst a fiery inferno, she continues her descent. Red energy spikes erupt around her. The energy intensifies, the air crackling with power. She descends further, unfazed by the chaos around her. She remains calm, knowing that power alone isn't enough. A dark, ominous blade begins to materialize. She prepares to summon the Prisma sword. The antagonist prepares to unleash his power. She prepares to strike with the Prisma sword, energy crackling around her. Coughing up blood, she vows that she won't just die like this. Looking down, she thinks that compared to Galag, this guy is way weaker. A disembodied voice wonders what's going on. A portal shimmers into existence. The view through the portal reveals a distant scene. One of the figures asks if they've driven the pawn out, right? Legs stand near a small table. The man states that the other isn't in a position to say that, though. She says that's right, since she's a war slave. Izan is told that someone is jealous he got to leave first. She looks up. She apologizes for not being able to protect someone. An unseen figure refuses, declaring that their brother will come for them. The 12th king of Ares stands tall, her gaze unwavering. The man with short black hair retorts that she is speaking too casually to the fighting god. The king of Ares smiles, observing that they have all been abandoned as well. The unseen figure repeats their earlier statement, their tone firm. A man with a stern expression shouts about someone's mouth. Meanwhile, two figures sit near a massive, ornate structure, its purpose unknown. A voice declares that there's no need to raise a dog that bites its owner, as a figure lies prone in the background. The prone figure coughs up blood, their face contorted in pain. The figure, lying on their back, weakly utters that they will meet again. Elsewhere, a figure floats in the sky above a desolate landscape. Ronbel stands tall, declaring, "My name is Ronbel. I was the king of Ares." The text bubble reads, 12th Kingdom, Max. I have no choice but to betray Ares because King's group. Hyunsu stands with a surprised expression. Hyunsu asks, "Why are you telling me that?" Ronbel's eyes glow red as he continues, and a white-haired figure warns Hyunsu, "Be careful. He's serious about killing you." Someone shouts, "You're the one who killed one of my sisters." Ronbel throws a punch. Hyunsu is shocked. A figure thinks, could that be the girl that was with Knight? The punch connects. Hyunsu is struck by the blow. He throws a punch, his fist blurring as it rockets toward his target. The blow lands squarely on Ronbel, the impact creating a burst of energy. The force of the punch sends the former king of Ares flying backward. Ronbel grits his teeth, a manic grin spreading across his face. "I'm sorry about that, but I would do the same thing even if I had to do it again." His eyes blazing with fury, Ronbel screams, "Shut up. My sister died on the battlefield. So you too." Gathering power, Ronbel vows, "Shall die." A surge of energy erupts around Ronbel as he prepares to unleash his heavenly demon mystic arts. The air crackles as Ronbel unleashes his technique. Clouds scattered heavens. Hyunsu is engulfed in a torrent of blue energy. The attack slams into Hyunsu, the force of the impact visible in the distortion of the air around him. The hunter is sent hurtling backward, a trail of displaced air marking his passage. Despite the force of the attack, Hyunsu remained standing, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I didn't feel any damage, but it had this much power? Ronbel observes that Hyunsu has become stronger since their last encounter. Hyunsu replies that he had to become stronger. Ronbel states, in that case, lost heaven. The man's face is multiplied, a series of afterimages trailing behind his focused gaze. Hyunsu is surrounded by multiple clones of himself. He and his clones charge forward. Clones. The air crackles with energy as the clones prepare to strike. Hyunsu and his clones launch themselves into the fray. He battles against the multiplied threat, each blow met with equal force. The fight intensifies, a whirlwind of fists and feet. Hyunsu stands firm, two clones flanking him, ready to defend. The battle rages on, a chaotic dance of power and precision. He grunts in pain as multiple figures in suits attack him from all sides. One of the attackers thinks to himself that Hyunsu is strong. The figures continue their assault, their movements precise and coordinated. Char Chuama appears above, urging Hyunsu to pull himself together and remember his techniques. A hand reaches out, seemingly to assist Hyunsu. One of the suited figures leaps into the air, preparing to strike. Hyunsu's eyes narrow, a spark of determination igniting within them. Gathering his resolve, Hyunsu prepares to unleash his power, a blue aura beginning to emanate from him. Despite the odds, Hyunsu stands his ground, surrounded by his adversaries. Raw energy crackles around him, a testament to his growing strength. A silhouette of Hyunsu stands defiant against the encroaching darkness. Hyunsu stands ready, his shirt torn, prepared to face whatever comes next. The King of Aries demands, "What trick did you just pull?" His blue eyes narrow as he declares, "Don't think everything will just go as you've planned." Red energy flares around the King of Aries as he proclaims, "It doesn't matter what you did." A surge of power distorts the air, a chaotic blend of pink and crimson. The King of Aries, surrounded by his subordinates, vows, "Because it'll be over once I kill you." The air crackles with unseen force. Elsewhere, a towering structure pierces the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding battle. A colossal blue figure descends, crushing all beneath its weight. A subordinate cries out in pain, struck by an unseen blow. Dark energy coils and writhes, manipulated by an unseen hand. A figure seethes with rage, exclaiming, "How dare you do that to my subordinates?" A figure is struck with immense force, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. A colossal green hand clutches a figure, its grip unyielding. A massive structure is struck, the force of the blow creating a deafening roar. Vines coil around a figure, binding them tightly. The vines tighten their hold, ensnaring the figure completely. Amidst shards of ice and constricting vines, the figure plummets. The giant green hand looms, poised to strike another devastating blow. The figure is struck, the force of the impact echoing through the battlefield. The figure is sent hurtling away, a blur against the landscape. Ugh! The giant green figure gazes down at the fallen form, its expression unreadable. A figure is enveloped in a radiant aura, power surging around them. Izan stands amidst swirling energy, a storm of power gathering around her. She begins to weave a spell, arcane symbols swirling around her outstretched hand. Towering over the landscape, a colossal green figure looms, its presence casting a long shadow. From the giant's hand, a surge of verdant energy pulses, ready to be unleashed. A voice wonders if their opponent is a mage. The giant is definitely stronger than the others. The figure lies prone on the ground. With a guttural roar, the giant unleashes a devastating attack, screaming for death. The attack slams into its target, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. Izan, undeterred, continues to focus, the magical circle intensifying its glow. The giant's assault continues, red beams of energy cutting through the air. She realizes that he neutralized her attack so easily. That's absurd. The figure is struck again, the impact sending them reeling. Red energy pierces through the air, striking the pink-haired figure. The figure retaliates, conjuring a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The magic intensifies, forming a complex array of symbols beneath the pink-haired figure. With a sinister grin, the pink-haired figure gestures, completing the spell. The dark-haired woman's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. He didn't even need to chant any incantations or perform any casting actions. He's dangerous. The pink-haired figure sneers. What a disappointment. I had expectations of you because I heard you're S-ranked. A chilling laugh escapes the dark-haired woman's lips. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The pink-haired figure's voice drips with disdain. Why are you laughing? The dark-haired woman sighs, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. A confident smile spreads across the dark-haired woman's face, her eyes gleaming with determination. A surge of power emanates from the dark-haired woman, a crimson aura enveloping her form. Be helped then. The dark-haired woman unleashes a battle cry, her voice echoing with fierce resolve. The woman with hair buns narrows her crimson eyes, a snarl twisting her lips as she prepares to strike. She takes a step forward, her intent clear. Her boots hit the ground with a soft thud. The pink-haired man's eyes widen in surprise. Huh, he mutters. The woman with hair buns is engulfed in flames, dark energy crackling around her. The air distorts as she moves with blinding speed. Her foot connects with the pink-haired man's face, the impact sending him flying. The force of the blow creates a shockwave. Meanwhile, the man in the blue suit is swarmed by attackers, each blow landing with explosive force. One of the attackers kicks out, connecting with another man's chest. The air crackles with energy as the fight intensifies. The man in the blue suit looks down, his expression unreadable. He looks up at the men surrounding him. One of them declares that he seems to have overestimated him. The heavenly demon chuckles darkly. One of the men asks if he's laughing and if he has gone mad. The men question if he has gone mad. The heavenly demon states that they really don't know anything about him. The heavenly demon declares that he is the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon executes a heavenly demon dominating stride. The heavenly demon's foot connects with his target. The men exclaim in shock as they are sent flying. The heavenly demon continues his kick. One of the men wonders what that was. Conceptualization, mind destruction. He looks up, a predatory glint in his eyes. There you are. The heavenly demon prepares his attack, the air crackling with unseen energy. Exploding heavens. Hyunsu retaliates, launching himself forward with a furious punch. The blow connects, a thunderous impact echoing through the chamber. The force of the strike sends shockwaves rippling outwards. A portal tears open in the sky, energy crackling around its edges. The portal pulses with chaotic energy. Bordeaux stands amidst the rocky terrain, a dark aura emanating from her. A man with spiky white hair crosses his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like you aren't the absolute worst. A group of armored figures surrounds a fallen beast. One of them says, I'll give you credit for that. Bordeaux scoffs, her eyes narrowed. Don't be fucking ridiculous. Who cares about your compliments? She pauses, then exclaims, oh, wait. A close-up reveals a widened eye, reflecting a sudden realization. Oh. Bordeaux begins to teleport away, energy swirling around her. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Blood splatters across the scene. The portal stands completed, a beam of light piercing the sky. A man with blue hair stares in disbelief. The portal has been completed? What the hell? A burst of energy erupts. The energy explodes outward. Blood splatters. Charchuama stands firm, declaring, strong. His hand reaches out, as he thinks, it might be possible. If it's you. Charchuama is wounded in the chest. Hyunsu exclaims, what are you doing? Charchuama thinks, I was going to defeat you and go kill King, but even my last living sister is now dead. I'm glad that. Charchuama holds a skull, stating, I'm glad that you're stronger than me. Hyunsu holds a white orb, thinking, this is my life vessel. Charchuama declares, make sure to kill that bastard, King. Raw power surges, visible as crimson energy erupting from a muscular torso. The first elder, Charchuama, looks on as Hyunsu stands before him, a glowing orb held in his hands. The elder reflects, he must have felt terrible to become the slave of his enemy just to protect his siblings. Hyunsu clutches the orb, his brow furrowed in concentration. He thinks, I can't believe he gave his life vessel to me, an enemy that he was fighting. Hyunsu's eyes widen, a surge of power coursing through him. A voice calls out, Hyunsu. Hallie, a young man with spiky gray hair, looks at Hyunsu expectantly. Can you give that to me? He asks. The orb glows intensely as Hyunsu absorbs its power. A thought crosses his mind. After sleeping for a long while, I'm hungry now. Hallie watches with anticipation. Blue energy crackles around Hyunsu's hand, a sign of his growing power. Surrounded by swirling black and blue energy, Hyunsu smirks. You leveled up, huh? A system message declares. That energy from just now was incredibly huge. The energy continues to surge, rippling through the air. He stands tall, observing the landscape. It seems that side is done as well. The hunter looks off into the distance. There's only one left, huh? Hallie, you're ready, right? Yeah. A surge of energy crackles in the air. The portal world stretches out before them. A beam of light pierces the sky. Meanwhile, Aizan floats in the air, waiting. Aizan sighs. Is it over already? He was hoping that Park Hyunsu would come to him. The last portal instead. Well, that's how this was designed, though. Since he won't be able to go in until the fight there is over. Aizan can only wait outside and see just how much of the singularity's power you're able to unleash. He walked through the forest, the air thick with moisture. It's kind of damp here, Hyunsu remarked, his voice echoing softly through the trees. The forest felt strangely familiar to Hyunsu. This forest, something about it is familiar, he mused. The first elder, standing beside him, tilted his head slightly. Pardon. Hallie walked ahead, gesturing towards a path. A lake will appear if we go in that direction. A lake shimmered into view, its surface reflecting the sky. There really is a lake. The water rippled gently, but a voice, laced with fury, echoed across the surface. Which bastard did this? The first elder stood beside Hyunsu, his expression unreadable. Master, he questioned. The first elder's face contorted in rage, his voice booming with power. Who dares to replicate my hometown? The water churns, disturbed by an unseen force. The surface of the water swirls violently. The churning intensifies, the sound echoing through the air. A spear emerges from the depths, its tip gleaming with an ethereal light. The water ripples outwards, disturbed by the spear's sudden appearance. A figure plummets from above, falling towards the water below. The first elder's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition in their depths. The first elder's expression shifts, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on their face. A warrior stands tall, his crimson eyes burning with intensity as he grips a long spear. The warrior's boots land heavily on the rocky ground, a silent promise of the battles to come. The first elder turns to Hyun-soo, a question hanging in the air. Do you know him? The first elder's voice trembles with emotion. He was my most beloved captain of the evil tiger squad. He recalls that the man beside him was the second most powerful person in the cult and had sacrificed his own life to save him. This was the place where he chose to sacrifice himself. The first elder now understands why he appeared in his dreams. The first elder thinks that someone would dare to revive him in this state, the one who was more brave and righteous than anyone in the world. Clenching his fist, he vows he won't forgive King. The first elder cries out Hyun-soo's name. A figure responds, "Yes, master." The figure stands with a spear. A figure vows to cut down everyone. A declaration echoes, loyalty sworn for the sake of the heavenly demon. Raising his weapon high, Charchuanma prepares to unleash a devastating technique. The air crackles with dark energy as the attack takes form, Dark Mist Spear. The spear of darkness hurtles forward, a blur of lethal intent. A voice warns, "Dodge that. It'll be the end of you if you let that touch you." The attack intensifies, a barrage of energy raining down, falling heavens. Blasts of energy erupt as the spears strike their target, the force shaking the very air. The sound of impact reverberates, a deafening roar that drowns out all else. His face contorted in rage, Charchuanma grits his teeth. "How dare you imitate the heavenly demon's technique?" Standing atop a rocky outcrop amidst the churning water, he surveys the aftermath of his attack. The vow is spat out with venomous intensity. "I won't forgive you." Preparing for another assault, Charchuanma's eyes glow with unwavering fury. The man in the suit announces his arrival. The text describes Black Wind Heaven Strike, Dark Mist Spear, Heavenly Surge. The text describes Dark Mist, First Spear, Crow Surge. Hyun-soo is shown. Chuanma tells Hyun-soo to not lose sight of the spear's tip. Hyun-soo is shown. The text describes Seed Impact. Hyun-soo is shown. He's fast. A distant explosion rips through the sky, scattering debris in all directions. The air crackles with dark energy as the technique is announced. Dark Mist, Second Spear. The man in the suit descends, spear leveled, initiating the badger hunt. A figure is sent hurtling through the air, a strangled cry escaping their lips. Hyun-soo's face contorts in agony, teeth gritted against the searing pain. The dark mist coalesces, forming a second, even more menacing spear of pure shadow. The spear slams into the earth, detonating with earth-shattering force. A cloud of dust and pulverized rock billows outwards, obscuring the landscape. He grits his teeth, a strangled groan escaping him. It feels like his whole body is burning. The man in the suit stands amidst the devastation, his spear held ready. Hyun-soo struggles to his feet, battered and bruised, the taste of blood filling his mouth. The man in the suit's eyes glow with crimson light. He demands, "How the hell did you learn my liege's martial arts?" He grunts, staggering back from an unseen blow. Steam rises from the man in the suit's body as he struggles to maintain his footing. The man in the suit's red eyes narrow in disbelief. Hyun-soo declares, "You must know that you're no longer of this world. You're just being used by King and his group." He slams his foot into the ground, the impact cracking the earth around him. The man in the suit snarls, "Wicked bastard. What the hell are you talking about? I only have one mission." He shouts, "It's to buy time for the heavenly demon to recover." The man in the suit thrusts his spear forward, the tip glowing with ominous energy. He prepares to unleash a deadly technique. Dark Mist, Third Spear. Eagle Strike. The spear technique erupts in a flurry of strikes, each leaving a trail of dark energy. Hyun-soo grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination as the man in the suit declares, "My mission is to send you off in an honorable manner." Blue energy flares around Hyun-soo as he prepares to counter the attack. The man in the suit is struck by Hyun-soo's counter, the blue energy engulfing him as he cries out in pain. A surge of power erupts, heralded as the heavenly spiritual body. The energy coalesces into a blinding flash. The man in the suit grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The man in the suit recognizes the technique. The heavenly demon mystic arts, heavenly spiritual body. In that case, he unleashes another wave of power, declaring, "Exploding Assault." The attack explodes outward, a torrent of raw energy. The energy intensifies, a blinding light consuming the area. The aftermath leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The man in the suit continues his assault, pressing the attack against Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo, eyes wide, realizes the man in the suit managed to offset the heavenly spiritual body. He thinks, "What a monster." The man in the suit declares, "That can't even be compared to my liege's martial arts. You're just using martial arts that have the same form. Who the hell are you?" The man in the suit's expression is a mix of anger and disbelief. He declares that he is someone's disciple, his red eyes burning with intensity. Heaven and earth converge as the man in the suit prepares to strike, his body radiating a chilling blue energy. The earth spear's strike is imminent as he grips the weapon, ready to unleash its power. The spear thrusts forward, a blur of motion and deadly intent. The spear continues its path, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. Heaven and earth collide as the spear makes impact, unleashing a devastating wave of force. The spear continues its relentless assault, a testament to the man's unwavering power. The man in the suit wonders how such a brat could know his liege's martial arts. He thinks that the heavenly demon mystic arts can only be passed down to heavenly demons, and it's not something one can learn just because they want to. The man in the suit snarls, claiming he has served his liege all his life and demanding not to be bullshitted. He offers a painless death in exchange for the truth. A figure with dark green hair declares that he never expected to be believed. The man in the suit's hands are encased in a blue, ethereal energy. He is instructed to use the new ability, attraction. The man in the suit declares that they will take his weapon away from him. The man in the suit thinks that it's a great idea, but he can't find an opening because Hyunsu is too strong. Hyunsu uses attraction, pulling the man in the suit towards him. A voice declares that he possesses something troublesome in his body. Hyunsu attacks the man in the suit. The attack lands with a resounding impact. Hyunsu unleashes Eagle Strike. The man in the suit is struck by the Eagle Strike. The Eagle Strike connects with devastating force. A surge of energy crackles through the air. He grits his teeth, struggling. Nothing seems to be working. A voice booms, declaring it's time to end this. The man in the suit's expression shifts to one of pain and desperation. Conceptualized spears materialize around him, a dark mist swirling. The spears gleam ominously, ready to strike. The first elder urges him to use the heavenly demon soul shed to escape as the spears close in. He cries out, unable to move his body. The first elder taunts him, accusing him of shamelessly stealing and using his liege's martial arts. A surge of power erupts as he declares he cannot forgive this. The spears pierce his silhouette, blood splattering. The first elder watches, having stuck a few conceptualizations onto him while they fought. A surge of light energy explodes outward. Dark energy answers, cracking the ground beneath it. The world spins around a figure lying prone, dust and debris swirling in the air. The dust settles, revealing the extent of the destruction. Chuanma floats in the air, a grim determination etched on his face. He thinks, I must try to possess him. Is this the time that I'm not supposed to hesitate? The man in the suit, bloodied and battered, hears a desperate plea. Master, don't do anything. A voice cries out, what are you talking about? A voice echoes, filled with anguish. Look at the state you're in. You might die. Another voice responds, resolute. I can't let you go. The man in the suit grits his teeth, remembering. It's thanks to you that I, who was nothing, had been raised into someone who could save the world. I still haven't repaid that kindness yet. I can't let you go. Chuanma's face contorts in anger. Brat, don't say that. A figure stands over the prone form of the man in the suit, a spear held aloft. A figure with a topknot asks, are you sleep-talking? TSK, how ridiculous. He lies prone on the ground, unmoving. Despite his injuries, the man in the suit declares that it's not over yet, resolving to find an opening. Holding the spear with one hand, Chuanma considers using attraction as Hallie suggested. The first elder decides to try it. Chuanma unleashes the power of attraction. The spear stands ready. The first elder expresses surprise. Gripping the spear, Chuanma prepares to strike. The spear is thrust forward with deadly intent. Chuanma exclaims in disbelief, wondering what the hell is happening. The first elder declares that it's time for his senior to learn a lesson from his wicked junior. A figure stands tall, radiating power. King sits in a chair next to a giant hourglass. King asks if he is really going to forsake them. The watch of causality is nearly done. He needs to accept the consequences of the battle once he is liberated. The hourglass glows. An explosion erupts. A character yells in pain. A character is struck by lightning. A character screams in pain. A character is struck by lightning. He steels himself, a grim determination hardening his features. I have to do it. Chuanma's resolve deepens, the weight of his responsibility pressing down on him. If I don't want to lose the master, I need to do it in one shot. The air crackles with energy as Chuanma unleashes a devastating attack. The power pierces through nature itself, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The attack intensifies, a wave of pure destructive force surging forward. Mind destruction. Caught off guard, the King of Aries is struck by the sudden assault. When did he get there? Chuanma's eyes burn with an inner fire, his focus absolute as he channels his power. A primal scream tears from the King of Aries' throat, a raw expression of pain and desperation. The first elder's eyes blaze with an otherworldly light, the full extent of his power now unleashed. A dark mist begins to coalesce around Chuanma, a manifestation of his formidable abilities. Thought for thought, he prepares to strike again. He focuses his energy, muttering about the spear. The air crackles with anticipation. A blinding light erupts as the heavenly spiritual body manifests, taking the form of a spear. The spear tears through the air, leaving a trail of distorted energy in its wake. The King of Aries' eyes widen, a desperate thought flashing through his mind. He needs to dodge it. The spear hurtles forward, an unstoppable force of pure spiritual energy. It streaks across the sky, a harbinger of destruction. The spear slams into its target, the impact echoing with a deafening roar. A tortured scream rips through the air as the King of Ares is struck. His face contorts in agony, veins bulging as he fights against the overwhelming power. The spear explodes in a cataclysmic burst of energy, obliterating everything in its immediate vicinity. Shockwaves ripple outwards, shaking the very foundations of the world. Through the dissipating smoke, the King of Ares grits his teeth, a burning question consuming him. He wants to know the name of the person who defeated him. Park Hyun-soo declares his name and title as the 34th disciple of heavenly demon Chong Jia. A close-up of a red eye, surrounded by cracked earth. Chuanma acknowledges his lord, finally seeing him. Chuanma apologizes for not recognizing Coil before, wishing him to rest in peace. Hyun-soo hears that he was Chuanma's most treasured person, and he thanks his lord. Hyun-soo declares that he has defended his master, upholding the honor of the sect. A powerful explosion erupts. The landscape is devastated. Hyun-soo lies amidst the debris. A close-up of Hyun-soo's face, showing signs of strain. A beam of light pierces the sky. The last portal was conquered. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by crackling energy. Hallie sits cross-legged, her gaze fixed on the scene below. Hyun-soo, she cries out. The first elder's face is etched with worry as he shouts. The first elder stands over Hyun-soo, his hand glowing with power. Hyun-soo lies prone, his chest bare and his expression pained. The first elder grimaces. His internal cavity is completely scattered and burnt. I can't do anything to treat him. At this rate. The first elder's eyes narrow with concern. Hyun-soo stands in a vortex of swirling energy. Impact craters mark the landscape. The ground is scorched and broken. A figure shields their eyes, gazing at the sky. TCH, did they both die? A figure falls from the sky. If it was a tie, I guess I have to assume that king won, which means Isaac is our last. The first elder stands tall, arms crossed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Remaining hope, he muses, his voice echoing in the desolate landscape. A blinding blue explosion erupts, bathing the battlefield in an ethereal glow. The King of Ares lies prone, the ground around him scarred with swirling energy. Lightning crackles, a testament to the raw power unleashed. His hand slams against the cracked earth, fingers digging into the ravaged terrain as he struggles to rise. Muscles straining, he pushes himself upward, the weight of defeat heavy on his shoulders. A grimace contorts his face, teeth bared in a silent snarl of defiance. Sitting up, the King of Ares stares into the distance, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Kikek, I'm seriously, incredible, he mutters, his voice laced with a hint of awe. His expression hardens, resolve stealing his gaze. This is where it ends, he declares, the words a promise and a threat. The man in the suit stands with an air of detached amusement, his hands resting casually on his hips. He gazes down at the fallen king, a hint of condescension in his eyes. I spent many years watching King, he says, his voice smooth and devoid of emotion. It was rather entertaining. The King of Ares lies defeated, his body sprawled amidst the ruins of his ambition. His face contorted in rage, he screams, his voice raw with fury and desperation. What's your identity? The man in the suit muses that things were only interesting until Ares. He now believes he thought too highly of King. The man in the suit is asked what his identity is. He responds that he is an author or a director. He continues, stating that in some universes, they call him a god, and in some places, they fear him as a demon. It was quite entertaining for him to see what they would do on his stage, but these days, it's no fun. The man in the suit says he is trying to reorganize his characters. The man in the suit declares that since the other party is an irrelevant side character, he will delete them. King is surprised, wondering when the attacker got there. A figure strikes King. The man in the suit comments that King should have done better. He states that it's not like he can change the main character from King to somebody else at this point. The man in the suit says he feels bad for Park Hyun-soo, but he's going to have to take care of things on his own. Hyun-soo finds himself in a strange, watery place, his mind racing. Where was he? Was he dead? His expression is one of confusion and disbelief. A blinding light pierces the darkness. Through the light, Hyun-soo sees his parents. He whispers their name in disbelief. Tears welling in his eyes, Hyun-soo calls out to his father. Hyun-soo rushes forward, embracing his parents tightly. I missed you guys, he cries. His father smiles sadly, holding Hyun-soo close. You've gone through so much. His mother, tears streaming down her face, adds, You, son, we love you. Desperation etched on his face, Hyun-soo pleads, Don't go. His parents stand behind him, bathed in a soft light. His father, a stern man in a suit, speaks. You still need to do so much for this world. Tears well in his eyes. Why? A voice echoes, stating that his luck is as tough as his talent. Another voice states that he barely reached the required EXP. The voice continues, promising that he will evolve. The light intensifies around Hyun-soo, highlighting his toned physique. A blinding light erupts, filling the space. Hyun-soo is sent hurtling backwards through the light. A voice cries out in disbelief. What the hell? The first elder, his face etched with shock, exclaims, Happening to the body of my dying disciple. The first elder's robes are pulled taut across his chest as he watches the ongoing transformation. A surge of energy crackles through the air. Hyunsu's eyes glow with an unnatural light. The first elder barks, "Have you come to your senses?" Bolts of energy erupt around Hyunsu as a system message appears before him. The first elder asks, "Huh, are you casting something strange again?" Hyunsu laughs, a sound filled with newfound power. The first elder says, "Your hobby seems to be tormenting your master." Hyunsu asks, "What do you mean by that?" "I nearly died." The first elder inquires, "How are you feeling?" Hyunsu replies, "Great." Hyunsu muses, "Come to think of it, my unique ability stats just leveled up." He notices the designated person is Chong Jiang. The first elder speaks, explaining, "When you were enveloped in light, you were transported here." The voice continues, "It seems as if you were forcefully trans-dash." The first elder's expression is stern. Hyunsu remarks, "You sure are sharp, old man." The first elder and Hyunsu stand in the new location. Elsewhere, a man in a suit stands amidst swirling energy. The man in the suit declares, "Since I have decided to make a direct move, you no longer have any hope." The man in the suit stands with his hands behind his back. Hyunsu exclaims, "And my body is frozen." The man in the suit observes, "You're still standing on your feet. That's unusual." He reflects that with King as his main character, the stage was perfect, though there were hardships. The man in the suit declares that someone is ruining all of his scenarios. Two figures stand in the distance, their identities obscured. Chuanma's expression is one of concern. The man in the suit states that he normally wouldn't step on the stage, but this time, Chuanma realizes that Hyunsu is the one who brought him into the other world. The man in the suit declares that he has decided to delete Hyunsu. Chuanma shouts at Hyunsu to get away from him. Chuanma's expression is filled with urgency. The man in the suit attacks Hyunsu with a blade. Hyunsu is caught off guard by the sudden attack. Hyunsu looks shocked and wounded. A scream tears through the air, a raw expression of agony. Blood splatters violently, painting a gruesome tableau of attack. The man in the suit, standing over the fallen figure, utters a cold, dismissive word. "Farewell." A brutal wound tears open, the flesh ripped apart with savage force. Chuanma's eyes widen in disbelief and fury. A surge of blue energy emanates from him as he demands, "Who did you say you were going to delete?" The hand grips the wounded torso, a desperate attempt to hold on. His face contorts with a mixture of grief and rage. He stares down at the scene, a horrified question escaping his lips. His disciple's body. His features twist into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. His fist clenches, knuckles white with barely suppressed power. Energy crackles around him as he prepares to unleash his wrath. He is sent reeling by a sudden, unseen blow. The force of the impact sends dust and debris scattering. Staggering, Chuanma can only sputter in disbelief. "He hit me? Me?" The force of the blow sends the first elder hurtling backwards. Lying prone, Chuanma thinks, impossible. The man in the suit advances, his footsteps measured and deliberate. Looking down at the fallen Chuanma, the man in the suit scoffs, "Humph, I guess only your rank is high." Chuanma's eyes burn with fury. "Nasty old man. To think you would enter the body of your disciple." The man in the suit continues his advance, his gaze unwavering. A blue aura flares around the man in the suit as he commands, "Heavenly demon dominating stride. Get down on your knees first." He brings his foot down with devastating force. The ground cracks and splinters under the crushing pressure. Chuanma is sent sprawling, dust billowing around him as he crashes to the ground, a silent question mark hanging in the air. Towering over the fallen first elder, the man in the suit stands firm, his expression unreadable as Chuanma coughs, struggling to rise. The man in the suit issues a chilling command. "Kneel." Chuanma's eyes widen in disbelief. This shouldn't happen. The man in the suit's leg is shown, poised and ready. Chuanma's face contorts in rage and disbelief. This should not be happening. His leg descends with purpose, a blur of motion. The man in the suit looms over Chuanma, his expression still unreadable. Chuanma's eyes blaze with fury. "He blocked my attack as if it were nothing." The man in the suit's foot descends further. With brutal finality, the man in the suit's foot comes down on Chuanma, blood splattering as the first elder is forced into the dirt. The man in the suit's leg remains planted firmly on Chuanma. The words hang in the void. This is a dream. A figure with spiky orange hair is seen from a low angle, his expression unreadable. The words echo, confirming the nature of the experience. Yes, a dream. A chaotic clash unfolds, figures blurring as they exchange blows in a whirlwind of motion. Hyunsu's fist connects, impacting the orange-haired man's face with brutal force. The orange-haired man's face contorts in a mix of shock and anger, his eyes wide with disbelief. Despair. Hyunsu stands over his fallen opponent, his expression grim. The orange-haired man grits his teeth, his eyes wide with disbelief. He thinks, "I am going to be defeated like this?" A figure is blasted backward by a powerful attack. The figure's legs are visible as they are sent flying. The orange-haired man's face is contorted in pain and shock. The sound of the impact echoes. An explosion of energy erupts. Debris rains down. Three figures watch from a distance. An enormous energy impact is felt. A figure kneels on the ground. The figure stands, revealing himself to be Park Hyun-soo. Someone wonders, is that Park Hyun-soo? The orange-haired man considered the power of the ancestral dragon, noting that even as a transcendent being, it was weaker than him. He wondered how he could be so much more powerful than the king. A figure with glowing red eyes emerged, surrounded by a swirling green aura. The figure remarked that the orange-haired man was a fascinating bastard. The orange-haired man wondered what was up with that bastard. The red-eyed figure stared intently. The orange-haired man declared that he would take care of the figure quickly. A voice shouted, "God damn it." The orange-haired man prepared to fight. The orange-haired man and the red-eyed figure clashed. The red-eyed figure launched a kick. The red-eyed figure shouted, "Tree impact." The orange-haired man countered, shouting, "Liquefy." The world blurs as the battle intensifies. He launches a devastating kick. Hyun-soo spits out, "You're like a cockroach that just won't die." King roars, "You bastard." The king lands heavily, the force of the impact shaking the ground. He thinks, "I am a god." A monstrous form begins to manifest. Hyun-soo wonders, a god. The king's power surges. The battle continues, a whirlwind of fists and fury. King cries out, "Let go of me. This bastard, his strength is." Hyun-soo stands firm, his resolve unwavering. King's face contorts in a desperate plea. Let's make a trade." A desperate thought claws at King's mind. He needs to escape somehow. King's voice rises, laced with urgency. "I won't touch Earth. I'll disappear quietly. I know how to get back to where you came from. I mean it." A hand reaches out. King's expression is strained as he asks, "You're going to make the trade, right?" Hyun-soo's voice is resolute. "I know that once this possession is over, I will return no matter what." A close-up of a hand shows a reaction of surprise. A thought echoes, "Disappear." Two figures plummet through a swirling vortex of blue energy. King's face is gripped by a hand, his scream echoing in the void. A desperate thought claws at King's mind. He can't die like this. The King of Aries plummets through the swirling portal, his expression a mask of fury and desperation. Shadowy figures flit within the chaotic currents of the portal, their forms indistinct and menacing. Hyun-soo follows close behind, his body taut with determination as he navigates the turbulent currents. The portal churns with raw energy, splintered branches and debris swirling in its wake. The chaotic energy intensifies, threatening to tear apart anything caught within its grasp. Swirling vortexes of power twist and writhe, a maelstrom of unknown forces. Plunging deeper into the abyss, Hyun-soo grits his teeth, bracing himself against the overwhelming forces. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. Ruknim's telepathic message cuts through the chaos. "Hyun-soo, although you may not be able to respond, I know you're listening." Ruknim continues, his voice filled with warmth and pride. "I couldn't even dream about having a disciple like you. You've made me so happy. You followed me beyond my expectations, all the while complaining how tough it was." A hint of sadness colors Ruknim's tone as he adds, "But I guess it was all in vain." Hyun-soo's expression hardens as he falls, his resolve unwavering. Ruknim's voice returns, urging him forward. "Hyun-soo, keep going forward and don't ever stop." A muscular torso is shown. A hand clenches into a fist. Ruknim urges, "Try and protect those that follow you and those that you love." A muscular man stands with a glowing aura. Feet move quickly. A declaration booms, with the name Park Hyun-soo, the 35th heavenly demon. Hyun-soo plummets through the air, a trail of blue energy streaming behind him. The world blurs around him. The ground rushes up. The forest canopy spins. He crashes through the trees, landing hard in the forest. A group of people watches. He stands in a forest, his expression unreadable as a breeze rustles through the trees. A woman with pink hair calls out, "Hyun-soo?" Her expression is filled with concern. Tears well in Hyun-soo's eyes. He gasps, struggling to breathe. A scream tears from his throat. Hyun-soo cries out in anguish, his face contorted in pain. Two women stand before him as he screams. The pink-haired woman looks on, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Meanwhile, a serene sky stretches overhead. The city sprawls below, a concrete jungle under the sun. People walk along the sidewalk, going about their daily lives in front of a coffee shop. In an office, a man says, "Since then, there's been no movement of that man called King. What could have happened?" A news report declares that King's gang has been annihilated. The reporter is Lee Mina from New World. Someone turns off the television. Lee Mina sits at her desk, concern etched on her face. "Hyun-soo, where are you?" she wonders. Lee Mina's expression is troubled. "What happened?" she whispers. A woman in a red dress enters a room, asking, "Hasn't come back yet?" Lee Mina responds, "Yes, sister." The woman in the red dress sits down. A man is shown, a caption saying, "At that time, he had the eyes of a child who lost their parents." Lee Mina thinks, "It's tough since I'm not there to console him." Lee Mina looks down, her expression worried. Lee Mina thinks, "He'll come back soon." The woman in the red dress exclaims, "And when he does, you should confess to him, sister." A grotesque monster with dark green skin and piercing red eyes snarls, ready for a fight. A woman with black hair and a determined gaze prepares to unleash a powerful strike. The woman's fist connects, unleashing a devastating storm fist attack. The monster is engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy. The monster's face contorts in agony as the storm fist rips through its defenses. Meanwhile, Chairwoman sits in a chair, observing the events unfolding. Chairwoman takes a sip from her cup, musing. Ever since changing appearances, she's become even louder. A figure strides confidently through a brightly lit doorway. A sinister smile spreads across a pale face framed by white hair. The woman, adorned with horns, clutches a red orb. She is the queen. The sun shines brightly on the water as he floats, unmoving. A voice echoes, laced with impatience. How long would he remain like that? The unseen speaker's tone hardens, a hint of frustration coloring the question. Would he be ignored again today? He lies prone on a dark, smooth surface, unhearing or uncaring. A sign reads, "Please come again." A voice expresses gratitude. "Thanks for the meal." A hand wipes down a table. Lee Mina wipes down a table in the restaurant. The sound of awkwardness fills the air. A voice calls out, "Brother Hyuntae." "Hi, it's me." A man in a blue hoodie enters the restaurant. Hyuntae says, "I told you not to be so formal." Lee Mina replies, "Haha, I still find it." The atmosphere is awkward. Lee Mina wonders, but where the hell has brother Hyunsu gone? He's so mean. She assures Hyuntae that Hyunsu is capable of handling his business. Hyuntae asks how things are at work. Lee Mina replies that it's all right, as leader Ha Yurak is considerate and makes things easy. Hyuntae remarks that it pays to know people. Lee Mina mentions that she also opened her shop using the loan she got from New World. The sound of a door opening echoes. A woman announces her arrival. Hyuntae notes that he is here too. Lee Mina greets the woman, calling her sister, leader. The woman states that they are there to have a drink, and Hyuntae agrees that it sounds good. The ocean stretches out, its surface shimmering under the bright sky. A figure sits on the edge of a rocky cliff, gazing out at the horizon. The man sits with his arms crossed over his knees, lost in thought. The man's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. "Stop bothering me and get lost." A new figure appears, his pink hair flowing in the wind. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Kayvon." Kayvon continues, his voice echoing slightly. "I'm the third singularity that Mare mentioned." The man on the cliff glares back, his tone dismissive. "I told you I'm not interested. Get lost." The man's expression darkens. "I would have thrown you away had I known you'd be like this." Kayvon's eyes narrow slightly. "It would have been better to go to Isaac." The man on the cliff looks up, a figure silhouetted against the sky. King is still alive. The Annihilation Dragon will appear again. The man remains seated, his gaze fixed on the sky. Energy crackles in the sky. The cracked earth stretches into the distance under a pale sky. The first elder floats in the air, a swirling vortex of energy crackling around him. He states there's no point in him infiltrating the king's gang as a spy. Hyunsu warns that if he keeps bothering him, he'll kill him for real this time. The first elder crosses his arms, a condescending smirk playing on his lips. He knows this since he's been traveling across the universe for quite some time. But Hyunsu is still pretty weak and incomparable to his master. The ground erupts with raw power, the force of it shaking the very air. The first elder stands amidst the chaos, his robes billowing in the unseen wind. A shimmering barrier of blue energy flares around Hyunsu, deflecting the blast. Hyunsu's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. He demands that the first elder say that again. The first elder raises an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. He asks if Hyunsu thinks he's weak. The first elder's robes ripple as the tension hangs heavy in the air. Energy crackles as the first elder shouts, demanding an end to the games. A wave of power erupts, the first elder acknowledging the incredible energy he senses, but the first elder focuses, his hands glowing with arcane symbols as he prepares to neutralize the encroaching force. He declares that he can still neutralize it, the energy around him intensifying. The energy converges, forming a powerful barrier. Hyunsu watches the display of power, the wind whipping around him. He wonders if the first elder absorbed the cloud-scattered heavens. The first elder smirks, thinking he has to act like that was nothing. The first elder crosses his arms, stating he can bring him. Hyunsu's eyes narrow as he thinks about where his master is. Hyunsu reflects on having mysterious powers since birth. A figure is shown in silhouette, identified as Carlyle's disciple, the greatest sorcerer in the Eastern universe. The first elder gestures, a complex magical circle forming around him. He declares that dimensional travel is nothing to him. Hyunsu listens intently as the first elder continues, explaining that Mare used his life force to search for them within the space-time continuum. The first elder states that Hyunsu is also a singularity, formed for the survival of humanity, using Mare's life as collateral. The first elder points forward, stating that now they're talking. The first elder and Hyunsu stand facing each other, a moment of silence hanging between them. The first elder dismisses the previous topic, stating that it has nothing to do with him. Hyunsu asks if the first elder is going to take him to where his master is. The first elder explains that there is order in the universal paths, and he cannot open a gate that leads directly to where Hyunsu wants to go. He adds that there's something they have to do. The first elder promises to take Hyunsu there once they eliminate King. The first elder gives a thumbs up, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Hyunsu stares intently, telling the first elder that he better keep his promise. The first elder floats in the air, towering over Hyunsu. The first elder asks what he has to do first. The first elder clenches his fist, his expression intense. He declares that Hyunsu must get stronger by fighting powerful beings across the universe. The first elder continues, stating that Hyunsu must be strong enough to not be ashamed to see his master. The first elder floats down to Hyunsu's level, the magical circle beneath them glowing brightly. The magical circle pulses with energy. Elsewhere, a beam of light shines down on a city at night. Footsteps echo on the pavement. A young man in a hoodie looks down, a troubled expression on his face. He wonders if he should stop by to see Yoon. Park Hyuntae is illuminated by a strange light. A voice declares, "It's me." Park Hyuntae watches as a figure engulfed in flames appears behind him. A fiery figure looms over Park Hyunsu. The figure asks who he is. The fiery figure declares that he is the one who kept Hyunsu alive while he was in the hospital. The figure's face is illuminated by the flames. Hyunsu reflects, stating that he felt the figure's existence subconsciously. The fiery figure expresses gratitude, saying that thanks to Hyunsu, he was able to live again instead of dying. He wanted to meet him and repay him for his help. The figure insists that Hyunsu just needs to play his role. Hyunsu wonders what his role is. Hyunsu looks down, troubled by the conversation. The fiery figure explains that the power that Newman of Eris had was possessed by Robin of Earth. The figure reveals that Hyunsu is now the one who possesses it. Hyunsu is shocked. A figure engulfed in flames stands with a determined expression, a text bubble stating, "Fight for the sake of the world with that power." A cityscape is shown with light shining between the buildings. A view from above shows the rooftops of buildings with light shining between them. The title of the series, Heavenly Demon Instructor, is displayed in a stylized font. A dark castle is depicted with a stormy sky in the background. Inside a room, a text bubble reads, "Stone has been brought here, huh?" A red orb sits on a stand in a dimly lit room. The white-haired man, Charchunma, sits in a chair as a woman stands beside him. A text bubble reads, "Since you already have the blue one, we just need to get the black one now, right?" A close-up shows the red orb from a different angle. Charchunma sits in a chair, a text bubble above him reading, A text bubble reads, "What about portals?" Another text bubble below it says, "I can't make any more right now in my." Lee Mina listens intently as the current state of affairs is discussed. The conversation turns to the portals that were created. Chuma urges them to advance. He asks if she remembers the man who wore a cap and came by here a few times before. Chuma's expression is serious as he awaits her response. Lee Mina seems surprised by the question. Lee Mina wonders if a singularity killed him, questioning if the singularity is that strong. She chuckles. Chuanma corrects her, stating that it wasn't a singularity, but an ignorant imbecile. Chuanma's expression is stern as he makes the correction. The Grand Cross, which will have the Earth as its core, is coming in 2 months. It's the best day to awaken the Annihilation Dragon. Chuanma reflects that he thought they'd be taking their time to wait slowly while getting rid of all the Earthlings, but the situation has strayed quite a lot from their expectations. Lee Mina states that she'll go get the Blackstone first, then. Chuanma tells her that there's no need for that. He sits, pondering something. A voice speaks. "Once that day comes, you'll understand. Just." The white-haired man listens intently. Lee Mina stands beside him, looking up. Meanwhile, a symbol descends from the sky. A building explodes, sending debris scattering in all directions. People scream in terror, running for their lives. The survivors desperately try to escape the carnage. The ground trembles as the destruction continues. A man cries out, trying to protect those around him from the devastation. Blood splatters against the sky, painting a grim picture. The environment is stained with blood, a testament to the horror that has unfolded. A humanoid figure stands tall, a dark energy swirling around the massive sword held in their grip. The air crackles with anticipation. Blurring into motion, the figure swings the sword, leaving a trail of dark energy in its wake. The winged monster's voice booms, demanding, "Bring me more blood, quickly." Closing the distance, the humanoid figure slashes at the monster with the dark blade. Descending from above, the figure brings the sword down upon the winged beast. The sword connects, a burst of red energy erupting as the blade finds its mark. The dark sword pierces the monster's wing, the impact sending tremors through the creature's massive form. The monster recoils, blood splattering as it cries out in pain. The sword plunges deeper, the monster's flesh resisting the relentless assault. Standing over the wounded beast, the humanoid figure prepares for the next strike. The monster exclaims, "He's strong. That guy's powerful." The monster roars, "Impudent human." The large monster stands tall, its grotesque features casting a shadow over the battlefield. He leaps towards the monster, closing the distance with incredible speed. A voice booms, "Too noisy." The monster is struck, a narration box exclaims, "Demonic human scratch." The force of the attack sends blood spraying through the air. The monster is further injured, deep gashes appearing on its body. More blood sprays as the attack continues. The monster's arm is heavily damaged, red energy crackling around the wound. The monster reels back, a look of shock and pain on its face. A speech bubble shows a question mark and exclamation point. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies. He slashes at the monster with a sword, the blade leaving a trail of blood. The monster's head is struck, blood gushing from the wound. The monster is further injured, the attack leaving deep cuts across its body. The aftermath of a destructive battle leaves vehicles crushed and scattered. The figure stands amidst the wreckage, emitting a guttural sound. Burp. Debris and destruction fill the landscape. The figure, eyes glowing red, expresses disdain. There aren't any strong people anymore. It's getting annoying to only deal with that kind of trash. The figure contemplates, a dark determination in their voice. I need to find a way somehow. Elsewhere, the former Portal Strategy Committee building stands tall. A man with a phone wonders about the whereabouts of King. It's nice that things are peaceful, but why isn't King appearing? Could he have run away? Another man, adjusting his glasses, notes the silence. Maybe, but since we sent all the staff to the New World, it's become completely quiet here. A server offers coffee. Mr. Anderson, would you like some coffee? Mr. Anderson accepts the offer. Oh yes, please. Are you adapting well to life here? A character expresses gratitude. You guys have taken me, and even though you had all the rights to kill me, I have nothing but a thankful heart. I'll serve you for the rest of my life. The man smiles faintly. Rook Nim, his brow furrowed with concern, wonders what is happening. Chuanma scoffs, declaring the sight before him to be nothing more than a group of pathetic fools gathering together and chit-chatting. The ceiling begins to crumble, sending debris crashing down. Red energy streaks through the air, striking an unseen target. A figure plummets downwards, silhouetted against the light. More debris rains down, the destruction intensifying. Chuanma and his companions flee the scene, seeking to escape the chaos. A figure with long, dark hair falls through the air, surrounded by the remnants of the shattered environment. Her eyes glowing with an ominous red light, the figure demands to know who dared claim she ran away. A nearby observer gasps, recognizing the falling figure. Rooknim exclaims in shock, identifying the figure as Queen. The figure lands heavily, the impact sending tremors through the ground. She stands tall, a sinister smile playing on her lips as a voice pleads, Please show mercy. Kneeling before her, Rooknim bows his head in supplication. Tears stream down the man's face as he bows his head in despair. A powerful strike shatters the air. The woman with crimson eyes declares, You sure are good at knowing your place. Sweat beads on the brow of the man with bandaged arms, his expression one of fierce determination. He stands amidst the rubble, ready to fight. He leaps forward, a whirlwind of motion. The woman stands triumphantly, energy crackling around her. A violent explosion rips through the area, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast scatters chunks of rock and metal, a chaotic display of raw power. A figure plummets downwards, silhouetted against the bright light above. More debris rains down as the figure continues to fall, surrounded by the remnants of the explosion. Chuanma lunges forward, her eyes burning with a crimson intensity as she closes the distance. Hyunsu braces himself, raising his arms in a desperate attempt to defend against the incoming assault. The force of Chuanma's attack slams Hyunsu against a nearby wall, the impact echoing through the structure. She continues her relentless assault, her movements a blur of speed and power. A cruel smile spreads across Chuanma's face, her eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The relentless assault continues, Hyunsu's body repeatedly colliding with the unyielding surface of the wall. Each impact sends tremors through Hyunsu's body, the force threatening to shatter his bones. Hyunsu is slammed against the wall one final time, the sound of the impact echoing through the room as he crumples to the ground. He groans, struggling to rise amidst the dust and debris. A voice booms, No need to get up. Chuanma stands over Hyunsu, his expression cold. His foot connects with Hyunsu's body, sending him flying. The kick sends Hyunsu hurtling through the air. The force of the blow is immense. Chuanma remarks, Since you guys are pretty tough. Debris explodes outwards. Hyunsu is sent crashing through the environment. A surge of energy erupts. A portal shimmers into existence. Hyunsu lies prone, groaning in pain, as the man in the suit flees the scene. The men in suits advise that she is a bad matchup, and they should leave first. The first elder stands alone, a smirk playing on her lips. She calls them cowards. The first elder is surrounded by a red aura as she says to wait for her. The first elder vows to kill them all, one by one. Meanwhile, a tall building stands against a clear sky. Lee Mina and Ha Yurak stand in an office, looking at a picture of a man in a hospital bed. Ha Yurak says she understands and will prepare it in advance. Lee Mina and Ha Yurak stand side by side. Lee Mina says that they'll need to get everything prepared again because of the queen. Since they don't know when she'll come again, Lee Mina says that everyone is to travel in pairs. In a reflection, the first elder's face is seen alongside a woman with long, red hair. Two men stand together. One of them, bald and imposing, declares that they are already doing that. Chuanma expresses his desire to fight the queen. A foot descends upon the first elder, crushing him. A woman with long, black hair and piercing red eyes states that she felt it would be the case, so she came for him first. Chuanma, enraged, screams that he will die. The woman with black hair delivers a powerful kick to Chuanma. The woman with black hair taunts that he is too slow. Chuanma cries out in pain. The woman with black hair continues her assault on Chuanma. The woman with black hair remarks on the elder's unrefined attack. She finds it how uncouth. She launches a counterattack, deeming it not too bad. The woman declares, "This is the indestructible Alexander mode." Chunma grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. The woman shouts, "Shut up." The woman continues her assault, her expression twisted in a predatory grin. The woman's strikes become a blur, each blow carrying immense force. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. The ground cracks under the pressure of their battle. The woman's relentless attacks continue to batter Chunma. Chunma is overwhelmed by the sheer power of the indestructible Alexander mode. The horned woman sneers, calling someone an insect. Alexander, lying in the hospital bed, gasps, "Hey Alexander!" The man in the suit stands nearby. A voice muses that an S rank is lacking so much in power compared to her. Alexander's expression is one of shock and fear. Tendrils of dark energy spread through the room. The dark energy surrounds Alexander as the man in the suit watches. The man in the suit is startled. The man in the suit exclaims, "Who's there?" A figure in blue armor appears, asking, "Have you already forgotten me?" The man in the suit shouts, "Isaac." The man in the suit's face is filled with terror. The armored figure's foot stands on what appears to be a shattered floor. The aftermath of the queen's attack is evident in the destroyed doorway. A voice notes that it was done in an instant. The man in the suit, Charman's suit, considers the situation. A blonde man stands behind him. The blonde man demands, "Let's fight her right away." Charman's suit looks back at him, surprised. A voice booms, "Or should we devour this guy first?" Charman's suit adjusts his glasses, muttering, "Teichich, the sword is talking?" Charman's suit says, "Bloody, stop it. Can the gravity room be used right now?" Someone asks, It can be used, but why do you ask?" A voice wonders, "What's the setting that Master usually uses?" Inside the gravity room, a figure stands on a platform. The gravity is at least 10 times normal. The figure in the gravity room endures the crushing pressure. 10 times. A voice thinks. Charman's suit states, "I'll start with 20 times, then." The first elder wonders where Park Hyunsoo went in such an urgent time. Lee Mina replies that Hyunsoo is on a completely different level. Ha Yurak calls out, addressing someone as captain. Ha Yurak asks Hyuntae what's wrong. Rook Nim stands with his hands together, a serene expression on his face. The first elder and the man in the suit stand together, observing the scene. It is said that he's a monk famous for his foresight ability. He was so scared that he came here without any notice. The divination which the life and death of all mankind depends on. About 2 months later, a grand cross will take place starting with Earth. That's when the Annihilation Dragon will wake up. The group is shocked by the revelation. A lone tower pierces the swirling, chaotic sky. The tower, a dark castle, stands defiant against the cracked and broken Earth. Energy explodes outward, a silent scream of destruction. The castle crumbles as the energy intensifies, its ancient stones no match for the raw power unleashed. The explosion continues, a blinding torrent of light and force. The world is consumed by the cataclysm, a final, devastating burst. Meanwhile, coughing, the first elder lies amidst the rubble, blood staining his lips. He thinks he's supposed to be the strongest demonic human, but he's nothing much. His legs twitch slightly, a sign of lingering life amidst the devastation. The first elder grits his teeth, declaring he needs a stronger opponent. A figure wreathed in flame looms over him, stating, "You're already strong enough." The first elder, his voice barely a whisper, asks if he is as strong as Park Hyunsoo. The first elder's expression is grim, his gaze intense. A voice booms, insisting that someone must return, as they've ventured too far. A distant city rises against a pale sky. A fortress looms atop a craggy peak, silhouetted against a blood-red sky. A voice declares that the time has finally come. A figure with long, flowing white hair sits in a meditative pose, a faint smile playing on their lips. A voice proclaims that the flow of the universe is on their side. A planet looms large, energy crackling around it. A bustling city street teems with life. An aerial view captures the sprawling cityscape. A vibrant planet hangs in the inky blackness of space, a single ray of light piercing the void. Streaks of light cascade through a star-filled expanse, like tears in the fabric of reality. A stark, geometric structure rises towards a blinding light, its purpose unknown. Strange symbols mark a rough, stone-like surface, their meaning lost to time. A floating fortress, a relic of a forgotten age, drifts amidst shattered debris. The texture of reality itself seems to warp and flow, hinting at unseen forces at play. Standing atop a jagged rock formation, a figure holds aloft a sphere of pure light, a beacon in the swirling chaos. A blinding light erupts, its power immense and untamed. Energy surges, crackling with raw power, a force ready to be unleashed. A beam of pure energy pierces through the darkness, a focused ray of destruction or creation. The landscape shimmers and distorts, the very air vibrating with unseen energy. The geometric structure pulsates with power, a silent sentinel guarding an unknown secret. Two figures descend through the air, their destination unknown. The monolithic structure looms closer. A cosmic expanse stretches out, filled with celestial bodies. Stars streak across the void. One figure kneels before another, the air thick with anticipation. A voice echoes, questioning, "King?" The woman wonders why he is kneeling. A voice declares that the queen will be serving a new master from today onwards, and that she is merely a cornerstone for their lord. The queen stands with another figure, the implications of the statement hanging heavy in the air. A voice proclaims to be the black stone required for the revival. The queen, visibly agitated, demands to know what they are talking about, questioning the mention of a new master. A voice states that even the idea of gathering the 4 ancient king's cells to create her was for their lord's sake. She stood before the imposing wall, a sense of grim determination settling over her. Her thoughts drifted back, recalling her initial intentions. She had intended to make the Annihilation Dragon her weapon. But as she came to know more about his existence, her perspective shifted. Standing atop the pedestal, the queen felt the crushing weight of her insignificance. She was but an insect. The wall loomed, a silent witness to her desperate plea. The cosmos swirled around her, a vast and indifferent expanse. Planets aligned, a celestial symphony echoing her fervent desire. Raising her hands to the heavens, the queen begged, "Oh, Annihilation Dragon, please revive." She offered herself, body and soul, for the sake of his return. "I gladly offer my lowly self for your revival," she vowed, her voice ringing with conviction. Her eyes burned with a crimson intensity, a testament to her unwavering devotion. The ritual neared its climax, the air crackling with anticipation. A path of light stretches towards a distant figure, promising power and purpose. A figure races along the path, her voice echoing with desperate hope. "King." Crimson energy flares, a sign of the ritual's growing intensity. A red, egg-like form shatters, releasing raw power into the world. A blue counterpart cracks open, mirroring the crimson release with its own energy. A voice, filled with conviction, cuts through the chaos. "I realize that my decision is the right one." A sinister smile spreads across his face, hinting at the darkness to come. The world shifts, reality bending to an unknown will. The air crackles with unseen forces, a storm of potential unleashed. The veil between worlds thins, revealing glimpses of what lies beyond. A blinding light erupts, signaling a transformation of immense power. The world trembles, forever changed by the events unfolding. He begins to materialize, a figure wreathed in crackling energy and crowned with imposing horns. The transformation takes hold, revealing a towering form, power radiating from every inch of his being. The queen's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent "no way" escaping her lips as she witnesses the king's metamorphosis. The king's new form stands tall, a testament to the power he now wields. A voice booms, promising eternity within him. A sinister smile plays on his lips, a hint of the darkness that now consumes him. Lee Mina's eyes fill with tears as she whispers, "The Annihilation Dragon?" A question hangs in the air, get absorbed by him? The king's power surges, the energy he exudes now on a completely different level. The energy emanating from him is on a whole different level, to the extent that king can't even compare. The queen kneels before the king, her dark horns silhouetted against the pale sky. She offers her fealty. The desolate landscape stretches out before them, a canvas of ash and broken earth. His face obscured by shadow, the king declares, his voice resonating with newfound power, "Let's go." A sinister smile curls across the king's lips, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. He vows, his voice a low growl, "We'll burn everything down, and a new world will be born." A voice echoed through the darkness, commanding, "Wake up, my children." A monstrous, serpentine head emerged, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The forest floor trembled as something massive stirred beneath the roots. A grotesque face, riddled with scars and shadowed by immense, soulless eyes, broke through the surface. The ground cracked with a deafening roar. A hulking brute, muscles bulging, unleashed a guttural cry that echoed through the landscape. The voice boomed once more, declaring, "Our fight is finally starting again." A lone figure leaped from the shadows, silhouetted against the awakening chaos. A horde of grotesque monsters surged forward, their eyes burning with savage hunger, as the voice commanded, "Devour every single last one of them." Meanwhile, the city stood unaware, its towering skyscrapers piercing the serene sky, oblivious to the impending storm. One of the office workers asks if the other saw what was happening. Another office worker, his eyes wide with fear, asks what's wrong. The office workers scream in terror at the sight of the monsters on the screen. Civilians scream in terror as the monsters attack the city. A message declares that this is an emergency situation and not a drill. Monsters destroy buildings with explosions, the city engulfed in flames. An alert declares that all awakened of the new world must be notified. An order is given for everyone to gather at the headquarters. Hunters fight monsters in the city, energy blasts illuminating the chaos. A lone figure stands atop a monstrous creature, surveying the destruction. Monsters continue to attack, explosions and destruction rampant. A figure declares that they knew King hadn't abandoned them. The armored figure stands ready. Chairwoman Chunma declares, "I am Satan, the awakened Annihilation Dragon." The monsters proclaim, "Everything is to be done according to his will." A hulking monster stands amidst the chaos. The monster snarls, "Knight, how did you come back alive?" Chuanma, standing alongside another figure, spits, "How sickening. We'll kill you again." The monster bellows, "Bahaha, try it if." Chairwoman Chuanma commands, "Stop blabbing and die already." A figure shouts, "Ha." The city skyline is marred by falling debris, a testament to the ongoing chaos. A colossal, robot-like figure plummets from the sky, adding to the destruction. A man with bandages wrapped around his arms cries out, his voice filled with anguish. More debris rains down, the city groaning under the relentless assault. Another mechanical behemoth crashes to the ground, its impact shaking the very foundations of the city. Watching the unfolding catastrophe, Armand murmurs, "Armand, he's become even stronger." The fallen robot lies prone amidst the destruction, a silent testament to the battle's intensity. The sky continues to weep debris, each piece a fragment of a shattered city. Even furniture is not spared, a chair tumbling through the air amidst the chaos. A monstrous figure stands amidst the wreckage, its presence radiating an aura of immense power. A voice booms out, declaring, "It's over for you." The bandaged man faces the monstrous figure, a final confrontation looming. A beam of crimson energy erupts from the ground, tearing through the city skyline. A monstrous figure descends, landing a devastating blow amidst a shower of debris. The force of the impact sends a spray of blood into the air as the victim coughs, reeling from the attack. A woman shouts, her voice filled with urgency, "Armand." Another figure launches an attack, a burst of energy crackling around them as they close the distance. A voice booms, filled with malice, "It's your turn this time." A man in a green sweater activates a skill, the words "target lock" flashing before his eyes. Arcane energy surges, forming intricate patterns as the skill takes hold. The monstrous figure recoils in shock, exclaiming, "Inhuman." Two figures are trapped within a shimmering energy bubble, their fates intertwined. The man in the green sweater activates another skill, the words "time reverse" appearing in a burst. He prepares to unleash the power, two glowing orbs of energy forming in his outstretched hands. A surge of energy emanates from a hand, crackling with power. Lee Mina stands amidst a swirling vortex of energy, the air shimmering with distortion. Lee Mina, her brow furrowed, utters a questioning "Huh?" A figure stands partially visible, their form obscured by the surrounding environment. A monstrous face, teeth bared and eyes glowing with malevolent intent, fills the frame. A figure with long white hair raises a sword, ready to strike. The figure leaps forward, their movement a blur of speed and determination. The words "Chaos Lake" explode onto the scene, surrounded by a jagged burst. The white-haired figure descends, surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. A swirling pattern of energy pulses with an otherworldly glow. Buildings stretch towards the sky, their surfaces reflecting the strange energy above. A blinding light fills the sky, accompanied by a distant whoosh. The bald man declares the area clear. Hands reach out, as if offering assistance. The bald man and another man with gray hair celebrate. The man with dark hair expresses his gratitude. A woman asks Hyuntae if he awakened with Robin's ability. Hyuntae says he didn't manage to tell her because it hasn't been long since he awakened this ability. Someone mentions that both of them helped him in training it. Someone congratulates him, albeit a little late. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies shambles forward. A city is engulfed in a massive explosion. A red-haired woman expresses her dismay at the sheer number of enemies. The zombie horde advances. A woman plummets from above, an insult echoing behind her. Below, another woman prepares to meet her descent. The woman below grits her teeth, a fiery aura beginning to emanate from her hands. The falling woman finds herself surrounded by shadowy figures, their forms twisted and menacing. The woman below, her eyes blazing, demands to know who is being called a bitch. She vows to silence the mouth of her opponent. Rising into the air, the woman is engulfed in a fiery inferno. The shadowy figures writhe and claw, their presence a palpable threat. The woman floats amidst the darkness, surrounded by the shadowy figures she has summoned. One of the shadowy figures expresses disbelief. The woman declares she has no time for someone so weak. Park Hyunsoo is urgently summoned back. Monsters with glowing red eyes clash against armored warriors, their swords meeting with sparks. The armored warriors struggle against the monstrous onslaught, their defenses strained. The first elder unleashes a torrent of energy, her movements swift and precise. The building behind the first elder begins to crumble, the force of her power causing structural damage. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. The shockwave from the explosion reverberates through the city. A man clenches his fist, blue energy crackling around him. So darn weak. He leaps into the air, preparing to strike. The first elder is struck by an unseen force, sending her crashing through the rubble. Ugh. The first elder recovers, her expression furious. Bastard. He declares that his opponent should just die. A strange structure stands tall. The first elder lies on the ground. He coughs up blood. The first elder vows to bruise his opponent so badly that no one will be able to recognize them. The first elder stands ready. He is surprised by something. A hand reaches out. The first elder grits his teeth. He wonders what the hell is going on. Someone declares that the bastard's blood is delicious. The first elder demands more of it. A figure plummets from the sky, descending towards a monstrous statue that looms over the city. Leaping forward, the figure prepares to strike, closing the distance between them and the grotesque monument. The monster's face fills the view, its glowing red eyes and rows of razor-sharp teeth promising a brutal encounter. Energy crackles around the monster's massive form, a chaotic aura of power ready to be unleashed. The figure's attack lands, splattering the monster with a torrent of dark blood. The assault continues, each blow sending more blood flying as the monster reels from the onslaught. I've never seen him before. Gazing up at the battle, a man wonders, could he be a singularity? Whatever the case, time to die. Landing gracefully on a nearby rooftop, the figure prepares for the next phase of the battle. Looking up, the figure seems to sense something in the air, a new threat or a shift in the battle's momentum. The man's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed as he watches the unfolding events. The man in the suit asks what the other is talking about. The aftermath of the battle is shown. The man in the suit is shown in a close-up. The man in the suit's face is shown in a close-up, covered in blood. A building is shown. The man in the suit is shown, covered in blood. A girl in a red dress asks who that is. Lon runs towards the girl in the red dress, asking if she is all right. The spiky-haired figure says that they came to help. The spiky-haired figure asks if everyone is all right. Rooknim says that it seems only the small fry are left. Isaac stands tall, his power now undeniable. The man in the suit looks up at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Isaac became that much stronger, he wonders. The man in the suit continues to observe. Even without seeing what he can do, I can feel immense power from him. Lon watches with a critical eye. That's almost comparable to Park Hyunsu's level. Meanwhile, a voice booms out, filled with rage. Enough. Fooling around, a figure strides forward, red energy crackling beneath their feet. The figure, wreathed in crimson energy, vows, I'll get rid of all of you in one go. The ground trembles with each step, the red energy intensifying. The figure's rage explodes. You. A face contorted with fury, the figure's eyes burn with crimson light. The figure screams, give me back Alexander alive. An explosion erupts in the distance as the figure charges forward. The figure summons a plasma sword, ready for battle. Sword. The ground buckles as an unseen force slams into it, sending tremors through the city. An unseen attack sends a figure hurtling through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The unseen assailant continues their relentless assault, tearing through the environment with ease. Ha Yurak coughs, struggling to comprehend the sheer power of the attack. She couldn't see her movements at all. The heat intensifies, searing the air around her. The attacker descends upon the city, a dark silhouette against the skyline. She prepares another strike, energy crackling around her form. The attack slams into a skyscraper, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. Armand grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. She's on a whole other level. Can we really defeat her? Queen stands alongside Bordeaux, radiating an aura of immense power. Takashi screams, slash away. A figure looks on in disbelief. The first elder raises his sword, the blade gleaming with a cold, ethereal light. He warns that if she interferes, she will be cut. A voice commands to ignore them and just slash. The first elder and queen stand close, a tense standoff before the storm. A voice shouts for them to get away. The first elder's sword descends, a blur of motion aimed directly at the queen. The queen's hair whips around her face as she prepares to unleash her power, declaring that she will not allow it. The first elder's blade continues its descent, cleaving through the air with unstoppable force. The first elder's hands grip the sword tightly, knuckles white with exertion as he channels his power into the strike. The sword slams into the ground, sending shockwaves through the earth and shattering the stone beneath. The first elder stands over the scene of devastation, the queen beside him, as he grunts in pain. The queen's legs are visible as she stands beside the first elder. A voice echoes the sound of a slash. The first elder's face is bloodied, a grimace of pain etched across his features. Yamamoto Takashi's eyes narrow as he speaks. The city skyline blurs as something approaches at high speed. A figure in a suit lies prone on the ground, defeated. Anderson descends, sword raised high, calling out his own name. A figure prepares to unleash the sword of space-time, promising to cut their opponent into pieces. The sword descends, a flash of light accompanying its deadly arc. Red eyes narrow, focused and intense. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air. A voice rings out, questioning the unfolding events. Yamamoto Takashi faces the woman with crimson eyes, a tense standoff between them. A figure unleashes a burst of energy, aimed directly at their opponent. The aftermath of the attack is visible, debris and sparks filling the air. He is sent flying backwards, his sword still clutched in his hand. The man in the suit stands over Yamamoto Takashi, victorious. Bottom text present. You guys are such a handful, seriously. You got beaten to a pulp even though I only looked away for a moment. A close-up of the man in the suit. A figure lies prone on the ground as the armored warrior looms over, suggesting, just take a break. The prone figure groans in pain. A woman with long black hair and horns considers something, murmuring, The woman stands amidst the ruins of a city, the armored warrior visible in the distance. A close-up reveals the woman's red eyes and a sinister smile. The woman's sword glows with red energy as she muses. She recognizes who I am. Huh? She's very strong. Grasping her sword tightly, the woman declares, "Let's fight with her right away." The woman swings her sword, unleashing a torrent of swirling energy. The woman stands poised, her sword crackling with power. The sword blurs as it cuts through the air. The woman prepares to strike, her eyes burning with determination. Blades of pure blue energy materialize, crackling with unseen power. The first elder's crimson eyes narrow, focused on the battle ahead. He grits his teeth, realizing, I couldn't cut through her. A blinding explosion erupts, bathing the battlefield in searing light. The first elder recoils, his expression a mix of shock and pain. Ugh, what was that? He realizes, she's not a human. She's a monster made from the genes of the 4 ancient supreme kings. I don't think my present powers will work against her. A voice cries out, what? Even Isaac is no match for her. 2 figures watch with concern. One asks, what can we do then? Someone shouts to gather their strength, insisting that this isn't the time to be down. A voice declares that she's all alone and they have the numbers on their side. A man admits he's so scared that he wants to hide, but acknowledges that Mina is really brave. Someone wonders if they'll be able to use their time travel ability to reverse time if everyone gets injured badly. A woman states that it's all over if they lose. Mina walks alongside the pink-haired woman. The pink-haired woman tells her assistant that they're at war right now. The assistant apologizes to the captain. Someone thinks that if they knew this would happen, they would have gathered everyone to come up with formations. A woman with buns in her hair says to forget that, no matter how strong she is, she won't be. A voice states that she won't be able to withstand a combined attack unless she's a god. A man tells someone to just rest here and wait. Someone says not to joke around, they're not dead yet. Before he dies, the man with greenish-blue hair vows to deal a huge blow to her. Mina declares that they're going first. Someone responds, okay. Someone shouts, what the hell are you guys murmuring about? Debris explodes around a figure as they are attacked. A tornado is summoned, ripping through the city. The tornado intensifies, its winds howling. The destructive force of the tornado continues to wreak havoc. Someone yells, cowardly bastards. Large, green-tinged rocks materialize, floating in the air. A figure braces themselves against the onslaught of rocks. Mina stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unharmed. A tornado of white energy and rocks continues to swirl. A large rock is propelled forward by the swirling winds. Crimson eyes narrow, observing the chaos. The rock explodes on impact, sending debris flying in all directions. More rocks are hurled forward, propelled by an unseen force. A voice sneers, dismissing the display. Such child's play. The rocks explode outwards, creating a shockwave of force. The explosions continue, the landscape being torn apart by the force of the attacks. A voice observes, Mina's attack is dealing several times more damage along with Armin's tornado. A massive explosion engulfs the area. Hands manipulate a swirling vortex of energy. A voice exclaims in surprise, that's? A swirling vortex of power erupts, consuming the queen. Surrounded by the chaotic aftermath, a figure stands amidst the swirling debris. The vortex continues to churn, the figure barely visible within the storm. A voice echoes through the chaos, filled with annoyance. These bastards, they're so pesky. Crimson eyes blaze with determination, focused on the task at hand. Gathering power, the figure prepares a finishing blow, ready to end the fight. A sudden surge of energy causes the figure to react in surprise. The air crackles with raw power. Unleashing the accumulated energy, the figure strikes with incredible force. The crimson eyes burn with unwavering resolve, the finishing blow imminent. The force of the attack rips through the air. The finishing blow connects, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The battlefield is littered with debris, the aftermath of a devastating clash. Motion lines streak across the empty space. The queen stands amidst the destruction, her chest heaving, blood staining her white top. She smirks, observing the damage. Cuckoo, that definitely did damage. The queen's face contorts in rage. Bastards, she screams. She plummets downwards, losing her balance. Summoning her power, the queen unleashes a devastating attack. Lunar impact. The force of her own attack sends her reeling back. Ugh. With newfound wings, she flies away from the battlefield. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the surrounding buildings. The queen vows, even if I have to revert to being a baby and die, I won't let you live. Someone cries out, Queen. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the air, shaking the very foundations of the city. Amidst the chaos, she plummets from the sky, a dark silhouette against the fiery backdrop. Her voice, laced with scorn, echoes through the inferno. You seem to hate the heat, huh? A close-up reveals the queen's face, contorted with a mixture of rage and twisted amusement. She continues her descent, a crimson comet streaking through the urban sky, explosions blooming around her. Another blast rocks the city, the shockwave rattling windows and sending debris spiraling through the air. Her eyes burn with an unholy light as she screams, let's die together. Her face twisted in fury, the queen roars, that's not gonna happen. A final, desperate surge of power erupts around her, consuming everything in its path. Her body is racked with pain, her expression a mask of agony as her strength wanes. Her voice barely a whisper, she gasps, "Cook, I'm losing consciousness." A hand crackles with dark energy. Attacks rain down. The queen declares, nothing will change. The impact sends tremors through the area. She plummets downwards. Rising back up, she continues her assault. Falling once more, the queen's descent is relentless. The world blurs around her as she accelerates. A car is obliterated in the wake of her power. The queen vows, rip you to shreds. She continues her descent. The queen stands over the ravaged city, a terrifying figure of destruction. She unleashes a torrent of dark energy, the city her unwilling canvas. Violet beams lance down, striking buildings with merciless precision. One structure erupts in a blinding explosion, the air thick with the scent of ozone and burning concrete. Another building buckles and cracks, its steel skeleton groaning under the assault. Explosions bloom across the cityscape, each one a testament to her devastating power. Nearby, a group of onlookers can only watch in stunned silence. "What was that?" one of them exclaims. "I couldn't see anything. It was too fast." The queen descends, her eyes burning with crimson light. "Who is it again?" she snarls. The air crackles with renewed energy. The queen's expression twists in disdain. "You're much weaker than I thought." A figure, wreathed in white energy, launches a counterattack. The blow connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The figure prepares for another strike, their eyes burning with determination. "Let's see just how strong you are." A blinding light erupts in the distance, illuminating the city skyline. Debris rains down from above, scattering across the cityscape. A muscular man with short, white hair declares his dominance. He vows to fight the next challenger. A figure plummets from a great height, their descent marked by falling debris. Outside a building, a man exclaims that someone has finally returned. A character with dark, spiky hair is observed to have grown much stronger. The scene is obscured, showing only a glimpse of a red and gold outfit. The white-haired man, surrounded by swirling energy, challenges the notion of others being the strongest. A figure with dark, spiky hair and glowing red eyes declares that they are the strongest. The white-haired man remains silent, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. The white-haired man speaks to a looming, dark figure, questioning who they think is the strongest. A voice echoes, asking if they are recognized. Another figure wonders if he has become like this. A voice chuckles, remarking, "Hee hee, long time no see." Someone demands to know what the jabbering is about. The ground is shattered, evidence of a destructive force. The dark figure questions if he is that Calark bastard, or whatever. The destruction continues, the air thick with energy. The figure scoffs, recalling how they couldn't even touch him back then, but it seems that has changed now. The dark figure stands amidst the chaos. Haxon declares, "I'm Haxon, and you're going to die by my hands today." Haxon chuckles, "Kiki." More energy surges, promising further destruction. A blinding explosion of energy erupts. Haxon faces his opponent as she declares he's just playing around. His fist clenches, ready to strike. A powerful strike is unleashed. Haxon prepares his next move. He lunges forward, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. The woman looks surprised, questioning if she's been grabbed. Haxon declares his superiority, stating he's the strongest. His muscles tense as he prepares to unleash his technique. The technique is revealed, Flash Knuckle. The Flash Knuckle connects, a devastating blow. He focuses his energy, his hand beginning to glow with an intense light. Haxon prepares to unleash his attack, the energy crackling around his hand. He unleashes a powerful blast of energy towards his opponent. The energy blast hurtles forward, a streak of pure destructive force. The energy slams into the unknown woman, erupting in a blinding explosion. The explosion expands rapidly, consuming everything in its path. The explosion reaches its peak, a cataclysmic display of power. The unknown woman's eye widens in what seems to be surprise. A dark silhouette begins to form around her as she starts to grow in size. The unknown woman is now a giant, towering over the battlefield. Haxon stares in disbelief. She got bigger? He plummets from the sky, a dark silhouette against the bright expanse above. Her crimson eyes gleam with dark satisfaction. The city buckles under the force of the unseen blows. Skyscrapers twist and groan, their glass facades spiderwebbing with cracks. The very foundations of the metropolis tremble. Dust and debris rain down as the battle intensifies. A vehicle is sent flying through the air, a testament to the raw power on display. The bald man's face contorts in disbelief. Does this mean Haxon is weaker? The woman with horns grins, her voice dripping with malice. "I thought it'd be fun to give you hope for a second." She descends upon him, a demonic force of nature. Her attack echoes with the force of a lunar impact. The world blurs as the devastating blow lands. She unleashes a torrent of chaotic energy, explosions of pink and orange erupting around her. Her red eyes glow with menacing intensity as she prepares another assault. The antagonist, unknown horn woman's frustration mounts. It isn't working at all, she thinks. Her long black hair sways as she turns, preparing for another attack. The ground cracks and shatters as her power slams into it, a cloud of dust rising from the impact. She wonders aloud. Then, shall I wrap things up? A sinister smile spreads across her face, her red eyes gleaming with dark intent. Lying on the ground, she glares with unwavering malice. Red energy crackles around her fist, ready to deliver another devastating blow. She unleashes another wave of power, swirling energy radiating from her form. The ground buckles again as her attack connects, more destruction wrought in its wake. Gathering her remaining strength, she prepares a final, desperate attack, debris floating around her as she focuses her power. Debris floats in the air as Hyunsu wonders if this is how things are going to end. He looks down, his expression filled with dread. A manhole cover sits slightly ajar, casting a dark shadow. He walks through a puddle, the sound echoing in the empty space. Hyunsu thinks to himself, I don't want to die. I can't fight a monster like that. He reaches out, his hand touching the cold wall. He is scared. Hyunsu continues to walk away, his shoulders slumped in defeat. A voice calls out, Hyung, where are you and what are you doing? A shadowy figure declares, hey, I'm going to do that. Hyunsu questions, what? Really? The figure ominously states, then you'll be fed on by me. The shadowy figure asks, do you remember the contract? The figure confirms, of course I do. The demonic figure raises a hand, dark energy coalescing around it with palpable menace. A blade materializes in the figure's grasp, pulsing with crimson light as they prepare to strike. A guttural roar tears from the figure's throat, unleashing a wave of destructive force. The air crackles with raw power, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and tear. Explosions of energy erupt, painting the sky with strokes of fire and shadow. The world blurs into a chaotic canvas of destruction, the air thick with the scent of ozone and burning metal. The figure plummets through the cityscape, a dark comet streaking towards the earth. The impact shatters the ground, a shockwave rippling outwards that leaves a crater in its wake. He plummets from the sky, a trail of blue energy fading behind him as he falls. The demonic figure's voice echoes, laced with amusement. What the? You didn't run away. Or is it? The figure continues, their red eyes gleaming with cruel intent. That you're so scared you can't move? Below, onlookers stare up in stunned disbelief. Standing amidst the inferno, the demonic figure is silhouetted against the flames, seemingly untouched by the devastation. The city burns, skyscrapers reduced to skeletal frames against a sky choked with smoke. Amidst the chaos, a group stands defiant. The woman in the suit watches the destruction with a grim expression. She steels her resolve, a fiery aura beginning to emanate from her. If we're going to die, let's die after giving our all. The woman's voice rings with grim certainty. If we lose, it's the end for humanity. A sinister voice echoes, laced with amusement. How cute. Is this your last struggle? A piercing scream tears through the air. A hand clenches, energy swirling around it. A figure plummets from the sky, surrounded by flames. Landing gracefully on the ravaged street, the figure prepares for what's to come. Her red eyes gleam with malice. I should respond in kind. Her hand tightens, knuckles white with anticipation. With a surge of power, she prepares to unleash her attack. She reacts with surprise. An armored figure appears, crackling with energy. Chairwoman expresses shock, questioning what is happening. A close-up reveals the armored figure's menacing form, wreathed in lightning. The woman with long, black hair and piercing red eyes senses a shift in the atmosphere. This feeling is definitely. She trails off, a sense of unease washing over her. A shadowy figure wreathed in dark flames appears, its red eyes burning like embers. Satan, a voice cries out, filled with alarm. A figure in a sleek, dark suit stands tall, an aura of power radiating from its form. Two figures react with shock and disbelief. Isaac changed again, one exclaims, while the other questions, Isaac. A group of people walks forward, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. The shadowy figure from before denies the accusation. I'm not Isaac, it growls, its voice a distorted echo. A figure surrounded by crackling energy declares with a chilling certainty, I am the devil, bloody. A woman's legs are shown, poised and ready for action. The woman with black hair and red eyes clenches her fist, a surge of power coursing through her veins. And I, she exclaims, her gaze burning with determination. The woman's transformation is complete, horns now adorn her head as she unleashes her power. She declares that she is the one who inherited the strength of the four ancient emperors. The figure plummets downwards through the city. The figure shouts that the opponent is just a fake. Energy crackles around her hand. A voice comments on the indiscriminate strength at Queen's disposal. She screams in pain. A voice notes the ability to regenerate a severed arm. A voice concedes that even if the opponent is a fake, they possess the blood of the four emperors. The figure continues to fall. A voice declares the intent to slice the opponent to pieces so they cannot regenerate. The figure prepares to attack. She stands amidst the ruined cityscape, dark energy crackling around her form. The air vibrates with unseen power. A figure plummets from above, the ground rushing up to meet them. Debris rains down around them. The air shimmers with the force of unseen blows, the impact reverberating through the surroundings. Elsewhere, a group of figures stands silhouetted against the skyline, their intentions unclear. A disembodied voice echoes, filled with disbelief. What the? The figure lies battered on the ground, blood streaking their face. Confusion clouds their mind. What is happening to me right now? Meanwhile, a figure raises their arms, a surge of power building around them. It's now? Let's all attack together. Two figures prepare to unleash their power, purple energy swirling around their hands. Yeah. The figure's eyes glow with malevolent red light as they reach out, a wave of blue energy emanating from their hand. Stop. The figure's voice echoes with chilling intent. Who told you to budge in? Do you think I'm doing this for you? This is for my own enjoyment. So if you interrupt, I'll kill you. The group stands ready, their faces grim as they prepare for the coming battle. Lying on the ground, the figure grins maniacally. Kikek, you're all fighting a battle you'll never win. A figure plummets from above, legs first, the ground rushing up to meet them. A voice echoes, laced with concern and perhaps a hint of pity. My goodness, look at the state you're in. A monstrous visage grins, teeth bared in a predatory smile. The falling figure continues their descent, a trail of destruction marking their path. The wind screams past the figure's outstretched hand, the ground still far below. The air crackles with displaced energy as the figure hurtles downward. The figure crashes through a skyscraper, glass and steel exploding outward. The building groans under the impact, a cloud of debris billowing into the sky. A disembodied voice taunts, have you had fun? The falling figure is revealed to be a humanoid with white hair, horns, and glowing red eyes, their expression grim. The figure's feet slam into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. The figure, silhouetted against the sky, bows their head. Satan, I apologize for being unable to show you respect. A voice echoes, offering reassurance. It's fine, so get up. The figure with long black hair speaks, her voice laced with regret. She admits, I showed you an ugly side of me. The white-haired figure stands, his back to the viewer. The white-haired figure responds, his tone calm. It seems you've had your fun, so it's okay. A close-up reveals the white-haired figure's face, a faint smile playing on his lips. The camera focuses on the figure's clothing. The black-haired figure looks up at the white-haired figure, her expression a mix of shock and concern. She whispers, as Satan. He stands beside the woman with black horns, the air thick with tension. The question hangs heavy. Did he truly revive? Elsewhere, the group watches with growing unease. Is that the Annihilation Dragon? What do we do? They're starting to panic. The figure's rage erupts. You bastards. The Annihilation Dragon descends. Haxan Baldur stands tall, his red eyes burning with intensity as he faces the woman with black horns. He declares, his voice cold, I have nothing to say to you. Energy crackles around him. A blinding light erupts. The ground trembles beneath his feet. A surge of power emanates outward. The energy intensifies, tearing through the surroundings. The world is engulfed in a blinding explosion of light and energy. He asks if they should clean things up nicely. A beam of energy shoots out. The beam strikes a city, causing widespread destruction. The energy intensifies, ripping through the environment. The destructive energy continues its path of annihilation. Hunter Park is shocked by the display of power. Lee Mina looks on in horror. The beam continues its descent, obliterating the city below. The energy beam pierces through a planet, causing catastrophic damage. The planet is engulfed in the destructive energy. The planet begins to break apart under the force of the blast. The planet is reduced to fragments, scattered across the void. The desolate landscape stretches out before them, a testament to their destructive power. Haxan Baldur and Queen stand amidst the ruins. Queen remarks that things are finally quiet and clean. Queen praises Lord Satan, declaring him amazing. Her expression is one of pure adoration. Meanwhile, a planet hangs in the void, a vibrant blue marble amidst the star-dusted canvas. A voice declares it now mine. The Earth is now under their control. Elsewhere, a spaceship streaks through the inky blackness, a lone beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The stars blur past as the ship accelerates. A voice filled with urgency cries out, wondering if he is late. Hunter Park rushes forward, determined to reach his destination. He expresses his frustration, remarking that someone ruined his plans midway through. Park Hyunsu looks down, a frown etched on his face. Hyunsu wonders aloud why the spaceship is so slow. A voice responds, stating that it's the fastest spaceship on their star. Park Hyunsu stands by the window, his expression impatient. Lee Mina asks if he is looking down on their star. She apologizes, admitting she's just impatient. Lee Mina waves her hand in apology, while Park Hyunsu looks on. Mina wonders if they will be the only two living on Earth if all the humans are dead. A voice declares that it's not a joke as the spaceship hurtles through space. The spaceship approaches Earth, the planet looming large in the distance. Tears streamed down his face as he uttered a sorrowful apology. I'm sorry, everyone. His hands, illuminated by a faint, ethereal glow, trembled slightly. The name escaped his lips, a whisper lost in the silence. Yoon? A fierce determination ignited within him. He had to save everyone. He would do it with his own hands, he vowed. Red light flared in his eyes, power surging through his veins as he prepared to act. Blue energy crackled around him as Yoon declared, "I die." From the control room, the fox-tailed figure muses, "From here, Hyunsu's star is pretty." Iris declares, "We'll hit the atmosphere soon, so I'll go first." Iris asks, "You're going there from here?" She adds, "I'm so anxious that I can't wait any longer." Surrounded by a blue aura, a figure plummets from the inky blackness of space. The aura intensifies as the figure accelerates towards the planet below. Streaking through the atmosphere, the figure leaves a trail of light in their wake. The reason he exists is probably for. Hyunsu steels himself for this moment. He grunts with effort. His eyes narrow with intense focus. A target acquired. He thinks, time reverse. He grits his teeth, pushing his power to its limit. He vows, "We'll bring them back." Lightning crackles around Hyunsu as his eyes glow with blue energy. He strains, focusing on everyone. Hyunsu screams as he unleashes the full force of his ability. He grits his teeth, the strain of the power etched on his face in stark red lines. Flanked by two figures, Hyunsu declares, "Let's go." His hands glow with building energy. A primal scream tears from his throat as he unleashes the full force of his ability. His eyes burning with fierce determination, Hyunsu vows, "I can do it." The power surges, crackling with raw energy as it begins to take form. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding sphere of light. Tendrils of power lash out, illuminating the space with their otherworldly glow. The energy continues to build, reaching a fever pitch of intensity. The light intensifies, bathing everything in its radiant glow. The power reaches its zenith, a supernova of pure energy. The energy begins to dissipate, the raw power slowly receding. The remnants of the power fade, leaving behind a shattered landscape. Debris hangs suspended in the air, a chaotic ballet of shattered remnants. The fragments begin to coalesce, drawn together by an unseen force. Buildings rise from the wreckage, their forms slowly solidifying. The cityscape takes shape once more, the scars of destruction fading. The restoration nears completion, the city regaining its former glory. The city stands whole again, as if the devastation never occurred. A woman with light brown hair looks on, a question forming on her lips. "Huh?" The woman with red hair clenches her fists, a look of disbelief etched on her face. A bald man with a stern expression declares, "We're back." A woman engulfed in flames wonders, "We're back to before we died." Flames dance against the backdrop of a restored cityscape. A man with dark hair and piercing eyes states, "You were incredible." Hyunsu stands tall, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. A figure plummets from the heights of a nearby skyscraper, a silent scream lost in the wind. The impact reverberates through the air, a sickening thud that signals a brutal collision. Hyunsu lies prone on the ground, a guttural kiak escaping his lips as pain courses through him. Dark energy crackles around him, a visual testament to the force of the unseen attack. A desperate cry pierces the air, "Hyuntae." A close-up reveals Hyunsu's bloodied face, a grim mask of pain and shock. A strong arm wraps around Hyunsu, supporting his weight. "You've surpassed Robin," a voice declares. A deep, malevolent laugh echoes through the scene. "Ha ha." The man continues to hold Hyunsu, while a woman with long brown hair looks on with concern. To think these insects had such. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief, her face a mask of shock. Talent. The first elder's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. A sharp sound echoes. The figure of the first elder walks away. Iris wonders how long he has been there. Hyunsu thinks to himself that he didn't sense him at all. The first elder's hand is shown. The first elder's hand is shown again. Iris and Hyunsu are shown. The first elder smiles. People call out to Hyunsu, praising him. Someone tells Hyunsu that he has worked hard and did a good job. Hyunsu laughs. He asks what they were all doing at this time. Hyunsu apologizes, stating he traveled to get stronger. The first elder mentions a new colleague. A voice wonders if the new colleague is someone they know. Hyunsu states that it's the third singularity. Another man exclaims, questioning the third singularity. Someone suggests dealing with that first, though. Someone suggests continuing the conversation after they kill that bastard. Hyunsu is seen rushing forward. The first elder throws a punch. The punch connects. Hyunsu blocks the punch. The first elder thinks that the attacks aren't working as they did before. She definitely got stronger. The first elder says that she's received some of Lord Satan's power. Hyunsu is punched. The first elder says that someone like Hyunsu is nothing to her now. Hyunsu is punched. The first elder thinks that the reason heaven-obliterating demonic fist was created was to face a powerful enemy like Hyunsu. The first elder and Hyunsu stand in front of a city. She plummets from above, a figure of terrifying grace against the backdrop of the city. Hyunsu remarks, "So it's a shame you're weaker than I thought." A sinister smile spreads across the first elder's face. The first elder cackles, "Kaya-ha, then entertain me, won't you?" Hyunsu gazes up at the first elder, his expression unreadable. Hunter Park Hyunsu. Hyunsu's eyes narrow, a determined glint in their depths. Hyunsu mutters, "Seed." As he prepares his next attack, a surge of blue energy erupts from Hyunsu's fist, arcing towards his opponent. Impact. The blue energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The first elder braces for the incoming attack, a fierce determination etched on her face. Energy blasts ripped through the city, tearing apart the reinforced concrete and steel of the skyscrapers. The air crackled with displaced energy. More blasts followed, each impact sending shockwaves through the city's infrastructure. The scent of ozone and burning metal filled the air. From a distance, the city skyline was marred by plumes of smoke and the fiery glow of explosions. The sounds of alarms echoed through the streets. Another skyscraper buckled under the force of the energy attack, its glass facade shattering into a million pieces. The ground trembled with each impact. Debris rained down from the sky, a chaotic mix of concrete, glass, and twisted metal. The clouds above were stained with the acrid smoke of destruction. The relentless barrage continued, each blast carving deeper wounds into the city's heart. The air grew thick with the dust of pulverized buildings. He recoiled, his eyes widening in disbelief as the city around him was systematically dismantled. A cold dread began to creep into his heart. A low growl rumbled in his chest, a mixture of confusion and disbelief. His face contorted in rage, the lines around his eyes deepening as his control began to fray. Sweat beaded on his brow, a testament to his mounting fury. His voice, a guttural snarl, echoed through the ravaged landscape. How dare this bastard? The energy blasts continued their relentless assault, each impact a fresh insult to his power and authority. The city crumbled around him, a symbol of his failing control. His silhouette stood against the backdrop of destruction, a figure of impotent rage against the overwhelming force unleashed upon his domain. An energy blast streaks forward, leaving trails of light in its wake. The blast slams into Chunma, the force of the impact creating a blinding surge of energy. The energy continues to pummel, the words, "tree impact," echoing the devastation. Chunma cries out as the force of the attack sends blood flying. Hyunsu unleashes another blast, the words, "mind destruction," appearing as a hexagonal pattern surrounds him. The attack connects, the words, "falling heavens," appearing as orbs of energy surround Chunma. Another blast is fired, aimed directly at the first elder. The energy slams into Chunma once more, the impact visible in the distortion of his face. The energy continues to surge, the force of the attack unrelenting. The red-haired woman observes the battle, commenting on Hyunsu's incredible strength. Like that, he got stronger, incredibly. The air crackles with energy as the battle rages on. Chunma struggles against the onslaught, a grunt escaping his lips. A voice declares that the current level of power isn't sufficient. Hyunsu's gaze hardens, his blue eyes gleaming with determination. A voice acknowledges that Hyunsu is the strongest among those they've met so far. The voice continues, stating that Hyunsu is at least on the level of a devil. The voice compliments Hyunsu for being able to rise to that level with a human body. Chunma declares that from now on. The air crackles as Chunma gathers energy around their leg, preparing a devastating attack. A sinister grin spreads across Chunma's face, their red eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Unleashing the built-up power, Chunma sends a massive wave of crimson energy hurtling towards Hyunsu. The force of the blast slams into Hyunsu, throwing him backwards amidst a blinding explosion of red light. Streaks of red energy tear through the air, the raw power threatening to consume everything in its path. Following through with the attack, Chunma launches forward, leaving trails of white and red energy in their wake. She gathers a tremendous amount of energy, the air crackling with raw power. Unleashing the built-up force, Chunma sends a beam of pure energy hurtling towards Hyunsu. The beam streaks through the air, a concentrated torrent of destruction. Chunma's eyes glint with cruel amusement. This will hurt a bit. The energy hurtles onward, leaving a trail of shimmering distortion in its wake. The fist demon's expression is one of grim satisfaction as the attack closes in. The beam slams into Hyunsu, erupting in a blinding flash of light and concussive force. From the point of impact, a colossal pillar of pure energy explodes skyward, obliterating everything in its path. The ground buckles and shatters, pulverized into dust by the sheer intensity of the blast. The energy pillar tears through the city, vaporizing buildings and leaving a trail of utter devastation in its wake. The cityscape is reduced to rubble, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. Silence descends, broken only by the crackling embers and the dust settling over the ruined landscape. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the landscape, the force of it shaking the very foundations of the ruined city. The buildings around the epicenter crumble, reduced to jagged piles of debris under a sky choked with dust and smoke. The devastation stretches as far as the eye can see, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. She stares at the destruction, her silver hair swaying slightly in the wind. A flicker of confusion crosses her face. Standing amidst the rubble, she surveys the scene, her expression unreadable. The first elder's eyes widen in disbelief. He disappeared in front of my eyes? A disembodied voice explains. It's a skill called the Heavenly Demon Soul Shed. Meanwhile, Hyunsu's face contorts in a snarl as he appears behind her. From behind. He launches a furious attack, his fist a blur of motion. The force of his blow carries the momentum of a falling star. Chuanma's eyes widen in surprise. A burst of raw power erupts. A foot slams down with immense force. He grits his teeth, determination etched on his face. Chuanma is struck by an unseen force. Hyunsu struggles, resisting the heavenly demon ruler's descent. Chuanma strides forward, his gaze unwavering. Chuanma extends an offer. Come to my side. The intricate details of Chuanma's armor are visible. Chuanma continues. You're a waste to kill, so I'm offering you this. A sinister smile spreads across a face. Hyunsu erupts in maniacal laughter. Kaya haha. He continues to laugh, a manic edge to his voice. Chuanma's eyes glow with a menacing red light. He calls out, Hey, Satan. Hyunsu's face contorts in rage, baring his teeth. Fuck off, bitch, he snarls. A sinister grin spreads across Chuanma's face. Yeah, he replies, a hint of amusement in his tone. Hyunsu tenses, preparing to fight. Chuanma unleashes a devastating strike, his movements blurring with speed. The force of the blow sends Hyunsu hurtling backwards through the air. Chuanma presses his advantage, his form radiating power as he advances. Outro golpe tinge, o impacto ecoando pelo ar. Hyunsu is sent flying once more, the fight clearly turning against him. A devastating energy blast slams into a nearby building, the force of the impact shaking the very foundations. Shattered glass rains down as the building groans under the assault, the structure visibly weakened. A pained grunt echoes through the air. Sent flying backwards, a figure plummets through the air, shards of glass swirling around them. A voice cackles with cruel delight. What a lovely groan to hear. The voice continues, dripping with malice. Make some more. The figure continues to fall, their descent seemingly unstoppable. A counterattack erupts, a blinding flash of energy aimed at the unseen aggressor. The first elder's voice booms, laced with contempt. You'll regret rejecting my offer. Your fate has already been. A determined voice cuts through the air. Decided, there's no point in struggling. Amidst the chaos and destruction, Hyunsu stands firm, his resolve unwavering. A chilling declaration echoes. Fate is predetermined for my sake. The clash of titans sends shockwaves through the air, a blinding flash of energy erupting between them. Hurling through the shattered remains of the city, one figure becomes a mere projectile against the backdrop of destruction. Spires of debris cascade down, the remnants of skyscrapers now just falling rubble. An inferno blossoms, consuming everything in its path with a searing heat. The explosion intensifies, a cataclysmic display of raw power. Streaks of light tear across the sky, a testament to the speed and ferocity of the battle. The city crumbles, its once proud structures reduced to jagged silhouettes against the fiery sky. The bald man watches the spectacle unfold. This fight is unbelievable. There's no chance for us to butt in. A voice declares, we have to do what we can. The first elder's expression hardens, a resolve forming in his eyes as Iris stands beside him. Mina speaks, let's transfer our energy to Hyuntae. It'll help with his recovery. A voice replies, yes. The aftermath of the battle is visible, the air thick with the scent of ozone and burnt metal. A sleek vehicle, damaged but still intact, rests amidst the debris. Iris supports Hyuntae, his face pale and drawn, as he struggles to sit up. Chuanma stands tall amidst the destruction, observing the scene with narrowed eyes. A voice, laced with fury, cuts through the silence. How dare you touch my Hyuntae? The speaker, a figure with fox-like ears and burning yellow eyes, takes a menacing step forward. Leaping into the air, the fox-eared figure prepares to unleash their wrath. The first elder's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Descending with terrifying speed, the fox-eared figure is wreathed in a crimson aura. Focusing their energy, the figure's hand transforms into a deadly claw, crackling with power. The target is revealed, Chuanma, caught completely off guard. The blow lands with a deafening crack, the force of the impact shaking the very air. The attack lands, and Chuanma is caught off guard. Claws tear through the air, aimed at the first elder. The blow connects, drawing a line of blood across Chuanma's chest. He grits his teeth. That kind of hurt. The fox-eared figure leaps forward, declaring, it did no damage at all. The figure prepares another strike. A foot hurtles towards Chuanma. The fox-eared figure cries out, how dare you attack Lord Satan? Chuanma reels from the force of the blow. The fox-eared figure screams. The figure's claws drip with blood. Dark energy crackles around Chuanma. The fox-eared figure leaps forward, claws extended, ready to strike. She asks, do you like your new hairstyle? The fox-eared figure's eyes narrow, a cruel smile playing on her lips. She unleashes a torrent of dark energy. The fox-eared figure screams, die. Landing gracefully, she prepares for the next attack. The fox-eared figure grunts in pain. The fox-eared figure is knocked back. A voice declares, you definitely are strong. Hyunsu clutches his chest, blood staining his shirt. He thinks, stronger than any other devil I've met in the universe. However, they all knelt under the force of the heaven-obliterating demonic fists. The dilapidated building looms in the background, a silent witness to the impending conflict. The fox-eared figure's face contorts into a cruel grin, purple energy crackling around him. He sneers, enough with the bullshit, let's see you struggle. The fox-eared figure continues, his voice dripping with malice. If you can't amuse me, I'll let you experience a never-ending pain where your skin gets ripped eternally. A dry, humorless laugh escapes Hyunsu's lips. Hyunsu plants his foot, the ground cracking under the sudden pressure as he prepares to move. Heavenly Demon emergence. Swirling blue energy envelopes Hyunsu, a sign of the power he is about to unleash. His stance widens, legs braced for the coming impact. The fox-eared figure's eyes widen in disbelief. How can such energy exude from such a tiny human body? A flicker of anticipation crosses the fox-eared figure's face, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Hyunsu clenches his fist, knuckles white with contained power. Hyunsu's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. This isn't the time for you to be at such ease. He prepares to strike. He plants his foot, preparing to unleash another attack. The strike lands with explosive force. His fist connects, a surge of power rippling outwards. The fox-eared figure remains unfazed. Do you think I'll get hit by that again? A burst of energy erupts, engulfing the area. Hyunsu presses his attack, moving with blinding speed. Another blow lands, the force reverberating through the air. The fox-eared figure is struck, staggering slightly. He continues his relentless assault, each strike carrying immense power. The impact sends shockwaves through the surroundings. The fox-eared figure's face contorts in pain, a rare display of vulnerability. Hyunsu prepares to accelerate, ready to deliver the final blow. He glares, his eyes narrowed with determination. Chunma plummets through the air. The first elder declares that the power he wields is gathered from the late heavenly demons to eliminate Hyunsu. Hyunsu is enveloped in a vibrant blue aura. Hyunsu proclaims that this is the end. He dives down, closing the distance towards Chunma. The first elder continues to fall. A flicker of shock crosses Chunma's face. The first elder crashes to the ground, crying out to Lord Satan. Chunma looks up, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. A weapon is poised, ready to strike. Hyunsu's eyes widen in disbelief. The first elder plunges a blade into Hyunsu's chest, the force of the blow eliciting a pained grunt. The first elder cries out in pain as the attack lands. The force of the blow shatters the surrounding buildings. Debris rains down as the ground explodes. Hyunsu reflects on the situation. To think the queen would take Satan's place. The first elder states that Hyunsu has lost a good opportunity. Another attack is launched. The attack explodes. The first elder is sent flying through the air. Another explosion rocks the area. The attack continues to devastate the landscape. Debris rains down as the aftermath of a powerful blow settles. The first elder is struck by an unseen force, the impact erupting in a burst of raw energy. He reels from the blow, his movements slowed as if time itself has bent around him. Another strike lands, sending debris scattering as the force of the impact reverberates through the air. Hyunsu raises his arms, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. He's on a different level than before. The first elder gathers his strength, a surge of red energy crackling around him as he prepares a counterattack. Hyunsu is struck, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through his body. The aftermath of the attack leaves a trail of destruction, energy, and debris swirling in the air. Pain contorts Hyunsu's face, but a flicker of determination still burns in his eyes. The first elder stands tall, a silhouette of power against the shattered cityscape. Hyunsu falls, crashing to the ground amidst the rubble. The first elder's voice booms, calling out Hyunsu's name with palpable rage. Iris, eyes blazing with fury, declares, "I'm going to kill you." Her voice laced with venom, Iris continues, "I won't let you be." With a fierce battle cry, the fox-eared girl dives towards her target, a blur of motion. Her descent continues, Iris unleashing another piercing shriek. Plummeting downwards, she closes the distance with terrifying speed. The ground rushes up to meet her as Iris continues her assault. The first elder watches the approaching figure, his expression unreadable. A flicker of distaste crosses his face as the first elder mutters, "How vulgar." A blinding strike connects, the air crackling with energy. Staggering slightly, the first elder spits out, and crude. His eyes burning with renewed intensity, the first elder declares, "I'm not done yet." She is sent flying backwards, a blur of red and orange against the desolate sky. The first elder stands firm, his expression a mask of cold determination. Spinning through the air, Iris struggles to regain her balance. The first elder unleashes a devastating blast of energy, the force of it shattering the ground around him. The first elder's voice booms across the battlefield. "Oh, did you say you had more?" The energy blast rips through a nearby skyscraper, leaving a gaping hole in its side. Lying amidst the rubble, Iris struggles to rise, dust and debris clinging to her clothes. Summoning her strength, she pushes herself to her feet, a faint aura shimmering around her. Her eyes glow with fierce determination, a hint of desperation in their depths. A surge of power emanates from her as she thinks, "This is dangerous, but I'm going to go in with my 9 tails." With a desperate cry, Iris unleashes her full power, the air crackling with energy. The first elder prepares to meet her attack, his own power flaring around him. The first elder sneers, "It seems you haven't gotten a grip yet." The air crackles with unseen energy. Iris unleashes her power, a crimson grid materializing around her. The red energy intensifies. The crimson grid pulses with power as Iris prepares to strike. The first elder braces for the attack. The first elder grits his teeth, anticipating the impact. Hyunsu launches himself forward, throwing a punch with all his might. The force of the blow reverberates through the air. Hyunsu's fist connects with the first elder's face, sending him reeling. The first elder spits blood, muttering, "Ugh, you." The first elder, enraged, snarls, "You play so cutely." His face contorted in rage, the first elder's eyes burned with dark intent. He roared, "Any more." The sound vibrated through the very air. A monstrous, crimson claw materialized, crackling with raw power. The claw descended, a harbinger of destruction. Energy beams tore through the city, leaving trails of devastation in their wake. Buildings crumbled under the relentless assault, reduced to rubble and dust. The city skyline was now a jagged scar against the heavens. Explosions ripped through the streets, the air thick with smoke and the stench of burning concrete. Hyunsu, fueled by righteous fury, prepared to unleash his own counterattack. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he gathered his power. A blinding light erupted, a promise of retribution. He launched himself forward, a blue streak of pure energy aimed at the heart of the storm. He gathers energy in his hand, a surge of power building as he prepares to unleash the attack. Exploding heavens, Hyunsu unleashes the pent-up energy, a blinding flash erupting from his palm. The blast hurtles forward, a concentrated beam of pure force aimed directly at the first elder. The first elder intercepts the attack, erecting a shimmering blue barrier that deflects the oncoming energy. Red energy crackles around the first elder as he prepares his own assault, his eyes burning with lethal intent. The force of the first elder's counterattack sends Hyunsu flying backwards, a cloud of dust billowing in his wake. The first elder presses his advantage, his movements a blur as he closes in for the final blow. The attack connects, a devastating impact that throws Hyunsu off his feet. Blood splatters across Hyunsu's face as the full force of the blow registers, his vision blurring with pain. Defeated, Hyunsu collapses to the ground, the battle lost. Suddenly, an unknown figure intervenes, a burst of energy clashing against the first elder's attack. The unknown savior grabs Hyunsu, and they vanish in a blur of motion, escaping the first elder's wrath. The landscape is barren and broken. She holds Hyunsu close. He looks up at her, concern etched on his face. "Okay," he asks. Chuanma prepares a devastating attack, purple energy crackling around his hand. "I'm sick of you now, so." He unleashes the attack, a beam of red energy hurtling towards them. "Goodbye." The beam descends, a fiery red column of destruction. The energy crackles, a harbinger of devastation. A protective sphere of blue energy erupts, deflecting the attack. Chuanma's expression is one of disbelief. The protective sphere shimmers, a beacon of hope against the onslaught. A voice echoes, declaring, "This protective sphere." The fox-eared woman continues to hold Hyunsu, her expression unreadable. Chuanma grits his teeth. The protagonist always appears late. She glances to the side, her expression unreadable. The fox-eared woman admits that she has missed the dirty air. Lightning crackles around the first elder. The first elder stands with his back to the viewer, a sphere of energy surrounding him. His eyes widen, a silent M, escaping his lips. Iris cries out, "Master!" The first elder looks on. The first elder states, "You've gotten." Hyunsu and Iris plummet through the sky. Hyunsu shouts, "Master!" The first elder appears before Hyunsu. The first elder descends. The city looms below. The first elder demands, "How dare you block the reunion of a teacher and his disciple?" The first elder asks, "You're this bastard's master?" The first elder vows to eliminate them as well. He prepares to strike, his form radiating power. The first elder unleashes a devastating blow. He manages to dodge an unseen attack. The first elder declares that this is not the end. Gathering energy, he prepares another strike. The first elder's attack surges forward. He leaps into the air, crackling with power. The first elder continues his relentless assault. His attacks tear through the very fabric of the city. Meanwhile, Hyunsu and Iris plummet towards the ground. Iris wonders if Hyunsu has regained his body. She plummets through the air, the wind screaming past her ears. Above, the first elder descends, a dark silhouette against the stormy sky. The first elder roars, his voice echoing through the air. The first elder explains that he has recently created the heavenly demon method. The first elder raises his hand, a blue glow emanating from his palm. The first elder reflects on regaining his body and coming to this world. The first elder lunges forward, a dark silhouette against the bright energy. The first elder descends rapidly. The first elder slashes downwards with a blade of energy. The energy blade continues its descent. The energy blade is close to Hyunsu. Hyunsu thinks that he can't read his movements at all. Hyunsu grits his teeth, determined. A figure in a dark, textured suit lunges forward, blades extended. A voice booms, declaring, "I'll get a blow in." The first elder, face contorted in rage, snarls, "You bastards." "I'll." The first elder vows, "Send all of you to the next life." The figure's torso is revealed, showing a toned physique beneath the dark suit. A woman with pink hair exclaims, "Is he exploding?" Another voice cries out, "We're in trouble. Everyone's in danger." A figure on the ground cries out, "Be brother." Another figure holds the fallen one, questioning the situation. Energy crackles intensely. A figure is engulfed in swirling energy. The Earth is seen from space. A swirling vortex surrounds the Earth. Earth hangs in the balance, tethered by unseen threads to a celestial sphere. Energy explodes outward, shattering the silence of space. The force of the blast sends debris scattering in all directions. A blinding light fills the void. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source. The first elder stands on a desolate, white plain, his voice echoing through the cosmos. He roared, "Huh! How dare you insects talk back to me?" The first elder's expression is one of fury, his teeth bared in a snarl. The first elder's eyes narrow, his voice laced with a hint of concern. He asked, "Are you okay, my disciple?" Hyunsu stands before the first elder, responding, "Yes, master. I used mystic circulation." The first elder's face contorts in disbelief. He exclaimed, What? They? How did you come here?" A voice calls out, "Can you hear me, Hyunsu?" The first elder asks if Hyuntae was transported well, noting that Hyuntae is in a state of shock. Two alien figures stand silently, observing the scene. A voice declares that they can do as they want now. A figure responds with, "Yes, master." A voice states that since he's weakened, now is the time to show him what kind of existence the heavenly demons are. The first elder and Hyunsu stand ready, facing an unseen threat. A voice says, "Wait one moment." Someone exclaims, "You cheap." An immense power erupts, accompanied by the declaration, "Exploding heavens." Hyunsu and the first elder are caught in the blast, plummeting downwards. The force of the attack intensifies, distorting the space around them. A figure struggles against the overwhelming power, crying out, "I can't." Crimson droplets fall like rain against a backdrop of swirling blue energy. A pillar of blinding light erupts, shaking the very foundations of the world. Hyunsu and the first elder stand side by side, bracing themselves against the unseen force. Streaks of pure energy tear through the air, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. A concentrated beam of power pierces the heavens, a testament to the immense forces at play. The words "heavenly spiritual body" appear, resonating with an otherworldly power. An explosion of light and energy obliterates everything in its path, a cataclysmic display of raw power. A monstrous figure emerges from the chaos, its eyes burning with an unholy light. "This makes no sense," it growls. A shadowy figure looms, its form indistinct but its presence undeniable. "To think I would, to these pathetic," it whispers, laced with disdain. Darkness consumes the landscape, a testament to the encroaching power of the unknown enemy. The first elder floats above Hyunsu, his expression grim. "It's over," he declares, his voice echoing with finality. The earth is returning to normal. Someone declares that it is Hyuntae's ability. A man with white hair and a black tank top asks if they are alive. A voice declares that they have been revived again, because of Kavon, the third singularity. Hyuntae stands with another figure, a woman with long pink hair. The words, "the third singularity," hang in the air. Hyuntae states that he wanted to counter time a bit more, but this is his limit. A disembodied voice declares that if Satan can't be killed, it has no meaning. A winged demon asks what about Satan, and the pink-haired woman tells her not to worry about that. The winged demon and the pink-haired woman stand together. A young man with black hair states that someone is completely dead, and that his master helped him. An old man with white hair exclaims, "Master?" A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the meaning of recent events. Three men stand together, one asking if someone is gone forever. A hand is raised in triumph, celebrating a victory for Park. Hyunsu is celebrated by those around him. The group rejoices, with one person declaring Hyunsu as their master, Armand. Hyuntae embraces a pink-haired woman. Humanity, which suffered from all kinds of portals just half a year ago, is now living in peace. Seoul, where the last Great War took place, has recovered considerably. The entire world is sending their thanks to the Hunter Group New World, as today is the day of Hunter Park Hyunsu's younger brother, Park Hyuntae's wedding. Guests arrive at Park Hyuntae's wedding. Hyuntae stands with his arms crossed, a portal swirling behind him. Chuama says that he turned the portal in his room into a general-use portal. Hyunsu thanks him for that. Chuama tells Park Hyunsu to hurry and go. Park Hyunsu is told good work and that he has worked hard. He is told good work and that he has worked hard. Chuama stands with his arms crossed. Hyunsu says that he will be back. Meanwhile, a waterfall cascades down a rocky cliff. Hyunsu sits cross-legged at the base of the waterfall, meditating. Chuama asks if he has been healthy and at peace. Chuama stands on a cliff overlooking the waterfall. The waterfall continues to flow. He launches a kick, his foot aimed squarely at his opponent. The kick connects with a resounding crack. The white-haired man remarks, "You've gotten bigger since I last saw you." Hyunsu retorts, "I grew much bigger than you, master." The white-haired man exclaims, "How dare you tease your master?" The white-haired man grabs Hyunsu's leg, a sharp "hyok," punctuating the action. He adds, "Didn't you acknowledge it as well, master?" Hyunsu, looking down at the man, thinks to himself, "That I'm bigger? LOL," he then says, "Seeing you fool around, you have a million years to go." The white-haired man asks, "Do you want to fight?" The white-haired man declares, "I'm not the me of the past. Come, I'll fight you." A waterfall cascades down the cliffside. The waterfall continues its descent, the water shimmering in the sunlight. The white-haired man stands over Hyunsu, who lies on the ground. He warns, "Don't fool around." Hyunsu groans in response. A voice complains about someone not going easy on them. Another voice tells someone to follow them, promising to teach them. Hyunsu sits in the water, looking surprised. Hyunsu wonders if he will be able to meet the other masters who are friends with Chuanma. Chuanma assures him that he is stronger than them. Hyunsu and Chuanma walk away together. Hyunsu asks if he should go like this, mentioning he left his clothes by the water. Someone tells him that he took them off to show off in the first place, and to go and show off to the whole world.